fine.
Today?
Yeah, that's fine. No problem at all. I'll go on even further to say this, that the slave trade is actually connected to Deuteronomy 28, because the majority of the slaves that were brought to the Caribbean islands and brought to the Americas were Ibu people, were people of Hebrew and Hebraic Israelite descent, if you will. And so if you read Deuteronomy chapter 28, it matches perfectly what happened to the Hebrew slaves, the black Hebrew slaves during the slave trade. It just matches it perfectly.
Back up now. I think we just rung the bell here. Hold up now.
Okay.
Hold up. Hold the presses.
Okay.
Hold up. I hope everyone is listening to this. This is you about to rock some boats now. Ben Yehuda there. Hold up now. Listen to what he's saying here. So you are saying that there's a great chance, or more so, that the black people that links directly to the slave trade are from the lost tribes of Israel. Is that what you're saying here, sir?
Yes, I am. Now, granted, I will qualify that I don't. Wait a second. I don't believe that every single black person is Hebraic or Jewish, but I'm saying that the majority of the slaves involved in the slave trade were Hebrews.
These people knew exactly who they were buying and selling, both the Africans and the Europeans. The Europeans, which are the Romans went after 70 AD, they went conquering, and they done hid themselves under different nationalities after they done conquered the native people that were in those lands in Europe. Hid themselves under the French, under the British, under the Portuguese. They're the same exact Romans. And all they're doing is continuing the agenda that was put in place in 70 AD. When they came down there looking for the Israelites. It's the same exact agenda. And carrying it forward to today. It's the same exact agenda. They knew exactly who they were aiming for. It's not by coincidence that all the history matches up perfectly with the Bible prophecies. It's not a coincidence. And then they push a doctrine on you in church talking about it doesn't matter. So then you never go and look for this information. Now you see exactly why they don't put none of this in Black history, why they don't go prior to the 1600s. You start digging prior to the 1600s, and then you find out you come or descend from the Igbo tribe. You start doing your research. Well, let me find out a little bit more about this Igbo tribe. Then you find out that the Igbo tribe are known as fact descend from the 12 tribes of Israel.
I want to focus on that right there. Good morning, everybody. I want to focus on that part right there, that history and what he's saying, because somebody hit me and said, your channel has become pseudo, messing with them Israelites. Because the whole movement is pseudo, fervent charity. The whole entire movement is pseudo. What do y'all think about that? The whole awakening is pseudo, built off of, it's just pseudo. I'm gonna play some Dr. Brown too. You know he's supposed to be debating Guerrilla Hebrew. I'm gonna play that video that he dropped, and y'all not gonna be happy today. Y'all not gonna be happy today. That's all I'm saying. One thing we do over here, this ain't that echo chamber. We're going to talk over here. We're going to ask some questions over here. I don't think we pseudo, because we looking to just bring some information out. Have they been hiding it? Have they been hiding some stuff? And you got to go, Roger, you got to go before the 1600s, because them church folk been hiding some stuff. The history been hiding some stuff. They only give you 1 month, the shortest month out the year. Let me go play that other. Let me play that thing Fervent Charity just sent me. I don't know when you sent it, Fervent Charity, but I just opened it up. I need to play that about the MasterCard. Fair use.
Yehuda.
Yeah, that's fine.
Today.
Yeah, that's fine. No problem at all. I'll go on even further to say this, that the slave trade is actually connected to Deuteronomy 28, because the majority of the slaves that were brought to the Caribbean islands and brought to the Americas were Hebrew people, were people of Hebrew and Hebraic Israelite descent, if you will. And so if you read Deuteronomy chapter 28, it matches perfectly what happened to the Hebrew slaves, the black Hebrew slaves during the slave trade. It just matches it perfectly.
Back up now. I think we just rung a bell here. Hold up now.
Okay.
And I said, we got to keep the history separate from beefing with the doctrine. We got to keep the history separate. I don't think, y'all already know me. I think videos should have been dropped on this subject. And now, what's this brother? And then now Ron Dalton book done got in the hand of some basketball players and all of this stuff. So now it's all over the place. But in a way, Dunamis, I think that might be good in a way, because we got secular people. We got everybody. We got everybody watching. Oh, everybody watching, everybody talking. That's how come I've been showing y'all TikToks. It's not just, y'all got to stop being slow. It's not just urban apologists. Y'all done stirred these folk. Y'all done stirred these folk up. So now it's just not the black church. And that's another thing. I'm going to try to set a debate up. I think I'm gonna have to get on my Sinetta with that debate thing. And what I want some people to debate on this channel, Fervent Charity, is the history of the black church in America and the history of Israel in America. IUIC and all of them, the history of Farrakhan and them, the Moore Science Temple, who have done more than the black church in this country. That's what I want to debate. Daniel running around here talking all this stuff about the church, this and the church, that, and all this other stuff. I want to set that up. Who want to stand for Israel and debate what black Israel have done in this country? Who want to do that? Y'all been here since slavery. Y'all been here. Who want to stand up and do that? Is this where the beef is at? Cause they got these funny dudes running around here and they broad brushing everybody and y'all eating it up. Y'all eating it up. I'm gonna play some stuff. Matter of fact, let me stop this for a minute. Cause Dunamis, I got some questions. Let me let it play. Then we're gonna jump on Dr. Brown. Now. I don't know. Matter of fact, I ain't even hit vocab since we discussed that thing about it being on the, that possibly having a debate over here. I'm gonna let the video play first. I'm gonna let this play and I'm gonna take my time, but we gonna see. These are y'all prophets. Y'all got the whole truth, the whole everything. Now, like I said, we got to separate the doctrine from that history. So we got to dissect it all so we can work on it. Something is pseudo. And somebody been lying. Nah, I'm not going to bring up Richard Katz. Y'all heard the brother. Is this the video right here where the brother started saying, we're talking about the names of the slaves, the people on the slave? Hey, yo, let me see if this is the video right here. Dunamis, let me see if this is the video right here.
I think that was the other one, the Benny Yah.
Yeah, find that video right there where he was talking about that right there. And I'm gonna see where these folk at. Let the scholars come and teach us. That's what we want today. The scholars to come and teach us. Fair use.
Hold up. Hold the presses.
Okay.
Hold up. I hope everyone is listening to this. This is you about to rock some boats now. Ben Yehuda there. Hold up now. Listen to what he's saying here. So you are saying that there's a great chance, or more so, that the black people that links directly to the slave trade are from the lost tribes of Israel. Is that what you're saying here, sir?
Yes, I am. Now, granted, I will qualify that I don't. Wait a second. I don't believe that every single black person is Hebraic or Jewish, but I'm saying that the majority of the slaves involved in the slave trade were Hebrews.
These people knew exactly who they were buying and selling, both the Africans and the Europeans.
I'm gonna tell my church people something right now. This is the heart of it right here. What this gentleman is saying, this is the heart of it. They knew the beginning of the slave trade. They knew these weren't Africans. They said these people were Israelites, and everybody involved in the slave trade knew it. The Africans that were selling them knew it, and the Europeans that were buying them knew it. The Catholic Church knew it. Christianity knew it, including the Protestants, and they hid it. That's all historical. Nothing in there has to do with doctrine. And that's what we have to deal with. Now, we have to admit if it's the truth, it's the truth. Now, Dunamis. Now, Homegirl said, I'm not saying no names right now, but Homegirl said, let me hold on. Let me read it right now. She's a believer. She don't claim Israel. She said, there's a part of me that want to say, okay, you're the people. They lied. Everyone knows who you are, the people of the book. What's next? What's the way forward, naturally and spiritually? I told her I was going to read that. Dunamis, come on to the microphone. Let me line this Dr. Brown up because I got some questions. Oh, I got some questions. Come on.
Hey, grace and peace, shalom. What's next? We've been asking that for a long time. So what are solutions and whatnot? So if they're going narrative that they lied, all them folks over there just fake, this and that, then this me speculating what I guess money's gonna stop flowing to Israel and gonna start flowing to Black Americans in the city and whatnot. Millions upon dollars. What
they said in California? I tell you, somebody hit me in the email talking about California. They talking about some reparations, something. I don't know. That sounds like some money, but go ahead.
Yeah, they've been talking. Yeah, California been talking about this and that, but they liberals out there bleeding hearts. So they'll make these proposals, but at the same time, what's going to happen? You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of you gotta be careful because a lot of it goes against discrimination laws. So it'll happen to where now Black folks get money, then all of a sudden you see other minorities getting entitled to that as well. Because some kind of y'all are cutting people out, y'all can't do this, all kinds of stuff. But that's another conversation if it does happen. But no, so if the case is that they lied, so I guess money's gonna go to the inner city or to so-called Blacks here in general. Are they gonna
that's in case let's say they did, what should happen? I wish type it in there. Type that in there. Where's that sister? I don't know if she want to I need somebody to type in what I just said. There's a part of me that want to say, okay, you're the people. I'll just keep reading it. They lied. Everyone knows who you are, the people of the book. What's next? What's the way forward, naturally and spiritually? Look at this comment on the screen and tell me. We're gonna wait. We the document, but look at this comment on the screen and tell me, is this a reply? I think this is a reply. It brings, you read that and you tell me what you think.
Do it brings a lot more believers that the Bible is real? Oh, somebody tell me before you bring it.
What do you think about that?
That the Bible is real?
That prophecy that they could say that prophecy is fulfilled, that prophecy is fulfilled, and Israel is here. Because you know who a lot of people have been thinking is Israel based on John Hagee and all that, and everybody else. The Amalekites are gone, the Hittites are gone, Amorites are gone, everybody else gone. Everybody else disappeared.
Honorable Berean, that's the issue, though. They're basing who the people is on prophecy and not on other factors. To say it to be true. So then what about the other Israelites worldwide in diaspora and those who never came on slave ships? Those are questions we ask. What do we do with them? What do we do with those who have a different hue of color, but they're genetically related to folks that went through the slave trade? What do we do with those folks?
Yeah, cause yeah. Oh man, doing this answer some questions now, cause Yap Gang and them they done came and destroyed that whole thing over there. Y'all running around here talking about Esau, them white folk, and if Esau ain't them white, if this thing is built on pseudo, y'all gonna get it from me. I spent a lot of time dealing with y'all. You moderates or whatever word you want to be, y'all rocking out with them camps and them your people, and you moving with them. Y'all are one people. Y'all are one people. Let's just make sure. And
then I see George from Israel all colors, but then Jordan. So all the folks who went on the slave trade were Israelites, because genetically we see it doesn't match. So we have folks that went on the slave trade that weren't, quote, bloodline Israelites. Then what are they?
That's why they don't want. That's how come a whole bunch of them Israelites don't want no DNA. They don't want to deal with DNA because it blow they join up.
Unless
I'm telling you, they're gonna do. I'm gonna be quiet. I know what health folk are. I know what's going on. I already see it. That whole how they doing Blacktastic. That's how they doing Yap Gang. They want all of them. Anything that's going against the gender, the echo chamber, and the handlers. Y'all can't fool me. Y'all can't fool me with this. Y'all can't fool me with this. I've been on the block too long. I see what's going on here. I ain't gonna touch it. I'm going to leave it alone. Let them go ahead and manipulate and use and do what they want, because I don't want to stop nobody bread. Let them go ahead and do what. So I said, some people hit me and said, yo, you seen the other video with Orthodox Moore and the pews and all of that stuff, and Blacktastic hit me with some. I ain't even getting into it. I ain't even getting into it because I know what them handlers want. I know it's bread and awakening. So I'm going to leave it alone. A lot of folk in awakening don't want no truth.
Yeah,
a lot of folk in awakening don't want no truth. Go ahead.
Nah, I don't want to put words in Jordan's mouth, but in general, if the belief is that all those who came on the transatlantic slave trade were Israelites, the only way they could match up is with a word that folks had disdain for. Them converts. That maybe there was converts and bloodline who came along, and converts and
that's how come. And then they think that Dunamis, y'all don't know I got Dunamis. I got this brother around for a reason. I'm telling y'all right now, he may look crazy, but he's sharp. That's how come he keep pressing and asking about converts. So then people hit me on the side. Fervent Charity, he on some camp stuff. It seemed like he's swaying away. We've been calling him Rusty Rich, but that's my man. I said we got to keep talking about these things, because if you're trying to act like converts, I'm gonna leave it alone, because y'all gonna say I'm trying to lift up the folk in Israel. Can't even talk to you folk. Can't even have a conversation with you folk. He said, convert, yo, don't even rile him. He said, don't rile him, don't rile him. He already said, don't rile him. Ain't you out of town still? Go ahead.
No, but that's the only way. If you have a group of people who want all of them aren't genetically the same, even as a minority that went through the same atrocities that you went through, right? And they're not bloodline Israelites, then what do you make of them? They would have to be converts then, going to lie. That's the only thing I can see. But if the
do they get the curses? This is what we talking about, and then we're still on the floor. What Dunamis said. Dunamis just asked y'all. He said, "Well, what about the other people that didn't fit the? How come Dante don't go ahead and debate Blacktastic? He debated vocab. The 400 years is gonna help build. Yo, I'm telling you, boy, it's y'all. It's different. It's different.
Yeah, and then but the whole issue is it's a slippery slope, because you have to, if you accept converts, you say there were converts who went through the curses with the translated slave trade, then what do you do with the converts over in Israel now?
Even if them light skinned folk converts, because y'all built this thing off of saying they fake. Y'all built this thing off of it. Well, in the beginning, people weren't saying that, but for some reason, y'all took it and ran amok. I'm gonna tell y'all what. Who put it on the block? Who put this whole thing on the block? It was everybody that came up out of One West. They got the internet jumping with the waking. Say what you want. Say what you want. You moderates ain't do it, quote unquote moderates. Y'all ain't do it. One West did it. One West did it on the block. They was on the streets for YouTube. Then when YouTube and Facebook and all of that came out, they was from the gate. They was on it with cameras. So they doctrine is jumping. We gonna see. Go ahead. I'm gonna show y'all some stuff.
Yeah. No, so that's all. It's the whole standpoint is at the end of the day, no matter what road you take, there are folks that are gonna be accepted. There are certain folks that don't want to accept. And at the end of the day, there's certain folks who are gonna be excluded that certain folks don't want to exclude.
So the brother said in the video that the church been hiding it. Or that the church people say that, or it doesn't make a difference. Slim was on here. Slick Baby Maker was on here the other day, and he said it does make a difference. Type of one, y'all. Said it does make a difference if you're dealing with prophecy. I guess if you're a dispensationalist, if you're dealing with prophecy, to know who Israel is. Because there are people saying, it doesn't make a difference.
And then hold on,
Maria. Does it make a difference or not? Does it make a difference or not? I'm asking you personally. Does it make a difference or not?
What makes a difference?
To know who Israel is.
Yes and no. Yes and no.
Gia, how important is it that people around the world know that black folk came over here on the slave trade in the slave ships? Were Israel, or at least, or whatever, a good bit of them were.
Because remember, Brian, in terms of spiritually, when it comes down to spiritually, find out who Israel is, I don't really did. From what I've seen with people, who the people is so far, the argument has been more so with resources and how folks are treated. So social and political, maybe economic, but to me doesn't delve into spirituality. Because when we start delving into spirituality, it deals with prophecy, and we won't know until prophecy is fulfilled. So, it's the whole standpoint is, okay, now we know these are people, now you're building prophecy around these folks, and then years pass, and some things don't come to pass, and something seems a little faulty, then what do? That's why we don't build our faith necessarily on prophecy. We build on the foundation of Christ. And folks can say, yeah, he was prophesied about, but he came and did something. But from what I've seen, it's never really something spiritual in terms of the here and now. Is more so politics and economics, socioeconomic and political. Who gets money? You see all the money Israel gets, geopolitics, all that kind of stuff. It's never really about that spiritual now. Do I need to know, in order for me to know God, do I have to know who Israel is?
No way. I don't care what they tell me, but especially with that millennial, they're talking about that little 1,000 years. I ain't thinking about. I don't need Israel. I don't need Israel not to have no relationship with deity. No, sorry. And I hope nobody in here is that deceived to think they do. Who's the one Israel that I need?
Yeah, because personal eschatology outweighs on worldwide eschatology any day.
Come on.
Because how many folks have died before 2019, and their souls weren't right. So what does it matter? That's where it doesn't faze me that much. I'm not saying the Bible's not important or prophecy is not in the Bible, but for a lot of folks, all that stuff is a a waste of time, and folks get so caught up in it they can't focus on the here and now. They focus on the sweet by and by.
That's what it is. We victims, we gonna be good in the future. That's how come I want to put that comment up. All right. If more, because I said, what we going to do if more stuff come out, more rabbis start saying, more professors start saying, that's how come I want that. Oh boy, I'm telling y'all right now, I want them to debate. I'm gonna pull that thing up here. I want them to debate, and I would want to have it over here. Sinetta ain't gonna do the comment section right. The rabbis, the seminarian professors. Oh, it's some folk coming by. Gorilla Hebrew and them, they don't want to get on here. They get on here with Dr. Brown. It's gonna be a lot of professors that want to talk, a lot of historians. It's gonna be a lot of folk that got some questions. And y'all know how I'm gonna throw everything on the screen. So watch the debating going on. I'm gonna have that thing jumping. Matter of fact, let me stop this for a minute. I can wait.
And then hold on. Let me say something.
I can wait.
Yeah. Now, because that's why. Because see, somebody said sweet by and by shaking our head, but that's why we ask questions. What's the solution? Can y'all open school?
Let me. All right, hold on. Let me. My sister pull that thing back up. She said, "All right, if y'all are people, and the truth come out." And she said, part of her want to say, "All right, they lied. Y'all are people. What next? Where we go? What we do? Where the thinkers in Israel at? Where y'all at? They ain't on YouTube. I done had a bunch of them on my channel. They in the camps. Where they at?"
Because the whole thing is you have to wait for Messiah to come back to gather his people to go back into the land.
No, I want to see what y'all gonna do. Get money, get banks. Y'all gonna get reparations. Y'all gonna get y'all old land. Tell me what you gonna do. Because the church ain't been doing nothing. Y'all is the great ones. What y'all gonna do moving forward? What's the plan? Because all I hear, and I've been hearing for 4 years, is victimhood. We the people, they lying. And for years we've been asking, what's the next step? What y'all gonna do? Who got a plan? Who thinking in Israel? Who doing something in Israel? Straight way? Divine Prospect? I'm just asking.
Yeah.
And I see other ones crying about, we gotta have schools. We've been had schools. That's old to us. Every other church got a private school. Come on, show us what we're gonna do. Y'all so smart, y'all know so much in the church, ain't nothing.
Yeah,
show us what y'all gonna do. Y'all gotta show us the plan. And it can't be pseudo, it can't be garbage. I'm gonna pull up that video with that Laquan Kodash and all of that stuff. Gorilla Hebrew, is it true what I'm hearing? Gorilla Hebrew don't want to debate theology? I'm gonna play that video. Yeah. I don't know. They talking.
And and then bring up, and the whole thing is folks say that Israel, we got money, we got folks who have degrees, who got buildings, all that kind of stuff. So is there a network in place so folks can travel around and have some kind of protection because of Israel?
They ain't even got no creed. They don't even believe in the creeds. They don't believe in councils. This is crazy. What do y'all focus even asking? What do y'all believe so people can? What do y'all believe? Listen, we the people and white folk gonna die. Period. That's all they know. That's what they got in common besides that. They don't got the what they got in common besides that.
Yeah, and
somebody gonna say something stupid. 50,000 denominations. Come on with the stupid talk.
And that's
about anti. Let me bring up that other dude about. It's just all that. I'm just sick of the stupid statements. Oh, you can't be anti-Semitic. We the Semites and all that. That's stupid. Why that's stupid? Because y'all, what's the guy name that be interviewing everybody and y'all say, what's the black dude name be on YouTube? Everybody hate him. And say he hate his people.
Charleston White?
Not Charleston White, the older black man. And it recently
Jesse Lee Peterson.
Jesse Lee, they said Jesse Lee a black man and he hating on black. So what is this nonsense? But I don't want to skip the subject.
Yeah, hold on, but yeah.
I want to skip the subject. I wanna deal with that. What's coming out? If y'all are the people.
Yeah, because I see a brother put right here. He said Israel was never a religion, but why do y'all
that? Don't even listen to that. Don't even listen to that. That's nonsense. That's what I'm saying. I don't even like them statements. That's nonsense. It's an ethno-religious. This has always been that y'all had a temple, y'all had deity, y'all had holy days, y'all had altar, y'all had sacrifice. Stop the nonsense. Y'all had rules. Stop the nonsense. Y'all trying to sound deep and y'all not deep. I'm not even mad, but I'm just like, yo, if we're gonna go somewhere, let's go somewhere. Let's go somewhere. Stop all this repeating this nonsense that we just hearing on YouTube from our handlers. How Israel ain't a religious ethnos organization. How can that be?
And not only that, Berean, if it's not
the
a
Jews,
religious,
that's what I'm saying. The white Jew different. At least they holding up Moses high. They not crazy with it. Y'all are crazy with it. Or y'all just, you know why? A lot of them handlers is just on some black power. They just all they want to do is nation build. And some people, that could be the stage or where some of these YouTubers are at. They just want a nation build. In order to nation build, you just got to bring the people together. And nation building, truth don't really weigh that much in nation building. Elijah Muhammad told y'all was from the tribe of Shabazz. They could tell y'all anything. Truth doesn't make a difference. So that's like when they talk about Masonic lore. Was it real? What happened to Hiram Abiff? You get them a legend. You get them lore. And we from another great planet from the tribe of Shabazz and a big head scientist. It don't mean nothing. It's lore. So what they doing when you nation building, you get a folklore. You don't have to be real. That's where that's some beef. I know y'all gonna say. Matter of fact, I'm gonna have to bring out some pseudo since I've been doing this in Israel. Y'all ain't got no pseudo. Type of one if you Israel and you don't think y'all ain't had no pseudo. Y'all funny, but it's now. It's in front of everybody. Now everybody watching. Now everybody watching. So everything y'all been saying, the world is watching right now. It better be true. It better be true. I hope it is. I hope it is.
Yeah, and then
but I don't like the correct pseudo. Where Esau come from, origin of the white man. Y'all ain't straightening that out. Y'all don't want to straighten it out. Why? It's law. They nation building. Truth doesn't make a difference. Some people want truth. You'll hear a few people here and there, but for the most part, being that y'all are one people, nobody is really shooting down that Esau thing is the origin of the white man in the earth. Of course, if Yap Gang and them could prove, that's what I'm saying, they not on y'all, they not y'all friends. That's why y'all got to treat them that way. Y'all don't want that truth. They trying to bring science and scripture and prophecy and everything together. Y'all handlers don't want that. And they control your mind so you won't want that. So what the handlers do, got to speak against them. Why? Because there's one that's going against skin color. Now a few people say, well, skin color ain't in Israel. Skin color ain't in Israel. And man, listen, y'all, it's funny out here. It's funny out here. And people can't even think for themselves because they're in the personality. Because I like this channel, I like that channel. So you like certain people, but when you like people, you get the grabbing their biases. You grab a lot of people used to say, listen, whatever. If you get mentored by a pastor, you get mentored by a bishop. Sometimes you pick up the good and you pick up their bad or their prejudices or whatever because you've been trained by that one pastor for 20 years. I'm just trying to have discussion. Can't even have discussion with a lot of you folk. That's how come I know y'all religion. Y'all religious. Your minds can't hear nothing. Nothing outside of we the people. You can't hear nothing else. You're not open to no other thoughts. And I'm going to show y'all something. I'm going to show y'all something with that. As a matter of fact, let me pull up that other video with Sakari trying to shoot down the Trinity. These folk don't even know the two powers in heaven there. I'm going to show y'all Israel. Listen, I'm going to tell y'all something right now. I'm not here playing with y'all. If your doctrine do not line up with the Israelites of that book, your doctrine is false. You hear me? That's who I'm following. I'm following them original Israelites in that book. And a lot of y'all, what they doing in One West and what them original Israelites doing, a lot of it ain't the same. Y'all think it's the same. Oh, let me pull my slides up. We're going to talk today. Y'all think it's the same. But it ain't. Then I'm going to show you. If y'all can't show and prove, if y'all can't show and prove it through the original Israelites, and they don't even want to get into the culture. Read! They didn't want to get into the culture to understand background and context and all of this stuff. These folk don't even understand language. They done made up a whole language. They said Guerrilla Hebrew don't want to debate that language. I'm telling you what they're saying. That's not a good look. Because that language come from Baba Shah and Ha. If that language ain't pseudo and y'all the truth and them people fake, the fake people don't read the real language, right? I can tell you what. Y'all got y'all scholars. I know there's a bunch of people in here read that Greek. Why? Because they New Testament ministers. They New Testament, they deal with that Greek. Y'all need to get to dealing with that real Hebrew in that book. and stop this nonsense. This is embarrassing now. But y'all don't care. Your handlers don't care. Keep going. I'll pull that video up. I'm gonna pull that video up.
Hey, Brian, I gotta sit wait for like a couple minutes.
All right, let me let this play. What if this thing is real? What are the second question? If this thing is real, what this guy is saying, Israel doing just what they supposed to be doing until Christ's return. Is all of y'all supposed to even be believing in the Messiah? Or like Gia just said, like Corey and Smart Christian Channel just said, the true Jews are blinded right now. Jews ain't, all y'all running around here believing Jesus. The Jews ain't supposed to believe in Jesus right now. Is that true? Because most of y'all coming here talking about y'all Israel and y'all what y'all. That's how they say it's a mixture. It's a mixture: black liberation, theology, Christianity, Freemasonry. It's a little bit of Kabbalah sprinkled in there. We don't know what y'all believe. Y'all believe a little bit of everything. I'm gonna let this play. Or could this be nervous? Could it be that myself and the church people are nervous? Well, because what I would have to ask, what effects would do a true awakening if it came out and this thing came out that y'all are the people and that we came over here in slaves, what would that do for the black church, to the black church? I put it all on the table, y'all. Ain't nobody trying to handle y'all mind. We put it all out here so we can discuss it. Fair use.
Huda,
Yeah, that's
short
fine.
today.
Yeah, that's fine. No problem at all. I'll go on even further to say this, that the slave trade is actually connected to Deuteronomy 28, because the majority of the slaves that were brought to the Caribbean islands and brought to the Americas were Ibu people, were people of Hebrew and Hebraic Israelite descent, if you will. And so if you read Deuteronomy chapter 28, it matches perfectly what happened to the Hebrew slaves, the black Hebrew slaves during the slave trade. It just matches it perfectly.
Back up now. I think we just rung a bell here. Hold up now.
Okay.
Hold up. Hold the presses.
Okay.
Hold up. I hope everyone is listening to this. This is you about to rock some boats now, Ben Yehuda there. Hold up now.
Is the black church, Elder Keith said we not nervous. Is the black church taking the awakening seriously? I want Dunamis to pull up that other video, or it's because is the black church taking the awakening seriously? Is it going to shift if more white bottles and rabbis and people of that nature start saying some things, start bringing out some history before the 1600s? That's not going to say everything has to be on the table. The 400 years, the pew, and the pews, the Hebrew, all of this stuff, because these are all pieces to the puzzle. Nobody can say something, then want to shut it down. We got to have ongoing conversations. Sometimes this thing will take a whole 2, 3, 4, 5 decades of information and research and people going back and forth and having dialogue. Real research. I'm going to let it play. Is the black church taking this thing seriously? And suppose they are the people. Suppose a lot of people that came over here are Israel. What's the church going to do? Elder Keith, you say you ain't nervous. What the church going to do? Because if it's fulfilling prophecy, oh no, then it's going to get theological positions, and then I don't know what dispensationalism, and is it going to rock the church? I know the gates of hell. I know drop my thing. I know my church people gonna say, oh, the gates of hell shall not prevail. Type of one if y'all can hear me. Drop my whole computer. That's what I get for. I pray I get a desk to bang on again. I ain't gonna tell my situation. But what do y'all think about that? Nothing to do. It ain't all right. All right, listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this. The black church in general don't take a lot of things seriously, sadly. So the black Hebrew Israelites is just another thing added to the list. Wow. What do y'all say about that? I'm gonna just what do y'all say? Alton, what do you think about this comment on the screen right here? Hold on a minute. Let me read something. Many black church members take it seriously, but they can't take these camp dudes because they don't understand. Oh man. All right, let me get the failures.
Listen to what he's saying here. So you
Are the camps? I know. Listen to what I'm saying, because y'all see what this guy said. Many church members take it seriously, but they can't take these camp dudes because they don't understand. Well, the camps, I'm just asking. Don't somebody just get to taking stuff and running a whole muck. Were the camps there to do the footwork and get the message out on the block? Was the camps there for that? And then you had what some people would call moderates to take it further, like where it needs to go now. Because I'm just looking at this popularity with this Kyrie and Kanye, and so now everybody, the world is watching. Y'all got the attention of jury. Nathaniel Lyon, them Jews had something to do down there in the city. He talking about they seen them and they turned around. It's the lies. It's the broad brush and it's the garbage. Our camps. Are the roles switching right now in Israel for where the awakening is going? Because it could be that, because right now the way it's going, all these folk, the world watching, they don't need the camps right now. I personally don't think you need the camps right now. We need some regular looking folk, not dressed all up, not all hollering and cussing and talking about raping folk and UFO, none of that. Now, moderates are to take it a different level where they can articulate it in the history, them Benaiah Israels and them people dropping documentaries and Ron Dalton and them. Is it that we're going to see a shift, that a shift needs to take place? The camps did their job, and I'm saying that their job is totally over. I'm just throwing it out there, y'all, for somebody to take this and chop it up and make it sound like I'm supporting camps and all this other stuff. I'm just saying, could it be that? And now this is the level where people are looking. So they're looking to Ron Dalton. They looking to Benaiah Israel. They looking to different people that got documentaries that's dropping videos that's talking more about the history. Not hollering Esau gonna die, I can't wait to rape you and all this other crazy stuff. And the world needs to watch them. Y'all can say what y'all want. Ron Dalton and them, Ron Dalton under the microscope with that book. But this is how it needs to be. Y'all think that? Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there. Everything got to come under the microscope. Everybody been dropping documentaries. What's that? Deborah and her husband, all them people talking all that stuff. I hope it ain't pseudo. I want Gorilla Hebrew and Dr. Brown to debate. Oh, I want that because more people are watching than y'all can ever imagine. I've been telling y'all, don't come around here. Different people watching. They want to know. They want to, but y'all just so, that's how come I don't even throw the link out there for everybody. We'll see. We'll see.
saying that there's a great chance, or more so, that the black people that links directly to the slave trade are from the lost tribes of Israel. Is that what you're saying here, sir?
Yes, I am. Now, granted, I will qualify that I don't. Wait a second. I don't believe that everything.
Hey yo, Alton, look at GSA. The church already have enough problems. Hebrew Israelites, which is that Hebrew Israelites is not essential. They need to be born again just like everybody else. I disagree. I think the New Age movement and the awakening is two of the very in the black church in this country. I think this awakening is something that needs more attention paid to it. Now that's how I'm saying. Now that we hear Kanye and basketball players and stars and rappers, Nick Cannon, and people saying stuff, it's gaining a popularity. People are going to look for answers automatically. They look up the scholar Vocab Malone, who's an expert in it because he already got a body of work. So people have been getting in touch with him as soon as this stuff hit the news. I think the church should have been dropped a documentary. Well, you know, when we that whole apologetic thing was going for I think, listen, y'all heard other people have said it. What's the guy on it with Vocab? He said the church been slow with stuff. David Woods, that's his name of the guy to do the documentary. He said the church been slow with some stuff. Jay, the producer, just said the same thing. Fair use.
Single black person is Hebraic or Jewish, but I'm saying that the majority of the slaves involved in the slave trade were Hebrews.
These people knew exactly who they were buying and selling, both the Africans and the Europeans. The Europeans, which are the Romans went after 70 AD, they went conquering, and they done hid themselves under different nationalities after they done conquered the native people that were in those lands in Europe. Hid themselves under the French, under the British, under the Portuguese. They're the same exact Romans. And all they're doing is continuing the agenda that was put in place in 70 AD. When they came down there looking for the Israelites. It's the same exact agenda. And carrying it forward to today. It's the same exact agenda. They knew exactly who they were aiming for. It's not by coincidence that all the history matches up perfectly with the Bible prophecies. It's not a coincidence. And then they push a doctrine on you in church talking about it doesn't matter. So then you never go and look for this information. Now you see exactly why they don't put none of this in Black history, why they don't go prior to the 1600s. You start digging prior to the 1600s, and then you find out you come or descend from the Igbo tribe. You start doing your research. Well, let me find out a little bit more about this Igbo tribe. Then you find out that the Igbo tribe are known as fact descend from the 12 tribes of Israel.
That's how come I said more ongoing conversation need to be done. Y'all see Damon Richard came on here and said, was basically telling these folk they're not really connected like that to what to the slave trade, not really connected like that to Israel. Hope need to talk. It's a lot of stuff to sift through. Covey said, what does it even matter to be Israel? What does it even mean to be Israel? I'm going to put my sister thing back up. Covey and what my sister posted in here. What does it even mean to be Israel? You the people, now what? And I guess in light of Israel, all Israel ain't, I don't know. You the people, now what? In what way is Israel to be a light to the nations? That's not fair, y'all. Who in Israel that's on YouTube can articulate that? Not just holler we the people, Esau dead, the devil reign coming to an end, in slavery, the Christmas, not that nonsense. Who's the intellectual? We're the thinkers in Israel. One thing I can say, Pastor Green he wasn't even involved. He didn't even know this thing existed, not this zoo. I think it was Abu who said, other people said that they know people and they deal with the language and they, like intellectual Israelites, but they not even on YouTube mess around like this. This hollering and this back and forth. And who y'all look up to, they seem to be handlers. They don't seem to be really open to be questioned, to press, I don't know. I don't know. I ain't the sharpest knife in the drawer, but I know something ain't right in Israel. I can tell y'all that right now, something ain't right. Maybe people got their own agenda and some people are just nation building and they're just hustling. They just, they just want to, and there's nothing wrong with that. They doing a service. They're giving y'all videos, documentary. They're giving y'all good talk. It's nothing wrong with giving. It's nothing wrong with giving this blessing. And they going in and that's all that they want to do. So maybe that's what it is. And it's just different people. Some people, to take it to that level, like steps going up. You got one step here, and the camps were one step, and it's another step. And that's where these, what people will call moderates. That's another step. But you got to have people. A third step would be debaters. You got to have people to debate, to research, to deal with this information. You got to have a platform open where these people can talk, where these people can think about stuff, where these people can ask questions. You got to have people dropping books and documentary. You got to have all of this stuff. You got to have planners. The sons of Issachar, they were wise for their time, and they knew what Israel ought to do. Where are they? Where are they? It's a lot. All right, let me stop this right now. I don't know if Dunamis is back yet. I can't wait. I'll get to the other stuff later on. This is supposed to be a part 2, but we're going to just interject this right here. We just got to interject this right here. Let me see where this thing is at. Nope, that's not it. Tell me I got it on here somewhere. All right. We got to say that now. We only heard it from one side. I know with emails, and then it's another person, because Vocab was kind of like the go-between, I guess you could say. But I'm going to I'm gonna hit Jordan. Thank you in the super chat. I'm gonna hit Jordan. Do me a favor. Let me put this up here. Hold on a minute. Let me put this up here. We're gonna play this. We're hearing what Dr. Brown have to say. I don't believe he would lie on anything here, but based on this, we're gonna see what's what. Let me see. You read that. Dunamis, you back? All right, he ain't back up. That's old covenant. In the new covenant, they were blinded until the time of the Gentiles fulfilled, until Christ returns. They stumbling at the rock. I don't understand what you're trying to say because of what Gia said. Are we in the time of the Gentiles right now, Gia? Because Gia and Corey, I heard the guy from Smart Christian Channel say that most of y'all run around in this awakening, y'all believe in Jesus. The real Israel is supposed to be blinded to Jesus until the time of the Gentiles is fulfilled. Listen to this. Israel, wait a minute. Israel not in no position to be a light, as y'all can see. Absolutely so. I agree. I could not. Absolutely. A light to who? A light to who? The world? Before this thing got out in front of the world, I wanted to just say, all right, we got to try to figure this out. Y'all got to, what do y'all believe? Get this thing together. Now it's out there. I'm going to show y'all all the people that's stepping up now to speak against this fake Black Hebrew Israelite movement, this pseudo movement, all this other stuff. Matter of fact, let me stop, Brent. I'm going to let it go ahead and play. I'm going to show y'all a series of people. So for that, I can say, because y'all busy, because y'all slow. Y'all think it's urban apologists. Israel, y'all did something for the church. Y'all did something for some folk. Oh, you got some folk coming out the woodworks to discuss y'all. I'm talking about believers. And they ain't apologists, but y'all keep being dumb and focusing on the apologists. And watch how TikTok get to jumping with regular believers that don't even know, they not considered apologists. Keep playing stupid. Keep playing dumb. Keep being slow. But I take my hat off to y'all for that y'all have stirred some people in the church. I gotta salute y'all on that one. Let's listen to this thing.
I want to give you an update in detail on a Hebrew Israelite leader that responded to my invitation to do a public debate. And I want to go through some interaction that I had with Vocab Malone. All right. So he's mediated this. So this was an email, and I've got all the info except the actual email addresses. This was sent to me by Vocab Malone Wednesday, December 7th, 2022. Subject: leader of the Sicarii sect. Dr. Brown, Al-Azhar Ben Lawa says he accepts. Let me know if you want to be involved to advise or set up. All right. So, yeah, I'm sorry. That was okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me. I just gotta. You missed a whole bunch. She said, "What I miss?" I gotta just. I wanted these two right here. Look at this. If it's pseudo, it will be stopped. But if it's of Yah, man cannot stay his hand. That's not true. There's a lot of intellectuals worried about the internet right now and how much revisionist history and pseudo is on the internet. Oh, it's plenty in Christianity, but this Donald Trump thing and these conspiracies and all this nonsense, pseudo garbage and nonsense has hit the White House with the president. Talking pure crazy. And you got a whole bunch of these good old Christians out here believing it. Pseudo nonsense ain't going nowhere. Pseudo with the internet, people aren't doing real, people don't even know what research is. People just watch some videos and they just take a position. We have more internet, we have more pseudo spreading right now than any other time in the history of the world with conspiracies and the internet. And there's great thinkers that's wondering what we're doing. Some people still saying buy a book, learn how to research, and look at this one, right? So you've seen that you seen that comment, right? Look at this one. We do not debate with Elohim. What nonsense is this? That's Bible thumping nonsense. Your own book tells you you ain't Israel. Your own book tells you to give an answer. To speak in defense. Your own book from Israelite. That's how come I say I follow Israelites. I don't follow y'all. I don't trust y'all. I'm going to tell you the truth. I don't trust y'all. I trust them Israelites who wrote that book. Israelites wrote that book, say, speaking in defense of something. Early Israelites were Paul and them. They would write, they would speak apologetically. Early church stayed with polemics. Why we stand and believe what we believe. So it's that nonsense, right? It's that Bible thumping nonsense right there that we don't need. Folk want to know, and if folk want to know, you need to, according to scripture, you need to give every man an answer. That's Bible. I don't know. Y'all different. Y'all say y'all Israel, but y'all different from them folk in that book. That's all I can say. Fair you.
December 6th, actually. And then December 7th was the response. So then I responded, thanks for letting me know. That is great news. First, could you let him know I'm in India right now? I'll be gladly in touch when I get back. But for the moment, ask him what are his number 1 or 2 or 3 top subjects that he would like to debate so we can agree on the subject matter. And then ask him what format he'd be most comfortable with for fairness. Also, if you could let me know who he is and the group that he leads, that would be helpful too. So let me play you the video now where this gentleman, he just plays a clip from my show where I'm saying, hey, I'm happy to interact with anyone that's recognized as a Hebrew Israelite leader. In other words, I want to be fair. Want the person, if we're going to have a formal debate, let them be a recognized leader so it's fair to their position. So he plays that whole clip, unedited, and then let's listen to his response. So this goes back to about a month ago.
Okay, so he said you got to be a recognized Hebrew Israelite leader in order for him to take this fade. And he wants it to be formally moderated on a large platform, on a neutral platform. That's what he said, right? Okay, well, I am, just for the record, to state my credentials, okay? Chief Priest Al-Azhar Ben Loyeda Sakari. I'm a recognized leader in this community. Also, my second in command, my esteemed colleague, Deacon Akai Goyam, another one who is a recognized leader. You can go and ask the people you're familiar with, who he run with, Alton Johnson, who else? He's buddy with Vocab Malone as well as I. Who else? Name me some other people that he's down with. James White, Dr. James White. Okay, well, he knows me. They know us. They know our pedigree. They know that we are established, recognized leaders in the Israelite community. We're not the only ones, but we want to just go on the record now and say that we're accepting your challenge. Since you're making the demand of it being in a neutral setting and a moderated debate, I would recommend the House of Consciousness, Sonetta TV, to actually host it, as he's neutral. He's not a believer in the Most High. He identifies with, ancient Kemet and things of that nature, but he does host, builds debates with people from variant beliefs. Vocab Malone, he has been featured on this platform and been, represented and allowed to.
Y'all think Sonetta be fair? Because say what you want, Sonetta on that Black Power. You think Sonetta gonna be fair? Sonetta got a history with the Israelites. I'm just putting it out there. You think Sonetta be fair? And the reason that I'm saying this is because when we deal with and take it from somebody that know a little something about that Black Power. Black Power is Black Power is strong, Baker, in the African American community. I beef with Israelites and this and that, but there's a lot of Black Power among regular Christians. Saying, listen, these white folk, you can't trust these white. I'm talking about Christians. I'm talking about regular old Christian, good deacons, good pastors, elders in the church and everything. Just have them side conversations. Black Power is something else. And this is that's the hurtful thing, but this is just the reality. This is just the reality of what we're dealing with. Is it kingdom? Is it proper? Is it right? Most of the time, they're not gonna say it in front of anybody else. But they really on there, listen, no matter what, you got to keep an eye on these white folk. I'm just telling y'all the truth. I'm just telling y'all the truth. Now, these other folk, they just ignorant enough to get out here and get to just a whole nother level with it. But I don't know. Sonetta's on that Black Power. That's all I can say. Black Power, Black Power, Black Power.
Speak and, things of that nature on that platform. And it's a very expansive platform, does huge numbers. And we would be more comfortable seeing that it is a Black platform, frankly. So that's what I'll say, and that's what I'll put out there. It doesn't 1000% have to be Sonetta, right? But I'm just throwing that out there because it's neutral, but it's Black. And, that's our official response to him saying he wants an Israelite to come debate him.
Wonderful. So we're in the process of setting that up. I just want to give you the further update, and I appreciate that very much. Appreciate you doing the video, putting that out. So Vocab then wrote to me. The only topic he suggested was this gentleman, the legitimacy of European Jews. That's literally what he said. Of course, it doesn't leave him defending anything. Legitimate needs to be defined, and he probably means Ashkenazi. He says he's more interested in historical rather than theological.
All right, bring him back.
Okay, so Dr. Brown is not saying Guerrilla Hebrew is not backing down. I don't know why. I don't know why there's a good bit of people saying that Guerrilla Hebrew, like he chickened out of the debate. This is not that. So you're hearing it from, we didn't hear his side, but you're hearing this from Dr. Brown and Vocab was the middleman. I tell you, we spoke, and when I was asking him, because I want to hear this thing happen, and then he mentioned the channel having it on here and everything. Just so it's we trying to work some stuff out, but listen to this, and I'm gonna ask y'all. I want y'all to hear it. Then I'm gonna ask y'all a couple of questions. Tell me what y'all.
Vocab emailed and said, personally, I'd like to see them defend their version of Hebrew, Lashon Kodesh, the way they would put it. And then Vocab has an idea for a platform, Christian platform, Brother Berean, etc. And then maybe we could do a joint stream on several at the same time. Let's get out to the maximum audience. As long as everyone feels it's fair. The gentleman I'm going to debate feels it's fair. I want everyone to feel it's fair, right? That
And now when we start dealing with that fair, you want to make sure it's fair. You want to make sure it's fair.
Yeah, that's this gonna. But the whole standpoint is
fair on Sonetta. Well, because I'm concerned with this comment section is different. Sinetta whole comment section is Black Power. So even y'all, because y'all remember, even Polite ain't even going for that stuff. But when he started beefing with Harry, he started saying, "Listen, a lot of our people feel A, B, C, and D." So once Europeans coming around, them same whole Chepians, they're gonna ride with the Israelites and they're gonna get disrespectful in the comment section. They on Black Power. They don't care about truth. They don't care about the gospel. They don't care about nothing. They listen. White folk are wicked. Medicine, the whole Black Power movement feel that, including the camps. The camps are Black Power.
Hey, Breen, because we seen how even Pastor Bennett, how he gets treated on there. He defending the gospel and sign that all the time. How he gets treated during debates. It took years before some folks were like, you know what, we might be a little heavy-handed against Pastor Bennett. Or like the other day with Jabari with that quote. How some folks like, yeah, Jabari not coming right with that quote. But still coming on, banging against him. So, Sinetta ain't. And then even Sinetta, there's a whole thing with how they feel about Israelites. How when someone comes on that's Israel, they just back Israel no matter what.
Come on. But listen, Guerrilla Hebrew and them, I'm telling y'all don't know, boy. We've been on the. It's just listen. Some folk, I'm gonna tell you what. Some folk, when they start having debates to win a debate in these folk mind, what them handlers will do, it's winning the debate, dealing with scholarship and the information, and it's winning the debate in the eyes of the people. We've seen that. No matter if Guerrilla Hebrew got on there and lost the debate, or let's say Dr. Brown mopped the floor with him, it don't make a difference because everybody is Black Power and there's so much Israel in there. They're gonna say he won anyway, and that's the people. And this is just how it is in the eyes of the people. That's how when it's a big case, they want to have a change of venue because the eyes of the people, that person is guilty already. How can he have a fair trial? That person is already guilty. He coming on as a white man, and they are the whole Black Power movement. Like, man, white folk can't be trusted. White folk are the devil. Been teaching that for years, and Israelites are part of that. They teaching that too.
And Breen, don't forget too, he's a Jew.
And he's a Jew. And he's a Jew. And after that, I wish they would get after that, I'm going to have a special with Yap Gang. I'm going to have a special after that debate. He want to debate that. I'm having a special. Because they pushing that. How I know it's Black Power and y'all got the residue of Black Power because y'all are listening to them camps, tear down the Jew, tear down European, tear down everybody and say you don't believe it, but you love it. You love it. So a lot of y'all got that camp stuff based on Black Power. White folk ain't nothing. That's what y'all feel deep in your. It's part of the sin nature. It's attached to the sin nature. I understand it. Matter of fact, Red Letter. Let me play that. Red Letter sent me something talking about they trying to cancel Kevin Hart because he was saying the Egyptians were black or something to that effect. And then at the bottom of the email, he said, "I'm done with everything white." I know how people feel. But where is that coming from? Look at Bruce now with his nonsense, Berean. So you should trust the white venue. So what you're saying is that vocab being a white racist is fair. As you can see, vocab is trying to structure the terms and the topics. I wouldn't do it.
But hold on. So Bruce, the topics that vocab selected, are they not essential?
Did vocab selected, or this vocab is just the middleman between Guerrilla Hebrew and Dr. Brown?
Yeah.
When I hit vocab, I said, "Yo, what's going on with the debate?" Vocab suggests, he said, "Maybe we could do it on your platform. How would you structure it?" He ain't trying to control nothing. Guerrilla Hebrew's the one talking about the terms. You're wrong on that, Bruce. Go ahead.
But I don't know, because this was something you feel that conscience with Bruce. So Bruce, when you got a black defendant, when you got someone that got hammed up, and you see the jury is mainly white folks, they got a white prosecutor. Do you say, you know what, y'all, this ain't fair, we got to change the venue, all that kind of stuff, or you just trying to get the dude convicted? That I don't know. That's That's that stuff. Sometimes do we have a fair scale? But nah, the topics it seem like this is what from what Dr. Brown has seen and heard, dealing with some of the camps, the virgin birth and all that kind of stuff. These are essentials that they deny. What's essential? Wow, that's crazy. What's essential? Are those people in the land real Jews? But it goes back to the question. That goes back to the question that was asked earlier. If they lied, then what's next? That's crazy. That's what y'all feel is essential.
All y'all looking to do is disqualify them folk. That's all y'all want to do is disqualify them folk. If they converts or if they were whatever. But then other black folk that didn't go through the slave trade, y'all still saying they Israel. Anybody black y'all accept as Israel. Dark skin, these Indians, y'all are, there's a whole muck with these folk. All they know is white folk are wicked and they hate white folk.
But even
the heart is the truth. Man, listen.
But then, Marie, if the whole standpoint is the Most High has to reveal these things, judge about how things are blinded, it's like, so if Dr. Brown, oh yeah, y'all are right, they fake. Is that going to stop aid to Israel? Is that going to stop? Oh my, I don't. So what's going to happen? Because I think that question needs to be asked again. What's going to happen if the truth, quote, the truth comes out that all them folk over there are fake? It does.
This is a lie. This is a lie. This is the crazy stuff. We've been acknowledged Sammy Davis. Who in the black community told Sammy Davis he wasn't a Jew? We've been forever knew them Ethiopians was Jews. Nobody denied that. What is you talking about? I got to talk my King's English. What is you talking about? And y'all want everybody that's black to be Israel. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hold on. What you ask? So that's the whole. That's so crazy because the whole standpoint is, as far as I've seen, you might have some folks who come on here who deny.
All white folk ain't trying to be English.
No,
that's what they trying to push on me. Oh, and then with that reverse. Oh, hey, no, the black man can't be the black man. Listen, this is a new day. This is a new day. The world watching. That little nonsense y'all come right around here with, it ain't gonna work. Who it is we're gonna take it to the next level for the world? That's my question right now. Who in Israel? Not this nonsense y'all come on this channel and talk about. Not this nonsense. That's not gonna be asking who got a plan. What's the plan? Let's hear the plan. Or all of y'all are just the merchandise that the handlers, the YouTubers with the channel, and those writing books. Y'all are the ones that they selling the books to. So y'all ain't got a mind to know what the next level is. Whatever my handler say, my handler, my captain, my camp leader say, whatever they say. Who's thinking in Israel in here? What is there to do? What's the next level?
Like for example, right? Like for the Tuskegee experiments. Once it was found out that it happened, what happened? What was done? When there's certain things that the government has done to so-called blacks in America, with an action taken afterwards, or for some situations, folks found out the truth and nothing happened. All it was just a talking point. And then when folks tried to build something to come together, folks felt some type of way. Man, that's the whole standpoint. Folks are gonna get emotional. Even if the case is that them folks are fake, all it's gonna be is a talking point and a rally point. Nothing's still gonna happen. Because the standpoint from the theology, you still have to wait for the Messiah to come for the real action to occur. You can't do anything. And then from the social political standpoint, what are folks going to do? Are they going to go to the land and kick them out? Are they going to go over the land and break up treaties and all that kind of stuff? If you say that these folks have been lying for years, so what does it matter to them if the truth comes out? It doesn't make any sense.
We trying to help these folk. We trying to help y'all. Don't let this awakening just be another Black Power movement like the Nation of Islam, the Moor Science Temple. They had their time. They went away. What Farrakhan did, what the Moors did. They had their time. They went away. This awakening got the chance if it is of God. This is nothing. If this thing is of God, this is nothing like the Nation of Islam. But running around here with this behavior that I'm seeing right here, this just gonna be a regular, just gonna be like the Moral Science Temple, just gonna be like the Nation of Islam. What great impact did the Nation of Islam do? And what great impact in the earth? If the promises, if y'all reading that book right, let me leave these folk alone. They don't know.
Because the whole
y'all, Ferber Charity said it best. Y'all ain't even in no position to lead nobody right now. Not right now. Let the king lead. Let the king reinstitute the feast days and all of that stuff. Because this nonsense y'all doing, this nonsense y'all running around here doing, this ain't that. Most of y'all are just YouTube Israelites. Y'all ain't changed y'all name. Most of y'all y'all ain't never been to a feast with y'all ain't with no congregation. This is a grassroots thing. Are you going to help it go to the next level? What are you doing as individuals?
But the whole standpoint is this goes back to I hate to bring it up, but this goes back to Pastor Jay's point. If you're in the land of your captivity as a punishment, for you to try to make changes for yourself, are you going against the will of God, the will of Yah? And now the whole standpoint is, to me, folks saying this ain't a religion, but it's tied to theology. A wait on the upcoming Messiah, is that religion or what's that? That's a spiritual system.
I don't know. You should be the head and not the tail. Y'all supposed to already be planning because there's promises in that book. Say what you want, them light-skinned folk. Them light-skinned folk that say they the people of the book, they moving like they the people of the book.
Hold on, and then the whole. Here goes this, brother. All American blacks as a whole, the real Israelites, and not just converts. Yes or no? Genetically, are y'all a homogenous group? Genetically, to say y'all come from one tribe or one people group, or are there people who are genetically different? To say that not all so-called blacks in America are even come from the same group, let alone Israelites. You have folks who've been in West Africa before Israel even existed. Before Abraham met Sarah, there have been people in West Africa. So, I don't know, man.
Alton said them light skinned folk trying to rebuild a temple. Y'all running around here talking about Jerusalem, ain't even Jerusalem. Y'all folk just different. That's all I'm saying. Just don't and then Bruce, don't be a victim. Just don't, because a good bit of people that come on, like almost 80-90% of the people that come on this channel, they just come on and cry what the white man did, woe was me, wicked America gonna fall. How long are you gonna go around that mountain? No, Babylon, Daniel wasn't. But listen, y'all, I don't know.
And then so they say they want a straight answer, yes or no. Are they as a whole Israel or not? No, not all so-called Black American Israelites. That's not hard.
Absolutely not.
Y'all are fitting into curses and using the Bible, y'all interpretation of the Bible. But then when you look into that's like folks say with Noah's Ark. The Noah's Ark exists. And then folks will have geologists that look at the rocks and all that kind of stuff. Look at the different levels, the Grand Canyon. Folks trying to go to Mount Ararat, you know what I'm saying? Taking drone footage and all that kind of stuff, saying that there's something there. You have folks that look at the Earth rotation, all that kind of stuff. Because they made a claim, they're taking a claim from the Bible about Noah's Ark and the flood, and then doing research into it. You're saying that all so-called blacks over here are Israelites. How do you show and prove? If you just use the Bible as your show and proof, right? Going beyond the matters of faith, one, the Bible alone is circular reasoning, just using that alone in this context. Two, what other things can you use? One would have to be genetics. If you are what your father is, if you're using what you are what your father is, folks don't match up to that. Guerrilla Hebrew, his haplogroup was R. So it's like, what are y'all saying? All black folks, so-called black folks over here aren't Israelites. No.
That's how come they don't want DNA. Them folk don't want no DNA. They DNA gonna prove they whole white folk. They white folk. Y'all are Europeans. Some of y'all running around even leading these camps. A lot of y'all pushing this awakening, got these YouTube channels. Your DNA ain't lining up. Your DNA ain't up. What you gonna do then? You convert, you ain't bloodline. Now you've been dedicated. You've been dedicated. Is God gonna give you the same blessing you convert?
That's and then folks, and
Oh,
then,
God, I love it. They don't want that. They don't want
Man,
society. Oh, y'all are manipulators.
yeah.
Now y'all want to shoot down and fight and beef with them dudes, Yap Gang and them about DNA. Y'all funny today. Oh God, that made my belly hurt.
And
This is funny.
Then this dude. So who are the real Israelites then? Can you prove it's scripture and history? It's crazy because folks hear what they want to hear.
Bible thumpers. These is religious Bible thumpers. They don't even know the whole culture. They don't even know their own Hebrew language. They got to make up a language.
And
you the people, y'all not gonna take Israel to the next level. Not you thumpers. Not y'all. Y'all don't love it enough to go to school and learn the language. Y'all don't love it enough to be fair with history and science and research. Y'all don't love it enough. Y'all not lovers of the truth. We the people. You just grab anything. What that brother said, pull up that other video with that other brother talking about all the names and them countries and all that. Y'all do anything.
I'm trying to find it. Because the whole
he said y'all gonna have the whole world laughing at y'all. That's okay. They laughed at us, they laughed at Christ, they mocked Christ. No. Y'all being mocked for silliness. Y'all being mocked for foolishness that could be avoided. Why don't you do it? Why can't we examine anything in Israel? Why it has to 400 years got to be locked down and closed off? But now y'all put it out there. The world don't care about your handlers. Ron Dalton and all them folk the world don't care about y'all handlers. And they're gonna get that work. I hope y'all don't get out here and embarrass yourselves. I want it to be true for God's sake and y'all. I want it to be true. But if it's going to be true, why don't you separate the wheat, separate the garbage truck juice, separate the trash? No, y'all eat up anything. Hitler loved us, and Hitler said we the true. All this, yo, I'm so hurt. I feel like crying. The nonsense I done heard on this channel. And people dead serious. This is what I get, though.
And then Marine, they folk act brand new. Like folks have been out here saying that, yeah, there are those in so-called blacks in America who might be Israelites, who are Israelites.
Folk Ben said that. Folk Ben said that. Y'all want to make the whole black community Israel. That's what y'all trying to do. Then that other brother, I'll never forget him. I'll never accept this nonsense. Oh, them dirty, filthy black Africans, he said. I'm like, wow. So that's what we doing. I agree with the other brother. A lot of y'all supremacists. Y'all got them white folk talking points. Y'all got them white supremacist talking points in your mind. Y'all are blackface and y'all talking about Israel, but them talking points y'all got, they supremacists. They British Israelism. They white supremacists. Y'all on black power, white supremacists. The hell, I ain't never seen this before. But go ahead. I'm going to get me some ice cream.
Let's get our minds right. Because the brother saying, so can't you tell me who is? That's y'all next talking point. The whole standpoint is don't bribe brush and make everyone that. What did Christ say? The measure you judge someone, so you shall be judged. When we take the same measures that folks are using and take it to the Igbo people who folks descend from, used as their lineage to be in Israel, the curses don't line up in the matter folks are saying. And then folks finally understand how Igbos are being treated in Nigeria and how bad they're being treated. But the whole standpoint is we're the slave ships. Then folks want to say you don't need all the curses. So it seems like folks, when somebody say the UA moving goalposts, that is that they're folks in Israel moving goalposts because it doesn't line up for the entire diaspora. All the curses don't line up. But it is what it is.
And you
right?
the enemy when you want to examine it. And the thing that got me scared, how I know this thing is extremely dangerous, when Israelites, not urban apologists, that's Christians, that's hating on the awakening, when Israelites want to question something, how they get bastardized. When Israelites within your own company, within your own nation, you'll disrespect them, but they can't see it. Y'all keep playing with them. Y'all keep playing with them handles if y'all want to. I know what's going on in Israel. I know what's going on in Israel. A lot of y'all ain't thinking. But that's religion, though. A lot of y'all ain't thinking. Church folk, the leadership gonna handle it. A lot of y'all ain't thinking. Y'all, yeah, I'm gonna just leave these folk alone.
Yeah, that's the same when the Cardinals and the Catholic, come
on, bro. Come on, bro.
And that wicked RCC folk.
They running around here want to talk about the Catholic Church and cult behavior. They've been manipulating and ruling the people. That's what y'all say the Catholic Church do, right, Bruce? The same thing in Israel. Them same people you running around here. Oh, and these people and Bruce, all them same people. You go ahead, bro. Deal with your handlers. Do your handlers want to have open conversation with people you look up to so much, Bruce? Or do they want to criticize and shoot down? Yeah, gang. They want to criticize and shoot down Black Cats. They can shoot down me. They can shoot down them urban apologists. They can shoot them down because they're the church, they're the ops. They can shoot them down. Y'all shooting down y'all own people that want to just bring truth out, that just have a different opinion. Boy, listen, I'm good with this religion. You fool these folk running around here talking about this. I'm good with this religion. That religion y'all got with them handlers controlling y'all, be it the Catholic Church, be it Israel on YouTube with the Awakening, or be it Jim Jones, don't make a difference. I'm good. I'm good. I'm thinking outside. I'm thinking for myself. I'm thinking outside that I'm questioning everything. Oh, you could, and they got it so hemmed up, you can't even question. Oh, because I'm questioning your ass. This Berean talking, because I'm questioning you. Oh, all of a sudden I hate all Israel. Boy, y'all can't even see the G. Y'all can't even see the G. Yo, I'm good. I'm good. I give up. I ain't part of this. I ain't part of none of this. I hate to see people get, but y'all want to be done like that because y'all not thinking. Y'all want to be done like that, so y'all gonna get done like that. Oh, he's speaking against us. No, he's speaking against you. He questioning you.
But and the hater brother.
I gotta put myself together. Let me go get me some ice cream.
So the brother saying, Igbo recognized as blood Israel, and they predominantly went on slave ship. Why not bring that out? That's the whole standpoint. We talked about the Igbos. Who recognized them as blood Israel? First and foremost, who recognized them as blood Israel? And why are they recognized as blood Israel?
And if your DNA ain't lining up, that's how come Jordan and them got to be careful what they saying with the Awakening, because if y'all running around here and y'all got whole white folk DNA, whole different DNA, and then ain't Israel DNA, what about all of the work? What about all of the work you put in? You ain't nothing but a convert. Oh God, I'm telling y'all right now, I gotta get my mind right, y'all. I gotta get my mind right. This is too crazy. That's all I can say. This is crazy. Go ahead. Let the video play or now here, this that religion. Y'all can't stop the awakening. The prophecies are true. Stop rejecting knowledge. We rejected. Oh, Father God, what am I into? I got to do more better. Go ahead, I'm muting myself.
And Hebrew origin to know part 1. The Hebrew people will often surname themselves after the God they serve. This is how we got names like Jeremiah, Nehemiah, Seraiah, Jeconiah, Hezekiah, etc. All naming themselves after Yah. If you ever took the time to scroll through the slave ledgers and look at the names that the slaves had before they were changed, you will find that most were Hebrew. If you're not familiar with Elohim of the Hebrews, maybe this script will help you. Psalm 68:4. Sing to Elohim, sing praises unto his name, extol him that rideth upon the heavens, by his name, Yah, and rejoice before him. See, not only will you find indigenous Hebrew names in the slave trade database, aka names are rather Yah or El as a prefix or suffix, you will even find the pronunciation of the name Yah hidden in some of the names of the countries where people will take it from, like Kenya, Algeria, Libya, Eritrea, Tunisia, Zambia, Namibia, Gambia, etc. Even the territory of South Africa, before Europeans dubbed it South Africa, was called in ancient times Azania. So how is that relevant? Well, the name is actually in the Bible. The name Azania, according to the Smith Bible Dictionary, means Azania, whom the Lord hears, the father or immediate ancestor of Yeshua the Levite in the time of Nehemiah. Even the Strong's Concordance reads as Azaniah from H238 and H3050, heard by Yah, Azaniah, an Israelite. See, even in the Kikongo family of Bantu languages, God is sometimes referred to as Yahweh or Yah-Abi. In Hebrew, Ab or Abba means father, and Yah is the name of God. So Yah-Abi means Yah is my father, or Yah is the father. The name Yah holds so much weight among certain Bantu tribes that they even named their elders Yah or Yah. This is how scholars and researchers who were searching for the lost tribes of Israel came to certain conclusions about Africa. For example, Dr. Alan H. Gabi, professor of divinity and Old Testament studies at Duke University, whose studies in search of the lost tribes led him to West, Central, and South Africa, which actually moved him to publish a work called The Lost Tribes of Myth, a suggestion towards rewriting Hebrew history. Gabi penned a map in his book showing the locations of Hebrew tribes in Africa. As you see, the Landa Jews, the Mavumbu Jews, the Santome Jews, B'nai Ephraim, the Dahomey Jews, the Jewish Kingdom of Ghana, Lam, Levite cities, etc. But then near the Congo, he writes, pre-exile Yahwism. Yahwism? What's Yahwism? Well, Yahwism, as dubbed by Europeans, is the worship of Yahuwah in the ancient Israelite kingdoms of Judah and Israel. In a critical review of Gabi's book by the University of Chicago Press, Solomon B. Freehoff wrote the following in the Journal of Religion. The quote, lost tribes question is only a point of departure for a detailed study of Hebrew origins, Jewish dispersion, and worldwide propaganda for Yahoo worship. And the
Hidden history they
had
don't
Hebrew
want
origin.
you to know part.
Read conversation means that's what was hold on. Conversation means nothing if not converted to Christ. So according to Romans 9, they're not Jews, they're Gentiles. All right.
Why is he using New Testament? I don't understand. What covenant do they think they're on? Oh my God. In the old, why is it, this is where like Tobias Singer, he bangs on Christians.
Yes.
Who use well the Bible says what verse? In Revelation, he doesn't accept that as canon. It's crazy.
And for the record, and listen, if you're not Israel and you think you're Israel, but you believe on the Lord, it doesn't make a difference. It doesn't make a difference anyway. If I'm Israel and I think I'm African, I'm gonna make it in the kingdom anyway. Y'all understand? That's how come it's not that. So people want to get offended. It's not that serious. But I'm gonna throw some stuff out there. I'm gonna put some. We have to look at some stuff. If it's true, what we gonna do? And this is what I tell the church people.
That's the whole point. And then the whole standpoint is, now if we want to go back through the names that he listed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Will we find clear-cut history to the Israel, or we gotta Frankenstein it? Because Azania, okay, there's Azania in the Bible. Who is Azania in the Bible? And does that relate to Azania in South Africa? Or do we have to just make a claim because they have the same name? That goes into the keyword search doctrine. Fervent Cherry said we got to read it slow. Let me read it slow because Fervent Cherry.
Let me pull up that. Let me hold on. Let me see where this thing at.
Yeah. Conversion means nothing if not converted to Christ. So according to Romans 9, they're not Jews, they're Gentiles. Whether the seed of Abraham or not, because Isaac was the promise. Those Jews that live by faith, not works. Fervent Charity, what does Romans 9 have to do with conversion? Converting to the old covenant. What does Romans 9 have to do with converting to the old covenant? And then you see this brother right here talking about some. And there's no non-Israelite conversion to being an Israelite. God killed conversion. Leviticus 25 kills conversion. They want the Israelite.
What?
They want the Israelite. That's where y'all. And then
we got to stop talking. We got to stop talking because this is. Now Jordan talking about the remnant, and I understand.
So what is the remnant of the righteous deal with the whole nation of Israel?
Bloodline, and you 29%, and you 29% white. Oh, Father God, if Jordan make it make sense. Jordan make it make sense. I'm scared to even put a link out there.
And how is the remnant different from all of Israel? What makes them different? What makes the remnant different from all of Israel? I know you're gonna go to Jesus.
Because what Fervent Charity said, what Fervent Charity said, converts came, only bloodline came on the slave trade.
Yeah, because that's where we gotta. We don't want to broad brush because we might be broad brush. We gotta be careful.
Yeah, no. Let me play.
Look at him. It's accepted even by. Oh, you got a massa by the small hats. See, here I go. The evils are recognized by blood. What did they do, Eli Yamwell, when they went over there? Yahweh. What did they do? Did they look at their customs and said that they're accepted or what? If you want to accept, I don't think y'all, it's like picking and choosing. Now y'all want to accept the rabbis and them folk about the Ebos.
Oh, wait, you got logos too, right? You home? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No,
I'm walking away for a second. Go ahead. I'm gonna walk away just for 2 minutes.
Let me see if I can find that Obu video because now folks want to accept the certain dealings with the rabbis.
Wait a minute. No. All right.
Go ahead.
Yes, Abu. Go ahead. 29% don't make me white. The Jews over there more European than me. So what's that mean? No, the thing is, if you, because you're dealing with remnant, what point are you original? That's my question. What point are you original with your DNA? Your Fervent Charity. Let me let some of this play. I know they're a couple of seconds behind. He's looking for another video.
That no one is manipulating the time or being unfair to the participants. That's the key thing. I wanted to be fair to everyone, that everyone feels secure that this is fair. And then we get it out to the maximum audience live and then thereafter. As for format, he said he hadn't really thought about it. All he said was 2 to 3 rounds, 15 minutes around, and a cross-examination.
When I found it,
you need to come up with something more.
All right. Did you hear about the Pasdin?
Greetings. Here's a question for you. Did you hear about the Psak Din?
Psak Din.
For those who don't know, a Psak Din is a type of legal ruling or judgment within Rabbinic Judaism. And on your screen is footage from a particularly famous, or some might say infamous, Psak Din from the late 90s, from almost a quarter century ago. And I'll share a link to the full video in the video description. But here, I'd like to jump straight to the conclusion of this legal ruling.
ועל כן מחויבים אנו לשמוע לכל אשר יאמר לנו מגדר חיוב לשמוע לדברי נביא, ובכלל זה שהוא מלך המשיח. אנו קוראים לכל אחד ואחת מישראל, הנשים נשים וטף, לקבל עליו את מלכות הרבי שליטה, מלך המשיח, ויתגלה אלינו מיד ממש. יחי אדוננו מורנו ורבנו, מלך המושיח לעולם ועד.
In case you didn't catch it, that Psak Din, that ruling, declared it obligatory to recognize Menachem Mendel Schneerson, the seventh Lubavitcher Rebbe, to be the long-awaited Messiah of Israel. And here's the text of that Psak Din. Note that it received more than a few signatures from various rabbis. So with all that in mind, here are a few questions worth pondering. What do you think the scope and reach of that Psak Din might have been, both inside and outside of the Jewish spectrum? Right? What percentage of Jews do you think felt obliged to defer to it? How many non-Jews do you think accepted it as authoritative? And now that you've heard the judgment, do you personally feel like you might have to submit to its authority? Or might you be the sort of person who doesn't consider a matter closed simply because there's a Psak Din offering an opinion on it? With that in mind, here's another Psak Din. And if I'm not mistaken, it dates to the beginning of this year, 2022. It's a ruling from the Brit Ovadia, or the Ovadia Alliance, and it concludes that the Igbo people are Israelites. Now, of course, there are questions of definitions and stuff like that, but I just wanted to share this Psak Din because a gentleman on Facebook recently recommended this video, which relates to that Psak Din. It's a video from the We Woke Now channel, and it's titled Igbo Elder Remi Ilona Addresses Berean TV's Threat of Going to Rabbis Because of Igbo Confirmation. While the video purports to offer a response to Berean, it doesn't provide a clip of the statement that it's attempting to respond to, nor does it link to a video which might contain the relevant statement. It simply has a response from Remi Ilona, but it's not even clear if Mr. Ilona himself had heard the statement he was responding to. I mean, honestly, one gets the impression that perhaps Mr. Ilona might have merely been going off of something he was told by our friend over at We Woke Now, or perhaps the latter's familial counterpart over at the Boom Church channel. Whatever the case, the claim is that Berean threatened to discuss the Psak Din about the Igbos with other Jews. And with that in mind, I'd now like to play for you a portion of Remi Ilona's reply. And by the way, fair use.
Hey, brother. The guy you mentioned that is at Berean TV, I will tell you what I think and you may share with him. Tell him that the most important people he should reach out to are the Igbo people represented by Omena and the Defenders and Obadiah Alliance. Any other group outside these two groups are not important.
I must confess, I found that statement curious. If the Psak Din is being put forth as definitive, it makes sense for those who are interested in the topic to explore what it might mean within the wider Jewish spectrum. And for that reason, it would make sense if Berean wanted to talk with other Jews to get a better sense of the scope and impact of the ruling. Attempts to dissuade folks from discussing the matter with others seems to itself raise more questions, right? Recall the first Psak Din that we considered, the one which concluded that the seventh Lubavitcher Rebbe must be accepted as the Messiah. Imagine if you wanted to see how other Jews might have perceived that Psak Din. And imagine if you were told that the only people you should be talking to are those who penned the Psak Din and those who agree with it. Imagine being told that no other person's understanding of that Psak Din was important. Might you be tempted to interpret that as an unfortunate attempt to preemptively prevent you from coming into contact with other views? Ultimately, I would say that what is true about the Psak Din on the Rebbe being the Messiah is true of the Psak Din about the Igbos being Israelites. In neither case should you feel like it's wrong to explore a wider range of views on either topic, including the views of Jews who might not agree with either conclusion. Moreover, in both cases, there is a question of scope and authority. If you personally consider one of the signatories to the Psak Din about the Rebbe to be a posek, to a legal authority whom you defer to, then, it's your right to accept the conclusion. And likewise, if you personally consider one of the signatories to the Psak Din about the Igbos to be a legal authority for you whom you defer to, again, it is your right to accept the conclusion. But in either case, I would hope that it's clear that there are lots of other people for whom the declaration, this Psak Din said so, does not settle the question. And with that in mind, I'd like to circle back to some questions that I asked at the beginning of this video, right? What is the scope and authority of that Psak Din on the Igbos, right? Who's obligated to defer to its conclusion? Now, one might respond that it has as much scope and authority as the Psak Din about the Lubavitcher Rebbe. If so, that might raise a follow-up question. What then was the scope and authority of the Psak Din about the Rebbe. Do you personally feel obligated to defer to it? How many Jews do you think might have deferred to its conclusion? And how many non-Jews do you think feel compelled to do so? And can we have a consistent standard for assessing either of these judgments, as well as other judgments coming from the diverse rabbinic spectrum, right? Food for thought. And on that note, I'll close this short video here. I look forward to any comments, questions, or even criticisms others may wish to offer. You know, again, as I always tell people, I don't censor anyone here. So feel free to share your thoughts, whether positive or negative. And as always, God bless.
It is what it is. Certain people, they got a job. I call them handlers, but they got a job. They just can't, nothing could be done. Nothing could be done. We try to have open dialogue, but my agenda and certain pastors or YouTubers' agendas are two different agendas. My agenda to get down to the truth. So I want to have open dialogue. And I can't help but bring up that whole Richard Katz thing. Kelly was one of the leaders. Kelly and Tayu and all of them, they took all of their people and left because they didn't like something being challenged. This is just what it is. That's how I say them folk are handlers. They gonna handle y'all. Once somebody don't agree, people got a history. Once somebody don't agree, they got to go against you, start bad mouthing you. Oh, he coming against Israel. No, I'm questioning what you just said. I'm questioning the Professor Katz. Abu came out with a video questioning it. All of Israel, 95% of the Israelites left the channel based on handlers. That's how come I know it's religion. Y'all are the same as the Pope and the Vatican. Y'all are the same as what y'all say. Y'all ain't no free thinkers. Y'all gonna handle them folk. Y'all gonna handle them folk. And that's exactly what they did years later. We come to find out they didn't even believe it, but this is how them folk move. I call it, this is religion. This is just, listen, I love everybody in here. Don't be manipulated by no urban apologist. Well, the urban apologist ain't trying to manipulate. Don't be manipulated by no preacher, by no YouTuber. Think for yourself. If something don't look right, it ain't right. Don't just accept it because it's coming from a moray. Oh, that's my reason. Oh, he helped. He brought me into the awakening. Some of these people, y'all get information, historical information from them, and y'all act like they're your pastor. They could do no wrong. It's just sad, man. It's sad. And I love y'all. I just want everybody to be a thinking people. That's all. And nobody came back and because when you got manipulators, somebody said, Berea need to repent to Israel. I said, what the fuck? What are these folk talking about? I ain't never said y'all come back and ask me for forgiveness. That we find out Richard Katz was a whole lie. I don't care what Sister E talking about. She run interference for the whole house of Israel, and she's supposed to. She loves Israel. She part of nation building. She got a YouTube and she rock with nation builders. But we run into problem when we run into a truth. Then she come on here. I don't know if Katz is real, and I'm what the hell you was on with B'nai Israel the other day, acting like you knew it was real and people was. It's all manipulation. We can get past that, but I'm just saying, y'all going forward, don't let that happen. We need to be lovers of facts. I'm worried in Israel when everybody in Israel running around here with a meme talking about Hitler loved black people, Hitler knew the black people and nobody questioned it. I question a lot of the stuff in Israel. That's all I'm saying. Test everything. That's Bible. When y'all left the Bible for personalities, that's all I'm saying. And shout out to them. It's no beef with. I don't got no beef with nobody. I love everybody. Everybody. Listen, everybody moving pieces on that chessboard. But I'm telling y'all at the same time, when you love people, you let your guards down. Don't let your guards down. The Bible just say test everything. That's all. That's all I'm saying right here. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna play the whole Guerrilla Hebrew, not Guerrilla Hebrew, the discussion with Guerrilla Hebrew, so we can get into it. That's why we're here. Face.
In detail on a Hebrew Israelite leader that responded to my invitation to do a public.
Oh, somebody said that's all you got. You keep bringing up Richard Katz. It lies in Israel. Y'all don't want me to start. Pseudo in Israel, manipulation in Israel. Y'all don't want me to start. Let's just try to get to the truth. Y'all don't want me to start. I can look at Christianity. I can say that's madness in the church right there. That's madness. Y'all don't got that. Y'all just accepting it like it's all good and it's not good. I don't care who it's from. Especially when y'all say y'all left the church and came into this awakening. Y'all got to clean this up. The world is watching now. Y'all got to make sure this thing is right and exact.
Debate, and I want to go through some interaction that I had with Vocab Malone. All right, so he's mediated this. So this was an email, and I've got all the info except the actual email addresses. This was sent to me by Vocab Malone Wednesday, December 7th, 2022. Subject: leader of the Sicarii sect. Dr. Brown, Al-Azhar Ben Lawa says he accepts. Let me know if you want to be involved to advise or set up. All right. So, yeah, I'm sorry. That was okay. December 6th, actually. And then December 7th was the response. So then I responded, thanks for letting me know. That is great news. First, could you let him know I'm in India right now? I'll be gladly in touch when I get back. But for the moment, ask him what are his number 1 or 2 or 3 top subjects that he would like to debate so we can agree on the subject matter. And then ask him what format he'd be most comfortable with for fairness. Also, if you could let me know who he is and the group that he leads, that would be helpful too. So let me play you the video now where this gentleman, he just plays a clip from my show where I'm saying, hey, I'm happy to interact with anyone that's recognized as a Hebrew Israelite leader. In other words, I want to be fair. I want the person, if we're going to have a formal debate, let them be a recognized leader so it's fair to their position. So he plays that whole clip, unedited, and then let's listen to his response. So this goes back to about a month ago.
Okay, so he said you got to be a recognized Hebrew Israelite leader in order for him to take this fade, and he wants it to be formally moderated on a large platform, on a neutral platform. That's what he said, right? Okay, well, I am, just for the record, to state my credentials, okay? Chief Priest Al-Azhar Ben Lawa of Sicarii. I'm a recognized leader in this community. Also, my second in command, my esteemed colleague, Deacon Akai Goyam, another one who is a recognized leader. You can go and ask the people you're familiar with, who he run with, Alton Johnson, who else? He's buddy with Vocab Malone as well as I. Who else? Name me some other people that he's down with. James White, Dr. James White. Okay, well, he knows me. They know us. They know our pedigree. They know that we are established, recognized leaders in the Israelite community. We're not the only ones, but we want to just go on the record now and say that we're accepting a challenge. Since you're making the demand of it being in a neutral setting and a moderated debate, I would recommend the House of Consciousness, Sonetta TV, to actually host it, as he's neutral. He's not a believer in the Most High. He identifies with, ancient Kemet and things of that nature, but he does host, builds debates with people from variant beliefs. Vocab Malone, he has been featured on this platform and been, represented and allowed to speak and, things of that nature on that platform. And it's a very expansive platform, does huge numbers. And we would be more comfortable seeing that it is a Black platform, frankly. So that's what I'll say, and that's what I'll put out there. It doesn't 1000% have to be Sonetta, right? But I'm just throwing that out there.
You think that's a good look, that it has to be a Black? You think that's a good look? Or just have to be said because that's just the reality?
I mean, I don't know, because if we want to be fair, then why not go to a Hispanic or Native American First Nation channel then? Because to me, even if the whole when he's a non-believer, there's still an emphasis on him being Black, so it goes to a bias.
It can't be on vocab because vocab's not black. Even if it's moderated and you got the same and everybody got the same amount of time, it's just rigged some way when it's somebody white, right, y'all?
Yeah, Abu, do it on Pakistani platform. So I'm not saying your channel will be a good channel, but to me that measure, there's an undertone with that.
Yeah.
And it's something we can't get past.
All right, fair use.
Because it's neutral, but it's black, and that's
hold
our
on,
official response to him saying.
Who's got a platform that's Hispanic or Native American? Phil Fox is Native American. Mr. Phil Fox.
Yes, he is.
I don't know. BK's black. I thought he was Puerto Rican or something. But y'all know how y'all do up in Brooklyn. Folks just mix. But there's tons of apologists well, I'm not gonna say tons. They're apologists or believers who aren't black or white.
He said Sinetta has no real love for Israelites, but Sinetta got black power. So if it's as long as it's lifting up blackness, he got beef and he'll beef with them. But long as it's lifting up some blackness, he gonna side with the blackness.
Yeah.
That's what black power would do. You don't have to be the same. You don't have to be the same religion, long as it's against them folk.
Yeah.
Come on, y'all. We just got to start telling the truth, and that's how a lot of people are in the African American community.
Yeah, Abu, you're right. They're not mutually exclusive options. But I'm just saying. There are people who don't fit the spectrum in this that you can go on.
All right, fair you said he's not a believer. He don't side with. He'll rock with Israelites when it comes to Europeans. That's how black power do.
Yeah, because when Pastor Bennett comes on with some of the Christian arguments, you'll see he'll side with some anyway.
Fair use.
Even how they treated Garfield when Garfield was saying Jesus was a real person.
Thank you. And Jabari, shout out to Jabari. Jabari said Garfield a Christian. I think he called him an undercover Christian. They wild out. That's how come you know it's pseudo over there too. That's how come you know it's pseudo over there. And they don't even want that he trying to come with straight scholarship, straight bringing it. Nah, Jesus ain't real. Because that's the pushing. Y'all got to understand these handlers. Fair use.
He wants an Israelite to come debate.
Wonderful. So we're in the process of setting that up. I just want to give you the further update, and I appreciate that very much. Appreciate you doing the video, putting that out. So Vocab then wrote to me. The only topic he suggested was this gentleman, the legitimacy of European Jews. That's literally what he said. Of course, it doesn't leave him defending anything. Legitimate needs to be defined, and he probably means Ashkenazi. He says he's more interested in historical rather than theological topics. And then Vocab emailed and said, personally, I'd like to see them defend their version of Hebrew, Lashon Kodesh, the way they would put it. And then Vocab has an idea for a platform, Christian platform, Brother Berean, etc. And then maybe we could do a joint stream on several at the same time. Let's get out to the maximum audience. As long as everyone feels it's fair. The gentleman I'm going to debate feels it's fair. I want everyone to feel it's fair, right? That no one is manipulating the time or being unfair to the participants. That's the key thing. I want it to be fair to everyone, that everyone feels secure that this is fair. And then we get it out to the maximum audience live and then thereafter. As for format, he said he hadn't really thought about it. All he said was 2 to 3 rounds, 15 minutes a round, and a cross-examination. We need to come up with something more precise. He thinks early January 2023 will work. Then I wrote back to Vocab. This is all December 8th. Do you mind being in the middle of this? I certainly appreciate your help. And we're going back and forth about other details. So I said, let's do a double debate in one shot. Are European Jews legitimate Jews? And is Lashon Kodesh legitimate Hebrew? First half, I take the affirmative side, go first. He takes the negative side, go second. Second half, we switch. Opening statements, 15 minutes each. Rebuttals, 12 minutes each. Cross-examination, 10 minutes each. Each question cannot be longer than 30 seconds. The answer cannot be longer than 2 minutes each. Closing statements 5 minutes each. Then repeat the entire format for the second debate. And I shared this on a previous show, but I'll reiterate it here. You can also go on record that I'm willing to debate him on any of the following, asking for a direct response. Although at this point, we can lock into the double debate I proposed. Other topics I invited this Sicarii leader to debate with me. Will all nations go into slavery and the world end by thermonuclear destruction? Are there modern day prophets, apostles, and which organizations could true prophets and apostles not lead? Is reincarnation biblical? Are there people today who have been identified as people of old? How do we know? Is the kingdom only for Israel, or will it be for all nations? Is the virgin birth legitimate, biblical, and necessary for the salvation of Israel? What is a man of the Lord? What are the qualities, actions, and beliefs of him? Which Israelite school is the whole truth? What is the history of marriage, and how does the Bible define it? How should the righteous live it out today? And is the devil a spiritual being or a nation of people? What doth the scripture declare? So he then went back and forth with vocab, does not want to debate any of the theological topics with me, and does not want to debate the Hebrew language topic with me. That's a good move on his part, because there's no debate there. The whole Lashon Kodesh is a complete 100% butchering of the Hebrew Bible.
Who's a scholar in the language, Bruce, that can debate Dr. Brown? Who's a scholar in Israel? Who's a scholar in this Lashon Kodesh? Who's a scholar in this that can debate him? I know y'all 18 seconds behind. I'm waiting. Give me some suggestions. Who teach this language, speak this language, read this language, write this language? Pastor Kelly? Who's a scholar in this language? What's the other brother that's Zion Lex? People don't know the language. They mock us for studying it. No proponent of comes to mind.
Wait, huh? He said Elder.
That's the one that translated the Bible to heart. That's GMS, dude.
General Yohana.
General Yohana believe in that too?
Yeah, because they all, if I'm not mistaken, the history is when it came about.
Yeah. Oh man.
But what's that video you have on Lashon Kodesh? The history.
Elder Rakah?
Nah, yo, I've seen playing around. No, but it's crazy though. If I'm not mistaken, Elder Rakah has a Hebrew language class, and I think he charged like $1,000 for like a 3-month session. And so there are tons of people who sign up. So he must be making $6.
So that's the language. That's what he teach, or he dealing with. That's what he doing.
Elder Rakah, yeah. I gotta look it up and see. But my homeboy, he follows GOCC. He was saying that Rakah does lessons on Hebrew. It's like 1,000, but y'all can correct me if I'm wrong.
Y'all think General Yohana is good to debate the language? I don't believe y'all. I believe that's make believe. I believe because people didn't want to take the time. You didn't have the gift of the Holy Ghost to automatically speak a language you didn't know. That them folk ain't want to take the time to go study that language. And they claim it's the Hebrew and y'all are Hebrews. That should be the #1 class. Them classes should be free for all Hebrews that want to learn.
All right, Abu, I got this one. The spelling, is this the best one? The best video you got? I just want a brief history because I know you have one kind of go to history. Unless you want to put the one with Tahar in the language. Let me let this one play.
And y'all do know Y'all do know if that language is not right, y'all are an embarrassment to all of scholarship. Israel is if that language is make believe, and y'all cannot stand up to folk that deal with that language, that speak Hebrew. If y'all can't do that, y'all need to put that language down.
And
The greater world is watching now.
Not
is reading y'all books and dealing with y'all. Don't embarrass yourselves. Don't embarrass yourselves. Y'all said this is from God. Something that's coming from God ain't gonna be full of garbage. Ain't gonna be full of lies. Ain't gonna be. Y'all gotta put that Hitler comment down. Put that Lashawar Kodash down. Stop lying and making up scholars. Put it down. Richard Katz was a lie. And y'all moved to erase the lie. Y'all knew it was a lie. And y'all gathered all of the people to the echo chamber to prevent any further exposing of the lie.
This is
Y'all a mess. All of this can't be named among Israel, not God's holy people. Y'all are the bloodline people of the book. Don't let this happen, y'all. Don't do it again.
And
Professor Katz is a lie. And y'all know it, and y'all moved wickedly to lie. Oh, I forgot in Israel, lying ain't a lie. The guy said we're lied in the Bible. To protect Israel, you could lie. Don't do it again, y'all. The greater world is watching. Don't do it again. Put down, if that language is make-believe, don't go in front of all of these atheists. Do not embarrass the God of that book with your nonsense, because y'all said y'all read that book. Y'all said y'all came to awakening, got these one West folk running the whole muck with y'all. And y'all can say what you want. Y'all are greatly, you moderates or whatever you want to call your non-camping selves, y'all are greatly influenced by the camps. Y'all in here using that language. Y'all know where it come from? Have you studied it? Do your leaders study it? Do your leaders have degrees in what they teaching y'all? Okay, it's the great anointing, the spirit of Baba Shah came on them. But do they know? Do they really know enough? That's all I'm saying. Do they really know? You can say what you want. Like I said, there's a lot of dudes up in here, they reading that Greek, they dealing with that stuff. If I can't trust y'all in Lakwa Kodash, if I can't trust y'all in the language, if I can't trust y'all with scholars, if I can't trust y'all with research and making comments on Hitler and y'all not checking anything, how can I trust this whole movement? Maybe it is pseudo, like the person said. Who's fighting for truth? I don't know.
Oh, and then Marine, don't forget about the sacred namers. That Jesus' name is Hail Zeus.
Oh yeah. Oh, Father God.
So if the language ain't right, so is Yahweh Shai right?
I don't even want to start looking, because I'm gonna start thinking about that email. I don't want to start looking because I'm just ready to start. It's a lot going on, y'all. It's a lot going on.
Yahuwah, is that his name? If you're saying it wrong, does the Most High have beef with that? That's not how the name is. Because even folks will say when you translate certain things, when you change the pronunciation, it's a different meaning.
Hold on, I done made this thing go off. Oh boy, good. You play the video. You want me to play the other
quick
video?
Response to a video titled "How Do You Know You're Speaking the Real Hebrew Vocab in Abu," which came out on August 2nd on the 666 Mark account. For those who don't know, that's the official account of Tahar, the leader of GMS. To explain the background or context of that video, back on July 26th, Vocab Malone visited GMS Dallas, which are followers of Tahar based down in Texas. And during that visit, among other things, he confronted them on Lashawan Kodash, the system of Hebrew pronunciation that is endorsed by GMS and most other One West groups. And Vocab presented an argument against Lashawan Kodash, appealing to the transliteration of a statement made by Jesus in the New Testament. And he also made a passing appeal to the transliterations in the Septuagint. The point of Vocab's argument was that ancient transliterations show that ancient Hebrew had more vocalizations than is recognized by proponents of Lashawan Kodash. And I subsequently made a number of videos discussing the significance of the argument that vocab had presented. Now, this video from Tahar from back on August 2nd was an attempt to respond to that. Now, regarding that response from Tahar, which we're about to look at, I'm not trying to be disrespectful here, but my honest opinion is that it was poorly argued. And yet it was receiving comments like this, quote, "What you got to say now, vocab," end quote, as if the video presented a definitive and powerful argument. Now, then again, I'm pretty sure that comment was left by Orion Lob, so I don't know if that's just a partisan issue. I have to wonder if Orion Lob actually believed what he wrote, if he actually thought the video was a good one, and if he did, I have to wonder if he actually understood vocab's argument. Nonetheless, let's go ahead and take a look at one salient part of the video. Here we go.
When the Lord was on the cross and he said, "Eli, Eli," was it Sabachthani? I got to actually read it, but I know Eli, Eli is in there in Sabachthani. And there was something else I forget. But anyway, vocab goes, the Lord actually said, "Eli, Eli." Well, where's the proof of that? That's from a translation from the Hebrew into the Greek into the English.
Okay, this was actually discussed in the very videos that Tahar was responding to or attempting to respond to. Nonetheless, I'll go over it again here. First off, regarding the question of where's the evidence that Jesus said Eli, the evidence would be the Gospel of Matthew itself, assuming we are believers in the position that the Gospel of Matthew is Scripture. Second, it's vocab's not appealing to the English. It wasn't based on the English. He was basing it on the Greek text. Third, the Greek text is not a translation of the relevant word. Rather, it is a transliteration. And translation conveys meaning. Transliteration conveys sound. It captures pronunciation. But let's focus on the word that was at the center of vocab's argument, which is this word right here. It's spelled Aleph Lamed Yod. It's a general word for deity with a first-person singular possessive suffix attached to it. And now, so this word means my God. And now the question is, how is that word pronounced? Suppose we took a very short survey where we asked both Tahar and vocab how that word is pronounced, and we had them write it down. Now, so suppose when we did this, Tahar, who believes that the word is pronounced Alaya, wrote A-H-L-A-Y-A. And then suppose that vocab simply wrote E-L-I because he believes the word is pronounced Eli. What's interesting is that even if we don't have recordings of Tahar's voice or vocab's voice, their transliterations into the Latin script capture how they think the word is pronounced. You can tell from the way they transliterated the word how they thought the word was pronounced. Now, just as transliterations into the Latin script capture pronunciation, so too transliterations into the Greek script capture pronunciation. Now, consider this. Hypothetically speaking, if the author of Matthew believed that the relevant word was pronounced Alaya, he could have conveyed that in the Greek text, as we see on this first line here. Hypothetically speaking, he could have written Alpha, Lambda, Alpha, Iota, Alpha, and that would have conveyed Alaya. But that's not what he wrote. What actually appears in Matthew's text is Eta, Lambda, Iota, which conveys the pronunciation Eli. What this shows is that we have an ancient text taking the position that the word is actually pronounced Eli. And this is something that Tahar and other proponents of Lashon Kodash have to address. You claim that the relevant word is pronounced Alaya, but do you have any evidence in favor of that position? Now, Tahar will say, oh, it's just on faith. Well, vocab's position is that the word is pronounced Eli, and it's not a mere position of faith. He has ancient evidence in favor of his position. Think about.
So real quick, does faith override ancient evidence? Does faith override ancient evidence? What's what Abu's saying? we're talking with the language, you know what I'm saying? So some folks say it's not necessarily the debate like strong Kodash, but with the language. Does faith override ancient evidence?
What did you just say?
Does faith override ancient evidence?
It shouldn't. That's the problem. And the thing that get me is even like Vocab brought it up, but Vocab can't even speak on it because he's white. He can't speak on something pseudo. All these people talking about, oh, I hate him. He wicked. Y'all listening to Esau? Yeah, man, I'm good. I'm good. That's all I can say. I'm good. Go outside, wait for the side.
Okay, yeah.
Hold it. Go ahead.
Yo, and then folks on the Paleo Hebrew. You know what? We're gonna get into that.
That's how come when they start talking and they coming around, everybody that's a Hebrew rootser, everybody in the Awakening busy telling us about this language and paleo and this and that. They don't even know. They don't teach classes on the language. Ricard embarrassed me. I ain't even Israel. Telling James White, go get the strong. Nobody look at this as a I'm not even Israel, but as a black man, I'm embarrassed to look at him. Ignorant religious leader. Just a thumper. He can spit scripture. Frankenstein scripture. He is a great leader. But what madness is this? That's how come they don't like scholarship. That's how come they mock scholarship. Because scholarship is going to critique. They don't want nothing to be critiqued. This is beef.
Yeah, and the whole standpoint is, so all these years of folks looking into Hebrew and all that kind of stuff, right? And now the proper pronunciation comes up.
And because the prophets told you, because your YouTuber told you.
Even folks that have been in the land that had never left or might migrate a little
They ain't
further.
never heard that language.
And then they'll say it's a more ancient language.
They fake, but they fake. Oh, but y'all said it came from an angel, right? Where that language come from?
Yeah, but where's that
the prophet?
Yeah, where's that video you got, Abu, that talks about how
y'all don't believe the prophets? I'm gonna tell y'all what, you folk running around here. Let me bring up that guy David Taylor. He said Jesus, every now and then Jesus shows up and get on the platform. So he said he had to get off the platform, and the people went up there, started falling. Nobody could see Jesus, but he could see Jesus, and he tell them when Jesus is there, because Jesus come down. Is Jesus, Father God, I'm gonna just leave. This religion is too much for me. This religion is too much for me. Can't nobody else see Jesus, but he tell them that Jesus is there. So he come off the platform, and they go up there, and they fall it all down, and that's when people supposed to get healed. Do we have any doctors? Never mind. That ain't faith. That ain't faith. Religion is a hell of a drug.
Yep.
Go ahead, or you want to play Brown?
Let Brown play. Let me see if I can find the other video with the origin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Based on complete ignorance, of the Hebrew language, based on complete ignorance of the Hebrew language. Period. There's no debate to be had. There's no debate to be had on that any more than there's debate whether I have a nose or not. So it's a good move on his part to not debate it. Of course, I'm quite sure about all the other issues that we're debating as well. But that was a good move to not even want to touch that. So I then wrote to Vocab, this is later last month. So to be clear, I can announce publicly that he refused to debate me on the correct pronunciation of the Hebrew language, as well as all the theological topics. Since he went public in accepting my invitation to do a debate, it's important that I make this clear publicly as well. As for your, so what we ended up agreeing on was this, okay? The 12 tribes chart, Ashkenazi Jews, who is legitimate. So the 12 tribes chart, which claims that, say, that the Haitians are descendants of the Levites, and American Indians are another tribe, and Negro Americans are another tribe of Israel. Are they legit, or are Ashkenazi Jews legitimately Israelite? So that's agreed on. Hopefully we'll be setting that up very soon. Hey friends, I hope you enjoyed that video. If you did, click on one of the boxes on the screen. Check out another one of our
Now, what do y'all think? Yeah, Dumas?
Yeah, I'm here. I think let me pull this one up. Boom, I stepped away. I don't know. I'm trying to find one right now. On this one, I don't know, is a bull hoop. I don't want to boo distract the channel. You know how he be rolling.
Greetings. I wanted to open this video with the exchange you see on your screen to offer it as a sort of disclaimer for this video. A short while ago, Alazar Manloya, the leader of the Sakari group, left a polite comment on one of my videos about his group, in which he alluded to the fact that he intended to produce a response to my videos when time permitted. And at the time, I responded to him saying that I look forward to his responses and that he should take all the time he needs. And, you know, I alluded to the fact that I myself don't ever try to rush anyone or put any sorts of time limits on anyone, because I myself can take a very long time to respond to a whole variety of things that I'd like to address, you know. And so I wanted to share that just as a sort of disclaimer to say that this video, which is my third video about Sakari, is not in any sense intended as a way of trying to rush him or his group or anything like that. But I just wanted to offer some clarification on some things after coming across certain things. Okay. What I wanted to discuss in this very short video is the following. Now, full disclosure, I don't know what thread this came from. Someone posted this screenshot on Facebook from another thread, and I was unable to find the thread that it came from. Nonetheless, I found the comments therein interesting. Apparently, while I don't know the fuller context, there's apparently a part of a discussion about a re-upload of one of my videos. And I wanted to focus in particular on this comment at the bottom of the screenshot. This comment here struck me as simultaneously fair in part and yet unfair in part. The reason I say that is because it's fair in the sense that he was alluding to the fact that the re-upload of my video declared my video to deliver an utter refutation of his group or of himself. And at the very least, the section on the Matres Lecciones was attempting to start a conversation on the subject, and therefore objectively it wasn't a definitive refutation. It was an attempt to move a dialogue on the subject further. And yet this relates to the reason that I consider the comment somewhat unfair, insofar that I don't think it's proper to say that I quote unquote copped out on the subject. Rather, I was attempting to invite further discussion on the subject because I think there does need to be clarification on what Matres Lecciones means to proponents of Lashawan Kodash, how that fits within a paradigm that assumes Lashawan Kodash. My video titled Reply to Sakari had a few minutes devoted to the subject of Matres Lecciones, in which I elaborated on this point, and then I had a second video, a follow-up video titled Brief Note on a Mater Lecciones. Now, I've been attempting to dialogue with proponents of Lashawan Kodash for well over a decade, which is actually something Alazar himself indirectly alluded to in that screenshot. And
hold on 1 second. I think an argument or debate on language are necessary. Languages have evolved since 1619. Stick to the history of biblical topics. What did the proponents of Lashawan Kodash say about Lashawan Kodash? What do they say about it being? What do they say about it in terms of authenticity? That's why it comes up in debate. Is this what they'll say? There are folks that would say, correct me if I'm wrong, that this is the true Hebrew. So the folks saying the true Hebrew had nothing to do with how languages evolved. If you're saying that this is the ancient way they spoke, that's the beef. It had nothing to do with languages evolved. And that, I'm gonna let it play.
it's been my experience that proponents of Lashwan Kodash bringing up Matres Lecciones is a very recent phenomenon that's only popped up in the last few years, maybe 3 or 4 years. Nonetheless, while I'm not including Al-Azhar in this, it has been my experience that those few proponents of Lashwan Kodash who do bring up the Matres Lecciones are more often than not confused as to what it refers to. For example, I'm showing a tweet on the screen. Now, full disclosure, to my knowledge, the person who wrote this tweet is not a member of Al-Azhar's group. At least I don't think he is, or I don't have any evidence that he is. I don't know what he's a member of, but he is a proponent of Lashwan Kodash, and he's also someone who seemed to conflate the Matres Lecciones with the later Nikudot, the dots and dashes produced by the Masoretes. The reason why I showed these particular tweets is because they're the most recent examples of that confusion that I've encountered, but I've encountered it elsewhere before. Interestingly, on a video from last May on the Sakari Public Enemies account titled Camp Basher Approaches Sakari, a deacon in Al-Azhar's own group gives the strong impression that he himself was uncertain on the distinction between Matres Lecciones and the much later Nikudot that were developed by the Masoretes. Here, listen to this.
So have you studied the Hebrew? Have you did any research on the Hebrew? A little bit. Okay, so when you look at the Tetragrammaton or the characters that make up the Tetragrammaton, it's very simple, brother. There was no vowel points. That didn't come to the Matrix Lectiones, or whatever it's called, that the Masoretes put into play. They put vowel points on the characters. So before that, it was just Yah, Ha, Wa.
Now, again, I'm not including Al-Azhar in that because in his review of Vocab Malone's interaction with GMS Dallas, he clearly stated that the Matres Lecciones come from well before the time of the Masoretes. Nonetheless, we see that a deacon in his group apparently was under the impression that the Matres Lecciones were the vowel points introduced by the Masoretes. And I don't show that as part of some attempt to ridicule or satirize anyone. Rather, I show it to demonstrate that there is a real need to clarify how people understand the subject. There are proponents of Lashwan Kodash who will refer to the Matres Lecciones without quite understanding what they refer to. And it seems that some of those folks may even be within Al-Azhar's own group. And so I think that in itself shows that there was real value.
Who you in here? Abu in here? Are you in here, Abu? Type one if you in here. I know he was in here a little bit earlier. I'm gonna put the link out there. Jump on if you in here. Go ahead.
What I had said in my previous videos, in my attempts to start a discussion on how proponents of Lashwan Kodash understand the Matres Lecciones. So I'd like to close this brief video by noting that there are a few questions that I would have for proponents of Lashwan Kodash who appeal to or mention the concept of Matres Lecciones. First among them is the question, how do proponents of Lashwan Kodash understand the concept of Matres Lecciones? And I don't mean that in any sort of patronizing way. What I mean is that, for example, the concept of Matres Lecciones entails that centuries before the time of the Masoretes, even a millennium or more before the Masoretes introduced the vowel points, the Nikudot, speakers and writers of Hebrew were already employing O and U and long E vocalizations in their writing of the Hebrew language. Do proponents of Lashwan Kodash acknowledge that O and U and E vocalizations were part of the Hebrew language, were part of written Hebrew centuries before the time of the Masoretes, more than a millennium, perhaps, before the time of the Masoretes? A second related question, which came up in my previous videos on the subject, is how do proponents of Lashwan Kodash determine when a Mater Lecciones is present? Now, that's a fairly easy question to answer outside of the paradigm of belief in Lashon Kodash, but within the Lashon Kodash paradigm, it's an interesting question. Now, to be clear, I'm not referring to cases, for example, where a wa is being used as a conjunction or is being used to set up the third person plural on a perfect tense verb or anything like that. But in other cases, like in an active participle in the singular, or even in a word like lashawan, think about that. The first word in the phrase lashawan kodash, that word lashawan, is the wa in lashawan a mater lectionis? And how do you answer such a question? How do you determine whether it is or isn't? Via what standard? I'm not joking. I'm actually sincerely interested in how proponents of Lashon Kodash would answer such a question. And finally, the third question I would ask is, do proponents of Lashon Kodash see a mater lectionis as introducing a new vocalization, or merely as introducing a symbol representing an already existing vocalization? This is a nuanced question, but it's an important question. In my past videos, including videos responding to Sakari, where I discuss the vocalizations in the Masoretic text and vocab's appeal to the cry on the cross in the New Testament, I noted that it's clear, the evidence is clear that the Masoretes did not just introduce new vocalizations, rather the Nikudot symbolized vocalizations that had clearly existed for centuries, that had existed long before the time of the Masoretes. And the reason why it's important to point that out here is because we sort of get a rule of thumb that we can work with. Just because symbols representing vocalizations are introduced, that doesn't mean that those vocalizations came into existence at the same time as the symbols representing them. So just as the vocalizations implied by the dots and dashes in the Masoretic text could predate those symbols by centuries, so too the introduction of matres lectionis, the introduction of matres lectionis, assuming there is a beginning point for them within specifically the Hebrew language. Believe it or not, there's people that actually dispute that, even though we can easily point to other Canaanite dialects that don't use them. But nonetheless, the point that I'm trying to make is that the introduction of matres lectionis into a writing system would not necessarily entail the introduction of the vocalizations that they represent. Those vocalizations could have existed long before the matres lectionis were introduced to represent them. And I'd like to see proponents of Lashon Kodash who want to discuss the matres lectionis sort of, address that point and grapple with it a bit. On that note, I look forward to the comments of others. I just wanted to throw this really quick video together while commuting home on a train. And so, as always, God bless.
All right, let me pull them. Okay. Hold on. Here we go. Let's play.
Greetings. In this video, I want to discuss a recent video that I saw on the Sakari Water account titled Vocab Alone and Michael Heiser, Hebrew Israelite History Live Reaction. Apparently the video came out a few days ago. I was watching it today, and I felt there was a number of interesting points therein that I wanted to briefly discuss. And also, not all my Israelite videos are polemical in nature. Some of them are more towards an attempt at some sort of dispassionate attempt at documentation to the best of my abilities. I'd say my 2 videos on IUIC are more like that. They weren't really polemics against IUIC. They were just attempts to document some interesting details from their history. And also my video on Yohanathan's Ancient Hebrew Tanakh, while I understand that some of the language might have been a little less than friendly, for the most part, I didn't intend it in any polemical way. And the reason why I bring that up is because I would say that this video, which I'm just sort of doing on the fly while I'm commuting home, is going to be similar insofar that I'm not going to be disagreeing with Al-Azhar much. I might offer a few clarifications, but mainly I'm doing this for documentation. I think he said some very interesting things that are worth noting, that are worth documenting, and and worth discussing somewhat. And so, without further ado, let's take a look at just a couple of parts that I found interesting. One on Abba Bivens, and then the other one on the Hebrew language, on Lashon Kodash. So, as was just alluded to in this first section, Al-Azhar is going to discuss Abba Bivens, the somewhat mysterious founder of One West. And I found this section particularly interesting because he stakes out positions which are quite contrary to my current understanding of the subject. And now, as a disclaimer, I want to say that does not mean I'm saying that he's necessarily wrong. On the contrary, I would say that if Al-Azhar explicitly stakes out a position pertaining to One West history, it should be at the very least taken seriously, given serious consideration, because now I could be mistaken about this, but my understanding is that there's somewhat of a parallel between him and Vocab and myself, insofar that all of us are interested in piecing together One West history, drawing together the various oral traditions and trying to put together the puzzle. But of course, the huge difference between us is he's actually within the One West paradigm, and I think that gives him more access to certain people, so he may have access to information that we don't. And therefore, there's a very real and significant probability that a position that he takes is accurate. And that's why I'm saying it should be taken seriously. So, let's listen to what he says, and then I'll offer some mild comments and some clarifications. Here we go. Listen to this.
Abba Bivens was originally from the South, and then came up
from right here in Georgia. Okay, originally from the South, so we can stop the ambiguity about it. He's from right here in Georgia. Okay. Lived on 139th Street in Harlem, New York. God damn it.
New York, and says he was told by an ex-slave that our people are actually the true Hebrews. Then he gets involved with the Commandment Keepers. The dates are a little unclear exactly when this happened, but he gets involved with the Commandment Keepers congregation and is there a while. Abba is not his real name, as you can imagine, but that's how.
Oh, Vocab, what's his real name? Look at him. Abba's not his real name, as you can imagine. Well, what is his real name? Do you know? Don't worry about it.
Well, what's your real name?
Actually, now that we're at it, what's your real name? What is his actual name? Do we know? Do you know? I mean, I'm not saying do we know, right? Do you know? Because we have information. We deal with information here, brother.
What video? I'm sorry. What you playing?
For the record,
this is one of Boo's videos.
But that's Guerrilla Hebrew talking?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm thinking I'm hearing two. All right, go ahead. I'm thinking I'm hearing two videos or something going play. All right, go ahead.
Oh, no. Peace.
But who they call Abba Bivens, his actual name is Leroy Bivens. All right. A lot of people don't know that. That's why they always Elder Bivens. A lot of people don't know. His name is Leroy Bivens, and he's from Boston, Georgia. Boston, Georgia, not Massachusetts, for the record.
So he takes the position that his real name was Leroy Bivens. That alone I find fascinating because there was a gentleman who was going around the internet for a while pushing that name. I think his handle on YouTube was World of Blacks or something like that. And he was insisting that the man's real first name was Leroy. So that's quite interesting to see someone like Al-Azhar affirm it again, because I take his positions seriously. If he stakes out a position, I think it should be taken seriously. So to see someone like him affirm it is worthy of note. Also, he explicitly puts him in specifically Georgia. Now, Vocab also said he was from the South more generally, and that's sort of the idea that he's from the South is part of the popular received history. Meanwhile, the position that I put forth in a video from a little over a month ago, titled "Very Brief Note on Abba Bivens," was that his actual name was Edward Bivens, and that he was born in Pennsylvania. Now, that's not to deny that he spent any time in the South. That's my understanding that both his parents were from Virginia, so I certainly don't rule out the possibility that he lived some significant portion of his life in the South. Nonetheless, it's my fallible understanding that he was born in Pennsylvania. Now, could I be mistaken? Absolutely. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. My understanding of the subject is limited and fallible and prone to error, and any.
So you talking about basically Abu's talking about some claims with Abba Bivens and Lashon Kodash. I'm gonna go. The reason came for I was going to support Lashon Kodash about the language, and should the language be debated? Is this a topic that needs to be brought out? Are there points that need to be looked into? Or it doesn't matter at all. All right, I'm gonna go for it.
The French language, made
is not really Hebrew at all.
Al-Azhar sharing his position and his understanding of the subject. It's my sincere hope that he'll share more. Switching gears, I'd now like to turn to a subject that's of particular interest to me. Most people are familiar with me know it's a subject that interests me, and that's the subject of Lashon Kodash. I think what Al-Azhar said here was quite interesting and actually, honestly, quite helpful and quite nuanced. And so here, listen to this.
And I'll say, well, do you embrace Lashon Kodash? That's their own version of Hebrew, which is not really Hebrew at all. And they
Right. Vocab Malone, prove it's not really Hebrew at all. I'm going to expose the arrogancy of guys like Vocab Malone. Oh, Lashon Kodash Hebrew, which is not really Hebrew at all. Is patois English? Yes, it is. It's a dialect of the English language. It's still English. Do people who speak patois speak the same as Americans? Speak the same as Canadians? Speak the same as Brits? No, but it's still English, right? So even if you're of the position that Arya made Lashon Kodash up, right? Let's say he just made it up. This is fake. We're not speaking the right language. Let's entertain that. Or let's entertain that argument, though, right? Even if that's the case, it's still a Hebrew dialect. It's still phonetically based upon the Hebrew language, the Hebrew alphabet. We're saying Hebrew words. Your only actual formidable issue is that we don't pronounce these words and we don't follow the same grammatical rules in totality of standard accepted Hebrew. That doesn't make what we're saying not Hebrew. It doesn't. It's Hebrew. See, the Hebrew language is not like the French language. That's why Creole, right? Haitian Creole is not French. It's its own independent language, though it has a francophone base, right? But French, the French language has an institution that curtails it and tells you what French is and what French isn't. French is not a living language. The French language does not have room for growth. The French language is one standard thing and has been one standard thing for a very long time, which is why they reject Haitian Creole being a dialect of French, just like patois, what they speak in like Jamaica and the Bahamas. That's an English dialect, or even what is called Ebonics, what the slang amongst the African-American inner city communities is called Ebonics. That's still English, but it's called Ebonics. What we have in Haiti is similar. It's Haitian Creole, but French have a very strict guideline on as to what's French. So because Haitian Creole falls outside of that, they say that's not French. It's its own language. You understand what I'm saying? Hebrew does not have that same strict adherent. English does not have that same strict adherent, etc. Right? So if we are speaking a language that's built off and based around the Hebrew alphabet, we say words that are found in Scripture just in a different way than standard people who speak Hebrew do. We are actually still speaking Hebrew. Lashon Kodash is still Hebrew. The only contention that you would have is it's a form of Hebrew that was curtailed in the 70s by Arya and others, and it's not ancient. You can make that contention, and we can deal with that. Even if you contend we made it up, it's still Hebrew. You can't take away from that. So if you go, it's not really Hebrew. No, it is still Hebrew. You can call it Lashon Kodash Hebrew. You can call it One West Hebrew. God damn it, you can call it Harlem Hebrew. All that's fine. It's still Hebrew.
Honestly, I would say that I'm largely in agreement with what Al-Azhar said in that segment.
All right, he said it's Hebrew, but basically it's like ghetto Hebrew.
Yeah, like a more inner city slang.
All right, what do y'all? All right. Black folk got Ebonics and slang. So y'all, what do y'all think about that?
But then hold on, no, because the whole thing is the argument comes up. I'm not gonna say by them, but there's certain folks who come and say that the Paleo Hebrew is original, and this is how it's pronounced.
Explain to Boo.
Oh, Boo's back. You wanna put the link out?
I did already, I think.
Let me put it back out again.
Oh.
All right, now Boo, if you can jump on, it's like Ebonics. So it's not the original Hebrew. Is that what folks are agreeing to? This isn't the original Hebrew, just a derivation of Hebrew.
All right, I'm putting the link out there, but everybody else, can y'all go with what he just explained?
Okay. Let me see. They say they claim Lashon Kodash is correct Hebrew. He changed the goalposts. That's what I'm wondering about. Put the link out there, Marine. I mean, Abu. Abu saying I say it's modern. Yeah, because that's the whole thing. The whole one argument that come up is that what they speak over there, they'll say it's Yiddish, that's not real Hebrew and all that kind of stuff. So what the things we're using with Creole and French. All right.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, boo.
Yeah, actually, in this very video that you were playing, I go on to say that I think it's Hebrew. Al-Azhar himself has mentioned that in subsequent videos. There's a video of him, sort of celebrating the fact that I said that I do think Lashon Kodash qualifies as Hebrew. Other members of Sakari, I've seen they've thrown that at certain critics of Lashon Kodash. So what I would say is that Lashon Kodash is essentially, first off, it is a language. People want to say, oh, it's not a language. It qualifies as language as far as I'm concerned, insofar that theoretically, at least, you can communicate in it, you can transmit information in it, right? I would just say it's not a living language. It's an artificial language. And in terms of where it would fall, I think it's clearly a form of Hebrew, right? Grammatically and at least in theory, grammatically, it's identical to modern Israeli Hebrew, and his vocabulary is clearly biblical for the most part, right? So in that sense, not only is it a language, it's a form of Hebrew. But what I would say it is it's a modern innovation in which someone took modern Israeli Hebrew and stripped it of its range of vocalizations. That's really my understanding of Lashon Kodash. But I do agree with Al-Azhar that it qualifies as a form of Hebrew. I don't think it's a living language, but I would say it's artificial. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful here, but the analogy I would reach for is maybe Klingon or Elvish or Esperanto. Like in the early days of Esperanto, when Esperanto was first developed, I think it was largely it wasn't a living language at that time. I don't know if it qualifies as a living language now because there's thousands of speakers, and allegedly there's stories about people teaching their children Esperanto and talking Esperanto at home. So maybe it's a living language now, but maybe Esperanto is a good neutral analogy.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but with Esperanto though, they have learning clubs and they do speak it.
Yeah,
it seems like with Lashon Kodash, it's more ceremonial.
Yeah, no, and it seems that nobody knows it. Like, for example, there was a brief period where there was a guy named Harab, I think his name was. He was like an old timer from the one old pre-split One West days, and Daniela brought him out as sort of like the leading expert on Lashon Kodash, and even that gentleman, the little bit that he shared, it showed a shaky command of the grammar. And I don't mean that disrespectfully. I'm no expert myself. I'm an amateur myself. But the point is that I don't think anyone, any proponent of Lashon Kodash speaks it. This is Mitzilel has brought up that point. He said, if you find well, let me not say that. It's a little rough. But he was, honestly, I don't think, others have said this. It doesn't seem like any proponent of Lashon Kodash is actually, competent in the language, able to have a conversation. You won't find two people that can have a detailed conversation in the language.
Okay.
Also, they don't talk like Yiddish. They don't talk to each other like that.
No, maybe just a few sentences, a few phrases, like shalom, shalom, mashlamcha. Yeah, exactly. That kind of stuff.
Oh, so it ain't like Yiddish, like a full blown language then.
No, Yiddish is a full blown living language, and it once had definitely not like Yiddish.
Yeah,
I think maybe Klingon or Elvish might be now I've never looked actually at Klingon and Elvish, but my understanding is that they have defined vocabularies and defined grammars, and so in that sense, and maybe there's almost, I'm guessing there might not be any real speakers of Klingon or Elvish. Maybe there is. Yeah.
There's some people that Star Trek community, that Klingon is strong, and they'll when you're at a convention, sometimes they're having conversations and whatnot.
That's interesting.
So it's even to say Klingon might be more of a living language than Lashon Kodash in terms of usage and that kind of stuff, frequency.
Oh well, but if it's like a Ebonics, I guess people make up stuff. If it's like a Ebonics and the way he explained it, I guess
there's no issue with
it. No, that's actually a good analogy. So-called Ebonics, or some people say Ave. I mean, clearly that's a language it's a dialect of English, clearly, and you could talk about the influences on it from other languages, just like Yiddish is a dialect of German and so on down the line, or Ladino is a dialect of Spanish. So yeah, although that's clearly a living language though, which is evolving and spoken by many people and stuff like that.
Well, I guess that would make sense why I guess he wouldn't want to debate it, because it's like debating an English teacher on King James or English and you talk about hood talk in Ebonics. So I guess
it's tough. That's a tough subject. I think he's been around for a long time. He's aware of the criticisms of Lashon Kodash, and so I think what's at issue is that he knows it's a difficult subject, right? I'm not trying to say anything bad about Al-Azhar. I respect Al-Azhar, but I think he senses that it's a difficult subject. So what would be difficult is attempting to demonstrate which is the original, and perhaps I'm only guessing here. Perhaps he understands it to be a thing of faith, which is what that's the position that Tahar has taken. That on a certain level, you recognize certain men as prophets, and you understand their claims to be a test, a matter of faith. I don't know. Maybe he can discuss that. One thing I want to say in Al-Azhar's defense, I think, in general, any of us, if we were going to debate, there are going to be topics we're interested in debating and other topics we prefer
Yes,
not
that
to
you
debate.
like.
Yeah,
Yes.
we don't have to. Like, for example, James White, years ago after he debated Rachash Shayar from GOCC, there was talk about him debating Zion Lex. And one of the things that turned James White off was Zion Lex at the time was, doing stuff on numerology. And, James White wanted someone who was a little bit more straightforward with the text,
Yes,
not getting
yes.
into mysticism and numerology and stuff like that. And so I think, that's something to keep in mind. All of us, we're going to have subjects we'd like to debate and subjects that we would prefer, say, no, that's not for me. That's for somebody else, So I don't hold it as a knock against Al-Azhar that he would say, I'd rather discuss this, not that. And I imagine the same in the private discussions, maybe the same things were coming from Dr. Brown. Perhaps there were things that were raised where he was like, yeah, I'd rather not discuss that. I'd rather discuss these ideas.
Look at this. Well, that's totally different. I think, to be honest, I never heard him explain. I never heard nobody explain that was the best explanation. Is the mere fact that he equated it with ebonics. I understand that perfectly.
Yeah,
I understand it, and I understand why it's so. I have no beef with that from here on out. It's like a Hebrew ebonics. Look at this though. Look at Bruce. Look at Bruce.
He said, no one knows the original Hebrew. When the Messiah returns, he will give us a pure lip and a pure language. Okay, that's fine, but it also would beg a question about what we mean by pure. Like, for example, was Christ speaking a true form of Hebrew, or was he already speaking a corrupted form of Hebrew? Because the New Testament gives us vocalizations, just like the Septuagint does. Like, we can get a sense of the range of vocalizations that existed in the time of Christ, because we have all these transliterations from the Septuagint, from Josephus, from Philo, from the Greek New Testament. And now, keep in mind the difference between like mainstream Hebrew mainstream forms, plural, mainstream forms of Hebrew, and Lashon Kodash is mainly a disagreement about pronunciation and vocalization. But we can see that at least in the time of Christ, the same range of vocalizations existed. The forms of Hebrew that existed in antiquity differed from modern Hebrew and even from the Hebrew of the Masoretic text, it seems, but nonetheless, they had the same range of vocalizations, So while maybe we don't know what Hebrew was exactly like in a given point in antiquity, one thing we can say is that the extant evidence seems to lean away from Lashon Kodash. So maybe it does, like what I would say is that it doesn't prove modern Israeli Hebrew to be the true form of Hebrew. I would say, like any modern language, it's the descendant, it's the result of an evolution. But the point is that Lashon Kodash doesn't win by default, and it seems to clearly be lack evidence, and there seems to be ancient evidence against it. Like, it seems to be clear Christ wasn't speaking Lashon Kodash, nor were the other Jews at the time. There seems to be strong evidence against it. And that's what that was vocab's point in appealing to the cry on the cross.
Hey, so with that, Abu, just for clarity's sake, so I don't think I'm crazy. Were there people who are making claims, doesn't matter who, that Lashon Kodash was the original Hebrew, the original pronunciation?
Yes, of course, that was the original claim. And that's an important distinction. So if people wanted
You can't make that claim. They can't make that claim now. I don't know, but go ahead. Let me hear what he got to say.
So over the years, I've encountered people who would say, well, like, why do you have to come against it? Why can't we just have our own thing, our own form of Hebrew, our own dialect? This is what I would say.
I could Ebonics. I could go for that.
If people wanted to say this is a thing that their community created for their time and it's their invention and their innovation, no objection. Do whatever you want to do with Hebrew. Languages are malleable. You can make all kinds of changes you want, and whatever works for your community works for your community. The dispute was the claim that this is the true form of Hebrew and this is where the evidence points. And that was the original debate, and that's what people were saying, that this, and honestly, I do believe that Lashon Kodash was created within One West to inoculate their members against objections that appealed to the Hebrew text, because they were very much grounded just in their favorite English translation. And so when people would raise questions about the Hebrew text, I think they basically trained their members to block out anything automatically that used vocalizations they don't agree with. Sort of train them to say, "Well, that's not even Hebrew. That's Yiddish. No, that's Yiddish. That's Yiddish," as if to just shut it down, shut down the conversation. That's the impression that I'm under.
Now is that that's what I'm saying? Who started that talking about just as the original?
Well,
Yo,
no,
Bruce, let me ask you a question. Millennial reign, everybody gonna speak Hebrew? Go ahead.
And then Abu, oh, go ahead. Because now the whole thing is, because for Bruce too, how do we know how to pronounce the sacred name? If the language is corrupted, as people are saying, and not pure.
Excellent question.
So can
Excellent
sacred
question.
namers stand firm on their beliefs about saying the name correctly and all that kind of stuff?
Well, I think that was the point of Lashwan Kodash. That was one of the points, was to say, like, we have the true names because we have the true Hebrew, you know? And as for the question that's on the screen right now from Robert M., I think Al-Azhar was merely giving an analogy, but he was not claiming that it's a modern innovation. He was merely saying, I understand if vocab and people with him want to say it's a modern innovation, but it's still Hebrew. He wasn't agreeing with the accusation, but he was saying at least that accusation is understandable. What's not justified is saying it's not Hebrew at all. You know?
Yes,
so,
and at least he's saying yes. That's yeah. At least
but Al-Azhar's position, I'm pretty
yes,
sure
yes.
his position is that it's the ancient Hebrew, you know? That it's the
Oh,
true Hebrew,
okay,
the original.
okay.
I think he's called it pre-exilic Hebrew.
Wow.
Yeah,
All
but
right,
they're
go.
supposed to say, not because saying folks in Christ didn't speak Yiddish either, but the whole standpoint is, it's like every argument, everything we bring up, it always goes back to them folk. But why can the claim just be examined on the stance of itself? So we're saying, if you accept Lashwan Kodash like how was being expressed in the video, then how can you reject Yiddish as being a modernized version of where people are at? Vocalization, things of that nature. Is that fair to say, Abu?
Sorry about that. I was muted. What I would say that I'm sorry, Orthodox Moore's question threw me off, or his statement threw me off. I got to get into that. What I would say is that, yeah, if the pronunciation of Hebrew is up for debate, if no one knows, then yeah, you can turn around and apply that to people who are claiming to know the true pronunciation. Regarding what Orthodox Moore has pointed out, he said the good doctor claimed, and by the good doctor we mean Pastor Kelly, the good doctor claimed that Dr. Efrem Isaac confirmed the pronunciation of Lashwan Kodash. That's amazing. I got to see that. I'm gonna ask him to share that with me if that's true. I do know that Kelly does try to reapply the illogic of Lashwan Kodash to Ge'ez, and he claims that even Ge'ez was once called Ga'az, you know, and that it once was all A-class vowels, and it's humorous. I was thinking about making a video about that in the near future, but
I don't know. I can't. I'll just hold off on to see what's going on with that right there. Go ahead.
Hold on, Boo. So, let me not do it. All right. Are any of the pews written in Lashwan Kodash?
You know, it's funny. Even Kelly doesn't say that. His attempt to transcribe a pew so far is basically Yiddish. I mean, it's honestly, I would say it's worse than Yiddish, but it's basically Yiddish. Essentially, because check out what he says. First off, he celebrates the fact that he has a scholar, a secret scholar. He doesn't say who the scholar is, but I do think it's real, being that the email doesn't actually agree with his position. He has some scholar. He won't say who this guy is, but he has an email from a scholar with the name obscured. A scholar saying that he doesn't see Hebrew on any of the pews that he looked at, but there's a remote possibility that one of the pews sort of looks like English in Hebrew characters. He said, I'm not saying that's what it actually is, but there's a remote possibility. So that would be basically Yiddish, right? That's, you know, Yiddish is German written in Hebrew characters. Yes. And so essentially he's talking about a different Germanic language written in Hebrew characters. And then when Kelly tries to transcribe one of the pews, he says it's, first off, it's the word Yisrael, and he claims it's Israel, but it's spelled completely different with 5 yods and a zayin, no shin, no sin, no aleph, right? And so he tries to justify that by saying, oh, look, in the Polish use of the Latin script, they also use a Z. So he's literally appealing Z in Israel. He said he literally appeals to Polish use of the Latin script to justify his sort of ahistorical reading of one of the pews, and it's not in Lashwan Kodash. And then on top of that, now he's claiming the pew says Israel Yom, which he says means Israel's day or Israel's time. And the funny thing is that the syntax of it would also be basically English, where, you know, in in Semitic languages, if you want to say, like, if you want a noun to be possessed by another noun, like King of the Jews, right? The noun that's possessed would come before the noun which possesses it. And then in English, we do it, you know, we reverse that. Like we say the Jews' king or the Jews' temple, something like that. So his thing is, it even uses a Germanic syntax, you know, Israel's Yom, Israel's day. So it's almost like, it's more like Yiddish than Hebrew, the proposals that he's making, you know? But I'd say it's worse than Yiddish because of the spelling and the, you know, it's really off, you know. And there's a lot to be, I might be touching on that in a future video, because my next video, I hope, God willing, Lord willing, if the Lord wills, is going to be on the inconsistency of his polemics against an Arabic reading for the pew, and his sort of, you know, much less stringent rules for Hebrew on a pew. But I actually have a video on that titled "Is There Yiddish on the Pews?" which gets into the methodology of this. You might find it interesting.
Yeah, we should just left them pews alone. We should just left them pews alone. Them pews started the whole. I think it's because of the pews that. Well, I could be wrong. I'm thinking it's because of the pews that whole Cats thing and all of this stuff came up. We could just left them pews alone.
But we could have. What I always say about the pews is this, right? The issue with the pews has to do with the character of Kelly and Brown. Because think about Orthodox Moore. I always give this analogy. There's no problems between me and Orthodox Moore, right? We don't disagree. We don't agree on the pews. We have different views. But because both of us are open to just having an open and respectful conversation on methodology, we get along just fine, right? Mm-hmm. The problem was Kelly and Brown were against having an open conversation about, you know, consistent methodology, and their whole thing was to try to shut the conversation down by saying, "Oh, look, we got a scholar, that's it, no more talk." Everything was always no more talk. And so the Cats thing was another attempt at no more talk. And then, unfortunately, as like a sign of their characters, like I said earlier, it's not like it was just one lie. It wound up slowly getting compounded with other lies, like Cats had to go into hiding. And then, as you know, you were told that we were being put on a government watch list, a secret government watch list, while our videos were being flagged. And, you know, and so on. And the latest one that was on your show last August, I actually confirmed the Cats is real because we have an audio tape of him, you know, this kind of thing.
Yeah,
so
I think they were just trying to help the awakening, strengthen their position on the awakening. I think that's all that was right there. When you eager, you want to try to, and even the other brother, I shout out to him. He caught me when the whole thing happened. He was like, "Man, the guy's name was used, and you know, it wasn't even done on your platform. It's not no big thing." But I'm just looking at it like, yo, these pastors and, you know, this awakening is so important, and if everything don't stand on it, it's not the end of the world. I think it wasn't done with no. I can't use the word ill intent, but it is what it is.
What I would say is that it seems we should have just had an open conversation. I think the ill intent comes in with the desire to shut the conversation down, to prevent other, you know, views, dissenting arguments from making it into the echo chamber. That's why the whole thing has been about shutting conversations down and censorship. You know, like I've talked about, you know, Kelly admitted that he was the one who told Sister E to dismantle her forum. She used to have a forum on Facebook, you know, that was dedicated to open dialogue between Israelites and non-Israelites. And she shut it down. And by Kelly's own admission, it was under the influence of Kelly, you know, because he didn't like where the discussions were going, you know? And it's everything is, and that's why their channels are so heavily censored, you know? That's
talking about said it's manipulation. The only reason that I really bang and talk about that because it's like that Kelly and Brown. I was real tight with Brown and Sister E. I was real tight with them, and then Pastor Kelly used to start coming on, and I'm like, all right, these are some good people. They could represent another side of the awakening outside of the camp. And they kind of, I look at those people like all in the stream of Stephen Darby. I look at that, you know, so I'm thinking this thing is totally legit. Everything is on the up and up. And then, you know, little stuff like that start happening and Pastor Kelly start posting some stuff and, you know, stuff being said that he pulling it back like it's pseudo, but he didn't know. And it just started being a whole, then it just started going downhill. That Cats thing just messed the whole me. They just say they want that whole moderate movement, just mess the whole thing up. And then for years later to find out that they knew it was a lie and they wasn't even dealing with Brown. And then she beefing about, oh, that was a private conversation. Well, the truth came out.
Mm-hmm.
The truth
came out. That y'all don't support Berean thing.
Y'all and they leaders in the community. Pastor Kelly got 40,000 now. How many? When Pastor Kelly jumped on my joint, he had 800.
Mm-hmm. Something like 39,000 now. Yeah.
So they end up being leaders in what we would call the moderate movement. And we talking about Darby, and we trying to think of this thing a Christian thing. Then they come up a little. So he started. I think it was first time I heard of Pastor Kelly was like the best of your ability. I was like, oh Lord, that ain't sounding. But we gonna keep going. We going in. We gonna be talking. We just thinking everything good. Man, that catch thing. Like, oh man, if y'all lie about this, I don't know what other lies are they out there. Then there was some questions on the whole Lagwan Kodesh, the language, and some stuff it just started looking bad. And then, like I said, I knew for real it was the echo chamber when they was like, listen, we no longer support Berean, and he said that, and then Tayu and them start running. That's the whole moderate movement. But that's what they do. They're an echo chamber. Dante, Kelly, Sister E, KU Ministries, Brownback, all of them is a moderate. All of them is an echo chamber. It's an echo chamber. Ain't nothing open for no disagreement. Ain't nothing open for nothing.
Although shout out to Dante, he got out early. He got out early on the cats thing.
No, because they trying to move. They trying to deal with a whole movement, so they gotta go ahead and they gotta do that. They say they want dialogue. They don't want no dialogue. They don't want no dialogue. I said y'all name. Do what y'all want to do. I said y'all name. And it ain't no beef. I love y'all, but that's the truth. That is the truth. And y'all just doing what y'all do. Can't be questionable. Dude talking about Africa ain't over there. All right. You talking about the 400 years. All right. Let's talk about it. They don't want to talk about it. So they're going to tell everybody, we don't go to Berean. Don't mess with Berean, because stuff that they put out there, they don't want to discuss. They doing the same thing. The Yap gang, they done did the same thing. Them yo people, Bruce. They done did them was Bruce always praising. They done did this. This is what I see going on with Black Castic. Like y'all trying to shut down conversation, man. Ain't none of that cool to me. Ain't none of that cool to me. Y'all handlers. When I say the handlers, I'm talking to y'all. I'm talking about y'all. Do whatever y'all want to do. I'm telling y'all what it is. Go ahead.
I think more jumped on.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, peace and blessings to the panel. Peace and blessings to the chat. I had to jump on right quick because Abu's being mad modest right quick. Because the other day...
all right, I want to hear the immodest version. I'm looking forward to this. Good cop, bad cop. Go ahead.
I won't be that bad of a cop. We'll be like a good cop, better cop. You know what I'm saying? How about that?
All right, that's good.
But like so Abu, somebody whose position is that there's no discernible language on the pews, right? And Abu did something that gained my respect, and everyone should respect what he did in this tour. He tried to falsify his own position, right? And he sent pictures of a pew where he thought it potentially could say Surah 114. It's just a ayat from Surah 114 in a hypothetical context and whatnot. And he was getting hit back. Some people were saying no, some people saying yes, etc. But now there is a channel that's not so itty bitty. It's got 175,000 subscribers called the Ember Stein channel, which is dedicated to kind of diffusing Islamophobia in a sense, right? In America and whatnot. They put out an interesting video just the other day talking about Muslims in early America, and they happen to reference the First African Baptist Church and the very pew that Abu was talking about, and they say that Surah 114 and ayat off of Surah 114 is on there. And this is the same pew that Abu was describing earlier, to where the good doctor was saying that Israel Yom or Yisrael Yom or Israel time is on there. And so they're talking about the fact that there's like a conspiracy being put out by PBS to stipulate that there's potentially Arabic on not even all the pews, just on some of the pews. But now they're going to have to break down this conspiracy by the Ember Stein group as well or whatnot. Because the more and more people who are looking at these pews who have a background in Arabic or whatnot, they can see some Arabic on the pews or whatnot. Now, that doesn't mean that there's not other languages. There's not potentially Hebrew or whatnot. There's not potentially Ge'ez. There's not potentially other West African scripts or whatnot. But to deny Arabic is just amazing at this juncture, because there's a lot of scholarship that points to Arabic. Again, this is what's important about what the Emerstein video talks about as well. They specify that there was a blending of Christianity and Islam amongst some of the people who came across in the slave trade. In the PBS documentary about the Black church, they talk about the blending and fusings of traditions and whatnot. And so it's important to understand this and why that church is so important and why it's a national treasure for anybody who comes out of the slave trade and whatnot, because you have all these different, there's 27 different people who make up the Gullah Geechee people in the linguistic structure and whatnot, right? You get those fingerprints all throughout the church potentially, right? But to shut the conversation down, like this stuff can't happen, these people can't be here, this language can't be here, you're trying to not just erase history, you're erasing people, right? That's mad disrespectful, fam.
And then more, even with that, even if we were to say they weren't Muslim, at that point in history, at that point in the world, Arabic would be a lingua franca, just like how Greek would be in the first century, right?
Yeah, 100%. That's the point that they make. Like, again, Boubacar Diakité, he's from Mali himself, a West African Muslim from Mali. He comes out and says in the PBS documentary, they may not have been Muslim. They may have been Christian themselves. They may have been Christian themselves, right? Again, in the Emerstein video, they're not claiming that the people who potentially wrote a Surah 114 in that ayat there are Muslim. They're saying no, they're people who are blending Christianity with it and whatnot, right? And again, this is important to understand because people need to understand the people who are coming to America or to North America in the slave trade, where we get the populations from the Gullah Geechee, etc. They're coming mainly from the Senegambia and whatnot. And historically, there is a Christian population there prior to colonialism that's Christian up until like the 1300s, and then they convert to Islam. So this blending of Christianity and Islam and whatnot, people need to understand, because these people, again, like in West Africa, there's a time period where like it's not necessarily, some of it's a peaceable conversion, some of it's forcible conversion, right? When they're coming off the slave ship, they don't have to practice forcible conversion anymore, right? So if there's people who have a Christian tradition who are forced to practice one thing in Africa and whatnot, but they're not forced to in America and they can do their own thing, you should pay attention to how they're doing their thing and whatnot. But this blend of Islam and Christianity, like, you shouldn't be surprised about that if there's Christians that are historically from the same area and whatnot, right? And so we really need to a lot of people they look at Gullah Geechee stuff or they look at slave narratives and they assume that we only were taught Christianity when we got off the slave ship, and don't recognize that a lot of people stepped off the slave ship with Christianity, right? And a lot of people don't talk about what that looks like, what that tradition looks like, and all that type of stuff. But again, we see something that Boo and I both talk about. You can read in Sylviane Diouf's book and other books, but her book, Servants of Allah and whatnot, she breaks down a Mandingo slave in Savannah, Georgia, in the same time period, named London, who wrote down the first semblance of the Gullah language ever, right? That they've been able to find. It was the Gospel of John, written in the Gullah dialect, using the Arabic script. So again, this concept of we have to rule out anything Arabic because it's got to be automatically Islamic. No, that doesn't make sense. Arabic was the lingua franca of West Africa. If you were an Israelite in West Africa coming over on the slave, understand it's more like the likelihood that you're going, again, this is their narrative, family. Understand this. Their narrative is that, go back to the Boom Church, go back to the documentary we're talking about, all the type of stuff. They're going to talk to you about the fact that this Hebrew, this Soletrel came from an Ashkenazi mulatto boy. And it's more plausible that for them that cursive Hebrew is on those pews, and they got there again. It didn't come across the slave trade. The slaves didn't know Soletrel coming off the slave ship. They got taught it by again a man who bought a slave, knocked up his wife, and then taught that child Soletrel. An Ashkenazi supposedly taught Soletrel, which is a Latin. We're talking about a Spanish cursive Hebrew script, right? A Latin cursive Hebrew script. An Ashkenazi supposedly taught his son this Soletrel script, of which the Sephardic Jews in the area have not been documented in using yet. We cannot find Soletrel amongst the people that were there. They came across with their own Torah, circumcision box, etc. We can't find it amongst them. But again, an Ashkenazi mulatto learned this from his father, and that's how it got on the pews, etc. Or Or is it more plausible that the people that came off the slave ship dealt with the lingua franca of the area they came from? What's more plausible?
Yeah, Every you got the mic.
All right.
Unless, sorry, I didn't
No. Go ahead. No. Thank y'all. I appreciate
Yeah.
y'all. They already said y'all trying to stop the waiting, so I'm getting rid of these two guys right here.
Yeah.
What's this? What's going on? Go ahead.
Everett, you got the mic.
Everett muted.
Yeah.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello. I finally got a chance to get on. Mr. Berean, so happy to be here. Been listening to you for years, many years. And I'm kind of upset with you though, because, and the reason why I'm upset, because I love it when you say you want to get ignorant and you sit there and you speak your mind and this and that. But at the same time, you got people like Dante Fortson that could sit for hours, have a whole platform of giving you proof, undeniable proof. Matter of fact, the name of his book is Undeniable. Let me tell you something. I was watching the NBA. They was about to go into the Olympics, and they played against Nigeria, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was funny. I'm watching the game, and the Nigerian players look just like the American players, just like them. Only difference is the American ball players, you have people that might look like slave masters, like Kevin Love, a few other white people on the team, but the black people on the team, they look just like the Nigerian players.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we know for a fact that Henry Kissinger said about the Igbo tribe that they are the wandering Jews of Africa. We know this.
Kissinger?
Henry Kissinger, out of his own letter to Richard Nixon, quick research, he says, as far as the Biafra, that the Igbo tribe, which made up the majority of the slaves. Now, do we have to go into deep research knowing that the Bible talks extensively about people coming from the north, about we're going to be, well, basically on all four corners of this earth, that they're going to have no regard for young and old? We know who's part of the slave trade. We know who this is. So when we talk about, is it not a homogenous group? Oh, yes, it is a group of people that look alike. Yeah, we speak different languages because we was colonized by different people. Nobody was Spaniard or Portuguese, the English. We know, but at the same time, yes, it's Bible prophecy.
Wait, hold on. I don't mean to cut you off, Everett. So,
hey, yo, Alto, I'm sorry. Hold on. Do me a favor. Let me do it. Pull up Dante's video. Pull up Dante's video with his response to. Let me see. I think I had some. And Dante, I like Dante on the low. Dante just ill. That's all I'm saying. But I can't lie. He got a lot of he done help the awakening. He got top 12. He done help. How about Ronald Dalton? Putting out. I think it need to be researchers on him alone, on his channel alone. But he was.
But how about Ronald Dalton?
You support the work of Ronald Dalton? You read the book?
Yeah, Ron Dalton. I don't really know Ron Dalton like that.
Oh, for real? Now you talking about a person like Kyrie Irving?
Ron Dalton helping the awakening too, but the historic information needs to be challenged.
And he's been asking for people to. He's asking all the white pill that y'all show. You have your boy on here. He's speaking. He's showing.
Dante too. He telling people to go check out his styles, and I forget maybe 600 back.
And those same people want to go to wanted to challenge him, and they had the opportunity. Yeah, they had the opportunity because you got to remember, Kyrie Irving was suspended for how long was it? It was what, X amount of games, X amount of time. They talking about Kyrie. No one want to talk about Jeff Bezos and Amazon, and no one want to talk about Ron Dalton. How come we didn't want to touch on that? How come we don't want to touch on the book, Hebrews to Negroes, which had historical proof, archaeological proof, DNA proof, show things on the map? It was ridiculous.
So, Everett Watson,
Let me pull up this book.
are Sephardic Jews real Jews, or are they fake too?
I'm gonna tell you right now, a Sephardic Jew is what you call a Jamaican today.
A Jamaican?
Now, yeah, well, that's so funny about that. Actually came from a white pill. When he went in detail as far as the slave trade, and when
you in the car?
Island. And as we know, the Sephardic Jews, where they came from? They came from Portugal. You talking about the Spanish Inquisition?
Yeah, but hold on, no. But if you read the book, his chapter on Sephardic Jews, he said that there's no word for Sephardic in the Bible. Well, no, there's one. I'm not getting it wrong. This would be paraphrasing. But the Sephardic Jews are really Assyrians.
Assyrians?
Let me ask you a question.
In the Bible, I'm sorry.
That's what Ron Dalton said in his book.
Hold on. You think that Ron Dalton book should be taken seriously with no footnotes in it?
I think it should be taken very seriously, because it has not been challenged by the Ish community, and I really feel they're scared to challenge it. Only person that challenged it was Rabbi Rosenberg, and he basically wiped them under the table when they went head to head.
Oh, so you feel okay? All right, y'all heard that then, right? So you think they're afraid to challenge it?
And I know you're like going to the it says in a nation in which we are, I can't phrase it. I don't have it in front of me, but we wake up in the place of our captivity.
In the land of captivity, yeah.
And isn't that what's happening? Isn't that signs of the last day? And if you have a year return of Ghana since 2019, and you have HR 1242 passed by Congress during the Trump administration, commemorating the 400 years.
What does that HR actually say? 400. What does that HR actually say? We got to look. I got to lay into all of this stuff. But go ahead.
Hold on real quick, because Grattree has a question. Grattree asks, is there a bibliography in Ron Dalton's book? No, there's no bibliography in Ron Dalton's book. So is there an issue, Everett, that there's no bibliography in Ron Dalton's book? Is that an issue?
You know what? It might have left field with it. I will say, yeah. This study has been going on for years. You have Benya Israel. You have a lot of other. Excuse me one second. You have a lot.
You're
platforms that basically.
Go ahead. I'll mute myself.
I'm sorry because my communication here. But yeah, so he's not saying anything new. He's actually just putting everything that we already been studying for the longest. Ever since we had this grand awakening now, and I would say this grand awakening been going on, I would say since 2015 or so. Granted, you have people had this truth since the 70s. You have people going back to Israel, going back to Africa since the 70s.
Somebody said Sister E is on live. Sister E ain't got no messages from me. I ain't thinking about Sister E. That's my homegirl. I ain't thinking about her and them handlers. She trying to clean up, do whatever she do. Keep it moving with them liars. You rocking with them liars. You a liar, Sister E. You a liar. You knew that Brown and them was lying. And you said it. We got you on film, so we got you on tape saying you knew that. I wasn't absolutely sure. Get out of here. You a liar and you were running interference. Go ahead. I don't care what you say. I don't care what y'all do. Y'all liars. Period. Do whatever you want. You know I ain't scared of you. I ain't scared of you. I ain't scared of none of them dudes. Don't bother me. I'll bother you back in Jesus' name. Go ahead. So, and get them brainwashed like out of here. They don't need to be around here with that garbage. Can't nobody question y'all manipulating this whole awakening. You was part of it. Go ahead.
So no, because the other day we were on talking about the scholarship and history and whatnot, philosophy. Right? So is scholarship needed at all? Is scholarship needed at all? Because you said that Ron Don just put the book together, what we all already know. If is that good scholarship or what? What's your measure for scholarship and where is it needed? That's the question. What's your measure for scholarship and where is it needed?
Well, how you even get into this awakening? Because you believe scripture and Ron Dalton bear witness with scripture and Ron Dalton writing an historical book with no bibliography. I can't make this up. I give up.
Because that's the whole standpoint where it doesn't make. It's one thing you say we have a claim we all know, but if I were to say I don't know that fact, it doesn't line up. And even I would say that everyone knows that Jesus lived around for in the first century. There are folks that debate that, so you have to show and prove documents, Josephus, all that kind of stuff. So if you're talking to a group outside of your own chamber, then it doesn't make sense. You got to show and prove. Let me see. Grafton Tree said bibliography would. Hold on. He said, "Let me get this and go to Kobe." Bibliography.
What other history book? What other history book on the planet? What other history book on the planet ain't got no bibliography? I'll wait.
Yeah, and then Kobe want to know what Christian college do you work at?
Who?
Everett. Because it's holding on scholarship.
Hello, guys.
What? Everett, you still there?
I'm trying to. Can y'all hear me? Because I'm having difficulties on my end. I'm sorry. I'm literally trying to drive to work right now and trying to talk to you guys.
Yeah, we can hear you now. You good?
All right. Now, I don't know about Ronald Dalton and his resources as far as how well he documents it. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're hearing you.
Yeah, keep talking. I'm muted. I mean, my screen.
I think there's such a delay. You know what? Let me try to get back on. Let me get off and come back on. There's such a delay right now. I'm sorry, my brothers. I'm sorry.
Turn off YouTube when you come back on. Don't have YouTube playing. That might be it. You can't listen through YouTube, so you gotta once you open the link, close out YouTube or pause it. Yeah, I think you might be listening to YouTube.
Amalgamation of a bunch of different tribes there that destabilized the region and led to a genocide and a Holocaust of the Igbo people. Where in the 1960s, millions of them were systematically killed and murdered. So this is so relevant because we have such a never again Holocaust theme, but these people had it. But what is mind-boggling to me, which I can't imagine why this is not in the news and not spoken about, is that a large chunk, more than a fourth of the transatlantic slave trade came specifically from this one tribe.
Mm-hmm.
So how are we not starting to connect dots and being like, wait a minute? So the tribe in Africa that the government of Israel is fascinated with and enamored by is now the blood of those people flowing through the African American community here, which makes sense to me why they're all being like, we have an Israelite affinity where we're identifying this is us, we are this. And so I'm like, so yeah, if the DNA of the blood of these people are in them, they have a valid claim to feel and say that. Nigeria is just a name that the British threw onto the amalgamation of a bunch of different tribes there that destabilized the region and led to a genocide and a Holocaust of the Igbo people. Where in the 1960s, millions of them were systematically killed and murdered. So this is so relevant because we have such a never again Holocaust theme, but these people had it. But what is mind-boggling to me, which I can't imagine.
All right. Try it again. Y'all can hear me?
All right. I can hear you. I'm back.
Go now. I'll mute myself. Go, you talk.
Are you right after we talk, Everett? So you just heard me now? You just heard me speak right now.
All right. So I could talk.
Are you? Did you? Wait.
Yeah, you could talk. You talk about what school you work for? That was the question.
I don't want to let my place of employment. I don't want to talk about that. Okay. But I do. What I do want to talk about is actually just the stuff that should be common knowledge right now in these last days and times, as far as who is Israel, how things are supposed to play out in the end days. Literally have to clear.
Nah.
Even up to about you was talking about the 400 years, and I'm trying to figure since 1619 to 2019, I don't think the world's been the same. You had a pandemic that literally shut down the whole world, and people.
People don't stop.
But listen, but hold on, but please, Brother Brand, it's like we don't something when
your connection's kind of going in and out. You just jumped off. You might want to jump back on. Try one more time.
All right.
And then hold on, and then Breen, hold on, because Grab the Tree asked another question earlier. Does Ron have any attributed block quotes with cited sources? Anything? Block quote? He has in one of the times that we did see a quote from a book, but no. For the most part, no. But you can't even count. That's like 0.1%. He'll say things like stats and it's known by many. He'll quote stats and won't show the source and all that kind of stuff. So
the reason that Ron Dalton book is going to jump is because it's saying what a lot of these folk out here already believe. So if people on YouTube they hear we Israel, somebody else read a book with no footnotes, no nothing, they're going to believe it because they hear it all on the internet. Now they said, this is the information right here. But who's going to check it out? The church is somebody, they're going to make a documentary to go against it?
Yeah.
He's been saying he got 1,000 sources. Join and check it out. So in that sense, I could say Dante Ord's been open about it, challenging people to go to his site and check out his information. Don't believe what he's saying. So I won't put him in the echo chamber. But he gonna agree with his like that rest of them focus his mans in them. Go ahead.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing, because the way the book starts out
listen to this right now. Listen to this now. Read that right there.
Brian, myself, Sister E, Dante, Teo, Pastor Kelly, Ron Dalton, teach the truth. All these Israelites to repair to the breach. Faithful Bereans that teach the truth of scriptures. Bruce, are Sephardic Jews, are they Assyrians or are Sephardic Jews? What are they? I'm just going to focus on that. Are Sephardic Jews Assyrians? Yes or no? Are they Assyrian converts? Because that's what Ron Dalton teaches in his book. Bruce, let me focus on that. Because Brian, I'm of the impression, I don't think everyone has read his book. I don't think everyone has read the book. And I'm not saying that no one has, but it seems like there are those who push Ron Dalton that I don't think they've read the whole book.
Wow.
Because even the standpoint was the narrative, or not even going to say narrative, the information that's been presented on the channel, the fact that he says Sephardic Jews are converts, Assyrian converts, then how's that going to the Inquisition, all that kind of stuff? That completely defeats the whole standpoint about them getting kicked out and going to West Africa. That's what Ron Dalton teaches in his book. That's why I don't understand why some folks are backing him like that. They're Spanish. Sephard means Spanish, but that's what Ron Dalton is teaching in his book, and we've shown that from the book itself. So is Ron Dalton teaching the truth by saying Assyrians, the Sephardic Jews are Assyrian converts? Bruce. And that's the whole, it's not a shot in, it's just this one book. That's the whole thing. It goes against a lot of stuff that's being presented, and it doesn't have sources. Okay, Bruce, talking about Bruce, brother. If you answer my question, are Sephardic Jews Assyrian converts?
Bruce, shut your. Now look, this is what I'm trying. I can't deal with it.
Yeah, Roger, you have lost your ever-loving mind. Dante present truth in the spirit of King David, slaying Goliath, false and perpetrated by the masters by your sin of Christianity.
That's all he knows. No matter he said that point, that one point is not the point of the whole book.
No, but the whole standpoint is humanity. If someone the way that folks are presenting the book, they're presenting as 100%. This is right and exact. You know what I'm saying? It's one thing to say like, look, I read the book. There's some points I agree with. There's some points I don't know about all that. But then now I'm asking about, because this is just one chapter. We went to different chapters, and in every chapter we went through, there were things that were problematic in the book. Do white people have melanin?
Come on.
You know what I'm saying? Even when some of the prison, the school to prison pipeline, he presented these numbers, but when we try to look at the stats, we couldn't find them. The only thing we can find goes back to his book. And that's the whole thing. This isn't about attacking the awakening. Is this book right and exact? What did folks research these things, or when the book starts out, it starts out with a question about, do you know who you are? Why do you feel this way? How are you treated? To get you in a certain mindset to now go into, open you up, to feed into interact and to feed into other information that's not presented with facts. No, it's not saying. Low key, that's occultism. That's sorcery. He's trying to get you emotional, and what they do, like in like when someone gets you upset, they're trying to put all these facts. That's not true. That's manipulation. That's a psyop. That's the whole thing, and this has nothing to do. This has nothing to do with everybody. Right now, just focus on the book. The book has issues, and so far, no one has really come on here to say, yeah, the book has issues. I agree with that. I read the book. The book has some issues in it. I was a little upset it had no citations. I was a little upset they didn't have this.
Nobody could speak against the awakening. That's all it comes down to. You can't speak against the awakening. And those teaching on that awakening, and Bruce, you see Bruce come on every time he come on, he mentions the E&M, because all of them folk help wake him up. Oh, however you want to look at it, and you can't speak against God's anointed.
Yeah.
Just like church, this is what it is.
And that's
what it is. I see stuff Bruce don't see. I can see stuff. I see that manipulation. I seen that. I lived that thing. That whole manipulation with Kelly and Sister E and all of them. When she said, I wish that what she said, she wished that the urban apologists would debate the after the Vince ban to Jabari thing, man. Please, I'm good. I heard your own voice. Then she gonna get on here talking about she wants. I don't know if Cat's real. I don't know if Cat's fake. I'm not. She just said on another video, I'm 95% sure you lied.
Yeah, hold on.
And then she was upset that they released a private video that brought the truth out about the idea. So how am I to feel, Sister E, when I met you and you introduced me to Kelly and them, and I'm thinking this thing is legit, and y'all making up scholars, y'all running around here lying. I'm thinking y'all moving together. If pastors are willing to lie on historical stuff and twist on historical stuff, because they're going to say they weren't sure if Kelly knew, they weren't sure if Benaiah Israel knew and all of that stuff. It's the manipulation. It's the manipulation. That's all I'm saying. And if you got to lie on history, lie on the awakening, I don't know if this is just a fake Black Power movement. I got to question everything in the whole awakening. Then you're going to turn around and try to, I'm not sure if he lied. He lied. And you said you was almost 95% sure. I don't know if a cat exists or not. Or something. Let me pull up that video.
Now, okay, Numanity, I'll say this, because Numanity asked me a question. Can I say anything good about the book? If I can be honest with you, Numanity, I'm a little past that Black Power talk. I'm about Black Power on a secular level to really, to benefit of those of a certain hue of how they treated, so that when we're not looked down upon from first glance and we can build something for ourselves. I ain't gonna lie, but to me, from Ron Dalton's book, it's just presenting issues that go on in the so-called Black community. And I got to finish reading the book, but I seldom saw solutions. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it's towards the end, and I'm not there yet. So if he has solutions in the book, I can rock with solutions. You know what I'm saying? How to build up a community and that kind of stuff. But the information he's presenting at the beginning, it's kind of hard to take it on a certain level, to take it serious, to take it on a certain level, because he's saying it's a known fact. But he's not saying where's that fact coming from. Like if I would say,
Kobe done said that thing. Kobe done said the truth right there.
These channels on the new church and the handlers of the new pastors still can't question what they say.
That's just what it is. That's just what it is. We got to call it for what it is. I think he even turned around and posted something the other day. Do you even need a pastor? I'm telling y'all, I'm good. I'm good. Folk come out to church with that church spirit. The same thing they complain about. Church, the church, the church, the church, the church, the church, the church. Let an urban apologist would have got caught making up a scholar.
And then that goes in the whole standpoint of, going back to the video we shown earlier, the history of hidden truth. It's a bad thing when you have truth. Truth hidden in a situation. When people start doing it tends to be a trend. Like it's like in any society when people start covering up, like an Animal Farm. If you ever read that book, once the pigs started covering up stuff and changing things out, it was a slippery slope to where they just did whatever they wanted to do. And if you spoke against them, you were kicked out. That's the whole thing with community and power and politics. When you have people who start covering up in any community, in societies, a lot of times it leads to abuse of power. It doesn't matter who it is, the church or whatnot. And then folks want to call out the church in terms of fairness and truth and that kind of stuff. Then the same banner must be raised all throughout. That's the thing.
Come on. That's
the whole thing. So it doesn't matter who. That's why on the channel we talked about the white church, the black church, talked about Pentecostals, charismatic, reformers, Calvinism, all that kind of stuff. But if you say truth, sometimes truth can be covered up, then there's no beef. If you can say, sometimes some things are just tradition, then there's no beef. But if you want to be a hardliner, then it raises issue. That's the whole thing.
You just can't. People don't want you to judge Israel, to question Israel. I remember one time we played a Stephen Darby video, and the brother said, and we played it, and we looked at Stephen Darby website, and Stephen Darby said Jesus wasn't always the Son of God; he became the Son of God. The chat photo already ill. This broad turns around and going, they disrespectful on Berean channel. We talk about they disrespectful in this comment section and da. You can't talk about Israel. So the fence, like the Israelites, the Jews had a fence around the Torah. There's a fence, a pseudo that's around Israel, and you can't come in there. Can't come in there. It's a fence. They got a whole fence. And they got things to do if you come in there and trying to question anything.
Hold on, and then you see this, brother. Have y'all ever looked at your own beliefs? Why you believe them? Or you're afraid to admit that you may have been fooled? How many times do we have Roger come on here to bang on Pentecostals.
How many times I bang on Pentecostals? That's like I'm going to say. That's a thumper right there. Eli's a thumper. You a thumper that just believe. I bang on, outside of Israel, I bang on Pentecostals. And I said that was the tradition I was involved in.
And that's how many opposing views have we had on here? The
How
preterists.
many opposing views? And that's my thing. You don't come here and then start and want to change the subject to us, because we blow at everybody. We blow at the 700 Club. We blow at Daystar. We blow at Bynum. We blow at Karn. We blow at these folk. But do y'all do that? That's the thing. There ain't no blowing in Israel. Except anybody, rape doctrine, whatever it is, it's all good. We one nation and we trying to build. One nation under God. Period.
And my brother Bruce, let me see what Bruce is saying. Dummy, the original Sephardic Jews were from Spain and Portugal. They were black. The modern day Sephardic Jews are imposter, just like the Ashkenazi Jews. Yo! Bro.
That's just what it is. That's just what, and we know we're Bruce, and that's the thing. That's the thing that's a little scary to people. Bruce, oh, that's right. Bruce don't like DNA. He like the calendar. If some of them people connected DNA wise, what you gonna say to that? Bruce, what you gonna say to that? Then the first thing you gonna say, there's good white people he know, a few.
And the whole thing is, we haven't even pulled up the documentary and talked about how many Sephardic Jews actually left the Iberian Peninsula.
Oh man, yeah.
How many Jews, how many of those quote black Jews remained on the Iberian Peninsula after the Inquisition? Oh my God. How many of them black Jews left the Iberian Peninsula? This is crazy. It feels like hear from what Bruce is saying. It's like a narrative in my mind comes about wherever there was Jewish population. It seems like the black Jews were there first, and they were kicked out and left. Then the fake Jews just come about there. That's what it feels like. Whenever you see a Jewish community or Israelite community, the black ones were there first. Then they got kicked out or they ran off, and the apostles took over where they were. Hold on. Paula Burgos. This is, oh my God. Let me see.
Bruce gonna say they don't fit the curses. It's other black Israelites like Dunamis is saying don't fit the curses. I need some coffee.
All right, let me share my screen because get my mind. Because Kobe trying to stop something. So Kobe should look this guy up. Paul de Burgos. Okay. I don't know, Kobe. He looked like his hair's relaxed. So he's a Spanish Jew who converted to Christianity and became an archbishop. His original name was Solomon Ha-Levi. He was the most wealthy and influential Jew of Burgos, an erudite scholar of Talmudic and rabbinical literature, and a rabbi of the Jew. Wow. He was a rabbi. His father, Isaac Ha-Levi, had come from Aragon to Burgos in the middle of the 14th century. Solomon Ha-Levi also apparently filled the office of tax farmer at the same time. According to Gratz, his scholarship and intelligence, no less than his piety, won the praise of Isaac ben Shechet, with whom he carried on a learned correspondence. This assertion is disputed by Atlas and Herman as anachronistic. The disparity in age between Paul de Burgos and Perfet renders the assumption of greatness is untenable. Okay, so Bruce. So this is a picture of him, right? Long before the Inquisition. What say Hebrews? Is he fake or is he real? This is before the Inquisition. Is he a fake or is he a real one?
Yo, I'm gonna tell y'all right now. Yap Gang, they done came on here and they told you them light-skinned folk been around. Ooh, y'all don't like that? Bruce, what you gonna do with that DNA talking about them light-skinned folk was there? Because you try and act like them light-skinned folk wasn't at the foot of Mount Sinai. What you gonna do with that? Oh, Bruce don't like the DNA, right?
Yeah. And that's the whole thing is. So, Bruce, let me ask you this. Oh, yeah, Kobe T got more. So if someone says you were descendant of someone who had like some money back in the day, right? And they want to see if you're a family member so you can get a piece of it. Would you take DNA then to see if you relate to some folks? They was there. They Esau. So Slick, are you saying that he's an Edomite?
He said they was there, they Esau, they was at the foot of Mount Sinai receiving the. I can't help.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Oh man, I don't know, man. This is, and the whole example. No one's trying to stop No awakening. It's just that people are making claims, and then when you look into it, the most I can say the most we can say is that not everything. So folks kind of hardline, and they fudge the numbers to make everyone, and then no one this. So everyone over here is this, but no one over there is like that. Wow.
So there were two sets of Jews in Spain, black and white. Read The Jews of Khazaria by Alan Brooks. So there were two sets of Jews. Isabel and them, and which one got terrorized? Just the black ones?
Because now it seems like we're going back into the Khazarian theory.
They ain't never left. That's strong in the awakening. The Khazarian theory is strong in the awakening.
But the whole were there any other groups that converted to Judaism en masse? How many Khazars actually converted? Landon saying 2 sets. Hold on, Landon. Who are the 2 sets in India?
Where Wiggins said, I'm trying to go back to Elder Wiggins' comment. Elder Wiggins said, where was it? Read that right there.
So all of Ron's sources in his book is wrong because he doesn't have a bibliography. Is that logical thinking? Elder Wiggins, if you go to the bank to get a loan, right? You're trying to get a mortgage. Can you just walk up to the bank and say, "Hey, look, bro, I need $200K to buy a house." Okay, what's the house? And you can't even show the address for a house. Is that an issue? Are they just gonna give you the money and they're gonna ask for paperwork? If you do anything in life, do you have to show something? How did you know this? What proof? Or you're selling wolf tickets. That's what I'm asking Elder Wiggins. That's the whole thing. It's critical thinking. Critical thinking is if you present a source, okay, so bro, where you getting this source from? You know what I'm saying? Can you show and prove? Elder Wiggins, bro, if you're talking about historical events, one must show proof of accurate history. That's the whole thing. It's one thing if we having It's one thing we just having conversation, you know, barbershop talking like this. You know, might let things fly and you look up things later on. But you wrote a book. So you sat down to write words on a page. So you tell me you didn't have enough time to transcribe where you get information from in that book? Of all places, a book should have something like that. The Bible even got footnotes. For things they gotta explain. Why does this term used? What's going on here? Okay, now I see Elder Wiggins saying he's saying. So because you say Ron Dalton's book doesn't have solutions, then his sources are wrong. What a bias. Wow. Marine, I'm gonna warn Christians one more time. Gentiles, Christians being wild olive branch. Stop boasting against the natural branch, Israelites. Yo, hold on. Let me see if I can find a clip.
Oh man, this religion is a mess. This religion is a mess. You hear me? And y'all Israelites, y'all are knee deep in it. They better repent. We are God's. We the. Oh man, listen to as many as received him. Said that's the problem. You folk think y'all better than me. That's the problem right there. You folk think y'all better than me, but you're not. This is beef. This is beef. This is beef right here.
Man, because Bruce, I can take your whole standpoint is Christ set up the church, and Peter was the first pope. Don't you dare ever speak against the church. We have the authority and the power. Bruce, that's what you sound like.
That's what you sound like, Bruce.
How dare you? Don't you see the signet ring I have on?
Thank you. Kiss the ring.
Bow down.
And Israel out here running a whole muck. Been devil worshippers. Running a whole muck it out. And we don't even, I'm questioning y'all. Y'all saying too much stuff ain't going with that book. Y'all think it's the book, but I'm questioning y'all.
Yeah,
all right, let me one thing I can say, the good. All right, go ahead.
Now, because Elder Wiggins, the whole standpoint is, all I'm saying is, Elder Wiggins, maybe it's me. I've heard these talking points before, but bro, I just want to see solutions. That's the whole point of the beginning of the video. Where are we building to? What's the end result? What do we do now that we're here? What do we do if Christ doesn't come back in 100 years? Then what do we do? Do I just leave my children destitute with stories? Or do I teach them the Bible but also provide for them? How do we build as a community to take care of ourselves? All that kind of stuff. That's right.
Who in Israel? Tell me the channel. Who in Israel is teaching that? Who in Israel is going to be the leaders to take this thing out? Not preach, we the people, we need reparations. We the people, East on the white man is wicked. We the people, not all of that. That's all y'all getting fed.
Because the only people I've ever heard is you have Divine Prospect, Ron Dalton, and I'm trying to think of anyone else. Not Ron Dalton. Pastor Dow down in Tennessee.
Yeah. Trying to do something.
Yeah. Divine Prospect and Pastor Dow. Divine Prospect got a network of doing different things, business and whatnot. Pastor Dow got centers, little caches and whatnot, prepping sites. That's the whole thing. But for a lot of folks, to me, it just seems like religious activity.
Now, you got some people that's in the forefront of the awakening, making documentaries, videos, having YouTube talks and things of that nature. And that's helping the awakening in that sense. So Bruce and them could look up to that because they're out here feeding people the information to come into the thing. But once you enter the thing, what's the next thing? A few people selling clothes, selling Hebrew clothes, t-shirts, embroidered stuff. What's the next level for a nation to go? Y'all know most of the time, a lot of times you don't find white folk that's in the church with a black pastor. And the lady, and somebody was just saying something. I'm not going to even say who it was. Somebody was saying something. What you going to teach the Gentiles? Prosperity. What you going to teach? What you going to teach the? What you going to teach the nations? Israel. What y'all going to teach the nations?
And then bring home. Let me pull this comment up. He says, "No, Dunamy, we are to repent and petition to be regarded and restored. It's not a home. That's not what the awakening is about."
So he got to repent and petition to be gathered from. He got to. That's for Israel. Everybody got to do that.
In a whole standpoint, that's not. One,
this is not our home. This it's sure right ain't our home. Nor is Jerusalem.
But this sounds like religion. This is right
here.
Religion.
And that's how they dupe them to make them think it's not religion. This is religion.
So because just December 31st, there was a National Israelite Day of Repentance. Folks prayed and repented. So is that supposed to be an ongoing thing or what?
Come on and talk to us, y'all.
So that's the whole thing. If it's just repentance and prayer to be restored,
that's all y'all been doing. That's what y'all claim the church stopped doing everything else. Y'all just want to pray. What about action? Time for some action. What's the action going to be?
And then, bro, this how it does. It just sounds like the evangelicals flying in Jews into Israel.
Come on,
from all around the world, because they want to see they want to see Christ come back, and they feel that once they're in the land,
come on,
Christ is going to come back. That's why they push a whole bunch of Zionism, because they feel that Zionism tied to the Messiah coming back.
At least the mother folk was crazy enough to make a move and go out there. The mother folk waiting. While you're doing what you waiting, occupying what you doing while you waiting. He said to wait. He gonna take us into the land. Where fervent charity at?
That's the whole thing. So even if we have to wait, what did the Most High say in Jeremiah while they were in captivity? What are they supposed to do? Plant gardens, build houses, marry your sons and your daughters all. Pray for the nation that you're in. Pray for the peace of the nation that you're in, the city.
I wonder if they did that on National Day of Prayer. I wonder if they did that, called out the president name, called out the country. I wonder if they did that with all that good praying.
Pray for Biden.
Or they praying to get out here and kill these white folks. Oh man.
Pray for Biden. How many folks prayed for the Queen's health before she died? Queen Elizabeth. And then when she died, what did they do? Were there folks praying for Queen Elizabeth's health? Are there folks praying for King Charles in his? Because King Charles, Jamaica is still a republic, if I'm not mistaken. King Charles, they had a state. So should Israelites in Jamaica be praying for King Charles or what? Or no, it don't matter.
Then they got the nerve to be mad that there's some folk that's Israel and just staying in a regular old Sunday church, just being regular. Just being regular.
And fervent charity is different. Fervent charity, Jordan, you different, bro.
Fervent charity a little different. They already said you were slow.
No. Fervent charity buying trucks. Fervent charity doing jewelry.
He living in the land of what he's supposed to do.
He doing it big.
He's making it happen.
He gonna leave a package for his family.
Come on.
Fervent charity doing business, cutting hair, all kinds of stuff.
Come on, leave his son something. Come on.
Son got all kinds of Jordans. Let me find out.
Read that.
Sounds like Nation Islam sprinkled with a little Judaism and a dash of Jim Jones. Yeah. That's that. Why are we praying for devil worshipers? Oh my God. Gentlemen, why are we praying for devil worshipers? What does the Most High command Israelites, the Israelites in captivity to do? And then from that, what have even Jews been doing after that? In every country they're in, what do they do? Let's pull the passage. Let's see. Let's pull the passage. I think, oh man.
And the other guy said, when I said, what Israel did, he said, Israel got the church folk reading their Bible.
Jeremiah 29. Let's get our minds right. All right. Thus says the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, unto all those carried away captive, from cause to be carried away from Jerusalem unto Babylon. Build ye houses, dwell in them, plant gardens, and eat the fruit of them. Take ye wives, and beget sons and daughters. Take wives for your sons, and give your daughters to husbands, that ye may be blessed, that they may bear sons and daughters, that ye may be increased there and not diminished. And seek the peace of the city, whither I caused you to be carried away captives, and pray unto the Lord for it, and the peace thereof. So you have King James.
I don't think he know. I don't think he knew it was on the screen, Mercy. Oh God, I need a miracle.
And then, so this is Old Testament. So he's telling them to pray for and seek the peace, right? Okay, you're right. Okay, man, and pray unto the Lord for it. So not only are they supposed to seek the peace of the city, sounds like even if it means to join the military for that city, to join the army of your oppressor. I don't know. And pray unto the Lord for it. For its destruction? No. For in peace, therefore, shall you have peace. Now let's go to the New Testament. You know what I'm saying? Let's go to the New Testament. Let's see if this continues forward. 1 Timothy 2:2. First of all, I urge you that petitions, prayer, intercessions, and thanksgiving be offered for everyone, for kings and all those in authority, so that they may lead in tranquil and quiet lives in all godliness and dignity. This is good and pleasing in the sight of God, our Savior. Let me go to it. This is good in the sight of God, our Savior, who wants everyone to be saved and come to the knowledge of the truth. So what that mean? What does this mean? So how would they understand it? How would Israelites understand these things? Oh yeah, you're right, Kobe. Take wives from Israel. Yeah. That's the whole thing. Is that a command from the Most High? Just going with Jeremiah alone, praying for the peace of the city. Peace with whom? God, it doesn't matter. You're talking about the city. You're talking about the city have peace. So that means that you're praying that, yeah, Nebuchadnezzar took y'all away, but y'all got to pray for the peace of the city that everything goes all right with him. So you're saying that the Lord wants us to pray for the synagogue? So the Lord wants us to pray for the synagogue of Satan, do to me? Wow. So, Spirit of Simeon. No, I got to ask. So Queen Elizabeth, was she part of the synagogue of Satan?
Good question.
Is King Charles a part of the synagogue of Satan? Yep. I get the tree. Graph the tree. Yep. All right. Bruce Paris, no. Yes. Because she's easy.
Wiggins in here fighting strong for Ron Dalton.
Yeah. What sources in Ron books about the scattered tribes of Israel is wrong? Please show. Oh. Mate, this. Wow. Didn't Christ say pray for your enemies? All right, Elder Wiggins. You know what? We might have to do another night. Elder Wiggins, come on. We just read the book together. We have
jump on right now for a little while. Maybe we can pull up a little bit of that.
Yeah.
And he can say his point.
Yeah,
because What he said, one, I only care for sources.
Let me see if I can pull the book up. Come on, Elder Wiggins, come on. Let's read. I'll pull up a chapter. Then we're gonna read through it. And what's his thoughts on it?
Berean DNA will confuse and deceive the master. No, it won't. No, it won't. Stick to the Holy Scriptures, unbiased history, and I don't believe you. You Roman Catholic, just stick to. Let me just go in the direction you steering me. I don't accept nothing. You listen, y'all good. You can go ahead over there with them folk. I'm good.
And if you don't pray in Latin, you're not. God doesn't hear your prayer because all
Come
you
on, that garbage. They trying to. Hebrew. You got to get to the real name. All that garbage.
And they just said the language is impure. So anyone who's speaking Hebrew, no matter black, white, whoever, is not pure.
When Moses, a real Israelite, didn't use the sacred name, used different names. Whole Pentateuch showing us that. I'm following them Israelites in that book. What them prophets spoke in that book. Not you brand new people. The king said, pray for those that despiteful you. You pray for your enemy. These folk just got a whole new doctrine. Listen to their handlers. Listen to their handlers. When you forget, when you're supposed to only forgive Israel, listen to their handlers. Jesus said that. Kobe said it best. Them YouTubers, they the new preachers. They the new bishops, and you can't question them. And they don't get that microphone up. They're going to stand in that pulpit and they're going to talk. They talk. Go ahead. Let me pull up some of this, because one thing I can say is the awakening has brought some folk out. Everybody going to talk about it. Is everything awakening wrong? Absolutely not. Same time yesterday, y'all see, I said, what are you going to tell them church folk? I'm asking them church folk, all right, what y'all going to do if this thing is right and exact, as we see more and more rabbis and more European people make comments on this awakening? What are y'all going to do in the church? What are y'all going to do? All right. I don't know. Put a link out there in case he want to jump on. Let me bring some of this up right here. And why they got people. What does one say?
At the head of 1 Corinthians chapter 11 verse 3. But I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ. So the head of every man is Christ. And the head of the woman is the man. And what? And the head of Christ is God. And the what? The head of Christ is God. So is Jesus Christ God? You say yes, right? So how can he be the head of himself? Right. That's right. That makes no sense, man. Right? 1 Corinthians chapter 11 verse 3. But I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ. So the head of every man is Christ. And the head of the woman is the man. And what? And the head of Christ is God. And the what? The head of Christ is God. So is Jesus Christ God? You say,
Brand, let me ask Bruce a question. Bruce, so he said in King, is Beta Israel, are they bloodline Israelites or are they converts? Or is it a mix, bloodline and converts? Is Beta Israel bloodline, converts, or mix? And that's what I want to know, Bruce. And then we're gonna get you a screen. Let me share this one last thing, and then we go back to what you got up. Because I want what is now we got Peter, the Rock. Show proper respect to everyone. Love the family believers, fear God, honor the emperor. Who is he talking about? What does he mean by saying honor the emperor? Respect the king. What's he talking about?
That's a fair question. That's a fair question, Bruce. Are you to pray for the president? I don't hear no Israelite saying anything good about any president. It's just a damn America, damn America, damn America, America's falling. and people just gather together, and that's all they talk about. How America, Babylon is falling out, Babylon is cursed, and this is a wicked place.
And the Rev C says right there, Nero. What was Nero doing at the time? What is Nero known for?
Thank you.
What did Nero do?
And he wasn't bloodline, and he was the enemy.
What did he do on the road to Rome? How did he light up that road?
Come on.
Who burnt down Rome? Who did Nero say?
And then blame it. Come on.
And so, but then Peter, and it would filled with the Spirit, honor the emperor. What do we do with that?
That's what I'm saying. Y'all not saying what Peter was bloodline. I don't care what y'all say. Too much stuff you modern day Israelites saying that's against the book that your handlers are teaching y'all, and y'all repeating it. Now I'm hearing everybody in Israel say, "Oh, you don't pray for your enemies." I hear everybody in Israel say it now. Totally against the book, but I heard your handlers say it. Y'all repeat what your handlers say, even if they don't give y'all scripture. Y'all, a lot of people are saying stuff opposed to what the book is saying. But when you get these personalities, just like the charismatic church, you don't need to get in that book. Just get up there, and when you get these personalities, you believe everything they say in this book. So you don't even check the book out for yourself. So they start saying things opposed to the book, and you just keep on shaking your head. Who in Israel is going to stand up and say, "No, the book don't say that. The book don't say those that persecute you and despitefully use you"? Them ain't the cops. Them ain't the government. I don't know. I ain't gonna say everything, breaking them, but it's a whole bunch of mess, and folk got to get to working on this thing.
Yeah.
If this thing is of the Most High, folk got to get to working on. Folk got to do better. That's all I'm saying. Folk got to do better. Go ahead.
Let me play some. Let me get a little history, and let's get some.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm myself.
Yeah, let's get some history of the persecution.
The Roman Colosseum, also known as the Flavian Amphitheater, built in the late 1st century, was essentially an ancient entertainment complex used for gladiatorial battles, animal hunts, and yes, executions. Although we don't have any direct evidence that Christians were executed in this particular amphitheater, the stadium execution motif shows up everywhere in early Christian literature. Some of these stories are very graphic. Christians are pulled limb by limb, they're disemboweled by the Romans, and in one story they're even thrown onto a frying pan. And although many of these stories are probably exaggerations, the historical evidence is pretty clear that Christians were occasionally executed by Romans. However, what is usually ignored is why. Why did Romans execute Christians? What was it about Christianity that attracted this sort of violent attention? When talking about the Romans persecuting the Christians, the general public tends to do two things that I want to correct in this video. One, they tend to downplay how well the Christians actually got along with their fellow Greeks and Romans. And two, they tend to exaggerate these persecutions, imagining that Romans were rounding up Christians by the thousands, kicking down doors and throwing them to the lions. But in fact, the most accurate historical picture lies somewhere between these two assumptions. Persecutions were not quite as common as we might imagine, and the Christians actually got along pretty well with their fellow Greeks and Romans. So let's tackle our first assumption, which is the tendency to exaggerate these persecutions. For the
proven, virtually every significant historian blames the fire on Nero himself, no doubt because of what Nero decided to do afterward. He immediately commandeered huge portions of Rome's scorched earth to erect one of the biggest, most opulent palaces in all the known world. It's known as the Domus Aurea, or the Golden House. Nero was also shrewd enough to accuse a scapegoat for the fire to appease the general Roman public. The culprits of choice, the Christians, and blaming them sparked the first great outbreak of state-sponsored persecution that lasted for several years. The Christians were already somewhat of a nuisance, accused of cannibalism because they consumed the Lord's Supper, which commemorated the sacrificial body and blood of Jesus, and atheism because they refused to bow to the Roman gods, including the Caesar. So for Nero, they were the perfect target. An ancient non-Christian Roman historian alive at the time named Tacitus mentions the persecution in his annals. This is what he wrote.
Nero falsely accused and executed with the most exquisite punishments those people called Christians, who were infamous for their abominations. The originator of the name Christ was executed as a criminal by the procurator Pontius Pilate during the reign of Tiberius, and though repressed, this destructive superstition erupted again, not only through Judea, which was the origin of this evil, but also through the city of Rome. First, those were seized who admitted their faith, and then, using the information they provided, a vast multitude were convicted, not so much for the crime of burning the city, but for hatred of the human race. And perishing, they were additionally made into sports. They were killed by dogs, by having the hides of beasts attached to them, or they were nailed to crosses or set aflame. And when the daylight passed away, they were used as nighttime lamps. Even though they were clearly guilty, people began to pity these sufferers because they were consumed not for the public good, but on account of the fierceness of one man.
One such martyr who was killed by crucifixion was a prominent apostle named Peter, who had become the head of the church in Rome. Considering himself to be unworthy to experience the same death as Jesus, Peter requested to be crucified upside down. Another apostle, one of Christianity's most influential because he wrote almost half of the New Testament, Paul, was also martyred during Nero's persecution. But since Paul was a Roman citizen, he was exempt from the torture of crucifixion and was beheaded instead. Nero's persecution, while bloody and unspeakably cruel, quite simply backfired. Not only was there growing sympathy for the suffering Christians, their worldview and beliefs were brought into the limelight. Countless Romans witnessed these believers endure ghastly torture rather than recant their faith in Christ as Lord and his resurrection from the dead. Christian tradition holds that, except for John, all of Jesus' apostles were executed for their faith. For many Christians, this is a strong argument for the truth of their claims. The apostles, because they were eyewitnesses, knew for certain whether Jesus' resurrection was true or false. This set them apart. History is full of people willing to die for what they believe, but it's difficult to find any sane person who will give their life for a cause they know to be fraudulent. Those who defend the Christian faith ask this question: how likely was it that a man would choose torture and death if all he had to do was simply deny a myth? So the growth of this great world religion was fueled by the blood of its saints, all because of a fire at a racetrack. And Nero, after hearing of an assassination plot, committed suicide by stabbing himself in the throat. His legacy then drifted into history, and even today he is considered to be one of Rome's worst Caesars.
Now that's just one. So it's the whole thing is for Peter to say honor the emperor and that kind of stuff. What do you do with that? When you see Nero doing his thing, do you still honor him or do you just brush it off?
Not necessarily.
Let me see. Let me pull another video. Let me get that white bottle. Fair use.
You shall love your neighbor and hate your... The Jews justified the fact that they hated their enemies by adding, you shall love your neighbor and hate your enemy. Now that's after they had already narrowly defined neighbor. Neighbor was another Jew in their group, not tax collectors, not the rabble. As I mentioned, John 7:47-49 says they cursed the rabble, the Jewish population in general. Their narrow definition of neighbor was somebody in their group. And everybody else outside that highly defined group, they had a right to hate. They conveniently ignored, while they're looking at Leviticus 19, 17, and 18, which says, love your neighbor as yourself, they conveniently ignored verse 34, which says, the stranger who sojourns with you shall be to you as the native among you, and you shall love him as yourself. Oh, that's pretty selective. They took verses 17 and 18 and ignored verse 34, which says you're to love the stranger as yourself. And they ignored Exodus 12:49. There shall be one law for the native and for the stranger who sojourns among you. You don't have the right to pick and choose. But this hate of anybody outside the group had developed in some very sophisticated ways. There was one of the familiar sects of Judaism called the Essenes. They were kind of a monastic sect. They lived out by the Dead Sea. That's where the Dead Sea Scrolls originated. And the Essenes say things like this, and this is from their teaching. Love all that God has chosen and hate all that he has rejected. Love all the sons of light, each according to his lot in God's community, and hate all the sons of darkness. The Levites curse all the sons of Belial. And who are the sons of Belial? Non-Essenes. So if you're not in our group, you're cursed. And this was viewed as a level of righteousness. It proved that they really knew the mind and the heart of God, at least to them. So in tradition, in what had developed in Judaism, the command to love your neighbors became a license to hate. One of the maxims of the Pharisees, I'll quote, if a Jew sees a Gentile fallen into the sea, let him by no means lift him out thence. For it is written, thou shalt not rise up against the blood of thy neighbor, but this man is not thy neighbor, end quote. If you see a Gentile drowning, let him drown. You have a right to be indifferent. It is a small wonder then that the Romans charged the Jews with hatred of humankind. So they were very selective in picking Old Testament texts to avoid what God actually said was to love everyone as you love yourself. What does the Old Testament actually teach? That's their tradition, but let's look at the Old Testament. The Jews entered Canaan. You know the story, of course. And they were commanded to exterminate the Canaanites. They were told, Deuteronomy 23, that the Ammonites, the Moabites, the Midianites were not to be treated with kindness as a people. You got that. They were not to be treated with kindness as a people. In fact, they were to be executed. And you would say, reading the imprecatory Psalms, it seems as though God's hatred toward people is severe. Why is it wrong for us? For example, in Psalm 69, verse 22, this the psalmist prays, may their table, speaking of his enemies, their table before them become a snare. And when they're in peace, may it become a trap. May their eyes grow dim so they cannot see, and their loins shake continually. Pour out your indignation on them, and may your burning anger overtake them. May their camp be desolate. May none dwell in their tents, for they have persecuted him whom you yourself have smitten. And they tell of the pain of those whom you have wounded, iniquity, adding iniquity to iniquity. And may they not come into your righteousness. May they be blotted out of the book of life, and may they not be recorded with the righteous. Wow, pretty severe. What is that? That is a psalmist affirming the divine design of God to war against the nations that threatened Israel. The wars of Israel were the only holy wars in history. The only holy wars in history authorized by God as acts of judgment. God doesn't withhold judgment. He drowned the entire world, didn't he? In the day of Noah. The Old Testament is filled with many, many judgments. The wars of Israel were not acts of personal vengeance by the Jewish people. They were commands by God for judgment to fall on those nations surrounding Israel, which proved to be a deadly threat. God is the only one who can command that, because vengeance belongs to the Lord. I will repay. Only by divine command can an imprecatory psalm be prayed on the head of an enemy of Israel. By the way, there's no such imprecation in prayer in the New Testament. This was tied to God's protection and preservation of his people in the Old Testament so that they would be sustained to the arrival of Messiah. In the imprecatory Psalms, the psalmists don't speak with personal hatred, personal animosity. They speak as a representative of God. They speak as a representative of God's people, and he regards the idolatrous wicked as the enemies of God, Psalm 69:9, as you heard. So that is the only set of divinely authorized holy wars in history. The issues were judicial on the part of God. He was bringing judgment, just and righteous judgment, at the time he deemed it needed to be done. It was never personal. But the Pharisees and the scribes and the rabbis had personalized all of that and used scriptures like that to justify their personal hatred. They took essentially prerogatives that belonged only to God and operated them in their personal relationships.
I see something. I see those are just instructions for treating strangers respectfully in our land, under our control. When we're in captivity in the land of our enemies, the strangers are our enemies, not neighbors. So the Romans at the time, at that point in history, they were neighbors, or were they enemies? When Israel were they enemies or what? The Romans. All right, Marine, the scriptures say that Gentiles will come from the ends of the earth and say, we have inherited lies from our father. These scholars, pastors, Christians will realize they've been lied to. All right. I got that book, Jews of Khazaria by Alan Brooks. What page I'll look to in regards to the two different Sephardim? So I think that's for us, Gifted Tree, who said earlier. So what book does he look to? I'll leave this up. Fair use.
Even in the New Testament, Jesus shows a different attitude than God took in dealing with the nations to protect Israel. Jesus looked at Jerusalem, and what did he do? He wept. He wept. Jesus, the judge, to whom all judgment is committed, wept over the rejectors. There is a kind of perfect hatred. I will admit that because it's in Psalm 139 and it's expressed clearly. Listen to verses 19 and following. Oh, that you would slay the wicked, O God. Depart from me, therefore, men of bloodshed, for they speak against you wickedly, and your enemies take your name in vain. Do not I hate those who hate you, O Lord? And do I not loathe those who rise up against you? I hate them with the utmost hatred. They have become my enemies. That is a perfect hatred. That is a righteous hatred. That is the attitude of the martyrs in Revelation 6 in the fifth seal, who are under the altar praying that the Lord will put an end to the persecution of the time of the tribulation. It is right to hate what God hates and love what God loves in the broad sense. It is right to feel the pain when God is dishonored. The reproaches that fall on you fall on me.
Because folks want to use Johnny Mack. Let's get a little more of that white bottle, because he's good for dispensationalism, but when he comes to other scriptures, he nonsense.
Good Wednesday, everyone. Thanks for listening and listening in this season. We are in a season on the podcast looking at darker issues, not by design. It just ended up that way providentially based on the questions that have come to us and the topics that have been on the table of late. We've looked at whether we can be angry at God when life doesn't turn out the way we hoped it would. That was 2 Mondays ago in APJ 1828. Then we looked at how to overcome anger in the home. That was in APJ 1829. And then a wife asked about how to address her husband's ongoing sin patterns in APJ 1830. And then last time we addressed a wife who was betrayed. Her husband left her for another woman. How does she process the ongoing pain of that desertion? That was APJ 1831. And today I want to build off Monday's episode because in speaking.
Nah, graph the tree. I don't have that. I don't have the PDF. Kobe's asked for it. You put it in. He can pull it up.
To that fits a former spouse. It raised a question in my mind as I listened Monday, and maybe in your mind too. Who else qualifies as our enemy? How broadly does this category stretch? And that exact question is answered by Pastor John in his 1995 sermon on Matthew chapter 5. Here he is.
Around this globe today, there are tens of thousands of Christians suffering, and some of them laying down their lives just to believe and to be obedient to Jesus Christ. So the first meaning of enemy is those who persecute you like that. Love them. Love them. The next meaning of enemy is less dramatic. In verse 45, about halfway through, it says, God causes his sun to rise on the evil and the good, and he sends rain on the righteous and the unrighteous. So here you have evil people and unrighteous people. And this morning, it was already getting light at 4:45 this morning. He's making the sun rise on all the evil people in the Western Hemisphere here. From Argentina to the Hudson Bay.
All right, hold on. Just came in. Thank you, Leo. All right, so I got the book. The PDF. What page do I go to? Grab the tree. I'm going to let you pull it up. I'm going to go back to the video. When you pull it up, let me know. All right, fair use.
Millions of people who scorn the name of God. And he made the sun come up on them this morning. And he gave them breath, and he gave them life, and he held the planet in being. And he restrained animals.
All right, let's see. All right. You zoom in. So this is what it is. Jewish authors speculate Jews and Khazar were descended from the 12 tribes of Israel. For example, the Khazar author of Shekar letter mentioned the tradition that among his people that the Khazarian Jews descended from the tribe of Simeon. Similarly, Elhad ben Mahali Hadani, Elad the Danite, the Jew who may have hailed from Eastern Africa or Khazaria, wrote in the late 9th century that the tribe of Simeon and the half-tribe Manasseh lived in the land of the Khazars, and they took tribute from the 25 kings, including some Muslim nations. Elad also brought to attention that Allah brought this to the attention of the Jews of Spain in 883 and aroused considerable interest in the topic among them. All right, so that's the first mention. So I got. Is there? I need a more. You want? There's 54 mentions of Spain. Is there a specific phrase? Let's go to the next one then, maybe. So this one is saying that Allah brought to the attention of the Jews of Spain. So they're already Jews in Spain. So I'm not sure what the beef is. Let me not jump into it. The Jewish Rahadite merchants were among the traders who crossed Khazaria, venturing in from China, India, and other parts of Asia. The Radites also traveled to Spain. The Radites traded actively, especially from the 1750s to the 830s. The Radites exported many items from Eastern Asia, including spices, cinnamon, musk, aloe, camphor, for more than 100 years, wrote Matthew Goodman. Virtually every bit of spice that in Christian Europe did so as a result of the Radite Empire. All right. Al-Bukhari, a Muslim scholar living amongst 12th century Spain, where extensive documentation among the Khazarian about the Khazar conversion was available, could not bring himself to admit that Judaism had been chosen instead of Islam after an honest debate. So he invented the idea that the debate was only between a Christian and a Jew because Jews had poisoned the Muslims there before he arrived in place. All right, let me see. I don't think he read it himself. Probably a handler mentioned it and ran with it. I don't know. I'm trying to find it. So what exactly am I looking for, Graph the Tree? Kobe, what are you looking for? You said the two groups in Sephardim? I think that was the claim. So we'll look for the two groups in Sephardim, right? The converts and the real ones. How y'all been found? I don't know. Let me see. I'll go to the next one. The story of Bulan, is this it? The story of Bulan's conversion to Judaism was embellished by the Sephardic Jewish philosopher and poet Yehudin ben Smel Halevi, circa 1880 to 1141, a native of Toledo, Spain, in his famous masterwork Kitab, the book of argument and proof in defense of the despised faith, which was composed in 1120 to 1140 and translated from Arabic to Hebrew in the mid-12th century, is probably known under the title The Book of the Khazars. The book consists of 5 chapters representing the merits of Judaism. So I'm going to go keep reading. The Seraph HaKhazari stated that an angel spoke to Bulan one night while he was dreaming, explaining while his intentions are desirable to the Creator, his continued observance of Khazarian shamanistic rites and sacrifices were objectable. Halevi explained that the angel repeated the warnings that Bulan's religious activities were not correct, prompted the king to explore other belief systems and religion. Ultimately, the king, together with a great populace of Khazars, converted to Judaism. Halevi proceeds to explain Bulan's increased devotion to Judaism. As a Wasaman, he continued. The king and his chief officers went to these Wasan mountains, which were in the desert of the sea. The book says how in the middle of the night they reached a cave where Jews used to observe the Sabbath every week, and how they revealed themselves to the Jews and converted to Judaism, which included being circumcised in that very cave. They returned to the country which their hearts committed to Judaism, but they initially hid their faith. Then with care and discretion, they slowly began to divulge their secret, little by little, to a select group of their inner circle. The numbers grew until finally they revealed their secret to the public and prevailed upon the rest of the cause of population to convert to Judaism. They brought in Jewish sages and both from different countries and learned the Torah from them. The Khazar book details all their successes in vanquishing their enemies, conquering various lands, discovering hidden treasures or securing great treasures, and amassing armies numbering in hundreds of thousands. And they also elaborate how the causes of the Torah and yearn for the temple to the point where they erected a Femesquil of the tabernacle that Moses built. The adoption of Judaism by the Khazars was one of the most interesting events in medieval European history, and Bulan's conversion was beginning of an unparalleled period of greatness and splendor for the Jews in Eastern Europe. It was once okay. Let me fit. So with the maybe it's the next one, but it's saying that he embellished, right? So it's a what's the embellishment? The number, the story, or what? Let me go back to the chat. So I'm trying to figure out. Folks got you going to. Nah, what's the topic? The topic is, what are two types of Jews in Spain? Two Sephardic Jews, the Khazarian converts and the real ones, the bloodline Israelites, the black ones. That's the topic. And so they told him to pull this book, The Jews of Khazaria by Alan Brooks. And I'm trying to find out where it says there's two types of Jews. That's what we're trying to figure out. But like there's 54. Look, look. Yeah, brother, you just jump on and explain it. May that be better, and we can find it from there. Because trying to jump through it one by one is nah. He ran. How do you? Spook, he didn't run. He probably, maybe he just stepped away to look through the book himself. He ain't run. That okay? He said, "I'll look. I'll look." So he's looking. He ain't run. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he probably looking it up. Tell the Joe I'm breaking down. He don't know because if it would have been highlighted and kept, he would have had that saved in his phone. Okay, there he is. Yeah. Yeah, obviously he's looking it up. Yo, Shari, I'm about to block you. So nobody know how to properly cite something. Where's the page number? Hey. Okay, I don't know. Let me go. So, damn, this is crazy. So, Khazars migrated throughout Europe and mixed with Sephardics. Okay, John Tony, that's a little more direct. I'm trying. So you're saying, so John Tony, in your view, are there two types of Sephardic Jews, or what? Because that's the whole thing we're trying to bring out in terms of Sephardic. Do you hold that to a view of what? Because you're giving more direct response to what happened. Yeah. I'm trying to figure this out. Let me go back to this video while y'all trying to pull this up. I'm not trying to read all that. Let me go to something. Let me go switch it out. You know what? No.
What does Jesus mean in Matthew 5:44 when he says, love your enemies, especially in light of our response to the terrorist organization ISIS? I have two thoughts about this. One thing is what I think Jesus did mean, and one is based on what I think Jesus did not mean. Okay, so let's take what I think he did mean. Jesus here, when he says love your enemies, is talking about personal ethics, how we are supposed to respond to individuals in our life that might treat us with disrespect, who might lie to us, who might try to hurt us or whatever. Okay, so these are individuals that we know. And in fact, we can tell this is the case based on the context, right? Elsewhere in this passage, we see Jesus talking about taking oaths and marriage and divorce and adultery and other matters that pertain to individual interactions with others. And so this is why we know that Jesus here also intends love your enemies to be about personal interactions with the individuals that we know. And so what he's simply saying is this: look, those people who mistreat you, who lie about you, who try to hurt you, we are not to respond to them with evil, but rather to love them. Okay? Treat them with dignity and respect. So that's what Jesus means about love your enemy. Here's what Jesus probably does not mean about love your enemies. And that is that admonition, that command is not intended for the United States or for some other country or for some other government to deal with foreign policy. Remember, this is about personal ethics, not about how governments should conduct themselves. So governments are supposed to protect their own citizens. They should do whatever they can in their power to protect their citizens. And so for the United States to protect itself from things like ISIS is not in any way a violation of the command to love your enemies. Because remember, that's a personal ethic, not something applicable to governments. And indeed, we see this mentioned in Scripture, right? God talks about how the government is an institution that is given by God to man to mitigate the impact of evil in the world. And we see this in 1 Peter 2 and I think Romans 13, where God says that governments are intended to protect innocent people and to punish evildoers or wrongdoers. And that's why when governments become corrupt, evil flourishes. So there's no justification for using Jesus's command to love your enemies as a directive for governments to somehow kind of lay down their arms and not do anything about terrorist threats like ISIS. Rather, Jesus here is talking about personal ethics that you and I are supposed to engage in when we deal with people who are against us.
I'm gonna go back to it. Yes, they were white Sephardics, but the original were black Sephardics, Jews from Spain and Portugal. No one's denying. Bruce, hold on. No, yeah, Bruce. When did the whites take over? Is it during the Inquisition or what? All right. Let me see. John Tony, difficult question. Sephardics forbid the intermarriage with Khazars, Ashkenazis, but it happened anyway. Possible that Sephardics mixing with them were shunned. So yes, I guess. All right. Let me see. So I see the brother told me to go look at Shafard. All right. Autosomal DNA research furthermore shows that Eastern European Jews descend in a small portion from Sephardic Jews and Poles. More surprisingly, at least one uniparental DNA lineage among East European Jews came from, a medieval Chinese ancestor. Autosomal DNA also confirms significant Israelite ancestry among Eastern European Jews, albeit slightly less than German Jews have. I have included summaries of my original research on the genetic root and cross-ethnic relationship of Eastern European Jews and Karaites. All right, I'm trying to find this, y'all. I'm trying to find this. Sephardic Jews whose ancestors came from Spain do not carry any amount of Turk Khazar ancestry according to genetic tests. Wait, so okay, but even with Elcom, I'm looking at it. I don't know if this book is supporting what the brother's saying. We keep looking, but it says Sephardic Jews whose ancestors come from Spain do not carry any amounts of. So maybe. Let me type two types.
Shalom, my name is Rudy.
All right, Fair use. Let me pull something up because I'm trying to find this, but I'm not finding it. Let's see what this brother got to say. Just hot off the press. Maybe someone can find it.
My name is Rudy Rockman, and I'm a Jewish and Israel rights activist. I want to share a new project that our team has been working on. It's a project that we believe will fundamentally shift the way that Jewish identity is understood by the world. It began in 2016 while I was still a student at Columbia University. A woman came to the Chabad house and offered a kippah to the rabbi. I had asked her where she got this kippah from since it was very unique. She told me that she had just come back from a trip to Uganda, where she met a community of Jews there. As a Jewish rights activist, I was shocked that I had never heard of this community. So I started to research, and I found out that there were actually communities of Jews in Uganda, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, Ghana, Congo, Kenya, Tanzania, Madagascar, and spread out all over Africa, all with different struggles, experiences, and aspirations. Today, we hear a lot about Ashkenazi Jews, Sephardic Jews, Mizrahi Jews, and even Ethiopian Jews. But why are we so disconnected from these lesser-known communities around the world? Our plan is to create a feature-length Netflix-quality documentary that explores Jewish identity through the lens of the Jewish African experience. We will set out on a 2-month journey across numerous African countries, creating connections and telling the stories of these communities.
That's a wonderful, wonderful project.
So Zaravan, thank you so much.
We'll also be filming and sharing social media clips along the way. Our goal is to shine a light on an often forgotten part of Am Yisrael, while exploring what it means to be a Jew in this modern world. Right now, we are fundraising to set out on our journey. The budget will go to flights, lodging, equipment, production, post-production, and everything else that comes with making a film. We envision this film will be the first of many other Jewish communities around the world, like the Kefeng Jews in China, the Pashtun tribes in Afghanistan, or the Bnei Menashe Jews of Northeast India. If you'd like to support our mission in inspiring, educating, and empowering the next generation, along with telling the stories of these communities to the world, please consider making a contribution to our project.
What's going on, Dudamus?
What's going on, Leo? So, brother, why'd you send this to me? What's this about?
I sent it because to me, this is the one brother I would say out here in the community, at least within Judaism, that's doing a lot of work for people who say the awakening. Because I remember a few weeks back or a month back, we watched his interview on Godfrey, and he said a lot of African Americans or Africans that came over on the ships are what we would call Israel. So that's kind of why I sent it to you, because I see Bruce and I guess the other brother or sister in here in the chat talking about it. There's other folks doing the work that's in the land to technically help the awakening. So I got a few videos from him that's kind of speaking to this. And then also I know Bruce and everybody talking about sources. So I've been watching y'all Hebrews a lot. And that's why I sent that source to you, Dudamus. I got a bunch of Hebrew Israelite sources. I mean, I got them all on PDF. If we want to go through a few, I got the claims down, everything. So, yeah, I just sent it to you because I see other people. It's not just black folks, so to speak, helping the awakening. There's folks in the land too that he's doing the work, putting a documentary together to show all these different groups in Africa that supposedly have Jewish ancestry.
Yeah, I'm with you. But see, Alton says that's beef. It says we were never lost. So what do we do?
And that's the thing. I guess that's why I'm interested in the documentary, because he's saying these cultures are technically lost because they're not connected to the land. They're all siloed within their own countries and tribes, doing their own Jewish practices and customs, but they're not connected to the land or the larger Jewish population around the world. They're silos. So I guess we were never lost, meaning we were just here doing our thing, and y'all didn't connect to us. So I guess that's why he's saying they never lost. We didn't lose our way. We didn't lose our customs. We've been doing this for supposedly centuries, and I guess he's going to prove that in this documentary. But the reason I mention him a lot is because he's putting in work to kind of hear or adhere to a lot of the claims that, hey, we are all connected, not necessarily separate, or not only black folks are, but he's kind of connect everybody together. And he's kind of the main person behind it nowadays to kind of push it and not putting work behind it with documentaries. So I try to stay close to what he's doing because I feel like eventually they're gonna try to utilize his movement to connect to folks over here. So I try to pay attention to it.
All right, hold on. Let's do humanity. Are we humanity? I don't know if you can.
I see. Yeah, this is not the awakening. This is the response to the awakening, in an attempt to clean up the issues that have been addressed by the awakening. Hey, I'm not a proponent of it. I'm just saying this is what I see, and it could be a reaction to it because I haven't heard too much about the brother 5 years ago. But within the last 2 or 3, he's been heavy in these streets, traveling the world, doing this stuff. So it may very rarely be a response from this specific community or whoever's backing him, because he got a lot of money. I'll say that, because he's traveling all over the world. Don't know too much about him. Doing all these documentaries, doing podcasts and everything. So don't be surprised y'all start seeing him more talking about Black Hebrew Israelites here in the States, because he already is talking about them in terms of, he said he doesn't agree with them because he's into Judaism, and he said most of the Black Hebrew Israelites aren't practitioners of Judaism. So that's kind of his biggest issues, but he feels a lot of their claims have some merit in terms of who they are, in terms of their ancestry. So he might be trying to come for y'all and connect. I sent another video too. He's doing some of like apologetics work, and he's talking about what it means to be Jewish and how he claims or believe a lot of people that said they're in the land, they are indigenous to the land. So I'm interested to see y'all thoughts. It's pretty quick. So
Yeah,
I think I sent it to you.
Yeah, I got it up now. Let's see. You see, honestly, the Jewish guy, because so much you don't trust him. I watched a few of his videos. He seems to be leveraging Judaism as if it's great. Like maybe you too can be chosen.
Yeah, that's how he's sounding. And anybody that's following his point, his kind of view or belief in Judaism, regardless of ethnicity, he's connecting with them. Period. That's what I see now. So if you were part of Judaism, regardless of skin color, you Israel, and that's what he connecting to. And he has I don't know if he has a chart, but all I know is every time he talks about Igbo people, he says they're the tribe of Gad, and that's his biggest thing that he pushes a lot. So anybody that said they're Igbo, he'll say you're a part of the tribe of Gad.
Yeah, I think he's trying to control the fact that it's coming out that Jews are all colors. Yeah, because it seems to me he's kind of greenbooking this thing.
Yeah.
You know, the talent in the backseat, but he's the driver, so he can control.
I agree. And he's a good speaker too for podcasts, and he's pretty knowledgeable of, of course, Jewish history, but also a lot of the conspiracy and other thoughts going on. So yeah, this video is interesting. If you want to skip to like 10 seconds to where they start talking, because it's like a little prelude thing. But when they like standing on the streets, this is an interesting video.
Nah, brother, we gotta see the propaganda at its work.
Okay, go ahead. You see the fringes on the flag?
Yeah, I didn't know. I did it. I didn't see the fringes.
Yeah, it's a little wild, but yeah, it's interesting. I'm sure folks gonna be upset.
What's your definition of indigenous?
Good question. So it's not my definition. There's a whole study on this, and there's the Constitution on Indigenous Rights and things that are based in the UN. It's basically 3 things. That 1, your identity and way of life and culture was founded and is rooted to a specific piece of land. 2, you've maintained a constant presence on that land for a very long time. And number 3, you self-identify as indigenous. So the Jewish identity was born and was created on a very specific piece of land that is rooted to who we are. In fact, the Jews that were displaced, when they pray towards Jerusalem. They tell their children next year in Jerusalem, as one day we'll come back to our homeland. And of course, we maintain a constant presence throughout the years. There's never time in history without Jews. And number 3, we self-identify as indigenous. That's what we mean by indigenous. We're not talking about people suffering, not suffering, conflict.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
So that's why I wanted you to play it, because he has, like I say, he's still connecting to everybody in Africa, but you still see what he's pushing too. So I'm trying to be, and this is on his platform. This is not some outside entity. This is his platform. I believe this is his group that he's following. I think it's I forgot what it's called. Is it the SSI, whatever it is? He has a group that he goes around, does similar apologetic type work, similar things to other right wing, goes to campuses and does a lot of talks like this. So I'm sure you see the back there. He says our Jews are indigenous to the land of Israel. So I'm trying to. I see, honestly, yeah, I told you, yeah, I understand, and that's why I wanted to show this too, and to kind of show you, hey, even though he's saying, oh, there's tribes, y'all never lost, black folks, y'all the people just like us, we still indigenous, specifically to those there. And he's a Yemenite Jew, so he's not even technically Ashkenazi. So that's another thing to think about. So what's your thoughts, Dunamis? How you feel about this?
Brother, this is getting real. I'm gonna let it play, but even the fact that he's a Yemenite Jew,
yep,
I gotta ask a question.
Yep,
is he a convert?
Man,
Does his family come from? Does his origins go back to converts?
I think I got a vid where he says he does. He's not a convert. He's bloodline.
He's bloodline, so they go back to the land.
Yes, I have to find it, but I do believe he knows his genealogy. I wouldn't say DNA, but he knows his genealogy to where he speaks to people by name, like 4 generations, 5 generations back.
Yeah,
so
John
I'll
Tony,
see. I'll find it.
John Tony, they process. Yeah, they doing their thing. And so, humanity, would you be out there standing with them? Because they for the people.
Oh no, I don't know about that.
Fair use.
We're talking about the fact that the Jews come from the land of Judea.
I know. And then find that video if you can, Leah.
Yes, sir.
Someone who converted, so I'm just wondering, like, why would they be considered indigenous to Israel, even though, like, technically, like, down the line.
Right, so it's not individuals that are indigenous, it's collectives that are indigenous. They have joined a collective that are native to that land. In fact, there's some Native American tribes, right? Not saying all of them, but there's some that I know that they have a process that you could actually join that tribe. So if you have like a man that marries a Native woman and he learns all the culture and adopts that culture, he can actually go to the council and request to be considered part of that Native people. And so they have a long process to become part of that people, right? It's not converting to a religion. It's way more than that. Converting to religion is just agreeing with the same ideology or same concept of what that God is. Converting to Judaism is understanding that identity, understanding their even purpose in this world, and wanting to join that purpose and being accepted into that purpose, which is why the conversion is absolutely, those people are Jews and are part of the Jewish people, which are indigenous as well.
Are you equating a Jewish experience to the experience of Native?
Absolutely. Currently, right now, no. It was not formed as, no, it was decolonization. It was Jews returning to land and liberating it from the British. So I'm equating not the current struggles that the Native Americans are going through, because Jews are mostly not struggling in that land, but definitely the same story, where a foreign empire comes and takes away that land. The Romans came and took away our land, had us persecuted and exiled, and we were suffering all throughout the time. The only difference with these stories is that the Jews achieved their aspirations. That doesn't mean that we're no longer indigenous. Meaning, if Native Americans have achieved their aspirations, that doesn't no longer make them Native Americans. Judaism is an identity of a people that came out of Judea. The word Jew or Israel or Hebrew are all synonyms of the same people.
I can't find it. It's a part like of a podcast. That's all I remember. So it's like a
I'm
part
trying
of
to
a
find
podcast.
this other one with them. Let me play this.
Yeah. Because this is interesting. I got one too for you. He's on the street doing debates with folks, and they are saying that it's similar to what we just saw, but he's doing it in real time. But yeah, you can go ahead. You can go ahead and play yours.
Hold on, this is a different language, so let me, folks ain't trying to read them subtitles. I'll let it play. I'm trying to find. There's one. He's debating someone on the street.
Yeah.
And he's saying basically it's a Jew against Zionism.
Okay.
I'm trying to find that one. Let me find.
Go. I'll look too.
Let
But
me
yeah,
know.
people gonna be upset on this one too, because let's go ahead. This is interesting.
מיליון צרפתים הוציאו מאלג'יריה.
אבל אנחנו לא הצרפתים באלג'יריה, אנחנו אלג'ירים באלג'יריה.
לא, אנחנו לא.
אנחנו יהודים מפה.
תקשיב גם, אני הקשבתי לך, לא קטעתי אותך. שנייה, רגע, לא סיימתי, לא קטעתי אותך. רגע, שוואי, עג'רה מילה שייטן. רגע, לא סיימתי. אנחנו יהודים, אנחנו באים מאיפה? מיהודה. 130 שנה, עם
מכירים.
יותר ממיליון מתנחלים.
מכירים.
היה מלחמה נוראית,
אבל
עבורם
הצרפתים
זהו,
אבל
איך זה הסתיים?
אבל הצרפתים
כל ההתנחלויות כולו, זה הייתה מדינה אלג'יראית
אבל
עצמאית.
הצרפתים הם באמת מחו"ל, they're foreigners, הם colonizers.
הם לא ילידים באלג'יריה.
היהודים באים מפה.
אנחנו ילידים ביהודה.
אז אנחנו אלגרים, מאלגריה אנחנו יהודים מיהודה.
לא, אתם מישראל, בואו תחזרו לישראל.
גם מיהודה.
אנחנו יהודים, אנחנו באים מאיפה? מיהודה. מלפני רגע.
המשפחה שלי ברחה מגרמניה.
ולפני גרמניה. הם
היו חוזרים.
אוקיי, שלי היו...
You see that right there? You see that right there? So they're in, I think, Algeria. I forgot where they're at. Go back a little bit, like 10 seconds. So the guy in the mask tells him that they're Khazarians. So he's about to say it.
חולק עליך, גרמניה.
הם היו חוזרים.
לפני גרמניה.
הם היו חוזרים.
There it is right there. So this is everywhere. This Khazarian conspiracy is everywhere. So they're talking about it in Algeria, where they're talking about it right now, or wherever they are technically. But I just wanted to notate this. He's speaking to them, saying that the people in the land are Khazarians. That's what he's saying. So it ain't just folks over here saying this, it's everywhere. Not trying to help the awakening, but hey, just saying this information out here, these videos out here.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
So I sent 2 videos to you. The last one is the one you're talking about with the Zionists, and then there's another one where he's doing like an interview.
No, that one I found.
Okay,
I'm
cool.
gonna play this one. It's one he's on the street and he's talking to another Jew and saying they won't go back into the land until the Messiah comes.
Okay, cool.
I would say that Zionism is the accomplishment of the Jewish people returning to their homeland. It's a chapter in Jewish history that started, I guess.
Maybe we can watch this video, but Leo, do you see any black folks on that wall?
I do not. No, not at all. Not one.
Yo, what's going on? How?
Honestly, hey, she about to put it in perspective. Go ahead, put it in perspective.
Grace and peace, everyone. I put it in the back chat. We could this is the video that was kind of cringy that I saw with this guy from the beginning. I kind of look at people. Everybody gets the same level.
Yeah, this is the one we watched. This is the one we watched. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, you want to play that one, honestly?
Yeah, with Godfrey the comedian, right?
Yeah.
Yep. We want. Yeah.
Yeah. So. Yeah. So it just for the first, we don't even need to go past the first 4 minutes. Look, this is what I want us to look at. Look at Godfrey's face to realize that someone who is of a chosen group by God is saying that he too is chosen. It is cringy. Like just watch.
You speak into it, and that's why when you mention it, I think this is kind of what they're setting up for. This is just my conspiracy. But you, like I said, we can watch it, but I think this is the play. That's why you got this documentary.
Right, and I'm saying if to those who claim Israel, I don't see this as someone who is amening what it is you're doing. This is someone who seems like they're trying to co-opt what is happening.
Get underfoot.
African Jews. What? What do you mean the Schwarzes are Jews? The Schwarzes? No way. That's a derogatory name for black person.
Bro, I'm an Igbo chief. You don't understand that.
What the hell's going on?
My Igbo name is Igbo Nyahae, Warrior of Light.
Look at this man right
You
here.
heard?
We had to get the fuck out. I was like, we have to go. We have to go now. Yes, they had it cool. They're going to close the airport. It's a wrap. It's an Igbo, man. I don't play. But I don't.
We will unite. The question is not if, it's when.
What? Like
See
that. fuck I'm talking about. Trying to get my people together. Rudy. This is like our continuation because Coach Shadills, I know you guys know him from last week, right? We had a
and the week on the other weeks.
Pretty,
I've been here like 3 times.
Yo, you've been coming a lot, dude. I saw him last night. The dude won't leave me alone. And you said, "Hey, Godfrey, check it out. We've been talking about this whole Black and Jewish thing going on, which I'm kind of happy that it's being talked about. We just say something so no one can talk.
Just calling it anti-Semitic is a problem if you don't explain why it's anti-Semitic.
Yeah, but they don't. They'll just say anti-Semitic, and you can't talk to them.
Saying that something is anti-Semitic is not a problem if you explain why.
But they don't, and that's the problem. It's like, if I say you're being anti-Black, I'll go, oh, I'll explain it to you real quick. I'll say this,
specify.
Explain, just say it. What's anti-Semitic? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And it better make sense. That's anti-Semitic. Okay, you got it. My bad. But you're just saying it is, and a lot of times it's not. You know, if I don't agree with you, I'm not being anti-Semitic. I'm just disagreeing with you on certain things. But there can be people who are that, of course. You know, and this man that's talking here, ladies and gentlemen, you know, I always like to have people on here and they'll just start talking, be like, who the fuck is that? Then I introduce them after they talk. And I'll let you introduce because you brought this man.
I brought Rudy. I brought Rudy here.
Yeah, you want to introduce him since you're good at that? Go ahead.
Well, first, if people don't remember me, I'm one
Coach Shadills, who I've worked with on Wildin' Out, battle rapper.
We work with each other. I make songs. I just started battling on it. You know, I'm a song maker. I'm a Billboard charted artist. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, you are. I'll give you that.
Godfrey shared about his trip to Israel with me.
Yes,
and Godfrey was so surprised that I knew about the Igbo tribe, his family. He was blown away that I was not the average light-skinned Jew that was revolving in his.
I'm gonna let it play, but real quick, is a Kosher Dollar? Is he appropriator? He doing rap. Is he appropriator of the culture? I'm gonna leave that on the table. I'm gonna leave that. I'm just throwing out in the ether. Let's see what they say. But is Kosher Dollar appropriator? Fair use.
Normal life, everyone. I just need to acknowledge that. And Godfrey, do you concur?
I concur, sir. I mean, yeah, it was like the Igbos, which I am, my tribe are some of the oldest Jews on the planet. Like, and he came up to me and said, I know about the Igbos being the Jew. I was like, oh, word. Oh, man, we about to do Shabbat with your boy. And I like that. I like that he said that because I remember getting into a discussion with somebody. But before I do that.
Yeah, and a perfect segue into Rudy. So Rudy is I guess we would call it a Jewish rights activist. Rudy is making a film called We Were Never Lost, which is about the Jews of Africa. Tanzania, Madagascar, Nigeria, Ethiopia. Give me another country.
Nigeria, Uganda.
Ken. They love that. Cote d'Ivoire. God, this is already dope.
The people of the Biafra community.
The fact that you brought up Biafra.
Bro, I'm an Igbo chief. You don't understand that.
What the hell's going on?
My Igbo name is Igbo Nyaha Warrior of Light.
Look at this man right here.
You heard I brought him through. You heard?
And you know,
you heard?
Oh,
Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing.
He's nuts, right? And you know, I am my Igbo name is Undubisi. Undubisi is like health is the most important thing, which is so funny. I was named that, but health, I'm always in the job, has always been into health. That's so you're an Igbo chief. Even before me, yo, I'm from Abia State. My people are Abia State, Arondiziogo. So which used to be part of Imo State. And Abia State, that's where I'm from. Umuna are my people, man. It's all villages.
This Afrobeat comment section is just going off.
It's
right now.
amazing. This is dope because you don't expect a guy that looks like you to be this. Like I'm trying to talk about African Jews. What?
Perhaps this guy is bridging, commutes to conversation, and he's documenting it. And people from all different worlds are contacting him, from priests to Palestinians to people from all over the world, Indian Jews, Chinese Jews, like stuff that you're like, you don't expect in New York City. And when he went, he has a team. One guy's from France, one guy's from the US.
Just introduced him.
And my bad. And they got locked up in Nigeria. Okay. Well, and he was with the Boko Haram and he was in prison. And
well,
now
Jesus Christ, let him say it.
Now you go.
What's his whole name?
Rudy Rockman.
Rudy Rockman. Hey,
there you go,
brother. Welcome, man. So you were born in Israel.
Go ahead, honestly, spit that talk. And I found a video. Go ahead, honestly. Since you're muted, if you want to say something.
Yeah, I see you. I see you saying, is the guy appropriating culture? I say it depends on what culture, because hip hop is an intersecting culture of many cultures. Like that, it is a subculture in of itself that it is compromised of people of all races and colors and both the sexes and backgrounds. So it all depends. Like there is that element to it, and there is a part of hip hop that is distinctively like black, that it doesn't have to mean Black American. It could mean like black in all cultures. And then there's other parts of cultures. Like when you get into the history of hip hop, a lot of times people don't understand Studio 57, how that connects to it, how Kool Herc, he was Jamaican, you know what I mean? So I think that a number of things can be appropriated, but it depends on how we label what. Yeah.
Oh, so honestly, you tell me they could have had a white member of NWO?
You mean NWA? All the NWO was white.
See where my eyes at. Yeah.
NWA. They
Yeah.
could have. To quote, Eminem. He said, Eminem, who people got upset with at certain points or whatever. I think that Eminem is a good case study because he comes from the streets. He was raised around black folk. Black folk gave him permission to use the N-word. And then at some point he was just like, nah, I'm not using that. That ain't cool. But then he was like, you think I'm the first white person to do this, to get rich off of black people music? And he started talking about Elvis Presley and all this other stuff. So even he knows historically who things belong to, but that doesn't mean that hip hop and subcultures are not inclusive. Like that's my point. Just because a group of people started a thing does not mean that it's exclusively that person's quote unquote thing, but you can appropriate it 100%. And you can appropriate it and monetize it. I mean, that's what TikTok is. Y'all remember really, and I'm gonna say this and get off. Y'all remember when all the black girls said I'm going on strike on TikTok because black girls were making up dances, and what would happen is the way the algorithm was designed to work, I'm going to say designed to work, was that what I'm just now reading what Roger said, was designed to work. NWO was New World Order, but
we break it down. Yeah, that's a WCW.
Right. So again, the way that the TikTok algorithm was designed to work was that it would take like dance trends. First of all, it would give clips of very lewd music and to kids, and they're making up these dances that really don't have much to do with the song. And what happens is other non-black influencers would make them uber popular and they would get monetized off of it. So what ended up happening is a lot of black quote unquote influencers realized that they weren't getting the credit for the dances that they were creating. So they went on strike for like a month. People started talking about how there was no creativity going on TikTok. It became like a thing, like nobody knew what to do. So I say that to say culture can be co-opted and it can be monetized when it is co-opted. We do it all the time. We do it all the time. But there is a part of it that is a way to pay homage to it. That's not necessarily co-opting it, not necessarily trying to monetize it. It's a way to pay homage to it. That's what I'm saying. It's tricky. And we don't like talking about nuance. We like it to be either or, in or out, this or that. And life is not like that. That's not how most of life works. So that's all I want to say.
Nah, it makes sense. Say honestly, I'm gonna let this play. Roger, you see, there was a time, we ain't gonna talk about NWO. Pastor J might be lurking around. But there was a time in wrestling, we had something called WCW. And Hulk Hogan, who was it? My name's in my mind right now. Anyway, there was 3 guys. Hulk Hogan was the lead. They started a group called NWO New World Order. But that's neither here nor there. Fair use. Let's see what he got to say.
Shalom, my name is Rudy Rockman and I'm here at the 2019 APAC Policy Conference. And although most people come to APAC to listen to the interesting conversations inside, I'm here also to try and speak to the protesters outside to see what they think. Now we know there are many different types of groups. Let's see what they have to say. Having conversation, genuine conversation between two Jews that love Hashem, that love His Son, that love our people, and that want the best for us. But if we are two oppositions, and we don't come together and figure out maybe one is right, maybe the other is right, maybe both are right.
I don't want to have a conversation because I can't get into wrong things. I don't want to have that in my head.
Like if in the eyes, I'm a Jew speaking to a Jew. I'm your brother. I'm not looking at the eyes.
We're all part of my family. My brother is also Zionist. I'm not looking at the eyes. I'm not calling you out.
A lot of people ask me why I always engage and talk with Natoy Kalta. Now it's important to note that this group of Jews make up only 5,000 around the world to an already 15 million Jewish population. Now, their views are not congruent with the rest of the Jewish population. However, their views are based on deep psychological and emotional trauma that occurred over
From Charity, we got to talk with your impression first from Charity, because you're going through a different impression than a lot of folks. We find out you got a jewelry business. Hey, but just don't get caught. I ain't gonna say it. Don't get caught up in them hip hop parties, brother. Be careful. Even jewelers getting shot. You saw what happened to the dude down on Don the Jeweler? Who was it? Down in Houston? Went to a party, got shot. Just be careful. Fair use.
2,000 years of displacement in the diaspora where they were oppressed, persecuted, and thus now believe that there is no way for Jews to take the future into their own hands and be empowered. How many Natoy Kalta are there?
Really, it's not an issue.
There's 5,000 Natoy Kalta around the world.
Cares what there are.
But it does matter because realize that you represent such a small minority of Jews.
Try another angle. Try another
It's
angle.
not about an angle. It's about trying to relate to you as a Jew. Most people here will come and insult you. But you know where home is? Do you even know where home is, or did you forget in the diaspora?
Okay.
Efla Bait.
You're speaking a treif language.
Why is it treif?
Treif because God gave us
But you
Lashon
speak
Kodesh.
Yiddish.
You're speaking Ivrit that they made
You're
because they
speaking
hated
Yiddish.
God and
You're-
they made a new language.
So back in
Why
Judea,
did they make
wait,
Ivrit?
in
Tell
Judea,
me
we're
why
not.
they made Ivrit. I'm
in-
asking you a question.
What is your
Why
question?
did they make Ivrit?
What?
What was wrong with Lashon Kodesh?
Ivrit was there already. We
No, it
added words
wasn't.
that
They
didn't
created
exist.
a language.
We added
Why?
words that didn't exist because
Why?
we lived
What
2,000 years in
was
separation.
wrong with Lashon Kodesh?
Why do you speak Yiddish?
What was wrong with that? Why when
Why
they
do you
made?
why do you speak a language?
Why did they make a whole court
But I
system?
answered your question. Can
Why-
you answer mine?
I'm asking why they made a court system when we had the Torah. What's wrong with the Torah? You know it's a considered rebellion against
So
God?
can I answer your question? Because you asked me a question.
Yes, answer
okay.
me.
So the way that Israel created its government, I'm completely right. Because we have a British parliamentary system in Jewish land that's not Jewish and it's not Middle
Well,
Eastern.
at least
It's the
we
same
agree.
thing.
Maybe at one point. I'm not excited about it.
So there are a lot of things that we need to change.
Hold on. If I cut his beard, take off the hat and the glasses, give him a badge, that's Bruce. Like, darken his skin a little bit. Bruce got the same talking points. Let me find out. So there are Jews, rabbinical Jews, who got the same kind of view with the language. Now he talking about the land too. Let's see. Fair use.
Israel for sure, but you understand that the reason why I created the government in that way is because there was no time or conversation to have to create the proper way of governing
That's not
ourselves.
why. It's because they don't want Judaism. They want nationalism. They hate God. They hate the religion. They
But
want
you're
the
saying
national
things that
vote.
isn't true to the people. Like your nation that lives in Israel, which is your family.
You can't make a pig kosher.
No,
You can't make
absolutely.
that steak kosher.
But that's like a straw man argument. We both agree that you can make a pig kosher. Okay, that's they look surely what we're talking about.
I'm not going to debate. I told you you have the references.
But I want our ideas to be able to have a conversation like Jews, like we've done for thousands of years.
I'm not interested in having this
So why
conversation.
are you here?
I'm here. I gave you the references. Maybe
so
you
you're-
look at it.
so you're-
Maybe you wake up tomorrow.
So you're
and
only
look
here
at it.
to like give your ideas. You
That's
can't
exactly
listen to
what
other
I'm here
ideas.
for.
So how do we
Exactly.
move forward as a people if we can't even have a
Oh, you
conversation?
have books. You can look it up. You don't need me. You don't have to convince me.
But it's not
you
about.
have to see for yourself
but
what's
it's-
true.
But like I care about you.
You really care about me?
Yes, I do.
You'll study the books. If you have a true question,
So that-
you'll ask the
So we
question.
can't
in
have
the
a
forum,
conversation.
and
The
then we'll
only
be able
thing you
to
can
answer
put me
you.
is to like reading material. But I know a lot about your position.
I'm very
So,
happy
so I'm
to do it.
interested in having conversation about that. But every time we actually talk about something, you tell me that I'm not a Jew, and you tell me that pigs aren't kosher. Like
I
how
told
does
you,
how is
cut
that like?
yourself off from Judaism.
Every time we talk, you see that wicked RCC church. You tell your family don't do DNA. I got sources. Yo, y'all tell me if I'm wrong. Type of one in the chat. Have we heard someone talk like this before? Or am I crazy? Man.
By affiliating with Zionism.
Okay, so the Jews that are Zionists are not part of Am Yisrael. Is that your opinion?
I would be much more happy if they would have gotten to Patagonia than Palestine.
We went back to Israel, to Eretz Yisrael.
So they're committing two crimes.
We're not.
War.
But you understand
They're
that
defiling the land of Palestine.
You cannot blame the consequences of the wars just on the Jews.
Yeah.
Right? There's a conflict happening in the region. There are Palestinian suffering, but you cannot blame all that suffering just on Am Yisrael.
Listen, I told you, I'm not in the mood of this debate. I'm sorry. It's been a pleasure. You can go study it. You have further questions, you can ask.
I'm just interested in having a conversation. If you don't want to, I can have a conversation with someone else.
Yep.
Maybe you? Shalom? You want to have a conversation? I don't know what that means.
It says there's no peace with the wicked.
When God will bring Messiah and will give us the Holy Land, He will first dismantle that government, that state of Israel, and then will bring the Messiah, and He will kill all the people who did all the desecration against His name. That's what unfortunately happened by the Holocaust.
Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna run that back. Who does that sound like? What does that sound like? Have we heard that before? Let me run that back. Have we heard talking points like this?
It says there's no peace with the wicked.
When God will bring Messiah and will give us the Holy Land, He will first dismantle that government, that state of Israel, and then will bring the Messiah, and He will kill all the people who did all the desecration against His name. That's what unfortunately happened by the Holocaust, and that was from God because of that sin. Wrong, trying and doing everything to create their own state.
So the Holocaust was
caused
because of Zionism?
Yes.
Why do you think only Satmar and Notori Kata, maybe a few other groups, are against Israel, but that makes up a very small percentage compared to the large body? Why do you think the majority of the body of Am Yisrael believes in Israel?
I don't know what the majority is. I'm sure with my opinion, because it's not my opinion, I have that. I know my father was like that. My grandfather was like that. My rabbi, my grand rabbi, and that was the fact.
But if they were doing something wrong, you have the ability to make your children not like that anymore.
So
he's saying, what I'm hearing this guy, he's saying his grandfather was in lies, his father was in lies, he was once in lies, but now he's awakened to the truth. That's what I'm hearing from him. The brothers awakened to the truth about that state of Israel and what's going on. He waiting for the Messiah to come back. Same spirit. How's that possible? Fervent Chain, you not hearing what he's saying? If you close your eyes, just listen to them. Have we heard these talking points from anyone else that's come on here? Man. Hang on. Fair use. Prove some of Iron Man. What? Yeah. Because he just said we're waiting for the Messiah to come. I'm letting him speak some more.
So
you have the freedom of choice. So do I. As a Jew to a Jew, the majority of Am Yisrael today, the reason they believe Israel has a right to exist is they believe actually Hashem had a role to play in allowing the Jews to come back. And Hashem doesn't always come in the form of the 10 plagues where it's clear that there's a miracle. Hashem sometimes does a miracle. For example, in the story of Purim that just happened, Hashem didn't come, but it was a miracle in what happened. So the fact that we were able to come back to Israel, revive our civilization, our mission is to be able to accomplish Mashiach, which is Tikkun Olam Eno Lagoim, to help as a nation, help empower those around us. And that's our role to play. And once
we don't have, why do we have to help God? We don't have to help him. He will do it.
We don't have to help other nations? Why does it say that?
What do you mean help other nations?
Am Yisrael is supposed to be Ola Goim, right? An example to others. Those that are able to take the Torah that Hashem gave to us and to use it to do better, to help others, to help, solve poverty, to help solve starvation, to help solve diseases, to help solve economic struggles. We're supposed to be a nation that enlightens and empowers other nations. So how are we going to do that if we're in our shtetl and being attacked in Germany?
Yo, he's breaking down how they're going to be a light to the nations. Not just in doctrine, but in economics, in politics, all that. He's trying to, I think he's trying to get Israel primed for 1,000 years. I don't know. It sounds like he, in a way, he's supporting some kind of, I ain't going to say the S word. Yeah, they do. Yeah, a lot of men do this. A little supremacy. That Israel got to be on top because they're the light. Let me see. Chris probably said something earlier. The spirit of campers. Yeah, it seemed like it. In fair use, man. Fair use. Chris Privy. Oh, I see fair trade being sarcastic. My bad. Yo, where Timothy Eyes at? Where Unlimited Keys? Nah, I'm not familiar with that. You got to put the 3 O's down. What they are. Yo, he trying to start the awakening. That's what he trying to awaken. He's trying to wake his folks up to the truth. Okay. Page 178 says the Khazars were in Spain. They were rabbinic Jewish students. They were distinguished from the Sephardic or those that have been in Spain. I don't know if Kobe's still in the chat, but we'll come back to that. Hold on. Fair use. Yeah, fam. Hit the like, subscribe, share.
Germany. How are we going to do that if we're in Morocco treated as dhimmis? How are we going to do that if we're not strong? If we don't have the power within ourselves?
What do you think was the last 18, 1900 years before the state of Israel? You think that the Jews?
I think we were broken.
Yes.
I think that the Roman Empire destroyed us.
Wow.
Not only physically in the land, not only killed Jews, but destroyed us mentally.
So what do we have to do?
Then what we have to do is to revive our physical and revive our mental.
Physical?
Yeah, physical being Eretz Yisrael, and having an army again and being strong as Jews like we always were.
So you're coming now and saying me new things, and I don't want to accept it.
Do you think that the Rebbe and the Rav Kook are not legitimate sources of information?
Fervent Charity. All he missing is Ezekiel 36, brother, and I swear, I ain't gonna say it. And he missing that downtown accent, but I swear it's you talking. All right, Kobe here. I asked Dr. Dunn, my boss, with that paragraph. I asked Dr. Dunn, my boss, with what that paragraph said to her, since she's smart. I can shoot. Y'all, yo, Jordan, bro, this is you. You, Israel, look, now we got to be strong. All right, we can't just be up in no up top and joke no Germany. Nah, Israel, we got to get back to that land. We got to come together as a people. Why Israel can't get along? Why we as a people always fighting? Come on now, family. I ain't gonna say it. So once we come together. Now, Ezekiel 36 tells us what's going on. Then Romans, man, even mentioned Rome. I'm surprised he didn't say Chittim. Yo. Oh, man. I don't know, Kobe, you can jump on for a second, brother. Same tongue, different toilet. Yo, I told y'all, white Hebrew Israelites and black Hebrew Israelites are saved. Bro, he talking that supremacy. Yo. All right, Chris, I'm going to search it. He talking about that supremacy. You talking about Rebbe? Wow. And that's where I was kind of concerned because he's Chabad. I know a lot of Jews, they got beef with Chabad. I've heard behind closed doors, Chabad Jews aren't really recognized as being real Jews, but they won't say it in the forefront. they kind of like campers in a way. Oh man, Rob Cook. Let me let this play. All right. But Kobe, what did your boss say?
The Rebbe, Lubavitcher Rebbe, and the Rav Kook.
I'm not recognizing those two people also as rabbis, as Jewish rabbis. And
They're not Jews in your opinion?
No.
So anyone who doesn't believe exactly what you believe isn't a
no
Jew. But the first time we came back to
So anyone who doesn't believe like you isn't a real Jew. And what makes it worse, he's trying to control the wave he thinks is about to happen. Yo, yeah, this brother don't know what's going on. He young and eager and ambitious. But I ain't gonna say. Honestly, let me ask you a question. If he was a little bit darker, had a bigger nose, do you think he would have gotten as far as he's gotten? I'm put like that. If he was a little bit darker, right? Had some more, quote, Negro features, would he have gotten as far? Or is he trying to come through like a white savior? I'm going to let this play.
Eretz Yisrael with Moshe Rabbeinu, right? We came out of Mitzrayim after the 10 plagues, we went back to Eretz Yisrael. The majority of the spies and even the majority of the population wanted to go back to Egypt, but were too afraid to go to Israel. So for me, in my opinion, and I'd love to know what you think about it, is that when the Jews left Eretz Yisrael and the second diaspora with the Romans destroying the country, we were afraid to go back. We didn't know how to be strong because for thousands of years, we were persecuted, attacked, pogroms, the Black Plagues, the Inquisition. We were so afraid that this idea that one day the Jews can be strong and come back ourselves. And I think with Zionism was the spark of Am Yisrael becoming strong again and being like Moshe and being like Yoshua, who came back as a spy and said we can go back to Israel, and being able to do that.
You don't believe that.
I truly do believe that.
You're just saying that.
No,
you don't believe
I truly do believe in Hashem, and I truly do believe it was a miracle that we were able, after 2,000 years of being outside of our homeland, to come back and liberate that land from a British army that was persecuting our people.
You can't believe whatever you want. You make something like a new religion and a new belief.
Wait,
Who made
a new religion? I think we have the same religious connection. We all believe in Hashem. We all believe in the Torah. We all believe in the mitzvot. No, I think that we have different interpretations of the Torah. Almost all of what the world considers Am Yisrael is not Jewish in your opinion, because the Torah talks about 5,000 Jews, and Jews around the world are 15 million. So they're not even like 1% of the total Jewish population. So you're saying that the total Jewish population is not Jews, and only the small little few thousand Jews are the true Jews and the only Jews?
Yeah, y'all see what he did there? He's talking about how Joshua was a spy in the land. So yeah, Israel got the state of Israel got spies and whatnot, but ain't no deal. Spies have always been the history of Israel. Let me see what Shayk's saying. Maybe that's the play. Because I don't think the Antichrist will come from Judaism. And it's not just this kid. It's another guy, Rabbi Harry, doing the same thing. Yeah? So there's a guy, I saw an interview, he was saying that he feels that Christianity and Islam are just tools of Hashem to bring about worldwide Judaism. So while they're spreading out Christianity and whatnot, Islam, eventually all folks will come back to Judaism at the end of the day. Yeah, he's actually trying to proselytize Black Hebrew. Yeah. And that's the thing. That's where a lot of these rabbis come to these spaces and folks watch to see where do we line up with these folks? What can we do? And how can we get them along? How do we integrate them back in? All right. Let me pull up Kobe. She said that all those groups mentioned in that paragraph share DNA from a common ancestor who descended from a Sephardic Jew. Also pull up that page 178. It's about language. And then I'm going to pull it up. In Sefer, composing 6:11-15, Abraham ibn Dawood said the descendants of the Khazars were studying in Toledo. Part of and they're during his lifetime, page 161. 102. Ibn Dawood added that these Khazars were rabbinical Jewish students. Perhaps these scholars came to Spain from Kievan Rus. All right, we're gonna go back to the book real quick. Let me go to Kobe's thing. Yeah, because even Abu was telling me that there were some Khazars who went to Spain to learn. But there was no beef with that in terms of it being some like controversy, like there are these two groups. It's just that some Khazars went over. In the same manner how there's some, I ain't gonna say it, there's some folks who went to Israel to learn Judaism. All right. I'm trying to find it on the page. So the 178. All right, Yiddish. So this is about the language, about Yiddish. So maybe he has a different page number. Maybe it's 178 in the PDF. Okay, yeah, it's 178 in the PDF. Some speculate that many royal Khazars, go back to chapter 8, emigrated to Spain in the 11th century, but this is doubtful. Okay, and Sir Kamal composed in 11. Okay, I read this. So basically saying that some Khazars, and not even like many, so not many Khazars, but just many royal Khazars, right? Emigrated to Spain. But I don't think it's saying what the brother is trying to say. So he make it sound like what I'm hearing is that there's so many Khazars in Spain that there's another group. Once the Inquisition hit, there was a distinction. All right. Okay. I'll go to it. Royal Khazars had haplogroup G. We know Spud Post had G. So he's saying, sorry, and the black ones, us, didn't carry any Turkish DNA. So let me go to what Kobe's pulling up. Because I don't think the book is saying what the brother is saying. All right, 184. Okay, 184 page number. Now let's see. This. All right. Genetic genealogists have verified small amounts of Sephardic ancestry in many Ashkenazi families from Eastern Europe. Some paternal and maternal DNA lines and autosomal DNA segments are shared by Ashkenazi Jews, Sephardic, and part Sephardic Jews, Moroccan Jews, Algerian Jews, Tunisian Jews, Syrian Jews, Turkish Jews, Greek Jews, etc. And non-Jewish Hispanic, Lusophobic descendants of Sephardim. Most frequently Mexican Catholics, especially from the northeastern Mexico state of Nuevo Leon, and their Tejano and Hispano offshoots in Texas and New Mexico, respectively, but also Puerto Ricans, Cubans, Dominicans, Spaniards, Brazilians. Each autosomal segment longer than 6 centimorgans that passes the validity test of phasing and triangulation represent descend from a common ancestor who lived most certainly with the past 20 generations. Okay, Kobe, that's what you're saying. So now you're saying that yeah, if you can jump on, because I don't think the DNA is not saying the statement is saying that they all have common ancestry. Then put what Kobe said before. Yeah, she said all those groups mentioned in that paragraph share DNA from a common ancestor who's descended from a Sephardic Jew. So basically, a lot of these folks have a common ancestor that's Sephardic. So now, Bruce, is this ancestor fake or is it a real one? Because we got to clear that up. Because I don't know. Right now, let me see what the brother's saying. Kobe, I use that to point out there are two sets of Jews in Spain. We've all seen Dante's sources that state that there were black Jews in Spain. This confirms there was an unrelated group there. Wow. So when he talks about the black Jews, he's talking about swarthy, grafted tree. I don't know. This is from that guy's book, LOL. I've seen this, but verifies what I've been saying. Kobe, what you been saying? Break it down. Some people will never see. All right, let me go back to this video. I think the link's posted at the top. Let me put it back out in the chat. I want Jordan to see his kinfolk, his kinsmen of the flesh.
You're a Zionist?
Yes.
You talk in the name of Jewish people?
I'm a Jewish individual, and I speak on behalf of myself. And I do think a lot of my opinions resonate with the majority of
be a
Am Yisrael.
Zionist and be a Jew together. Those stay together in one person.
So for me, a Zionist means a Jew that knows who he or she is, that wants to be able to have self-determination in their land and be empowered and not live in a diaspora and not live being persecuted and not live being attacked and being able to break out of
Always we have lived in exile.
Only for 1,800 years, 2,000 years, right?
Not only. Everything was for a reason.
Right.
You was before that in the Holy Land. God sent us to exile because of our sins.
Right.
So we have to do tshuva.
But God helped us come back to
No. He didn't have to.
So how do we
do it yourself?
How are we able to do it?
Torah say, and Torah say, for the Mapilim, Moshe Rabbeinu say that if you go up, V'hilo sitzlach. It's not going to have a tzluch. You're not going to succeed.
So why is Israel succeeding?
No, it's not succeeding.
It's one of the strongest countries only in 70 years.
If we try to leave exile, we will be hunted like animals. In fact, many of the rabbis will be.
Let me run that back. I swear, if they're just a little darker, cut off them curls, they remind us of some folks. I don't know. Because it seems like Zionism is the white Hebrew Israelite equivalent to the awakening. That's what it sounded like from this brother. And these folks trying to stop the awakening. They're trying to stop Zionism.
How you do it?
I'm a Jewish individual, and I speak on behalf of myself. And I do think a lot of my opinions resonate with the majority of
Am Yisrael. Be a Zionist and be a Jew together. Those stay together in one person.
So for me, a Zionist means a Jew that knows who he or she is, that wants to be able to have self-determination in their land and be empowered and not live in a diaspora and not live being persecuted and not live being attacked and being able to break out of
Always we have lived in exile.
Only for 1,800 years, 2,000 years, right?
Not only. Everything was for a reason.
Right.
You was before that in the Holy Land. God sent us to exile because of our sins.
Right.
So we have to do reveal. We have to do tshuva.
But God helped us come back
No,
to
no,
this
no, no, no,
side.
no. He didn't have to.
So how
you,
do we?
you,
How are we
you
able
do it
to?
yourself?
How are we able to do
And
it?
Torah
It's
say,
without Hashem's help.
and Torah say, for the Mapilim, Moshe Rabbeinu say that if you go up, V'hilo sitzla, it's not going to have a tzluch. You're not going to succeed.
So why is Israel succeeding?
No, it's not succeeding.
It's one of the strongest countries in only in 70 years.
If we try to leave exile, we will be hunted like animals. In fact, many of the rabbis will be led to the gas chamber.
Let
Let
me
me
finish.
finish.
But we were hunted like
Wait a
animals
second.
before we came back to Israel. The fact that we're in Israel allows us not to be hunted
If you
anymore.
want to refute part of the Torah because you have
I'm
a
not,
nice
I'm not
theory,
refuting the Torah. I'm saying that
You
Hashem
are
had a role in
refuting
allowing
the
us to
Torah.
come back to Israel. You think that it was all man.
not for you decide, or either
didn't
Herzl
decide.
decides. When there will be,
What about Rav Kook?
he doesn't
Was he
count
another
against-
Chacham?
He doesn't. He could be brilliant. He could be not Picaris and be brilliant. He could be a
How come you
heretic.
choose one certain rabbi and
One
not the
certain
other?
rabbi?
Yeah.
You're talking about
You're
the
picking
all
and
of
choosing. How come almost every single rabbi today supports us being there?
You are making a
Is that not
tragic
true?
mistake. No, it's not true.
Most rabbis don't support Jews having a right to live in Israel.
If you consider them rabbis, you are not part of Klal Yisrael as you are today.
So I'm not part of it.
No, the Rambam says that if somebody comes to
Rambam said that every Jew is a Jew. A Jew is a Jew is a Jew. Shalom, everyone. My name is Rudy Rockman, and I'm a Jewish and Israel rights activist. My work.
Shai, grace and peace. Shalom, sis.
Shalom.
You trying to stop the awakening?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm just waiting for my Jesuit money to hit.
Yeah, Boo, he been kind of slow lately.
He real slow, not kind of.
Yo, so hold on. Did you have something you want to pull up? I know we talking about that. You want to pull up the PDF again, or you got something you said?
Too. I didn't want to interrupt what you was doing just now.
No, we can come back to that. It's always fun showing the other side because there's certain folks that feel like them Jews in the land just have one train of thought, not knowing that there's folks on that side too that have the same talking points. That the Messiah got to bring us back into the land. But go ahead, sis. You got the mic.
Well, I'll just briefly state that what Kobe brought out is very important and very key because when you're dealing with a diaspora of people and you see things like that, like, hey, they have a common ancestor. Yeah, a lot of them do, because you're going to have that overlap and that admixture when people are coming together. And there's many studies. I'll point out this study here. Genome-wide data from medieval German Jews showed that Ashkenazi founder event predated the 14th century. And then it talks about the different Jews that they also share ancestry with. It speaks on the different haplotypes, haplogroups, which is key to understanding founder events. That link I'll drop back here for you, Dunman, so you can read on your own and everybody else can too.
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat too.
I just wanted to state that real quick. I want to get some of my sources together and get my thoughts together. And
if you need a minute, I'll play something else.
Yeah, give me a minute.
All right, fair use.
What's going on, dude? I'm back. Oh, here it is. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we got to get our minds right, because
this is
brother.
heavy.
Y'all gonna get your mind right.
What does the term Israeli mean? You said every Jew is an Israeli. There are Arab Israelis, but like I also said, 60% of those Arab Israelis identify as Palestinian.
So fill in the blank. I'm blank Chai. So we are the nation of Israel. Nowhere in the Torah or in our culture and our history are we called Jews, or there's this mention of Judaism. We're either Hebrews, the children of Israel, or the nation of Israel. The reason we became known as Jews is because the last name of our civilization 2,000 years ago, when it was colonized by the Romans, was Judea. Coming out of Judea, we created Judaism as a portable suitcase to preserve our identity and to pass it down in the diaspora. And we became known as Judeans. I'm not from the tribe of Judah. My mom's side are Kohanim, my dad's side are Leviim. Kohen is a sub-tribe of Levi, so I'm from Shevet Levi from both sides of my family. So why am I a Jew? The only reason I'm called a Jew is because the name of my civilization.
Whoa.
Yeah, he went through that quick.
Yo, he might be He might be a high priest. I don't know.
Dude, I mean, hey, but he naming it off the top, off the dome. Hey, well,
Yeah. Hey, fervent charity. Is he gonna be working in the temple in the millennial reign, or where's he gonna be? He just said he a Levite. So will he be in that temple working it?
Uh-oh.
He gave down his whole lineage. What say you, brother?
Hey, they might need to hear it again. He gave his both sides. He knows exactly what tribe, connection, and he can go deeper. I saw the podcast. He went deeper into it, but this is the one he talks to it a little bit.
Let me run that back.
I asked you before, what does the term Israeli mean? And you said, every Jew is an Israeli. There are Arab Israelis, but like I also said, 60% of those Arab Israelis identify as Palestinian.
So filling in the blank. I'm blank Chai. So we are the nation of Israel. Nowhere in the Torah or in our culture and our history are we called Jews, or there's this mention of Judaism. We're either Hebrews, the children of Israel, or the nation of Israel. The reason we became known as Jews is because the last name of our civilization 2,000 years ago, when it was colonized by the Romans, was Judea. Coming out of Judea, we created Judaism as a portable suitcase to preserve our identity and to pass it down in the diaspora, and we became known as Judeans. I'm not from the tribe of Judah. My mom's side are Kohanim, my dad's side are Leviim. Kohen is a sub-tribe of Levi, so I'm from Shevet Levi from both sides of my family, the tribe of Levi. So why am I a Jew? The only reason I'm called a Jew is because the name of my civilization when my ancestors were kicked out was Judea. But the name of the land and the entire nation is Israel. So when this land and civilization was revived, it was revived to its proper original name, which is Israel, which is why every Jew has a right to come and to move to Israel, because they're not Jewish as a religion, they're Jewish as a Jewish person from the civilization, and being Jewish, Israelite, Israeli, Hebrew are all synonyms of the same people.
Yo, you know what he's saying? It's not. So he's saying, he's saying, brothers, it's not a religion. We a people.
Bro, I saw the video. I just looked at it again while I was away. He says anybody saying Judaism is a religion doesn't understand what the term religion means to Jewish people. He's saying Jewish people see Judaism as their culture, who they are, an ancient people. It's just the practices that they do is Judaism, not an actual religion similar to what he would say Christianity is. He said this is actually our ethnicity. This is our culture. It's not that we practice Judaism. We're practicing Israelite culture, and that makes us practice Judaism. It's not necessarily a religion. I'm like, all right. So he tries to separate it, put a delineation saying we calling it a religion, but they don't see it that way.
Yo, I honestly told him it's a spirit. It's crazy. It's like, man, where his fringes at though? That's one.
Oh, he don't have no. Oh, he don't wear no fringes. He don't wear none of that.
Oh, okay, so he in disguise right now. Okay.
Yeah, but I sent you another one too. When we don't have to play that, but that one he's pretty much talking about Jews are not white and talks about colorism and how brown and black people have been oppressed together, and pretty much whiteness is kind of taken over what Judaism is, and it's not necessarily Jewish people's issue; it's really whiteness. So it's interesting. That's the other video.
I know we talk about race on the channel. That race is important, but I gotta ask y'all. You see this guy, you don't know who he is. You see him walking down the street. What do you say he is? Black, white, I don't know, whatever. How would you identify him?
He looked like a man that worked at the gas station.
Yo, get your mind right, Leo. How would y'all identify him? If you had to say, hey, you seen that dude? What would you say? How would you characterize him? You know how we do. There's that white dude, that black dude, Arab. Seen Arab or Poppy. He do got if he had a little accent. Yo, Michael, what's wrong with you, Ford? yo, Middle Eastern, Mediterranean.
Does he have olive skin?
Does he have olive skin? I'm not dealing with y'all, Habibi. Y'all, this is a midday session. This ain't no late night session. We ain't going on.
Is he swarthy enough?
No. The white dude, he a Turk. Is he swarthy? Let's ask that question. Is he swarthy?
To me, he got a little hint of it. I'll be honest with you. When he in a room with other, I would say other folks, you can see he's a lot darker than I would say a Caucasian, so to speak.
Okay, so saying nope, he looks modern Arab. Yeah, I'm be honest. He looks like, you ever seen those actors that in one movie they playing an Italian mobster, in the next movie they're playing a terrorist? He got that kind of feel to him to where he can blend in with every role. You know what I'm saying? The next movie he playing a Mexican bandito, got a sombrero on. He just has a look that's very what's the word?
Ambiguous.
Ambiguous. He's racially ambiguous. Al Pacino like, yeah. He's off-white, not swarthy. He light-skinned.
White adjacent. Nice.
Yeah.
Man, so that's why I wanted. He breaks it down. He goes deeper into it the more you play this video. So it's interesting.
Let's get our minds right. He's trying to do it. Yo, I'm not dealing with Bruce. I'm not dealing with Bruce. Yo, if he doesn't repent, he'll be baptized in Yeshua, Jesus, and be filled with the Holy Spirit, the Ruach HaKodesh. He will lose his soul and or go into captivity. Yo, Bruce. Yo, somebody's gonna name more in the Mediterranean. I'm not. Yo, no. He do look like Namor from Black Panther. He got. Hold on. Let me pull it up real quick.
He do.
Hold on. Oh man, y'all. Yeah.
Oh, you want to fact? All right, we can fact check his claims in terms of what Israeli means. Do y'all? I mean, humanity. Do you have a? Dang, he does look like my man's.
He looks just like Namor. Yeah, we can fact check. Yeah, I'm not dealing with the chat. Y'all are wild. Yeah, we can look it up. Hey, man, no one's safe here. If we got to, we can. They call him Cuckoo Khan. Yo. Yeah, so, brother, art speaks to life. So you see what he's doing? Bro, he's doing the plot of Black Panther 2. See, the vibranium is really the awakening. And he's Namor going to Wakanda, going to them African Israelites to get them in line. You know what I'm saying? Y'all trying to go out in the world. Y'all trying to do this, but we got to come together. You know what I'm saying? And get our minds right. You know what I'm saying? So if the Wakandans, the black, the African Jews don't get in line, they might be attacked. Yo, this is the plot of Black Panther 2. What he doing? He Namor. Let me get my mind right.
Go ahead, Dunamis.
So yes, you can have a citizenship as a non-Jew living in Israel and be a part of the civilization, like one had previously in Judea. You had non-Jews living in Judea that were fully equal citizens, as long as they respected the 7 laws of Noah: don't kill, don't steal, don't do a few of these things. They were able to live fully equally as citizens, and that's what we believe in. You can have people respecting the law of Israel, being Israelis, but I see that every single Jew is Israeli. Not because
Pause.
Because they ate bum.
He pretty much said converts are Israel too. If you didn't hear that,
let me run that back. Because I think Jordan need to hear that in the back.
Yeah, Jordan need to hear that. He
Jordan
right there you go. Right
yeah,
there.
Jordan's trying to sneak out, but he need to get this true. He gonna get this. Yeah, I know. That's the whole cool car.
Yes, you can have a citizenship as a non-Jew living in Israel and be a part of the civilization, like one had previously in Judea. You had non-Jews living in Judea that were fully equal citizens, as long as they respected the 7 laws of Noah: don't kill, don't steal, don't do a few of these things. They were able to live fully equally as citizens, and that's what we believe in. You can have people respecting the law of Israel, being Israelis, but I see that every single Jew is Israeli.
Right
Not because
there.
they have a piece of paper, because they were born or raised in Israel, because they ate bamba and beastly or listened to Homo Adam and Shlomo Otzi, but because they descend from a 4,000-year-old people called Am Yisrael. Being Jewish.
Type of 1 if you agree. Type of 2 if no. Type of 1 if you agree. Oh man, yo.
I agree with that. As long as you take on, he said, as long as you take on the culture. I see a Jew as Israeli. If you take it on, you're a part of the people. But if you want Dudamus, you can play the rest of this, or there's another video people get upset about, or they may like it because he talk about colorism.
Oh no, I'll play that one. So I'm seeing ones in the chat.
Twos, twos, grafted tree. Of course, he gonna say two.
Yeah. Yeah. This guy, he said every Jew is Israeli.
Yep, he did.
He's saying that's the birthright. yo, Snake, chill out, bro. Chill out. Yo, it's just funny. It's funny, man. This guy, he got a name on here trying to get Wakanda back in check. He's trying to let y'all know how to handle this vibranium, the awakening.
It's interesting, man. Because like I said, he out here. Yeah, he doing what Israelites do. He on the streets.
He on that street corner too. He ain't got no sign, no bullhorn. Yeah.
Ah, man.
I
enjoyed it. I like. I'll say this: his content is interesting to me, so that's kind of why I mentioned him a lot, because he's skating right around what a lot of the topics are today with Hebrew Israelites and stuff. So he's kind of connected, but not really. And I think he's slowly gonna integrate himself. You'll see him a lot more.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing where, Slim talking about where his charts. He don't need no charts. He don't need no charts. He said, "I'm good. I can stand on my 10 toes by myself." He said, I ain't gonna say it. He said, "You don't see my skin color, brother." All right, let me let this finish. Let me see what he's saying, because folks got to get this truth.
Israeli and Palestinian are all equal in terms of its value, but they're not the same. Right? They're just not the same. Like being a Palestinian, you can be a Jewish Palestinian in their definition. You can be a Muslim Palestinian. You can be a Christian Palestinian. For the nation of Israel, it's one nation, one people. So it's not the same definition of what identity is. It has the same value, but we need to understand how we each identify and not superimpose one's identity on the other. And I think that's the problem, because many Palestinians, when Jews talk about their identity, and when they talk about their right to self-determination, and when they talk about their future, they tend to think that it's the same thing of what they mean for their self-determination and vice versa. So we tend to be in a competition rather than understanding what are the true needs for both peoples, what are the true identities of both peoples, and how can they coexist and live together, and they actually fit perfectly. Because what's important for Palestinians is not necessarily the same thing that's important for Israelis, and what's important for Israelis is not the same thing necessary for Palestinians. And so when you understand what is important for one side and the other, you can create a reality that actually focuses on achieving that for both. And I think we haven't been doing that. So this whole idea of a peace process is no peace process. We tend to superimpose and try to take for one side instead of the other, rather than actually trying to build a reality where we come together and build something based on the needs of both peoples.
You know what? That's my question without the millennial reign and whatnot. So what's going to happen to all them Palestinians? Are they going to get kicked out the land or what? What's going to happen to all them Palestinians? Well, we know what's going to happen to Palestinian Christians, right? They're going to be with the church, but we ain't going to talk about that. But what's going to happen to all them Palestinians who don't believe in Christ in the millennial reign? How's that work? Hold on, Leo, you sent another video?
Yeah, I sent it in. I think I sent it in the back. It's the let's see.
I think in Facebook, it's only 2.
I'll send it to you. I'm gonna put it in here right now. I'll put it in here again, and it's a little heavy-handed because it was 2 years ago. So you know what happened 2 years ago during COVID with George Floyd and stuff. So, but let's skip ahead to like 2 minutes and 55. I just sent it to you. 2:55, and it won't be.
Oh, okay. The one with Zion Lex.
Zion Lex.
White House memorandum proves Jews, Ebola.
Oh, not that one. I just sent it to you in the private chat.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, that last one right there.
And then, Shar, whenever you're ready, let me know. Here go Bruce. He's a member of the one of the false 12 tribes. Here, Bruce. How long till you come on that one, brother? Bruce was waiting for a comeback. What do you say what happened to those who don't believe in Christ? Nah, because the whole narrative is the 1,000-year reign. If you're not so in the land, if you're Palestinian, if you're not a believer in Christ, right? Then what's going to happen to you? So my understanding is, if you're not a believer in Christ, you Palestinian. If you're not, what do you say will happen? I don't know, because I don't really rock with a 1,000-year reign. If I can be honest with you, I hear folks saying it, but to me, the more we talk about it, I'm not seeing it as literal. So I don't see it as being a literal 1,000 years, right? I'm still working on how I see it. But from those who hold that view with a 1,000-year reign, them folks that don't believe in Christ are the Palestinians, them folks going to receive the wrath of God in a way. From my understanding from the church and whatnot, even how they're treated in Israel today, how you have Zionists going into the West Bank and into the Gaza Strip and all that kind of stuff, how there are riots and checkpoints. It seems like they don't really care. And either the Palestinians are going to be kicked out the land in that 1,000 years, or they're going to be in the land but like servants. So that's how I see, but that's just in 1,000 years. But right now, that's how I'm seeing it from the church and some certain Israelites. I know Reb C. So I hope that answers your question, Sean Harris. You know what I'm saying? But to me, they lived in that land. Yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah. No, but I hear you, Sean. No, it's really just for those who pertain to the 1,000-year reign. Because I've asked that question, what's going to happen to the Palestinians? And folks don't really give a clear answer. And that's how I see it's going to be. But if some folks don't be honest with it, them Palestinians are going to be servants, most likely. But they don't want to say it. They don't want to say the Palestinians are going to be servants, or they're going to be kicked out. I know. Look. Yeah. Yo, what? Oh, Shar, is that you?
Yes.
You ready?
Yes. Yes, I'm ready.
All right. If you want to share your screen, let me know. I'll pull up whatever.
Yeah, I'm gonna share these two sources here.
I'll share them in the chat too.
I might share three sources, but I'm gonna start with the first source here. It's an older source. I was trying to track down a more recent one, but I have so many of these studies I can't even. But for right now, we're just gonna use.
You've been holding out. We need them.
Yeah, I have a whole document of stuff on Ashkenazi. It's crazy. All right,
and the Sephardic, because that book Ron Dalton, he broke down the truth about where them Sephardic Jews come from. They're saying converts.
All right.
Let me stop. Let's get this. Let's get the real truth.
All right. So
you got it.
In that PDF, and it was speaking about the common ancestor and the common ancestry between these two groups, right? Now, in this study here, the Y chromosome pool of Jews as part of the genetic landscape of the Middle East, it talks about here the investigation of the genetic relationship among 3 Jewish communities revealed that Kurdish and Sephardic Jews were indistinguishable from one another, whereas both differed slightly yet significantly from Ashkenazi Jews. So what does this sentence mean? Right? Sephardic Jews, okay, and Kurdish Jews were indistinguishable from one another, yet they have a slightly different distinction between them and their genetic makeup from the Ashkenazi Jews. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you're making sense.
Okay. Now in this PDF on page 161, that sentence that I pointed out, Sephardic Jews whose ancestry came from Spain do not carry any amount of Turkish Khazar ancestry according to genetic tests. This can be seen as not exactly true, because the Kurds right here are in this region mixing with people in southeastern Turkey. So they're going to have some autosomes. They're going to have some autosomes with the Turkish people, because it says here the Kurdish and the Sephardic Jews were indistinguishable from one another. Now, the Khazarian component that people love to point out. Okay, let me go to this other thing right here.
Make it plain now. Make it plain.
I'm trying to, but the wording is so weird to make plain, and I have to think as I talk too. I'm trying to break it down as simply as I can. Bear with me, y'all.
So they're gonna have remnants because there is some mixing going
So
on.
you can pick it up in our autosomes, and then in some cases also you'd share the haplotype with them if you have a common ancestor. So that's where that common ancestor is coming from with that haplogroup. That is what I understand from that. Doesn't mean I am correct, but that is my understanding based off of this study, and also the genomic history of the Bronze Age. No, not is it this one? Yeah, the genomic history of the Bronze Age Southern Levant, because the Kurdish Jews and the Sephardic Jews, as well as some of the Ashkenazi Jews, have a lot of Iranian admixture and ancestry going back hundreds of years, possibly. And so this is where you would find this common ancestry coming down through this, because Zaria came from the Caucasus and came down, and you have all these different things in Turkey. So essentially, the admixture or the genetic connection between Sephardics, Kurdish Jews, and Ashkenazi Jews that's tying them back to Khazaria is admixture. It's admixtures. It's in the autosomes, and in some cases, it would be directly via the haplogroup R's, or if there's some haplogroup Q in there, then yeah, they largely share common ancestor. That's what I want to share on that.
So they don't have. They pretty much majority of their DNA doesn't date back to Khazaria as like indigenous. They just have
correct.
Gotcha. Okay, makes sense. So y'all can keep quiet with all that Khazarian conspiracy stuff.
But this is scholarship. Shari, doesn't fate. Let me not joke around. This is serious. But actually, folks still believe this. The Khazarian
Go for it.
No, I'm not gonna joke, because folks still believe the Khazarian theory, and they take it as a matter of fate. They read the 13th tribe or these books, and they got a presupposition that they read into certain things. But what you're saying, the evidence doesn't line up.
Because you have a royal class, okay, and then the royal class is typically smaller, and they convert to Judaism, and then they go over to these other places and they marry and they do whatever. That the royal class does not equal the majority of people. And then when you look at the genetics of the Ashkenazis, the Sephardis, and the Kurdish Jews, they do have some R, possibly some Q, and there's another haplogroup that I'm forgetting off the top of my head, but that's not the large part. You have 20% E, possibly 20% of haplogroup E, and then you have haplogroup J, and then the rest being split up between haplogroup R, G, and Q. So you can't make the majority argument if the royal class itself is the one that converted. It wasn't a kingdom of mass conversion like many say. It was the royal class.
Now you're making sense. Yeah, just like I'm trying to think.
Now, if this PDF that the brother brought out is entirely accurate, and the royal class went into Spain, you're going to see that in their admixture, or possibly in the haplogroup with that common ancestor, because that's where you get the common ancestor from, that haplotype. That's what determines your common ancestor, that haplotype, not autosomes.
Yeah,
not admixture.
But even Shar, the in the book itself, it even says some speculate but doubt it. So the book even presents doubt to the claim itself. So it's like you have to have a presupposition to believe that the book is saying that majority Khazars went there and there are two different groups. That's what I'm seeing. The book itself goes against the whole claim. Because it's not intellectually honest to say so. Any serious scholar, any serious person who's doing research or in the academic world, they're not going to make blanket statements like that. They're not going to make absolute statements like that, especially when you're doing research and you're dealing with scientific things such as genetics. You have to always leave room for nuance. And that's the problem many BHI fall into. They're making absolute statements based on presuppositions and not fully interpreting the information correctly, and so that leads to error in their models. Yeah, because even the standpoint of, I mean, this isn't genetics, but you'll have where, like in Catherine the Great rule over the Rus people over Russia. In their court, they spoke French, but the common folks spoke Russian. So just because the royal family or the royals are doing something, it's not necessarily the whole look on the entirety of the people. The entirety of Russians at the time weren't speaking French, but the court was. So just because the royals, some convert to Judaism, doesn't mean it's this whole mass, widespread thing throughout the entire country. Even Mansa Musa was a Muslim, but in his the people he ruled over, there were different beliefs. Not everyone's a Muslim in Mansa Musa's empire. So I don't think it's reading into it to me, from what I'm seeing, to where there's a narrative in their mind, they got to support it with what they're reading. It's not there. But Orthodox more, Sean Harris, Shalom. Y'all got the mic.
Yeah. Oh, snap.
No, Leo, is Yap, not Snap, brother.
Yeah. I'm playing the whole squad up here. That's my
I think this is what we was trying to elucidate.
Yeah, everybody here.
I think this is what we was trying to elucidate. I'm sorry, I'm speaking over somebody.
No, you good.
I think this is what we were trying to elucidate the first time we came up and we had the discussion about the Ashkenazim and Khazarian theory. We were trying to explain that, I know I mentioned at least, 3 times that, who really converted during that time were the Kagan, or the Kagan, or the royal court to Ashkenazim, or from the Khazarian empire to Judaism.
Like the viziers and all of those, they converted.
Generals, things of that nature.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
Yeah, and that would make sense too. If you're in high up in society and the king converts, you want to, for your laws of power, you want to do what the king does, so you can stay in the royal court, be those meetings, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. That makes more. What say you, brother? What are your thoughts?
Well, so first of all, shout out to Sister Shari for coming through, spinning the block and taking some scholastic shots right quick, because this is important to understand what she's talking about and what Brother Sean's talking about. But me, I came to stir a whole different pot right quick, because when you get into this Khazarian burials or whatnot, what's interesting is that, again, she talked about finding R, she talked about finding Q, but we also find G2A amongst these burials, right? So a lot of people taking shots at this whole Khazarian theory. Like, so you can look at the Tail Twins, right? They got a Khazarian 1.0, 2.0 theory popping off on each and all the type of stuff, right? These brothers are G2A themselves, right? And so when you really want to get down to it, people like them are genetically, their wadi name, closer to Ashkenazi Jews who carry G at like 7-10%, etc., than they are to African American males. One more time, people like the Tail Twins, who are G2A themselves, are closer not just to Ashkenazi Jews, but to Khazarians who have G2A, right? Than they are African American males.
Wait, more. Make it plain. Are you saying it's possible they could be Khazar?
Man, here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say, paternally, and I'm going to say it like this: when you take it by the numbers, right?
If Khazars are fake, they got to be fake too. Then I'm sorry,
my G.
I'm sorry. That's what it is. If we, I don't know. And Bruce, don't come on here, Bruce, don't do that. Bruce coming on here. Bruce there's a few talking points Bruce got. Y'all know I love Bruce, but he got a couple of talking points. He gonna say stay away from DNA.
Oh, he got to, because check this out, Mike.
Down your black power.
He has to, because check this out.
Well, I was going to say this great stuff is garbage. Go ahead.
Yeah, what I was going to say to Dunamis is this, because he has to say that, Brian, because what I was going to say is this. Is like, so black people in America make up like what, 45, 46 million people, whatnot. If you take up all the African American males, right, less than 1% are G, right? If you take up all the ones that the Tail Twins are related to that are G in America, right, and you take all the Ashkenazi males that are G, right, there's going to be more Ashkenazi and Khazar males, etc., that are G than are African American males. You put them all in one room, fam. It's going to be a bunch of Ashkenazi and Khazars on one side, and a very few African American males on the other side. Make that one make sense, fam.
But the beef is they don't fit the prophecies. Ashkenazi don't fit the prophecies. So how some of them, I guess that's where Bruce
What
is.
prophecy? Hold on.
There's
What
an Ottoman Empire slave trade of European Jews, and largely Ashkenazi Jews are European Jewish converts.
Well, let me take a quick step back right quick, because you got the two people on panel right now from YAP, right, who have a rolling 400-year prophecy, right? So I say all the time that I don't take shots at all 400-year prophecy concepts, and then each one has to be weighed out in and of itself, and whatnot. I take shots that at the Amerocentric, Negrocentric, racist forms of one. But these two people on the panel, Shari and Brother Sean, I got a family that believes this as well. They roll with a rolling 400-year concept. So you have different Jewish populations from around the world at different times going through 400 years as far as they're concerned, right? Again, they haven't put forth a model on it, so no one's chopping up what they're saying, but we do have these discussions behind closed doors. But
can Ashkenazi be black?
I know a black Ashkenazi.
Facts.
And
They're not ready for that truth, y'all.
And
where the Balkan bully at?
I'm a Balkan bully.
Man, shout out to the Balkan bully.
My bro Rue.
Wait, who that? Yo, Dunamis, you see this? Who that talking about? I'm black.
Where?
There was a brother in the chat earlier who also said he could be connected.
He's a Romanite too? Wow.
Yeah,
okay, that's this.
Why is I don't know. I don't even want to start. I don't even want to start because they see that word Ashkenazi in Genesis 10, and that's kind of where the beef come in. I don't know. The whole thing. The whole thing is crazy. It's
Can
just.
I ask a question?
Go ahead.
If European Jews were in Europe being oppressed for almost 400 years, is that a part of the curses?
They don't want that.
Is it slavery and oppression at the same time?
You see what Blacktastic saying? Well, y'all already blocked. Y'all already talk greasy about. They're already talking greasy about y'all. They're obsessed with race and can't separate salvation or theology from it. Look at Bruce. This is where the beef come in. Bruce is against this.
The Khazars are a people who try to hide the history and continue to hide who they are. Esau is wrong. I'm trying to tell y'all, they lie and will continue to lie.
I hate doing this.
No, that's how y'all it's like all black play. That's how I hear Bruce in my head.
Prove it, Bruce.
How do you hide an entire empire, and why are there so many history books about their conversion? I'm confused.
You know he's gonna hit you with to the victors. They pretty much make history. So
history,
Yet the losers are writing them in history. Got it.
Oh,
yeah. But he's gonna run with that.
Wait now, hold on. So Shari, more. I got scripture. Joel 3 says, I think in Joel their blood will be purified. So maybe, although everyone who came on the transatlantic slave trade, they might not be genetically all that DNA stuff y'all throwing out Israel, but because it came on the transatlantic slave trade, the Most High is going to change their blood to be pure Israel, right?
There is no pure Israelite.
Oh man, Shari, come on now.
Come on, man. Abraham came from where, and his wife was who?
Ain't no pure Israelite. I agree with that. We're Fervent Charity. Let me call Fervent Charity on this jack right now.
How many wives did Joseph have?
Hold on. This is my thing. Let's deal with the information. Wait, let me see who did this. Probably what you called it, right? I just saw somebody. Wait, let me see. Go ahead. Yeah, hold on. Let me try to see. No, I can't find it. All right, look at this. Dante. Dante said the other day about you blowing at Blacktastic and Orthodox more. Look at this right here. We don't want to know about DNA. We want the Orthodox Moor position on gay marriage. Why? What relevance is that? Didn't that Dante drop a video a few days ago?
Actually, it's fantastic relevance, right?
And oh man, this is crazy.
And this is why it's fantastic.
We want to deal with that. I don't want to discuss that. I don't want to discuss his position on that because he's saying something opposed to what y'all believe. Dante, with what you believe and tell you.
I want to know why you follow a cult. I want to know why you let no good BHL leaders fill your brain with nonsense. I want to know why you're a parrot for people that truly don't care about you and just looking for a bag. I want to know why you follow a cult who the only thing they're focused on is whether I'm Israel and I'm going to have servants in the kingdom and whether you're a true Israelite because you're a Negro. Explain that to me. Then we'll focus on whether or not this question is relevant at all.
Solid deflection.
Right, benediction time. Church is over. Church is over. That's all I'm saying. And they was like, well, then they'll come down here. And when I don't know, this channel is different. This is why they have beef, because we're trying to get down to the basics with some things. So we want people from both sides. But it just seems like there's a few YouTubers that got a pattern. From the time I brought it Abu brought out that whole Richard Katz thing, how Kelly and them was moving, it's just like this is a pattern. You defame, you don't deal with the people that's bringing out the information, and all them dudes. Oh, and Berean is the lead, and Berean is the head of all of this stuff, man. It's all of it. This is all. Listen, that's cult behavior, Wiggins. I see some cult behavior. Call us a cult, call them a cult if they don't believe in dispensational and all of that stuff. But let's deal with the information. Dante, please just get it on with that 400 years with Blacktastic. That's all. That just opens the floor for more discussion. That's all it is. It's no big thing. You debated vocab on the 400 years. You were a proponent of the 400 years. It's okay.
No stipulations. He debated it.
Say it right there. Cult behavior been there. Many just ignore it to keep peace. I'm done. I'm going back to sleep. Go ahead.
And I'm not going to touch on it, but this is why the ad hominem is relevant, right? Because he's not addressing the point. Why is he attacking me? Because I pointed out. So Sister E and Dante at the time are like, oh, there's 10 references that they got to bring to get this debate. First of all, there was no stipulations on vocab alone for any debate. And as a matter of fact, your man Dante was chasing him down since 2019 to have the debate, right? But Dante's not a cloud chaser for that, right? However, we need to slow this one down. So Dante is asking for 10 sources prior to the 1800s that stipulate that Israel would be in captivity for 400 years specifically, not 430, not end of the year, but 430. But Dante cannot provide not a single solitary biblical manuscript or variant that stipulates Israel would be in captivity for 400 years. There's not one that exists in the world. So he's making a claim that's not in the Bible and wants Blacktastic to substantiate this claim that you cannot find with 10 sources that don't exist.
Hey, Moore, I got a quick question for you.
Shoot.
How long was slavery? From inception to Civil War, Abraham Lincoln. How long was that?
So I'm gonna keep it like this. Like, so do you want to talk about just in America, or do you want to talk about when the Pope signed the first, you know what I'm saying, papal bull breaking down slavery?
Either or. I'll say that. Let's go with the historical.
The papal bull, we're talking about the 1450s and whatnot. So that's
correct.
Way before 1619, right?
Now
you said 1450.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
For 400 years.
Yeah.
And that starts to include the Caribbean, South America.
Correct.
You know, the slaves that went there. And this is why we, some of us in Yak Gang, you know, if we're going to look at a 400-year prophecy, it would be more of a rolling 400 years.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why the reason I asked, because they say in captivity, they include slavery as a portion of captivity, which, okay, makes sense. But then when slavery stopped, post-Civil War, how are we still considering that
Oh,
captivity?
wait. No, because you got to go to what they say. You got to go to my man's book, right? So
Yeah.
slavery didn't stop in 1865. What happened was they say the 13th Amendment kept it going on perpetually and whatnot, right? However, now this is the issue. Like, this is when I came over here and was talking to Bruce. Like, okay, Bruce, can you show me where there's a verse that stipulates that that the Gentiles will be suffering the curses of the Israelites in the land of the Gentiles or whatnot? Because when you look at the prison system here, it's not just black people in prison, right? As a matter of fact, they only make up a third of the prisoners. You got a third of white people in prison, right? But here's the cold part, right? So in 2019, the 13th Amendment didn't get stricken. It didn't get amended. Nothing changed about the 13th Amendment. So if the curses ended in 2019, the 13th Amendment was supposed to go in 2019 too.
Also, if we're supposed to have yokes of iron on our neck, if y'all connecting it to slavery, where were the yokes of iron post-slavery? I've still been waiting on the answer to that.
Now here's where it gets even worse. Yeah, facts. Here's where it gets even worse because so Dante and Sister, you both put out the falsification of, well, you can't say that the slavery in Egypt or the captivity in Egypt was the one, because our good brother Joseph was a governor during the time period. He was a ruling one. So there's a break in the time period or whatnot. Yet and still, so this is again the first African American governor in the United States was a former slave and was a governor in Louisiana in 1871. 1871, fam. So if Joseph breaks the 400 years, then we literally have five African American governors since 1871 to now. Man, we actually got 6. We got one just elected.
And then they don't even want to talk about Reconstruction either.
Facts.
And don't forget about Obama, because the Lao people, I found a paper. There's some that's in the oral tradition that they descend from Jews. So Obama might have been an Israelite. So the highest office in this country was held. Someone said by an Israelite.
Like Zadok said in that clubhouse, right? Like, y'all voted for Obama, and Obama would have been the equivalent to Pharaoh in the construct. And y'all talking about Joseph being governor? Fan.
Bruce, thank you, Bruce, in the super chat. Bruce said, family, the Bible says Gentiles will come from the ends of the earth and say we have inherited lies from our father. Y'all are following the lies of the Gentile. You will eat your words. Bruce, you know the thing that hurts me, Bruce, just like the pews and the DNA, that ain't got nothing to do with if you be in Israel. If you want to be Israel, you could be Israel. This is the beef. Bruce, I agree with that.
I'm kind of
obsessed with skin color. You're obsessed with that skin color.
I'm kind of stuck on the fact that I don't know what we're saying is saying that Gentiles wouldn't be would say or wouldn't say that or would say, excuse me, that they had inherited lies. I don't understand how what we're saying would stop that from happening, if indeed it does happen at some point. Because some Gentiles have already admitted, because there are a lot of Jews who are Gentiles, they're Israel, but genetically Gentiles, or come from Gentile nations originally, but they're Israel. So they've already, started including a lot of us as a part of world Jewry. So I'm kind of stuck on his statement, because it's a sweeping indictment.
It's what the lie is, OG. It's like so what we're doing with what's messing up their construct is, for them the lie is they're covering up the fact that Israel is black, always was black, always will be black, can't be nothing but black, right? We're changing that based upon their construct. We're forfeiting our birthright as being the black beautiful children of Abraham and whatnot, and saying like, no, like Shari said, like, no, there is no purebred. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a mixed multitude from the outset. You can even go back to Abraham's household. That's a mixed multitude when you get into it, fam. Like, there's no way to get around this, fam. There is no pure blood, like the sister was saying.
You can even go back even further than that, into the Neolithic, with the Shemites, the Proto-Shemites themselves. They were mixed as well with Caucasus hunter-gatherers.
Oh, wow.
And I'm finna quote somebody right now. There is no such thing as a 100% Negro. Don't nobody have 100% Negro DNA.
Too much mixing.
Yeah, because if you would have 100% Negro DNA, that would have to be some inbreeding in there. But I don't think some folks understand the claims they make leads to other things. So let me ask.
They understand they don't care, Dunamis. When you have an agenda, when your goal and your intention is to deceive people and to spin a narrative so that you can get followers, so you can get clout, so you can get a bag, the truth is inconvenient for you.
Yeah. Now let me ask y'all this. We asked this at the beginning of the stream, right? Just to hear y'all views. So, tell me the whole thing. So, what if folks lied? What if the truth comes out, is revealed? You got the debate coming up with Gorilla Hebrew and Dr. Dan Brown and whatnot. That all this stuff been said, folks been lying, this and that, right? What does that change? What's the next step? I'm an Israelite. Now what? What should be the next step? The question's clear. Because so far, from what we hear from a lot of folks in the chat on all these years, it's more so religious talk about repentance and penance. Nothing more than that. What should be the next step in first going forward, financial Israel?
Real quick, lied about what, Dunamis? Because you're saying something about Gorilla Hebrew and what?
They're saying basically they lied. Them Orthodox, them folk with their faith. And all these years, we were the real ones over here, that kind of stuff.
Right. So like being wrong versus telling a lie. Like so sometimes like so what were you saying he was lying about?
No.
Or them lying.
Just how the church, the Catholic Church, everyone's behind the truth.
Right, the grand cover up. I got you.
Yeah, the grand cover up.
So there is no grand cover up. That's the thing. Like, so there's no grand cover up. Like there is no grand cover up. What are you talking about?
Yeah, more yeah, exactly. But you try to say that and folks feel like you part of the cover up.
Okay, right. So I'm with that, right? I'm part of the conspiracy, all that, like, but just walk it out for me, fam. Like, have what you're saying make sense. Just go from A to Z and don't lose me on the way, right? Because you lose me on B every time. Like, so in order to make this stuff happen, I have to suspend belief every time. Like, so Shari's saying, like, there is no pure-blooded Negro, right? Yeah, I'm saying that, but they're gonna make you believe like no, there's this. So depending on what side, like, so if you're on the moderate side that seems to be like super blackity black, that you're not even worried about the Native Americans and the Latinos. Cool, gotcha. You're just like pure blood Negro. There's none of that. We can't find that in Africa like that, fam. We got a bunch of different haplogroups, a bunch of different autosomes. It's not how it works, right? You go to the other side though, fam. It's the same thing, fam. Like there's no way you can tell me that Latino people, Native Americans, and West Africans all have the same paternal heritage, unless you're talking about going back to Adam, fam. Unless you're talking about going back to Adam, right? It don't match up. There's none of this that matches up and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? It's particularly like when it comes to the language and whatnot, right? Like I heard a little bit earlier when you were talking about like the Lashon Kodash and someone liking it to, or Obu was liking it to Ebonics and whatnot, something modern and whatnot, right? Cool, got you. If you can admit that it's a modern thing, okay, that's straight. But if like you can get it proven in your face, there's nothing ancient about what you're talking about. But you like again, you're gonna sit here and talk to me with the language where you got like 5 phrases, 6 phrases. Like you can say Shalom, you can say Barakatah, you can say Tawada, you know, like that's all you got. Salakia, that's all you got. But you're gonna tell me that you got an actual whole language that's ancient. Stop it. Now we're playing dress up, fam. Stop it.
And that's but more maybe you just don't have faith more. Maybe you just need a little more faith. That's what you're missing. That's why you can't understand the narrative, brother.
No, I got trust issues. 100%. Show me.
Yeah. What? Dang.
Show me, bro. That's all I want to know. Show me. If what you're saying is there, show me.
Without reaching.
Yeah, like go back to the language, right? Like if you actually have the language, Maji, can you show me one Hebrew Israelite who can give me like like a full conversation in ancient Hebrew?
Maybe 2, but they kind of outliers.
Can they talk to each other?
Divine and Zion, those outliers.
They don't speak Lashon Kadash though, fam.
Not completely, but they.
No, but that's not the style Hebrew they speak. That's what I'm talking about the Lashon Kadash or whatnot.
Gotcha.
So like, yeah, I don't know if I can't. You can't give me two so-called Hebrew Israelites who can speak to each other in Lashon Kadash,
especially in camps. No, not at all. No,
not happening. All you get is Shalom and Slakia, and that's all you get.
Yeah. And Ak. Don't forget Ak.
Barakatah Yahweh Shai. You know what I'm saying? My fault. You got a couple of those in there.
And even when they read scripture, when someone knows the language or whatnot, sometimes when you see them Jews read the scriptures, they'll say things in Hebrew. I've never seen a camp pull up a scripture and start speaking Lachwan Hadash, bring down scripture like that. Maybe Jediah might read the scripture in Hebrew, but he knows it. But nah, you don't see it like that.
I know one Israelite. I know Judah Nazar who will consistently read and pronounce things in the Lashon Kadash, right? But he's choosing to pronounce things that way, right? But yet he can't have a full conversation in the whole thing, right? But shout out to him, he will read like that. He learned how to read Hebrew. No issue with that, you know what I'm saying? But at the same point in time, like he doesn't debate people about the language or whatnot, right? He knows enough not to do that, right? Because you can't. You literally can't. And that's and if you could, you'd see Al-Azhar stepping up to do so. But what do you see? You see, no, I don't. The deflection. No, I don't want to debate. I don't want to debate something you have to defend. I don't have to defend anything. Well, wait a minute. You got the Most High God backing what you're saying, supposedly, but you don't want to back nothing. You don't want to stand on nothing. That's not how our people got down on the scrolls, fam. You had Moses going up against multiple magicians and whatnot. You had our mans going up against multiple priests of Baal. You know what I'm saying? It's not about you don't defend it. No, you got to defend your thing, fam. But if you like it, but it shows a lot that you don't even want to. Because if you have the truth, you should be trying to run up on these cats like, nah, your stuff is whack. Yeah, debate me on the 12 tribe chart. You can't touch it. But no, they don't want that. Debate me on Lashon Kadash. You can't touch it. No, they don't want that, fam.
Well, hold on, more. But to debate, you're saying all this stuff, but more, it requires philosophy. And isn't the Most High against philosophy? You know, that's Greek though. The Hebrews had no philosophy, right?
Yeah, show me that verse in the scrolls, man. So
They're against education.
My people perish for lack of knowledge, right?
They're against education completely. They call it the white man's, Eurocentric theology, white man's seminary, westernized thought. They're against education regardless. And where you learn the Greek and Hebrew at right now?
They confused because it says vain philosophy. Seem like they don't like no philosophy.
Right, exactly.
That's where some of the confusion come in. All right, Dumas, read Bruce.
Nah, Shari, I love you, sis, but you ain't nobody hearing that false, hypothetical question. The fact is, Bruce? The fact is, the Bible says the Most High Yah will regather, scatter Israel, and regather Judah from the four corners of this earth. Stop. Oh, Bruce got his crossing guard uniform on today. Okay.
But again, when did we say that that's not going to happen? Like, I mean, he's forcing words down our throats. We never even made that argument.
Yeah, because from y'all paradigm, it goes in line with scripture. It just doesn't go in line with how their interpretation.
You big mad, Bruce? It's okay, brother.
Yo.
I still love you.
Yeah, Bruce, you talking about the most intermixed tribe out of all the tribes of Israel, fam.
He believes only black folks are Judah, right?
Who's miseducation? Who humanity?
How do you know you're
We're against misinformation and miseducation.
Well, good. You should be against the whole BH. Never mind. Let me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's yeah.
So who's educating us? If there's misinformation, miseducation, where is that coming from? Is it solely from Israel? Y'all got all the sources?
Bruce, ain't no lies in Israel. Bruce said, that's all I'm saying. Ain't no lies in Israel. Ain't nothing y'all need to straighten out by way of lies.
They need to straighten out British Israelism first. That's Israel.
I don't know. Bruce, what's the next level? What Israel ought to do? That's the thing right there. What Israel ought to do? Because some of this stuff right here, it don't make no sense. You ain't got to lie. Like I said with that Cats thing, you ain't got to lie to help the awakening. And if you do, it look like it's something wrong. That's like I said when I found out pastors up here talking about all of this stuff, then try to clean up an IP and all of this other garbage. I'm like, nah, this ain't a good look. Not when the preacher's lying. When the preacher's lying for the movement. What does that say? I don't know. I don't trust the whole movement, Bruce. I'm gonna tell you right now. And that's not saying all Jews are European. I don't trust the whole movement, Bruce. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I done found it's just too much little stuff. Y'all worried about that Christmas tree? Half of the awakening built off of that Christmas tree in the 400 years and a few more pieces of propaganda. That's all I'm saying. I don't know if y'all trying to squeeze something with that Bible and being dispersed, and then the whole rest of to be honest, then the whole rest of the movement, there's plenty of people that's bona fide, certified Israelites that don't fit the 400 years on the planet. Bruce, you ain't explaining yourself well. All of y'all ain't explaining yourself well with that. And then you get mad that somebody don't want to hold a position and want to examine who the hell are y'all? That y'all could be out here telling folks stuff and can't nobody question y'all. You don't see that strange, Bruce? Oh, you apostolic, so what I'm gonna say? But you don't find that strange? Suspicious, as Omar Johnson would say?
It's a conspiracy in Israel.
It's a conspiracy. Everything is a conspiracy. When they can't find it, that's what they hide behind. When they can't find that garbage, they say it's downstairs in the Vatican. It's a conspiracy. They against us. And then when all else fails, you can't stop the awakening when you hemming them up and telling them to make sense.
Don't you believe in God, Berean? What are you saying? You don't believe in the Bible?
Man, I'm telling you right now, make me mess around with these folk. I don't even want to deal with the Bible, mess around with these folk. These folk are whole different. If this is the revelation God got, I don't want that God. I don't want that God they serving. Bruce could say what he want. Oh, we all serve one God. Don't manipulate the information then. And run with manipulators. If the leading people in the moderate movement are manipulators, if the leader in Darby, if the leaders had pseudo information and was spreading that's a problem. And can't nobody check it? Oh, they talking about Darby. They talking about Darby. That's that cult thing. Can't nobody be talked about. Not in the great, pure, holy Israel. Can't nobody be talked about. In or out of Israel. Nobody can question nothing. Y'all are the leaders in the moderate movement. Darby was a leader in the moderate movement. Say what you want. Kelly manipulate information. Brown manipulated information. Sister E manipulated. She knew stuff and she manipulated. Say what you want. You can say it's for protection of Israel and come off with that running interference. What she come on here and say? Why did a private phone call? God allowed that phone call to come out to prove y'all was covering up a lie. That's what you call a conspiracy, Sister E. But they don't know that, Aunt. They don't know that's a conspiracy. I'm getting out of here, man. This ain't even making no sense, man. I'm sick of yap again. They trying to stop the awakening. They trying to stop the awakening. They the one started this whole thing. And Boo, you can't come on here either. You too, Boo, trying to stop the whole awakening. Trying to stop the whole awakening. Talking about it ain't about skin color.
Well,
Bruce, skin color in that Bible? Bruce, I'm asking you a question right now. You one that's got the Holy Ghost and all of that, and I don't even know how you rocking and moving with them other folk. Them other folk ain't preaching what you preaching. According to you, they ain't even got the Holy Ghost if they don't speak in tongues. I'm talking about the twins. I'm talking about I'm talking about all them folk over there. Kelly and them who you like talking about. I'm talking about they ain't even got the Holy Ghost. Tell them get the Holy Ghost to stop this lie. Stop this conspiracy. A conspiracy has been, I hate to say it, a conspiracy has been overturned. God overturned it and allowed that phone call to come out that y'all been running and hiding and lying and covering up. They said in the background. They said in the background on the phone conversation, we don't talk to Brown because they felt Brown did wrong. Why you think they got to keep coming up? Leaders in the moderate movement move to cover up. I no longer support Berean. I said, wow. Pastor Kelly said that. Pastor Kelly's been a manipulator. This Berean talking right here. How many times Kelly done drop stuff live and then try to pull that pseudo nonsense off after people done called them out on it? Oh, he hate a boo and Illuminati trying to control his mind. Urban apologists make you drop pseudo garbage. Repent, every one of you. I'm gonna repent too. And there ain't even nothing wrong with Brown lied. He lied. I lied before. Who in here ain't lied? He that is without sin. Who in here ain't lied? But I'm saying don't lie for the awakening. Y'all, based on what y'all moving and what y'all doing, I will tell everybody the whole awakening is devil worship. The whole awakening is garbage based on how y'all moving, and anybody speak against it. If anybody speak against it, they get in that axe. Every single apologist y'all hate, but they questioning y'all and it goes to ad hominems. Come on, man. Come on, man. Y'all, nobody. I'm not even mad at the leaders. The handlers do what they supposed to do. The handlers are doing the handlers are doing their job. You can say what you want, Slick, because you like them. You ain't got to come back here. You ain't got to come back here like they manipulated the whole of Israel. They can manipulate and control your mind too. It's okay. Everything in Israel ain't right, Slick. I'm telling you that right now. They done manipulated. They done been lying. Or you believe a lie. When pastors start lying, ain't that what y'all into, these lying preachers? I'm good. I'm good, Sister E. I'm going to tell y'all right now, I'm good. I see what it is with them folk. I see what it is with them folk. And I'm going to just leave it. I'm going to just leave it right there. Go ahead. Y'all want to say something before I get out of here? This is crazy. These folk, this religion is crazy. This religion is crazy. Handlers doing just like the Vatican, controlling your minds, controlling y'all. Say what you want, Slick. Say what you want. Them folk spin and did something. Protect Israel at all costs. Even lie. He said, but the awakening is still happening. So that's what I'm saying. Lies are going to go on. They're faking it. Lies are going to go on. I said the pews ain't got, I said that language ain't got nothing to do with nothing. That pews ain't got nothing to do with it. The 400 years ain't got nothing to do with it. That ain't got nothing to do with nothing. But the awakening is still going. False doctrine prevails. It's going to be a falling away. So I don't know what y'all use that for. Mormon church jumping off. I forgot half y'all Israelites think Mormon is two sticks coming together. Got that white boy out there, Dana, with that stuff. And y'all eat anything to lift up Israel. Any false teaching and everything. Straight racist. Y'all think the Mormon church think about y'all? They turned around and the nonsense just came out. They just lifted the curse the other day. Now they got the white boys in y'all neighborhood. And y'all talking about God done used them as some great doctrine? Boy, listen. Religion has done the job. And the religious leaders and some religious leaders has helped. This is just what it is. I don't know what to say, y'all. The only thing I can say is they brought more people out and more people gonna be talking. More people gonna be talking. And if we try to talk and share and bring out other information from both sides of view, what's the problem? Why would a manipulator be so offended that I would bring people on when we've been doing it? Church people ain't want to deal with them, and I'm bringing folk on so we can hear the other side. Nobody said nothing. They love coming on. They love coming on so they can share their point of view. Let me bring some of these other people up, because all they're gonna do is it's just more people coming out. We've been dealing with that, and don't worry, the question is still on the table about the church folk and what we're gonna do if these people are if blacks in the slave trade came over here, what the church gonna do? I still got that on the table for the church. Oh, we still got the oh, they love that. Oh, they love that when you and the other sister hit me. She said we got to revisit because we never really thoroughly. We got to revisit Dante's claim from what Damon Richardson said. Oh, you think that we're not gonna? You think we're gonna just let that go? He ain't trying to shut conversations down. No, y'all actively been trying to shut conversations down and build a fence around moderate movement. Then start rocking out and with camps and everything. That's my main beef right there. Now y'all rocking out with camps and everything, false doctrine and everything. Yeah, okay. I know what this is. Y'all gonna bring them people out. Hold on, failures. Let me put some of this on here. So now, because of that, that's the main thing in the moderate movement to me. Letting them lies go. Not wanting to deal with certain things. Them camps, that's one thing. I don't know. God, you wanted to play a video?
Yeah, well, this is the brother, the white Hebrew Israelite, but trying to break down the truth. Rudy Rockman. So Breon, I see your screen up. You want to pull them on? Let me see what this brother's saying.
I want to jump to like 250 because he's gonna talk about a lot of mumbo jumbo right here. Yeah, there we go.
And other individuals, which we the people demand justice for, has nothing to do with the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And I cannot continue to watch people use their memory as political tools or dare turn the conversation and call Jews white. And to that, I must take a stand and respond. Jews are not white. First off, the concept of race is something that has to be trashed as soon as possible, because dividing ourselves on such superficial differences is evil. Also, being white doesn't mean you are a bad person. One is good or bad based on their values and actions, and not what physical genetic traits one inherits from their parents. That being said, the political and intellectual conversation around the concept of whiteness has to be broken down and understood. White is not about a skin color, since, for example, Asians are whiter in pigmentation than many Europeans, and they are not white. White is based on origins and status. Our origins as Jews.
Hold on, Leo. I feel like someone's called him white boy before.
Yeah.
The way he's talking. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. He real brown in this picture. I mean, this video.
You make sure to dim the lights. You got a black hoodie on.
Yeah, yeah.
Man, yo, he going really hard on that.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was interesting, because he's speaking to that specific, the status, and how, I mean, I hate to say a lot of Hebrew Israelites try to say, oh, well, this is the white Jews, and speaking to the whiteness of what he would say Ashkenazi Jews are, but he's speaking to something a little different, and he still comes from that same background. So that's why I thought it was interesting that he doesn't even see what many people are pushing in Hebrew Israelites, that, oh, they white Jews. Well, he doesn't even see that or agree with that. He's saying that that's just a status, yet talking about brown and black people, he has a whole different idea. He's gonna get to that in a second, but I just thought this was interesting.
Yeah, he made sure to be against the white wall to get that contrast. All right.
is not from Europe. We are all a collective from the Middle East, culturally, historically, and genetically. And our status in white countries has always been one of oppression, persecution, expulsions, and exterminations. 6 million of our parents and grandparents were massacred for not being white. And that is without mentioning the fact that Jews did not have equal rights in Europe, the Black Plague massacres, the pogroms, the Spanish Inquisition, and the countless of other proofs that we of all
Stop
people
right
do
there.
not
Stop
have.
Sound like
right there.
curses.
They
Sound
was
like curses.
massacred.
Let me make something clear.
Hold on, stop right there. He said they was massacred for not being white. Bruce, come and make that make sense when Hitler and the scientists said they wasn't white. Bruce, make that make sense that you think Hitler loved black folk and Hitler knew who America really. Make that make sense, Bruce. Bruce, please make that make sense. I don't know, man. Go ahead. What do y'all think about that?
To me, it's on point and it's challenging the narrative. And this is coming from a dude that resides in Israel. He's a Yemenite Jew and in these streets, heavy. And he's speaking on it to this degree.
You know, all my mind's going back to, you remember when Bishop Nathaniel was on Jason Whitlock? And he said, hold on, can I I want to show some images. That's what it felt like.
Yeah.
You know, he getting folks stirred up. They know this, and for those in the church, the Christian Zionists, this is stuff they see all the time. That's why them Christian evangelical Zionists, that's what they flock to.
Hey, Dudamus, when was the Black Plague again?
Yeah, look it up.
That was what, 14? No, that was 1300s.
Yeah.
And then you got this. He talked about the Spanish Inquisition. Then he jumped to Holocaust. He's listing some stuff that he believes didn't happen to him. I don't see him utilize Deuteronomy 28 though.
It kind of goes into a shard and was saying that we're only 400 years of captivity worldwide.
There you go.
But the blessing should play a part too, is what I believe.
Yeah.
And he can pull that out.
Now line up. I'm gonna leave that blessings alone. You talking about the blessings should play a part? That's beef right there. Because these folk act like they ain't got no blessing. Ain't no blessing. Now look at read Bruce.
Here we go. Oh geez, here we go again with Prince name on Marvel Comics. He is not blood.
Prove it, Bruce. He gave his genealogy literally like a video or two back and said it.
He's a Levite.
And Bruce said, why y'all so easily? Bruce said, why y'all so easily deceived?
Nah, Bruce, if you say anything about bloodline, you got to pick up some DNA, bro. You claiming anything about him not being any type of Israelite or any type of bloodline, anything, you need DNA for that.
Now, this is the beef. Because Slick just said they were scattered all over the world. So, of course, make that work that right there, Slick. They were scattered all over the world. So, of course, they're not going to look the same. So why are people trying to deny some other people that look light skinned and say they automatically not the people if they were scattered all over the world, if they believe that? And I know you brought the white guy on before, and you're not really on it like that. Go ahead.
And you see what Kobe's saying? If Deuteronomy is seen as a contract, not a prophecy, we can put down selective curses and any 400-year talk.
They can't do that because Deuteronomy is prophecy. Now, you don't went to seminary and got that white garbage in your mind from the white man. Vassal treaties and comparing it to the Canaanite and other treaties in the surrounding areas and saying God is writing the contract, or God is writing the contract with the king, with his subjects. And we see other demonstrations of it, and that's how Moses wrote.
And if it's a contract and you break this contract, what happens? Are there consequences?
Yep.
It doesn't have to be a prop. I don't care whether it's a prophecy or if it's a contract. Some of the events can still happen.
Yep. And even if I'm not mistaken, with Deuteronomy 32, the bringing back his people, so that we gather from four corners, deal with.
I like the contract argument better. Shoot.
Yeah. So that even deals with the converse who accept the contract. But then Leo, 13.
Can it be? I'm sorry. Can it be both? Can it have a prophetic element? Covey, can it have a prophetic element to it also? And being a vassal treaty at the same time?
But you know what, Berean, you bring up something because we got to talk about it. Because prophecy is what? Foretelling, and what's the other one?
Yes.
So it might be prophetic standpoint what words spoken over people. So it might not be foretelling, but it might be the authority, that kind of stuff. So that way it's prophetic. But eventually,
Red letter done. Yo, listen, thank you, Curtis Lee. Red letter done. He hit me yesterday. That's what I told him. Red letter done with everything right. Red letter said there are no white people from Judah. Don't think, just listen.
Hold on. Red letter, you don't see a cousin right here? Your nephew? Right here with the yarmulke?
If I fall out this chair, gentlemen.
He said,
Red letter, was Israel mixed from the gate? Red letter, was Israel a mixed multitude from the gate? That's the question on the floor right now. Red letter, was Israel a mixed multitude from the gate? They never asked who was that king. When y'all was out there, trying to leave that alone. When y'all was out there, who they said the king was? The white man? So, yo, don't say anything. And these folk can't even, I don't know. Oh man. Go ahead. What you said you want to ask him?
No, I was just messing with him. Who's the king? Yeah, let me let it play. Let's hear this brother.
He gonna go deep now. Just get ready.
Here, Jews who are light-skinned do not have the same struggles as someone who is black or brown. But people that have that skin color, if they are not Jewish, also don't have our struggles in white societies. Non-Jews of any and all colors don't have to deal with anti-Semitism and the suffering we go through, along with the vast amount of generational traumas we've inherited. No one would dare tell people of color that they have white privilege for not dealing with anti-Semitism.
Lee, I'm just noticing, you see his eye? You looking at his eyes? He reading the script.
Oh, for sure. He do it every time.
Yeah, he probably wrote this all out.
Yeah.
So he won't forget any that's how he won't forget any points. Listen, hold on. Israel was not a mixed multitude from the gate. There were two kings there of people, kinds of people, Israel and those who Israelites mixed with. Before Israel exists, I'm talking about them patriarchs and who they just married and who they mingled with and who they did what they did with. And then Solomon, who he married and did what he did. Moses was a pure Hebrew. What about Moses' baby mama, Moses' wife? What would their kids be? He bloodline, so the kids automatically bloodline and who they mixed with. And that's why you pedigree from the man and all of that. And then go to numbers. That's what you're trying to say? JL? Type of one. Go ahead.
Yeah. But hold on. I know you gotta write things down sometimes, but it just seems a little inauthentic. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I get what you mean.
I have to disagree with you, gentlemen.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Only because I made the switch to writing scripts now because it's much easier and you don't miss out on saying important points or putting in sources or something like that. And so you also cut out dead air, you cut out the you cut out a lot of things that keep people from clicking off on your video. A lot of this stuff too is internet marketing. When it comes to it, it's not necessarily like a bad thing to write a script.
No, it's not a bad thing, Shar. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but it's like,
I get what you mean. It's
produced.
It's produced.
Like you want to have like that like he's so concerned and whatnot, but it can seem manufactured. Like sometimes when you just want in the church, you get the spirit flow, you feel it. Like, oh man, this brother really mean it.
Right. I get what you mean. I think what was done in this video gets face off camera. Because that's what a lot of people do. When you see a lot of videos with just video content and pictures and stuff, 9 times out of 10 from a lot of the bigger channels, they just utilize a script and just read through it for like 20, 30 minutes. And they all have it right. They're not going off the top every time, especially if it's a pre-recorded video.
Yeah. You know what it is? Maybe you should have memorized it. or not showing his face. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Correct. I agree.
That's what it could be, because it's throwing me off. But you're right, Shar. It's good to have it written down. But yeah, don't show your face.
Well, do me a favor. Read these two right here.
These conversations always prove what I've been saying about Black folks who practice white supremacy by religion and theology. They view the Bible and themselves through racist lens.
Wait a minute. You wait a minute. This is so sad. This is so sad. These conversations always prove what I've been saying about Black folk what he said, Black people who practice white supremacy. Let that sink in. Let that sink in, Bruce. Let that sink in. You learned well from your masters, and the handlers took it and worked it. Why reinvent the wheel? Now, it could be, I can't even throw that out there because that's going to be beef. That's going to be beef. Why did British Israelism jump off from the gate? Because they stole the people's identity. Read Red Letter.
The original family of Shem was mixed with Canaanites.
Yeah, who don't agree with that?
Yeah, no, I can see.
Who in this pure Israel don't agree with that? Which pure one of y'all don't agree with that? Y'all got the nerve to shoot down Africans. The Bible shoot down Africans.
I mean, even the fact that
read red, you see what's going on here.
Ephraim has mixed himself with the nations. I mean, even when you look at when we see some of the mass that yapping and pull up with haplogroups and whatnot, the fact of migrations, it doesn't make sense that people will migrate and not mix with other people. It happens all the time. It's never anyway. My question is, if they begin to really start proselytizing Hebrew Israelites, and they are, how many will deny Jesus to fit in Judaism to prove their point that they Israel? That
you don't have to.
Shafe, it's gonna be instant time, man. But
no,
now
you should never do that. You should never deny the Messiah just to prove that you are Israel. Because again, there's natural branch, and then there's the spirit of like the nation of Israel believers and Messiah Yeshua. So I don't think you don't have to do that, and you definitely should not. For those that are ambiguous about this, being Israel bloodline will not get you into the forever kingdom. Period.
Yeah.
You
but
will not get there.
That's not what they're looking for. I don't know if you remember earlier. I don't know if he back on. I'm not trying to speak in here. Jordan was talking about the promises for the land to come. He talking about he waiting for that. He not ready. At least how it appears. He not really talking about the eternal kingdom. He waiting on
Israel don't never talk about Israelites. I'll be around. They'll never talk about the eternal kingdom. All they talking about is that next step, that millennium, and it's still game for the future. That's how come we asked them about what their plan is. We oppressed, the millennial reign coming back, and that's it. It's too many Israelites. It's too many channels for folk not to be talking about a plan. What Israel ought to do right now, besides crying what the white man did, what the white man did, what the white man did. I'm a victim. I'm a victim. I'm a victim. The white man gonna get it in the sweet by and by. It's the sweet by and by, but it's finesse to make you think it's here right now, and you just crying. And you just crying. That's all it is. Blame everything on the white. Every single thing is the white man. Y'all ain't talking about no black folk busting their gun. Oh, the white man made us bust a gun. The white man sell Glocks. Man, this thing is game. These folk getting y'all. You forget. I wish. Yeah, listen. You can say what you want. You gotta be strong in this, or weak in your mind, or you gotta be strong with your manipulation to look at that text and do what you're doing, and preach what default preaching.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, because
and got folk like Bruce believe it hard, deep in my heart. I do believe. That's what Bruce be coming on. That's all he sound like when he come on here to me. He believe. He believe. He believe. Wake the people up, wake the people up, wake the people up.
Yeah.
You can't question your handlers. Boy,
now, if you're looking forward to the millennial reign because you want to have a position in the right,
come on,
that's a heart matter. In my opinion, that's a heart matter, and
right.
Most High is going to deal with you. I personally look forward to the millennial reign just to be in the presence of the Messiah and to get out of this worldly system. That's what I look forward to. Not to rule over anybody. Although, if you want to trim my hedges, you're more than welcome. I'm just kidding. They
just want. Listen, they want that millennial reign to come real bad.
hold
I
on.
do too. I'm sick of this world.
And no, Sean, you're right. It's a heart matter. It's the heart of Yah. And what the Bible says, vengeance is mine, says the Lord. So if you want the heart of Yah, you got to have a little vengeance. Oh, man, Sean, you ain't ready for this doctrine.
I tell people all the time, like people close to me, when they have stuff going on and it's like real big stuff, I'll be like, look, if it's out of your power to change it, you have to give it to God. Because if you take matters into your own hands, I say karma. But that judgment on the Most High is going to fall back on you, and it's going to be worse than what you did to somebody else.
Exactly.
So I leave it to the Most High, whoever did what, especially hundreds of years ago, slavery, and those people dead and all this other stuff. That's not my problem. That's the Most High's problem. And I'm going to stay where I'm at.
But the beef is, but still the beef is, why do the whole world think light-skinned people when they hear Israel, when they hear Jew? Why does the whole world? How can people better understand Israel? Or maybe they don't have to. How can they better understand Israel without hearing the pseudo stuff and the race stuff and all of that other stuff in light of all of the stuff that's going on?
So you're asking, how do they make a distinction?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, drop the title Israelite. Don't call yourself an Israelite. Call yourself a Messianic Jew, or call yourself a Black Jew or a Jew of color. I don't identify as a BHI. I don't identify as an Israelite anymore because of this very reason. You are labeled first as an extremist or as somebody who's appropriating Judaism. And the reason why light-skinned people, quote unquote light-skinned people, Jews, are associated with Israel in large part is because they were out there putting in the work. They preserved documents. They were out there making movements, political movements for people to back them. And so they did a lot of what's it called, grassroots and getting out there. And so the Israelite side of that isn't doing that. And so that's why you have that problem.
So Sean, let me ask you this.
That might be something right there, because people hear Israel right now. Israel done got a bad taste in it. They done took this whole thing, and they can say what they want. They done took this whole thing and jacked this whole thing up.
Yeah, and Michael
They done took this thing and jacked this whole thing up. So I don't even know how people would come into the awakening now based on what these folk running around here doing. She said, call yourself a Messianic Jew. Yeah. Y'all think that's better? Because it maybe sound better? Kobe, what are you talking about? You Israel now? You a Jew now? That's what I go by now, Messianic Jew. Father God, I got to talk about Kobe in the back chat. Go ahead, Dunamis.
Nah, that's where, because on micro level and macro, there seems to be a lot of burnt bridges and issues after the use of Israel. And when I asked Plummer a long time ago, rest in peace, I was like, how do you know if someone's an Israelite just when you see them? You know what I'm saying? Because with a Jew, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
For the most part, out of yarmulke, whatever, this and that. But how would you know someone's an Israelite? And it doesn't seem like there's any distinction between an Israelite and someone who's an Israelite and someone who's not.
So are those Jews set apart and the Israelites not?
Careful now.
I'm just asking a question.
It's low key. It seems that way. Even standpoint about this guy, I don't know what he doing. He ain't got no real beard. But the way they carry their hair and whatnot, it seems they really trying to set themselves apart. And that's why even like if I go in your house, what's the difference between going to your house and a regular Black Christian's house? Okay, there's gonna be a Bible, there's gonna be, saying this and that, but what differences should I see? Is gonna be a zuzah on the door? Is it gonna be, a prayer shawl laying around? How can I tell that's where. All right, let me see, Bruce. What's next? Goodness. The prophecy says all Gentiles, including Blacks, Arabs, Asians, and all who put Israel in captivity will go into captivity, and it will double punishment. That's Bible.
Double punishment.
So, Bruce, when you be driving around the city, You go in that convenience store, you like, man, just wait, Haba. You about to get yours. You know what I'm saying? You go to that Chinese buffet, you look at the server and say, just wait. How do you view people then? If you just view them as that punishment coming, how do you preach to them? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Willis said most Jews won't even let you in their house. Why? Because they believe in being separate. Separate.
Yeah. Okay, Red Letter says my light. Yeah. That's what. Ah, man, that's weird.
Bro, Bruce, I need you to calm all the way down. And I need everybody in the chat to calm all the way down. I'm not, first of all, you're grown. I'm not telling you, I'm recommending if you don't want to be lumped with the camps and with some of the camp-leaning moderates and lumped as a BHI, okay, in that doctrine, then I suggest you continue to claim your Israelite ancestry, but you might want to label it differently as, say, Messianic Jew. That was my suggestion based on the conversation. I'm not telling you to stop being Israel. Nobody's telling you to stop being Israel. I'm saying other people are going to automatically label you a certain way just based off of the verbiage you're using. So I suggest you don't use that verbiage if you don't want that reaction. Make sense?
Because Shaw, you deal with a lot of them MENA, right? What, Middle East, North African, right?
Correct.
So if you come around with that, they already kind of label you and kind of dismiss your arguments because of that, right?
We're all, yes. I mean, and they're super rude. They're very nasty. They're very disrespectful. You have to meet your audience where they are. And if you're talking to groups of people like that, and you already can tell how they lean towards certain groups, then you may want to approach them differently so you can get a different response.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think y'all know this. I might say Jesus in prayer, but whenever Jesus comes up, I'll just say Christ. Because I know some of y'all got beef with Jesus. So just to keep the peace and kind of get past that. But I think a lot of y'all, there are those who lack tact to understand how to work in certain groups. I don't need to say my beliefs to keep my beliefs to be true. And I'm not denying the Messiah. I'm just saying I know how y'all think. Well, there are certain people how they think. So I might not say certain things. I might say Yeshua, because some of y'all sacred namers, but it is what it is. I don't care. I'm trying to get my point across.
To be a Messianic Jew, you need to know Jesus. Do what you're saying. They don't know Jesus. They are Messianic in that sense.
Yeah.
Dexter. Go ahead.
Well, now, there's some beef with the Jesus. And even the fact that
the truth of the matter is, what people may call race doctrine, it's what these people believe. It's what these people believe right here. You want to call it race, you want to call it whatever. The camp's been preaching that. And you got some, to be honest, with servants and all of that other stuff. You got some Jews. Shoot, you got some light-skinned Jews believe that y'all they serpent now. Y'all the Gentiles. Y'all they serpents right now on this planet. Y'all created right now. This is crazy stuff. What people believe.
Yeah, and then that's one thing, because even the fact about Brian, with Sabbaths, high holidays, we recognize that we don't celebrate them. But with Christmas, it's crazy how folks be bagging on us when we try to be the most accommodating. You know what I'm saying? Shalom and all that kind of stuff, but folks don't see it like that. Hey, one new man. Exactly. But I think JL said something earlier. He said, something like with people who migrate, they don't mix. In Texas right now, you know how many Mexicans are dating blacks? You know what I'm saying? In New York, you know how many people are in
PayPal?
It's just the fact that when you have people who are in the area for a while, they tend to mix. Children see each other. They grow up with one another. It's nothing new. It's always been like that since the dawn of mankind. So you have a group there for a long period of time. Folks just tend to mix. It is what it is. But fair use.
Which is a systemic issue in white.
And real quick, I'm not saying nothing's wrong with him. I'm gonna be honest. I don't really like this dude. I got some presuppositions about him. I think he doesn't come too authentic. Like he has an agenda. So that's what him reading it. I don't think he's too. It just comes all to me off. You know what I'm saying? That's just me.
It loses the passion. I agree with
Yeah.
you there.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Societies. So don't tell Jews that they have white privilege just because some of us don't deal with the struggles of another community. Whiteness should not only be seen through the lens of Black people. Racism isn't the only form of xenophobia, and not experiencing racism specifically doesn't mean you have white privilege. The second that they see our clothing, our Magen David and Chai, hear our names, or just find out that we are Jewish, then we get hit hard. Jews get gunned down and brutalized all the time, and we make up only 0.01% of the world's population, and half of us live in Israel. You want to know more? Jews are currently the only non-white minority group where their civil and indigenous rights are constantly delegitimized and held at a double standard in intellectual and political discourse, especially on college campuses. Jews are the only non-white minority group that is always used as a scapegoat and attached to every evil this world has seen or sees. The death of Jesus, the Black Plagues, the economic situation in Germany, communism, capitalism, 9/11, global warming, economic distraught, wars in Africa, earthquakes, and now even COVID-19. To the far right of white politics, we are the evil communist. And to the far left of white politics, we are the greedy capitalist. I mean, name me another community that is the common enemy of all enemies. In Europe and in South America, it has become so dangerous for Jews that the military of the countries that Jews reside in have to put up soldiers and guards outside of our synagogues, kosher grocery shops, and Jewish community centers. We are also the only group where we are told we can't even fight for our rights. I don't hear anyone telling women, the LGBTQ+ community, Native Americans, Latinos, or people of color to stand down, that their suffering should be minimized and their struggle silenced. The next time you call a Jew white, ask.
No, I know. The bit about the Emma, no. Because the whole thing is, how many people of color has he shown? How many Jews of color has he shown in his whole thing about Jews? They've all been of a lighter hue. I don't know, man. And I don't know. I don't know. It seems to be a bias. Because right now, if I were to convert, become a Jew, would he be received like that or what? So that's how many synagogues would they look at me with a side eye? That's the whole thing. He got a bias, bro. He got a bias.
Ask yourself if a white supremacist would agree with you. If they wouldn't, then you are part of the problem, minimizing our experiences and keeping us down. Can Jews be white passing in certain circumstances? Sure, the same way any other non-white minority can be white passing when they don't have to be or aren't targeted for being Jewish. Whiteness should not only be seen through the experience of one minority community. Black lives matter just as much as any other life. I support anyone that says Black lives matter that actually means it. Jews support the BLM message, but most of us reject the BLM incorporated platform because they officially support anti-Semitic actions and movements like BDS, which seeks to, like we've discussed, demonize and delegitimize Israel and to get the world to associate all evils that community faces with the Jews or our empowerment. Big ups to BLM for speaking up on the injustices happening in white societies against people of color, and shame on the official platform for either willingly or being foolishly manipulated into politicizing something so pure and clear and siding with those who seek to push for Jewish persecution, oppression, and disempowerment. Let's not pretend that everything going on is black and white right now. People in power are politicizing real issues to divide and conquer. Let's fight against racism. Let's fight against anti-Semitism. Let's end any and all forms of xenophobia that exist. Let's resist using the lives of our human brothers and sisters to push political agendas and spread hate. We need light into this world, and light has no color.
Yeah, Hebrew Israel, you had the mic. But Shari, you just put in the back chat. I've been looking for that. Where can I find that?
This is, I put the link in there, but that was pbs.org.
Oh, okay, I didn't see it. Yeah, let me pull that up.
Yeah, I put the link in there, and this is why. Yeah, you're gonna pull it up for me.
Yeah, I got it up.
All right. This is why I was saying what I was saying about essentially relabeling yourself. because of this White House task force that has been put together to fight anti-Semitism and what they're deeming as anti-Semitism.
Hey, so Bruce, when they get that roll call, when y'all got y'all meetings down in the precinct, are you gonna start reporting? I ain't gonna say it, man. Go ahead, Hebrew Israel. You got the mic.
No, I was just coming on to say that a lot of stuff that Rudy was saying is kind of on point, and it's kind of crazy how a lot has been going on with the Jewish people in terms of a lot of the anti-Semitism and things that's going on with them. There's actually been a lot of talk online. I have a video, if I can find it, I'll send you the link and you can pull it up. But there are white supremacists and black supremacists that kind of want to work together to take on the Jews. I can try to find that. But I was thinking to myself, like, yeah, they definitely are going through a lot of persecution and things of that nature. Let me see if I can find this video.
No, yeah, if you can finally pull up. Now, and nobody's not. You're right. There is a lot of persecution, particularly like in the U.S. So I think just with Rudy, for myself, the message is on point, but just the way he goes about it to me just sounds something's off. And he talks about, Jews of color, but it seems to be just, maybe later on he'll have more Jews of color. He more shows a certain type of Jew that goes into the narrative that Jews are white or of a lot of hue, But
yeah, he's probably more. He would probably be more, of course, as we all would, more what's the word? Commandeering to people that look like him. That's understandable, but he definitely has worked with like Igbo Jews and Limba Jews as well. I'm cool with Rudy. I actually wouldn't even mind talking to him, but yeah, I do understand what you mean. Like he could probably be a bit, for some people, he might be a bit too Zionistic for some folks. I can get that.
That might be the term. It's more the Zionism. Yeah. Let me trying to. Yeah, these things.
But I'm going to find this video and put the link in because I feel like folks should kind of. I saw the video, I was shocked, but here, let me see.
Nah, why you pulling that up? Let me pull this up.
Because we cannot.
Yeah, let me pull up our good friend Joe Biden. We gotta respect him though. He's the president. We gotta pray for him.
Agreed. Yeah.
But the Talmud teaches us we cannot rely on or expect miracles. We have to earn them. Earn them. We know that task's not easy. No one knows better than this audience. This year's Hanukkah arrives in the midst of rising emboldenment of anti-Semitism at home and, quite frankly, around the world. I recognize your fear, your hurt, your.
Oh, I'm letting roll, but hold on, what doctrine is that? Do we work for miracles? Let me run it back.
But the Talmud teaches us we cannot rely on or expect miracles. We have to earn them. Earn them. We know that task's not easy. No one knows better than this audience. This year's Hanukkah arrives in the midst of rising emboldenment of anti-Semitism at home and, quite frankly, around the world. I recognize your fear, your hurt, your worry that this violent venom is becoming too normal. As your president, I want to make this clear. As my dad would say, and many of you have said, silence is complicity. We must not remain silent. But I made no bones about it from the very beginning. I will not be silent. America will not be silent. I mean it. Over 20 years ago, here in the White House, my dear friend Elie Wiesel, and he was a friend, became a friend, who passed away 6 years ago, and we all miss, delivered a speech about, quote, the perils of indifference. The perils of indifference. He said, indifference is not a response. Indifference is not a beginning. Indifference is an end. And therefore, indifference is always the friend of the enemy. Always the friend of the enemy. Today, we must all say clearly and forcefully, Anti-Semitism and all forms of hate and violence in this country have no safe harbor in America, period. And evil, this is not hyperbole. Evil will not win. Hate will not prevail. Like this White House menorah, our commitment to the safety of the Jewish people and the vibrancy of Jewish life, that's tightly woven into every fabric of America, is permanent, permanent. And folks, that's why I appointed Deborah Lipstadt, the Holocaust expert. There you are, Deborah. Holocaust expert, the first ambassador level special envoy to monitor and combat anti-Semitism. And you got it in your heart, and you got it in your head, and you got the capacity to do it. God.
Yeah, so this is what he's talking about. So this is a month ago, on Hanukkah. So yeah, I think the article might go more into it. So we've seen the task force being done, and especially the elections coming up. So if President Biden is thinking about running, then he's gonna do whatever he can to get them votes. So yeah, we're gonna see. It's gonna be.
I love you. I've launched a new effort to develop a national strategy to counter the scourge of anti-Semitism and convene the first of its kind White House summit on combating hate-fueled violence. We helped secure the largest increase in federal funding ever for the physical security of nonprofits, including synagogues and Jewish community centers. And nobody should ever fear going to a religious service or a school or walking down the street wearing a symbol of one's faith. Let me close with this. Just as we light one candle after another lesson from the Talmud is this. No matter what challenge we face, we've never stopped moving forward. Think about it. Never once have we stopped moving forward. We must rise in our faith and holiness, never decline. And as we do, let us also hold on to hope. As the Jewish proverb says, ever a glimmer of light, every glimmer of life can dispel much darkness, even a glimmer of light, I should say. That's why during this sacred season, I've never been more optimistic, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I've never been more optimistic about America, the future of America.
Thanks for watching.
What say ye? What are your thoughts on that? If any. Because Shar, I see what you're saying. It's gonna why kind of disassociate from the title Israelite, because that's gonna be a trigger word, a key word for a lot of them.
If YouTube has an algorithm just to recommend you videos, and the government say they're gonna be looking into this matter of anti-Semitism and on and off, online and offline, you need to watch your words. That's it. Watch your words. You don't want to get flagged. You don't want, any of that to happen, especially if you're over here in this community and you identify as a Christian Israelite, and you know for a fact you don't hold camp doctrine. The algorithm not gonna care. You saying certain keywords and phrases.
I agree with that. That term Israel is that thing's tore down. That ain't got that term Israel. That's a problem. And people could say what they want, but they do got a lot of camp. They do got a lot of, I don't know, people want to call them camp sympathizers or whatever. Y'all saying, because I know Israelites, they say it's Bible and we're going to be hated and people are going into captivity and those people are fake and all of this stuff. If God told you to preach that, then folk are fake. If God told you to do that, you go ahead. You go on ahead and you just do whatever. You just do whatever. Told y'all when the whole thing jumped off, listen, feds, these other light-skinned Jews coming through. I'm telling folks something, and these folks just talking. They just yapping. They just acting crazy. And then them people turned around. They siding with the camps. They siding with the camps. That's they peeps. Sister E and them and all of them, that's they peeps. The Sakari and them is they peeps. This is one people. I don't want to separate. These are one people. I don't want to separate y'all. I want all of y'all to be together. That's what y'all want. That's what Dante said, that the finesse was to separate the camps from the non-campers. I didn't know y'all were one people. But y'all have proven that y'all are one people. Go ahead and run with them folk. Go ahead and run with them folk. Y'all believe them folk don't need to live. Them people ain't right and exact, right, Pastor Kelly? Them Jews ain't right and exact, right? Them Jews ain't got a right to exist. They fake, right, Sister E? They're gonna be destroyed. They need to be up under your authority. That's what y'all preaching and teaching. I'm gonna do, you know what I'm gonna start doing? One Israelite at a time. I think tomorrow morning I'm doing a 10-hour on Pastor Kelly. One Israelite at a time. That's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. We ain't just separating like that. What we're gonna do is talk about y'all folk.
Maybe we should stop calling them moderators.
Open this awakening. I done spent time thinking y'all are one thing and y'all another. I feel some type of way about y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all right now, every day, in Jesus' name, 10 hours every day, every one of y'all thought y'all was the truth, stood up for y'all. But now it's this, your real colors coming out. Oh, y'all got y'all numbers up? Your real colors coming out. Who y'all are? What y'all doing? How y'all move? I see what's going on. Y'all are the camps. Y'all are them people. Y'all them people, all right. I promise you in Jesus' name. I promise you in Jesus' name. I feel some type of way about it, and I'm going to do something about it. Y'all can bring up my record. Y'all can bring up whatever y'all want to. I'm getting ready to get funky with y'all. I'm getting ready to get funky with y'all. Dante, put me on that list. Put me on that list. There you go. I'm playing some. No, go ahead, Dunamis. Go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead, Hebrew Israel. You were gonna say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say maybe we should stop calling them moderates because they're really not moderates. At first, we thought they were moderates, but they're really not. They're just the sub branch of the camps. I guess you can call them Christian camps. I don't know, but
they ain't even. I don't even know what to say because Bruce said, "Yo, we're the same people. We believe in Jesus." You would rather, basically saying, you would rather lift up you would rather. I'm just saying you can't say that them folk, y'all can't say them folk ain't got no. Listen, what y'all doing? Y'all doing a lot. Y'all doing a lot.
Well, hold on, Brent. IOIC.
Well,
oh, go ahead, sorry, but IOIC don't even believe in baptism, so that should
Don't
be.
believe that. And listen, oh man, I'm gonna leave them folk alone.
Dunamis, you remember that ADL article I had you bring up, right?
Yeah.
And what I wanted people to see for themselves, I didn't want to explicitly state it because I really wasn't trying to split the room. But unfortunately, in that article, it would seem like the difference is extreme BHI and non-extreme BHI, which this community would consider to be moderates. They share along the same lines as doctrine. The only distinction the ADL made in that article was one group is extreme, the other is not. Both are considered BHI.
Yeah.
Moore said it in the chat. Darbyites. That's what they are. Not moderates. Darbyites.
And low key, they probably got the keywords already. Fake, Ashkenazi, what else? Khazars. So it's not gonna be too hard for them to, yeah.
Well, listen, you call this thing for what it is. The truth of the matter is their doctrine is making it hard for Jewish people to exist on this planet. Their doctrine is making it hard. That's all the feds need to know. That's all they need to know. Y'all think the Jews need to be destroyed. The Jews don't have a right to exist and do what they do. That's a problem.
And even with the eschatology, that
Ask me, folk, can the movement go on without talking? When I seen which way it was going, can the movement go on without talking about them folk? We got to talk about it all. Y'all told us to expose the talk, right? Y'all saying they fake. Y'all saying them people this, them people that. Okay, this is what it is. All right. Now go call Remy on me. Remy and them recognize. Go call Remy on me, Kelly. Told you I was going to talk to them. I was going to talk to them folk. And what I could say, I'll tell you right now, what that rabbi told me on Eastern Parkway. What he told me on Eastern Parkway. Y'all, yep, everybody. What he told me, it's true. It's true. What them apologists told me, it's true. What can I do? I'm like, nah, give them a chance, hear them out. These people born again, that. It's true. Ralph, what you come on here for? Alan, what you come on here for? But to tear down everybody and lift up Israel. What you come on here to tell us? This Sakari, this a deacon, this a disciple of Sakari right here. What doctrine? What you come to tell us?
Probably can call us coons and all that kind of stuff and dip out.
Shalom, brother. I never called you a coon, though.
You never called?
I never
No,
called you a coon.
No, not a coon, not the coon word.
Okay, my bad. I take that back. I don't mean to misspeak.
Now I do say you pick certain you kind of bias on which articles you pick out. On sometimes you feel.
No,
that's another conversation. That's
another conversation. I want to look at Joel 3.
What you want to look at today?
I want to go on the prophecy on Joel 3, right?
Oh boy, where
video.
Wiggins at? That's Wiggins' favorite scripture.
Yeah, I seen a video that came out. The lady, she was a Caucasian lady. She said, she did her history. She found out that her family, and she was in the north. Her family owned over 10,000 slaves, brought over 10,000 slaves to America, and sold them, right? And bought them with basically wine. And that's a prophecy of Joel 3. And she was speaking on, I think, CBS. And a lot of people say the North didn't have slaves, but she said yes, they did. She did her research. They had boats coming from the North going to that. And I got the video if I wanted to share it.
Hold on, you gotta wait in line, Alan. We got two things lined up. Hebrew Israel, this is a video, right?
Yeah, so this video is going to kind of show y'all why when it comes to all this black supremacy type of talk and things, we BHI, like y'all gotta, like, the only way I can say is just gotta stop doing what you're doing, because this stuff is being monitored and you need to change up your tune and just accept the people as who they are, as I'm Israel, because they are Israel. And when it comes to black supremacy and white supremacy, this video is actually going to go into the fact that there has been a lot of talk online of white supremacists and black supremacists working together to basically take on the Jewish people, which obviously is not going to end well. You're going to lose. So, but yeah, you can play this video. This first video is going to go into that, and then the second video is going to be shorter, but it's going to be a little bit more lighthearted than this one. And by the way, trigger warning, there's going to be some words used, but yeah.
All right. And then one thing, because somebody mentioned Clubhouse, do y'all really think, because Elon Musk figured out that on Twitter was basically just a cover-up for the feds, PSYOP. Do y'all really think the feds ain't buying Clubhouse data, all them recordings, even which y'all delete, and run through with AI and language recognition, all that kind of stuff?
I'm glad you mentioned that, because I was in Clubhouse one time. Because I go into a lot of the Jewish rooms, but I don't say anything. This was way back when I used to be on the app. And they were talking about how that an algorithm is being made to track your voice when you're speaking, you know, in anti-Semitic words and all that type of stuff. That they're going to track your voice, and judging by your voice, they're going to know exactly, you know, who you are, where you live, and your job, and take you down. So yeah, there actually are algorithms being made and steps being taken to get rid of these anti-Semites, which anti-Semites should be dealt with, as well as anybody who's racist to any other ethnic group, whether it be black, white, Jews, Asians, whatever.
Yeah, because then with you talking about the state of Israel has one of the best cybersecurity programs in the world. They cracked WhatsApp. So you think the state of Israel right now, Mossad, ain't doing things?
Mossad ain't playing with these black racists. Mossad ain't playing with these folk.
No, they're not playing at all. No.
They not playing, and they putting fire up under the feds in the United States of America. I ain't telling y'all what I think. Try to warn these people, or people gonna do what they do. They this is what they feel. But it's good that people talk and the real them come out. It's good. It's good. It's good. Y'all saying the Bible wants some folk destroyed. I don't know. That's what y'all saying, and y'all using scriptures. This is what it is. This is what it is. Y'all protect you. Y'all protect you preaching what y'all preaching.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. This is the last thing I'm going to say. You don't have to demarcate other people to be an Israelite. All you got to just say is that we're both Israel. We're both Am Israel. You don't have to demarcate people. Like, if you just drop the whole Khazar Act and just say you're an Israelite, then you're Gucci. You're good. I mean, I don't know why we even have to say that they're not Israel to prove that you're Israel. It don't make sense to me. Both can be.
Trying to find it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right, let me let this play. Fair use.
Ben Shapiro claimed that Kanye isn't turning anyone anti-Semitic. He's wrong, and I'll show you how.
Most people who are in any way engaged with these issues, I don't think they're being convinced to be anti-Semitic by Ye.
For the last couple of months, Kanye's been ranting about Jews.
Is Jewish Zionists.
Jewish.
I want Jewish children to look at their daddy and say, why is Ye mad at us?
In a bizarre twist, the far right are now rallying behind him. Think about that. Literal white supremacists are now cheerleading for a black man.
What does everyone think about Kanye West? I think he's a G. What Kanye said has got the whole world talking about this issue.
The world's most famous hip-hop superstar is calling out the Jews for all to see.
I'm totally in support of Kanye.
I was very happy, as you know, with Kanye West. Now that Ye's out there, it's the right thing to do to support the guy who is attacking the Jews.
I think the goal of the Ye 24 campaign will be also metapolitical in the sense of promoting, Christian ethics in politics and hopefully anti-Semitic, so to speak, counter-Semitic ideas.
This year is crazy. Few people would have been able to predict that white supremacists would be reacting like that to Kanye West, but they are. But a more concerning trend that we observed was white supremacists trying to recruit black people to their anti-Semitic ideology.
Which brings me here to, the Negroes. Old Kanye lost $2 billion supposedly here, and so I would like to propose an Aryan Nations and Proud alliance against Jews. This is all I'm saying.
And it cuts both ways. Black supremacists are now reaching out to neo-Nazis to build an anti-Jewish alliance.
The only way to beat these guys is the two groups, the extreme blacks and the extreme whites. Because what happens is once they come together, there's a middle. We fight the best. We're the meanest.
Right.
You guys go to second level. You've done it before. You figured them out. It's you and the Jew. You deal with the Jew.
Yeah.
So we sit down here, we talk, we figure that out. We get out each other's way and we save each other's race.
Don't think that it's just anti-Semites talking to anti-Semites, though. Despite what Ben Shapiro thinks, ordinary people are also being radicalized. Take this next clip, where John Menadio, one of America's most notorious anti-Semites, wins over many of the black panelists and commenters on this popular YouTube channel.
I am a white supremacist, okay? I identify as a neo-Nazi.
This guy is a Nazi who uses...
Oh, no, they got Brother Sanchez? No, oh, man. They got, bruh. But... For those that don't,
it's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah, this is that back channel. This is like that late night channel you watch because there's nothing else on. Conspiracy theories and all that kind of stuff. But they got brothers. Oh man, they labeling everybody. Yo, this is crazy. Hi, let me play. Yo,
the N-word.
So what?
Man, listen, what I'm saying is this: who he is. You see who his energy is rooted at attacking. I don't think this man want to exterminate black people. Nothing.
I don't.
Right. You look at what he's saying. Like, yeah, go ahead.
Here we go. Here's the media. All the people that are pushing all this stuff on our kids, right? 96% of America's media is owned by Jews. Keep in mind, when you call me, a Nazi or whatever, you got to realize that Hitler worked with Africans, he worked with Japanese, and he worked with
Pause
Indians
right
as
there,
well. Bro,
Dunamis.
you listen to Ray.
Ain't that what the BHI say? Oh, Hitler called the blacks Jews. They're the true Jews. Like they're quoting Hitler and stuff like that. Like this is dangerous grounds. What we're dealing with here.
Very, very dangerous ground. But the problem is, do these people know, the ones that's the handlers, do they know? Do they know how deep it is? I agree with Pastor Des. It's the same spirit. And what is the spirit? The Jew must be destroyed. The Christian church must be destroyed. Trust me, these folk leaders in this movement, what's the name already said it? Nathaniel and them already said it. Christianity got to go. It's the same spirit. The Jew got to go and the Christian church got to go. Don't think nothing different. Don't think nothing different. They don't respect the church at all. The church got to go. It's just what it is.
Oh, Alan, I say you jumped on. Did you want? I'm not sure you had much time, but
hold on, bro. I just got back to the hotel room. Don't tell me that these folks are so white supremacists.
Yeah, they're.
Oh man.
Yeah, they're actually Nazis. They're straight up Nazis, white supremacists. One of the guys just said the proud N-words, the Aryan nation, and the proud, N-words should create an alliance and stuff. And this is what I mean. Like black supremacists and white supremacists are starting to work together, or wanting to work together to take on the Jews, which is unironically it makes the Jews really seem like the chosen people right now because everybody hates them. Literally everybody.
What other people?
What Alan got to say about that? Because I was a coon a few months ago. And I had a white wife and all of that stuff. What say ye, Alan? What say ye about that?
From what I know, what I see, the camps, they don't align with Caucasians. That must be some outside people. I don't see no camps ever try to even attempt to align with them,
All right, so these black supremacists who spit all of that black power stuff, who side with this guy, are they coons?
Yeah, you're gonna hear in this clip right here, one of them saying, "I don't care if he calls me the N-word, as long as we go against the Jews."
Yeah, let me run it back for a second.
Hey, listen, the Black Power movement is finished. Y'all,
the FBI is gonna crack down on that. 100%.
No, it's gonna always be people that deal with the Black Power movement, but trust me, it's gonna be a problem with what people will call freedom of speech and all of this stuff. It's gonna be a problem. And if them folk believe that this thing spread largely through the internet grassroots, I'm gonna leave that alone.
Get J Jax out of here. Get J Jax out of here. She's trying to blow shots at me.
J Jax, look at I just sent you a messenger. Go ahead.
Let me run it back for a quick second.
You can go back a little bit, Dunamis, since Alton didn't see everything or hear everything.
Okay, I'm identified as a neo-Nazi.
This guy is a Nazi who uses the N-word.
So what?
Man, listen. What I'm saying is this: who he is. You see who his energy is rooted at attacking. I don't think this man want to exterminate black people. Nothing.
I don't.
Right. You look at what he's saying. Like, yeah, go ahead.
Here we go. Here's the media. All the people that are pushing all this stuff on our kids, right? 96% of America's media is owned by Jews. Keep in mind, when you call me, a Nazi or whatever, you got to realize that Hitler worked with Africans, he worked with Japanese, and he worked with Indians as well. Bro, you listen to Ray Higgins, listen to Pastor Ray Higgins and what he said about Hitler.
And that's how I know.
Hold on.
Yo!
Oh man.
Everybody getting labeled. How you know about Ray Higgins?
Y'all don't know the Masons behind that. The Masons started the awakening. Y'all don't know these are just tools. Y'all don't know. They want to talk
hold on, Berea.
I got a conspiracy, all right.
Hold on. Berea, are you telling me that white supremacists are walking around with that compass, a square on their ring? Y'all ain't see Rosewood.
There ain't no timestamp. There's timestamps on this thing.
on this
Yeah, I saw
particular
Rosewood.
video.
No. I'm talking to sister in the chat. Go ahead, y'all. I'm trying to burn my food, make that smoke alarm go off again.
This this is so it's like everybody know everybody. And you
Hey, yo, hold on. Hey, you mean to tell me that a whole Jewish man is pulling up these receipts?
And yo, you can say what you want. Ray Hagan is the feds too. Ray Hagan's police, the Fraternal Order of Police, and Nathaniel is police. Y'all don't want no connections. Y'all doesn't play with them folk. Them folk will be y'all. They running around here talking about who the feds. Boy, them whole organizations started by them other people.
And then when someone
started by them other people.
Then when talk about MK Ultra and the government and psyops and all that kind of stuff, but not seeing infiltration being done.
Controlling your mind,
right? Then you got to think about you got to think about how they infiltrated the Black Panther Party and all of that stuff too. So
and listen, they ain't never. This stuff was never dismantled.
Sure, nice even have police on payroll, but that's something else. Let me let the front.
This dude know what he talking about. Like Ray Hagan is the truth.
I'm sure he does. I'm sure this guy knows exactly. You have been conditioned. You've been conditioned. You can't question the Holocaust in 18 countries. 18 countries.
Yeah, I just want to ask you, HT, because my first thing when I hear a is automatic racism bash. So I just want to get a quick, if Sanchez allowed, a quick understanding of what you mean by that.
Real quick, like I just believe in, I believe stop the hate and separate. I think that all places should be homogenous. I believe that Black folks and white folks can figure this out after the enemy of humanity is dealt with, and we will not go anywhere if we continue killing each other and just constantly talking crap about each other. I believe what Kanye did was pretty brave.
I ain't gonna lie, I kind of like what he's saying and what Rob's saying, and he said he the damn racist.
This unification.
Let me finish. You only got a few minutes left. I'm gonna let it finish. I'm bringing it out. Let me let it finish.
Of black and white anti-Semites culminated with two of the world's most infamous far-right figures, Milo Yiannopoulos and Nick Fuentes, being recruited by Kanye to manage his campaign. Now, here's Team Kanye in their own words.
But I would say that the Jews had better start being nice to people like us, because what comes out of this is going to be a lot uglier and a lot worse for them than anything that's being said on this show or has been said on this show.
I draw a quite crisp, clean red line between Orthodox Jews who actually practice their faith, who seem on the whole to be thoroughly decent people to me, and secular liberal Jews who, as far as I'm concerned, should all be hanging from City Hall.
Anti-Semitism is being mainstreamed. Pariahs who were once on the fringes of society are now being broadcast on primetime TV and dining with former presidents. As economies collapse and the world becomes more and more unstable, history is repeating itself. The Nazis are marching.
That video makes one sober.
Yeah, hold on. Didn't the Nazis, for all them black kids that were mixed, not euthanize? What's the word?
Castrate
and
kill them too. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. So why is Brother Sanchez saying he agree with him when that man talking about separate the races? What's gonna happen to all the mixed kids?
It's obvious that if blacks and white supremacists work together, the white supremacists will just go for the blacks next. I mean, it's so stupid.
Right.
It's so stupid, bro.
And the majority of the whole movement is ran by mixed folk.
No, careful.
Light-skinned bosses like the Nation of Islam.
That Jesuit money talking freely, Alton.
And by the way, this next video right here that I have is a lot more lighthearted, because what we just watched was pretty serious, but this one's lighthearted, and blacks and Jews should actually be the ones working together instead of blacks and white supremacists, because the Jewish people, they actually have love for the black community, and this video is going to go into that.
From the Jewish community to the black community.
Right now, the world is trying to pin us against each other. And I want to let you know, hear it from me first, a Jew, that we have nothing but love, respect, and admiration for you, for your people, for your culture, and for your beautiful community. We wish nothing but the best and nothing but good. And we hope that you feel the same about us. God bless you. God bless all the nations of the world for that matter. We should hear good news. We should hear peace. We should hear love. Because that is what God is about. God bless. This is a special message from the Jewish community to the Black community. Right now, the world is trying to pin us against each other. And I want to let you know, hear it from me first, a Jew, that we have nothing but love, respect, and admiration for you, for your people, for your culture, and for your beautiful community.
Hold on, stop
wish
that video
nothing
for a
but the
minute.
best and
Stop
nothing
that
but
video
good.
for a minute. Stop that video for a minute. Here's the Catholic Church demon slayer. Everything is the Catholic Church. Everything is the wicked church. Come on, Bruce. Now,
Praise
he
the Most
said
High,
God,
Yahweh, Son,
he
Yeshua,
said God,
HaMashiach.
hold on. He said God
Hello,
is
everyone.
love.
Listen.
I don't even want to get you right now. The guy in the video said God is love and God bless every nation. I'm going to ask them if that's Bible. Go ahead, Bruce.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we could hear you. What? Here we can hear you.
Okay, hold on for a minute. All right, listen.
Wait, Bruce, you in the police car?
Yeah. I'm in a booster. I'm in a booster car. Y'all don't know what that is, so I ain't gonna explain
Nah,
it.
he in an undercover car. That it look like a flying car, but you know.
Bruce heading down to the synagogue for the midweek prayer session. He had to
Oh,
protect him.
man.
All right. Yeah. Well, okay. Well, listen. That what you just showed on the video. Don't ever deceive yourself into believing that guys like me, those in the awakening who believe in Yeshua and the gospel and His precious gospel and believe in the Most High Yah and laws, statutes, and commandments, would side with any racist, demonic, ungodly demons that you just showed on your screen. We would never. Those of us in awakening who believe in the Messiah will ever side with racists who will want to harm any Jewish person or white person or Asian person or any person of any ethnicity. So I ever believe that we, myself, Dante, Teo, Benai Israel, Pastor Kelly, or any of us, and any of those Sakari, and I don't even know Sakarian that would succumb to some, murderous spirit that will come against the Jewish people. So don't ever deceive yourself to believing we will side with those people like that, because we're not that type. We're not of that spirit. That is not in our hearts. We're just merely trying to show through the scriptures that we are the people of the book, and those people that's over there in the land are not the original descendants of Jacob. So that's all I really have to say. But please do not associate us with those wicked people on that video, and including those black people. Hold on, wait a minute.
Right.
Including those blacks who siding with those racists and those white supremacists. Do not, please.
Well, the point of the video, Bruce, is not about whether or not you're gonna side with white supremacists. The point of the video is that you guys are basically saying the same thing that they're saying.
No,
so they're not
that is
looking
not
at
the point of the video. No, it's not. The black guy and the white guy is talking about forming an alliance with blacks or the niggers, like the white guy said on the porch, and that other black guy who is just as wicked. So that is not the point of the video. You all put that out there, and people who are simple-minded won't be able to discern what is truth, what is fact. So I'm not going to allow you all to do that.
Things though, you're saying the same thing that they all saying.
No. Well, what I'm saying
Alex is right. That is the point.
What I'm saying is do not associate with that. That is unfair. That is unjust, and you will be a judge for that for doing that. We
No,
are
but
have told
Bruce,
you many times. Wait a minute, let me just finish. We have told you many times that we believe in the gospel of Yeshua HaMashiach. You all call him Jesus the Christ. You know, we have told you many times we believe in the Old Testament, the Tanakh, and we believe in the New Testament. So don't associate us with them. That is unjust. That is unrighteous, and it is
Bruce.
not true.
Bruce, here's the thing. Us talking on this panel and us in the chat are the very least of your worries. The reason why a lot of these conversations are taking place on this particular channel and videos like this are coming up is because you guys are basically saying the same things, and people are watching. They looking at
That's
y'all
a
and
lie.
saying,
That's a lie.
well,
Anybody who got any common sense, know we are not talking about the same thing. We
Bruce,
are
you
not. That's a lie.
You can't stay in Wonderland forever, man. This stuff's
No,
gonna come up
no.
on your doorstep.
Do BHI quote Hitler?
That is a lie from the pit of hell. We do not preach the same thing. That is a lie. I'm not going to allow you to do that, and I'm not going to allow your hearing audience to say that we do not preach the same thing. And you all know that.
No, talking
You all
points.
know that.
Bruce. Talking
No,
points.
not even the talking points. It's not even close. It is not even close. They are talking about forming an alliance or a confederacy into coming against the Jewish people, the 1948 people. We do not aspire for that. We do not adhere to that. All we're saying is that we're Israel, and we're trying to get you to understand that we are the people of the book, and we believe in the gospel of Jesus. Don't even try to put us to that. I'm not going to allow you to do that or anyone else. That is not true. And anyone that I associate with or listen to, Dante, Teo, Pastor Kelly, Sister E, Benaiah Israel, Ron Dalton, we don't subscribe to that foolishness and that wicked, murderous spirit.
All right. Do you believe that the Jewish people, the Ashkenazis and all of those people, do you think that they running amok in the world, or do they control everything? Do you believe that?
They do control everything. That don't
Thank
mean
you.
that we
I rest my
subscribe
case.
to
No
that.
further questions.
No, see,
That's
no,
exactly what the white
that's just
supremacists
idiotic and that's disingenuous. They do read. They do control the world. The Zionists who are Ashkenazi control the world. They control all the monetary banks, all the Federal Reserve, the International Monetary Fund. They control they control the UN. So please, that has nothing to do with siding with racists trying to come up against Jewish people. That has nothing to do with
Jews
it.
control China. Ashkenazi Jews control North Korea.
Well, Ashkenazi Jews have a hand in controlling them because you know what it's all about?
Oh.
As of right now, it's about the dollar. It's about the federal. And when the monetary system changes, then there will be a difference and there will be war, which is coming upon the face of the earth. That's coming.
Bruce, hold on, man. Like, listen, the
One
white
question.
supremacist in the video just said
I was
that.
just about to
He
say
just
One
said
question.
That
all
ain't
of
got
that.
nothing. No. They is not saying what we're saying. You know, that's a fact. World War III is coming upon us. And we're not espousing, and listen, we're not espousing what these races are saying. No, I'm not going to allow you to do that. And these people who are honest in their heart know that we're not espousing that. And I'm telling you that right now, and you're just trying to reject and you're trying to twist my words, which is disingenuous and it is disrespectful, unjust, and unrighteous.
Bruce,
So anyway, I got to go, but don't lie.
Bruce, you're calling the protocols of Zion, though.
Yeah, I was
That's
just
the
about
protocols
to
of
say
Elders of Zion.
Yeah, the white supremacists literally pulled up a chart showing that the Jews control all these different, corporations and stuff. And so it's like you kind of repeated what he said, that they control everything.
Brother, I can ask you a question. Is there any truth to the Jews controlling a lot of the industry
Of what specifically?
in America? Is there any truth to the Jews controlling a lot of the industry?
I think pretty much all races control different forms of corporations in the United States. Like you have people who are of Indian descent who control certain corporations. You have Anglo-Saxons that control certain corporations. You have Jewish people that can control.
All right,
certain
let's speak about the banks, because the banks would be a very powerful entity, right? So for the banks, who controls? What percentage you think I'm gonna call them the little hats, just to be safe on here. What percentage of the little hats you think control the banks?
I can't say. I have to do research
Do you
on
believe
that.
it is over 50%?
No,
Wait, now hold
not even close. No.
Now, Alan, what do you mean by control? Do you mean just by ownership?
Correct.
Okay, so you don't mean such as they pulling strings and making things happen in different parts of the world or in the country. You just mean that they just own the banks and that's it.
Correct. But also, we could do Hollywood as well. When we go to Hollywood, that I mean, you cannot deny the banks, and you cannot deny Hollywood. It's just a fact.
So what's wrong with Jewish people owning banks?
No, we're not. Nobody's stating there's nothing wrong with it, and there's not. I mean, it's not a cause for anybody to speak. They want to do things somebody. But what I'm stating is the truth. The truth
Why
is
they
the
own
truth.
banks? Why they got banks? It ain't but two reasons.
Mm-hmm.
And now some of y'all can go to scripture. You shall be the head and not the tail. You should lend and not borrow. When y'all control banks, start right there. When y'all control banks, or it's because the Christian church disrespected them and had them doing business and dealing among themselves. So they were connected with trade and they were connected with other Jews in certain communities because the church was treating them some type of way.
Nah, brother, that's a double entendre right there, brother.
Okay. y'all heard Alton.
But that's right what Brian said. There was a reason why Jews weren't allowed to own land, so they had to, and when they're in Europe, medieval Europe, so they had to have other types of jobs. And so a lot of them, if they had to work for like the king or whatever, or a landlord, they would have to, the only job they were typically given would have been like money jobs. That's it. You're only allowed to, control, like tax people and stuff like that. They weren't allowed to like I said, own land and do other things. And so they just developed skills in that. But there's nothing inherently wrong or evil about that, because money systems have existed in all forms of cultures, and there's always been people who
I
tax
disagree.
folks and stuff like
And
that.
even with that Ibri, what's the Torah say about lending money?
And what makes them, and this is my thing, what make this awakening? Because Ron Dalton, they didn't say he was a Holocaust denier, but he started denying the numbers when it deal with the Holocaust. It's just so many similarities between the white supremacists, the Jews are all the problem, all the Klan and all of them. The Jews are all our problems, and in the awakening, y'all, the Jews are all y'all problems. You don't see nothing wrong with that? You don't see nothing wrong with that, Alan?
Well, when it was the Caucasians, every time we point fingers where it's at, everybody say, okay, why you pointing fingers? But if AIG is a little hat company, right, and they wrote in an article, they apologized for slavery. This is how they made their money. So yes, it is something wrong with owning, not AIG, let's say bank, Chase Bank. Chase Bank put an article in AIG. These are little hat companies, right? They apologize for slavery. This is how they made their money. You understand? So yeah, it is something wrong with that, and they're gonna have to live with that, and they gotta deal with the Messiah when he comes. That's all it is.
Right. Okay. So hold on. I got a question. Now, you say that the Jews are the ones who's controlling the world, right?
No, I stated that I only kept with America. The other brother was controlling the world. I only stuck with
Okay.
America.
So the Jews control America, but they don't control anywhere else in the world. Is that your position?
Well, the brother said it clearly with the let me give you an example. Benghazi, right? He wanted change. He wanted people to buy oil with gold, right? What happened to him?
You talking about Gaddafi?
Gaddafi.
Yeah.
What happened to him?
But hold on. But who was?
Can't make like these things don't exist.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna ask my question.
Obama shook his hand, and Obama sent troops over there and bombed and killed them.
Yeah, that was Obama, Hillary Clinton. Yeah, that wasn't Jews.
No, what I'm stating is that's the money that would have dropped the dollar like very low, right? If he would have did that, then other countries would say, hey, okay, yeah, we want you to pay us gold because everybody know the American dollar is nothing but toilet paper. It's just the imagination of giving it value. It's nothing but toilet paper. So he say, listen, I'm not gonna play with this dollar no more. Come buy my oil with gold. And then they knocked him off, and that's what it was.
All right, so I got a question though, because
So
if
that's
Jews got
power.
so much, if Jews got so much power,
I like to say
then
little
how
hats,
come?
brother.
Huh?
I like to say little hats.
Okay, so if the quote unquote little hats have so much power, then how come just about every country in the world is not requiring that their students in school are learning Hebrew instead of English? Because, and I mean, there's even some parts of Africa where the Chinese are, and they're starting to try to put mandates to make a lot of the people over there start to learn how to speak Chinese because, China is dropping a lot of investments in Africa. So I'm just like, if these quote unquote little hat people are making so much waves in the world, then don't you think that Hebrew should be a language that we should be seeing Hebrew being pushed as a second language in a lot of these countries?
Well, you dirtying Hebrew. They speak Yiddish. It's a German mix, right?
All right, well,
So
Yiddish.
Yiddish.
So how come they're not right? So how come they're not pushing that in the schools and saying that you guys need to learn this stuff because one day you're probably going to have to interact with these people because they control everything.
That's a good question, actually.
Yeah, that is a good question, but America always been the main stage, Before 1948, America always been the main stage.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to get you to understand is that a lot of these conspiracies about the Jewish people own this and they run this and they run that, and I'm just like, we just really don't see that it's just not it's not reality. It's especially when you when you visit other countries. I'm sorry, and you study other cultures and how they move and how they operate. It's like you really don't hear that until you get over here in America, especially conversations like this. This is just something that's just, especially within the black community, you really don't hear about this type of stuff anywhere else.
Let me ask you a question, right?
Yeah,
Are
go
you
ahead.
familiar when it was a lot of little hats in Hollywood stated that they had to basically change their race? So people don't know that they flooding the Hollywood scene.
Well,
They
there's
actually made the video. They said they had to change their race so people don't know they flooding the Hollywood scene, that the whites don't see nothing but Jews. So they actually changed their name. Majority of famous celebrities, you can just Google it, change their name to American name. So the people could feel like, okay, this is American character. You understand? So if they're used to changing their identity, number one, so America is a good option. So they don't have to change anything else, no language or nothing, because they so used to change their identity.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie.
Wait, hold on.
You totally lost me just now.
Wait, Alec, hold on.
No, what
So-
I say, let me explain to the brother. Okay.
Let me
explain before you say something. Listen, there's a video out. It's an old video. A lot of actors and actresses stated that they had to change their identity to not say they Jewish, so the American people could see a Caucasian. You understand? So
Why
changed
do
their
they have to do that? Why do they have to do that?
there's actually more context behind that. He's kind of oversimplifying
Yes,
the
yes.
Hollywood and Jewish history and story. I actually put a link in the chat, in the private chat. Can y'all click that, because it actually explains in a better detail as to what went on with Hollywood and the Jews. My link is it's the Facebook one.
Okay,
it's a 1 minute video, by the way. It's not very long.
What does this prove, though? I don't understand your argument at all. What is your point of bringing up this information?
Good question, sister. And does the Bible say that these little hat people are more wicked than everyone else born in the world? They're the main ones we need to look out for. The Bible teaches that.
I'm telling you right now, I'm clutching. Never mind.
Go ahead.
I'm not worried about a small hat. I'm not worried about a small hat. If I go and walk outside, I used to live in Lauderhill, Florida. If I used to walk outside, I'm looking at another black person sideways, not the Jew.
Wait, hold on. Since you lived in Lauderhill?
Yeah, I used to live in
Off of
Lauderhill.
55th?
Now I live around a good amount of peaceful white folk. Okay.
Come on,
All
she
right.
gotta go. She gotta go. She don't love
Hold
her.
on, hold on, Bree. I got some questions. Hold on. Did you stay around Oakland Park at 55th?
I sure did.
Shots for
And guess what? Shari didn't go outside, baby.
I stayed over there too.
Come
Yeah,
on.
go
man.
ahead,
And
go
look, man, the people, it be my own family that dogged me. Literally my own blood family that dogged me. The people in my life who have had my back the most since I was young, elementary school, have been white people. When the foster care people came to take me and my siblings, it was my white school counselor who drove 2 hours to come get me from his foster care system. So I didn't have to go to another elementary school. I could still finish out at the elementary school I started. So can't nobody come to me with that racist crap, man. I get hot.
I agree with you 100%. And the mere fact they want to act, want to broad brush and act like no. Listen, that lady did God's work going to get you. There's some white folk out here doing God's work. Let these liars tell it. It's something different. I want them to answer that question. Does the Bible teach that so-called Jewish people are more wicked than anybody else? Go ahead. Play the video.
Wait, what does red letter mean by that's part of the social conditioning? Unless that's just something else. Unless he responding to something else.
Yeah, what you mean, red letter?
Sorry, say Cameron that in Malcolm X when he was in prison, and Brother Barnes said, "Can you name one good white person in your life? Can you really name one good white person in your life?" And it's like they put that hate in you, and it takes years. Fair use.
Were barred from most industries, so they created a In the early 20th century, Jews were barred from most industries, so they created a new one, Hollywood. Nearly every major studio was founded by first-generation Jewish immigrants. They were working-class people, mostly from vaudeville and the garment industry, who saw an opportunity in cinema, which lacked the anti-Semitism of more established industries. Carl Laemmle marketed clothing before starting Universal. Adolf Zucker sold furs before starting Paramount. Shmuel Gelbfish quit selling gloves, changed his name to Samuel Goldwyn, and partnered with Louis B. Mayer and Marcus Lowe to form MGM. The Wansal brothers entertained at fairs with a film projector before changing their name and starting Warner Brothers. In the 1930s, thousands of Jewish directors, writers, actors, and composers in Europe fled Nazism, including Billy Wilder, Otto Preminger, Fred Zinnemann, and Hedy Lamarr, who became icons of Hollywood's golden age. Betty Persky became Lauren Bacall. Bernard Schwartz became Tony Curtis. Azur Danielovich became Kirk Douglas. Melvin Kaminsky became Mel Brooks. Jerome Silberman became Gene Wilder. The outsider perspective and the desire to assimilate gave Jews a unique understanding of mass American tastes. Through their storytelling, they built a new American art form from the ground up that came to define pop culture. Though Jews pioneered Hollywood, its diversity has expanded greatly in the centuries since, and like other fields where Jews are disproportionately represented, Jews don't control Hollywood. They're simply good at making movies. Follow for Jewish Facts Daily.
So basically, when it comes to that, they were going through a lot of persecution, and a lot of them fled from Nazi Germany into America. And a lot of films back then were obviously anti-Semitic because it was around the time of the Nazis. And so they wanted to have movies, just like Black people want to have movies today, with themselves in them. And so that's why Hollywood was founded, was because of the persecution.
Once again, separating them, not trying to hating on them, they find a way to rise to the top. It happened with the church all in Europe. Then y'all want to know why they got certain trades, certain things locked down.
Exactly. And isn't that what Black people want as well? Don't we want our own movies to see ourselves as superheroes and kings and queens and stuff? Like, we will probably do the same thing in the next few years from now.
Can I comment on that? I just wanted to say this really quick. I think a lot of times, grace and peace, everybody. I think a lot of times people have like oppression envy. I said it in the chat, and what I mean by that is a Jewish person can hide their Jewishness by changing their name, but a Black person cannot hide their Blackness. The average Black person can't hide their blackness by changing their name. And I think that as a result, because, and this is why I talk a lot about understanding how race is the finesse, because of how race is structured, there's just certain phenotypes that are always going to be associated with this negativity. That's how it works. And so because we're doing that, what ends up happening is a angry, legitimately angry Black person can begin to envy some other people who have figured out a way from up under the racist caste system that they cannot. Does that make sense?
No, it really don't. Not to me.
Gosh. Does that not make sense to anyone else besides
sis,
if it only
sis,
goes to Alton, then that makes sense to me.
sis, I love you know I love you. But you know, when I'm looking back in the 70s, when you had, you know, people like Dolomite, and then you had Foxy Brown and all of this, black exploitation movies. You know what I'm saying? Then you got the current hip hop. Well, you had the hip hop scene that popped up, and blacks was in control of that. And you see like now how a lot of these kids is just getting money just by dropping,
But blacks
you know,
weren't
just making it
all
on.
of
Huh?
those things. That's what I'm trying to say. Blacks weren't in
Is that-
control. That's let me just say this and then I'll be done with it. It's a difference between being the face of a thing and controlling a thing. Black people were inventing systems, like even with the creator of Sanford and Son and other things. These were creations of Black people. When you talk about stuff like Dolomite, and that was created by my man Gordon Parks as like an alter ego and stuff like that. However, Black people weren't controlling it. We were the ones producing it. We were the face of it, but we weren't the hugest reapers of the cash flow from it. We stepped into other people's systems. Even when it came to hip hop, look at some of those
Right,
shady deals. So let me just say this. I'm not saying that somehow we are oppressed in the same way we were when our ancestors were in bonds. You're not going to hear me say that. I will never say that. I am saying that there are remnants of that same wicked demonic system. Demons don't go away, y'all. The same evil that denied the Imago Dei, the humanity that is created in God's image, that was behind racism, is behind the abortion movement. It's the same devil. And I'm saying that's why the talking points seem the same. Because it's the same spirit. That's why we like, wait, I heard this before. Yeah, and you're going to hear it again in a different way. That's what I'm saying. So it's important for us to shine a light. And it's funny. It's funny. Anyway, it's important for us to shine a light of Christ on all of these things. And that does not mean that we don't seek justice when seeking justice is to the benefit of others and to the glory of God. And it also doesn't mean that we only harp on earthly justice as if heaven hasn't already settled everything that's going to happen. That's what I'm saying. And now, as it pertains to this, to the people that's talking about the Jews and all of this other stuff, I want us to really, can we please think a little smarter? And what I mean by that is, just because a group of people that's in control of certain industries happen to be of a particular race does not mean that those people collectively inspired. Meaning, is it that the Jews are doing this, or is it that the people who do this are Jewish? Those are very different things. We talk about not broad brushing. That's literally broad brushing. Because I don't care if every industry was owned by Jewish people. I'm not going to say, well, look at Jews, because that's not all Jewish people. I'm going to say the people that control this are Jewish. That doesn't mean that Jewish people control the stuff. Those two are not the same. It's just basic English and understanding. What happens is our wounds inform how we view stuff often. And so
Coon hat time. Y'all know I got to put my David Crockett hat on right now. So are you saying, sister, honestly, that right now, despite all of the success that Black people has had over the past, let's just say the past 60 years, right, since the Civil Rights Movement, that we are in no position to be able to take control of our own communities, especially with all of the money that's coming into our communities right now? I hope you ain't saying that.
Who's saying that? That's
No,
not what
I'm asking.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Right.
No,
But because if the no,
that's not
because what I was what I was about to say was that now if the Jews was like, okay, you know, we see what time it is in this particular market, and we need to put together a system so therefore we can kind of advance ourselves, you know, and they was able to achieve that. Then how come us
Why
as
can't
blacks
we?
in
All
America
right,
we can't
and,
do
and
that
this
either?
goes back to the first statement that I said that you said you don't understand, and this is proof that you don't understand the statement. A Jewish person can if see, the thing is, Alton, you don't believe in systemic racism, and I respect that. I don't agree with that. But if systemic racism is real, let's say it's real, a Jewish person can hide in a systemic racist system by simply changing their name. If systemic racism is real, Black folk can't change their color. Does that make it make sense to you? That's what I'm trying to say. There
But
are certain,
sis, go ahead.
oh,
I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
don't come at Alton, y'all. That's our brother who views things differently, who actually once viewed a lot of stuff the way that we view it. But more than likely, what happens is somebody probably said something.
I've been compromised. I've been compromised.
He went to Bodie Bacham preaching message. Bodie laid hands on him. The spirit just
You
came
gotta
over
listen to
him.
Bodie Bachum's daughter, Jasmine Holmes. But anyway,
I'd have been compromised. So that's what Logically was about to say. She said some way he done been compromised, y'all. So now he talking like this. But what I'm saying though, and the reason why I hold the stance that I hold to is because, man, I used to work in Midtown Atlanta where I'm seeing some of these young folks, man, they in their early 20s, and these folks is making money hand over fist. And I'm like, how are they doing this? And all they got is a laptop and a cell phone and an internet connection. And some of these folks is making $100,000 deals over the phone. Like, for instance, I remember a couple of years ago, I worked at this building in Midtown, brand new building we had just built. And I was in the elevator with this young dude. Dude was like 23. I thought it was older than that. The way he was speaking, he was just like, yeah, he said, he's talking to some guy about buying these dump trucks. He was just like, yeah, I already got 2 dump trucks now. And he said, I'm trying to look for my 3rd one. So he's just like, well, how much you want for it? And he's sitting there talking to the guy. He's like, oh, only 200,000? It was like, all right, bet. So he said, well, listen, I'm about to fly out of town. When I come back, just make sure that the truck is ready. Make sure everything is straight. And he said, I'll send my guy over there to come check it out. And then after that, we're going to do the transaction. So as soon as he got off the phone, I'm like, dang, dude, what type of work do you do? I'm like, what you into? He says, oh, yeah, man, he was like, well, I own a couple of restaurants. And plus, I'm starting this dump truck business because, this is starting to become, a hot thing in Atlanta because of all of the construction that was going on. And people need dump truck services. And I'm just like, man, some of these folks is just making so much money and they're just doing it, especially like young Black folks. And you just, like, I was just so inspired by hearing this young dude make this deal like this. But then at the same time, in some of these like prestigious buildings that I've worked at, sometimes you have the most ratchetest people there. And I'm like, bro, you knocking down over $6,000 a year. How come the cops is always coming up to your apartment? How come we always put letters on your door for the music, all of that stuff? You know what I'm saying? So I don't think it's that's why I'm just like,
I hear you.
Yeah, it can't be systemic racism all the time.
I agree with that. I never said that please don't. That's why I say it all the time. Don't hear what I'm not saying. Systemic racism does not absolve us of our individual accountability to be the best person that we can be. Let me say that. Like, if people hear that, that's what I'm saying. That ain't never been what I'm saying. I'm saying multiple things can be true. This false dichotomy is part of the setup. It's part of the setup. I'm saying that I can fight for justice and still know that this earth is not my home. I'm saying if you think that it's either or, you don't realize, not just you, Alton, but we don't, whenever we think it's that black and white, I'm saying it's both and. Any sophisticated system has layers to it. And I'm glad you brought up really quick. I'm glad you brought up Atlanta. That's the blackest city on like in the country for the most part. Most successful blackest city in the country. Do you know why Atlanta is still successful? It's part of the reasons why you have places like Tulsa, and remember what happened in Rosewood when there was economic envy and what people, Lake Lanier, people just straight up blew up black homes and I mean towns of people and ended it when it was racial like comeuppance from black folk. Do you know why it didn't happen in Atlanta? Because Atlanta was a port city, and most of these places where this happened was shortly after the Emancipation Proclamation during a Reconstruction period. So that's when a lot of black folks actually started coming up. Reconstruction was great for us, but it was a short-lived period because white folks that were racist were getting very angry, and they started doing economic terrorism, flat out terrorism, a whole bunch of stuff. So what happened was they started taking all these places down, but they couldn't take down Atlanta because it was a army base that was near it. So out of all the places that people were getting taken down, Atlanta survived because of its proximity to whiteness. And I'm saying this and still saying, if we never get reparations or anything like that, Jesus is Lord. Reparations is not even secondary to Jesus Christ. Not even secondary. But that don't mean it don't matter. And I think that's my point.
Sis, what I'm saying is that, all right, so when I had my business and I was just doing my business full time, I was meeting a heck of a lot of people. So therefore, when I'm talking about that, I done been around, I'm talking about prominent, prestigious black folk. I'm talking about folk who got so much money they don't even know what to do with it. Black and white. But what I'm saying is that when I see the 23-year-old white kid that's making $100,000 and he's living in the same building that these black kids are living in, making the same amount of money and at the same age, that white dude, you know, he doesn't even have a flashy car. He's driving a Subaru. You know what I'm saying? He's wearing some ripped up jeans with some dirty New Balances, and he's about his business. But then the black kids who's making all of this money, and I'm just like, man, you got so much of an opportunity. Some of these folks I had to talk to, I'm like, bro, you got a couple of businesses going on. Like, man, like you really got to stop wilding. You know what I'm saying? Like, stop having all of the thoughts over here. Stop having fights in the parking lot. Like, man, like you really just need to get away. You know what I'm saying? Like, you really just need to cut ties with some of these people. And it's just like, it's a psychological thing. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think that anything like no reparations or, you know, pointing out systemic racism and all that stuff is going to fix it. It's really a spirit that is on our people. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I'm just like, if we just continue to focus strictly on the gospel, you know what I'm saying? Because this is a heart issue. If we try to align ourselves with these social justice issues and say, well, if we focus on the gospel, but then we can try to, you know, talk about the social justice issues, you basically do nothing but muddy the waters. And this is why we end up having people like, you know, respectively Allen, who hold to the views that he holds to and the interpretations of the Bible that he holds to. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm just like, you know, it's a lot of layers to it, but I don't think that we could just deduce it to them white folks did us wrong, and now we got to try to figure out how we can get something back from them or tell or demand justice so they can turn around and make it right. It's a lot of layers to it, and trust me, there's a lot of black people who make quite a bit of money out here. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm just like, this whole social justice stuff, y'all can miss me with that, man. Especially with Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter made all of that money.
I love that. Black Lives Matter pimped y'all. I love that. Got and that then, money used y'all. I love that.
And guess what? Yeah, and there was an article that went out recently that I read, and they said that a lot of those communities that they went and they marched into are way worse than what they were before Black Lives Matter even got there. And Black Lives Matter took all of that money and did not turn around not one of those communities that they went and they marched into. So,
come on, Remnant.
Yeah, but I want to say that Black Lives Matter was ran by a small hat. So that kind of like, I mean, like I don't really understand. Like I know what you guys are saying. It's easy to say, but it's kind of grandstanding, and it's really a lot of the stuff that you see the black people do in your apartment or whatever, or stuff that I see white people do all the time, but it's just not televised in the same way. So I'm just really not buying it, bro. Like I'm not buying it, bro. Like we keep making every excuse to excuse genocidal people, and it's like, bro, we're really living in the prayers of our ancestors. Like when women were getting, I don't want to say the word, but like they were praying for him to for God to do what he's about to do. So don't lay your foot off, or don't ease up. Like don't stop putting your foot on their neck right now, because we're almost there. So don't like
Wait. Who is the people that we got our foot on our necks? Who we should have our feet on our necks on?
I don't want to flag your algorithm, but I mean, like, okay, look, let me say it like this, because I know that can sound insensitive, but
Okay, so hold on. Let me ask it for you.
you should never name Satan. Let me just say this: you should never name Satan, because you might blame innocent people. But let's not pretend that there's not a synagogue of people that have basically caused destruction for almost everybody on this earth. And
Okay, stop right there. So
where's this? White people, but now that we're getting specific, now all of a sudden, like, we're evil for doing that, and it's just
right,
like,
hold on, because you say that you got your foot on their necks right now.
I don't have the foot. I don't have the foot on my neck.
No, I'm just saying, proverbially speaking. Basically, you guys got them on the ropes.
No, but our Lord and Savior is about to. Amen.
Hey, can I ask?
Yo, I got to give it a whole Bible.
I want to ask a question.
Oh wait,
Brian, I want to ask a question.
Can
Can I ask him a question?
Huh?
No, we gotta hear this. Go ahead, brother. Break it on back. We gotta hear this.
He dropped out. He dropped. I also asked, according to Jeremiah 29, do you pray for the peace and the progression of the city that you're in?
So the wicked people, these are the wicked people, and they're the cause of the problems on the whole earth. I'm telling y'all right now, I'm good.
but how that don't
Y'all
okay,
right now,
first
I'm
of all, that doesn't make any sense, because I hold to a old earth model, and in this old earth model, everybody was brown skin, not black people. They were brown skin, and the flood took over the whole earth, and there were brown skinned people. So why now are you saying white people sorry, it seems like you're saying these light skinned people are cause for the destruction of the entire earth.
And only one set of them now, not all
Only
of them.
one set of them.
One set of them.
The
They
world at one point was corrupt, and God flooded it and destroyed it. And these quote unquote white people you're talking about, their ancestors were brown skinned people.
Come on. This ain't making no sense. Go ahead.
I don't know. Shari lost me when she said that she was an old earther. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What's wrong with old earther?
Hold on. All right, I'm gonna let y'all have that one for now. I'm gonna let y'all
Take the hat off, Alton. It's stuff.
Yeah, you know you hot in that coon hat. Take that coon off.
That thing is glued to his head.
It's
My
glued.
goodness. Man, come on, Dunamis. Come on, Dunamis.
Yeah, nah. Well, yeah. Because just for the brother Remnant, he probably put in the chat. Does he pray for the city? Does he pray? Does he honor the emperor? Does he honor the king? Does he do what the Bible commands?
Yeah, y'all brought that out. Was that today that y'all brought that out?
Yeah, we had to bring it out again.
Yeah.
And it's like those passages where the Most High speaks now, the prophets don't mean nothing. So I don't know. Folks want to Joel. Alan, do you pray? Do you follow Jeremiah 29?
No.
Hello? Yeah, go ahead.
Do you follow Jeremiah 29?
Read it.
All right, hold on. Let me pull it up again. KJV. Gotta get our minds right, because y'all don't want that true English.
And then can we go to Joel and play the video?
All
You
right.
got time?
All right. Yeah, bring he did have a video.
Because I'm showing you the fulfillment of Joel 3, and I mean it's debatable if you want to debate it. So I just want you to look at it.
All right. So now this is Jeremiah 29, verse 7. And seek the city whither I have caused you to be carried away captives, and pray unto the Lord for it. For in peace thereof shall you have peace. Do you pray for America and America's peace?
No, we
Finish
don't.
reading? You finished?
Yeah.
Okay. God say they will build and he will tear down. You feel me?
That ain't got nothing to do with what the Father God. What that got to do? Oh, yo, I'm telling y'all, I'm good. I'm good.
So, Alan, so do you pray for the peace of America? Do you pray for America?
Do you pray for the president like the Bible commands?
Do you pray for the king? For tranquility and God, good measure, all that kind of stuff?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't.
Now, if you want to know my prayers, you can find it in Psalms.
Oh boy, his prayers for the destruction. Father God.
Well, that's what the pastors are saying. That's what the Most High is saying. That pray for his destruction, or pray for in peace thereof ye shall have peace. Maybe that's why some people are going through troubles in this country because they're not praying for the peace of the city. Maybe. For in peace, for in the peace, therefore shall ye have peace. So if I don't pray for the peace, am I going to struggle? Go ahead, Alan.
But this is the thing, right? And it's contradictory. One of God's title, I'm not sure if you're aware, is called the Destroyer of the Gentiles, right? That's one of God's title. I want God to do his thing, man. That's all I want. You feel me?
Hey, listen, man.
No matter what
y'all
So
say,
in
them
your
folk gotta
heart,
pay.
you're happy about the destruction of the people.
I'm happy what the Most High gonna and his son's gonna do. Correct.
Yes, Shari. Yes,
So in
yes,
your
sister.
heart, your happiness stems from the Most High destroying a group of people.
I'm in my heart. I'm happy for everything the Most High and his son gonna do.
Destroy a group of people.
Mass genocide.
That's what it is.
Got it. So where's the love of Christ?
That is the love of Christ.
Huh.
Yo,
Christ is that?
Alan, so you talking about, so when Paul was going
Hold
around
on, listen, we just talking. Can we get the scriptures?
Nah, brother, they building. Let them cook. Let them cook. They building.
Because I like to, if I say something, I mean, I like to show where I got it from. Then you could debate it.
But Alan, you're going the Most High himself in the verse 7, right? Seek the peace of the city. You're talking about destruction. How's that seeking the peace of the city?
Oh God, this is ill.
No.
So the peace of the city is them folk being destroyed.
This way I'm
Thanos
not
doctrine.
stressed.
Oh,
I'm not
man.
stressed because I give all vengeance to the Most High.
Come on, and he said it's his. And he said it's his. I ain't gonna spend all day talking about them other folk. How come y'all don't never preach and talk about these drug dealers and these folk busting their gun murdering? And you know how many serial killers I know? How come y'all don't talk about that? And they look like me. There's probably some light-skinned ones, but I just ain't cool with them like that. But how come y'all don't never preach and teach the destruction of these black murderers and drug dealers? Oh, they doing it because the white men didn't give them opportunity. They killing each other for. Talk to me. How come y'all don't ever talk about that? Y'all never talk about that. All y'all talking about is based on obscure passage that I think y'all don't understand on the synagogue of Satan, Revelation 2:3-9. Whole doctrine built on that.
But how I look at it, Berean, right? I'm gonna tell you truthfully, right? Who brought the drugs in there? Number one, right? Black folks did not have no votes. Hold on. We're talking serious. Black folks did not have no boats. They did not have planes. How these drugs got here?
Boys in the Hood doctrine.
Didn't Frank Lucas go to Vietnam?
Shut your mouth. They don't want the truth.
And
That's
didn't
true.
Reagan admit that his staff was bringing things in?
You mean Oliver North, Iran-Contra?
Yeah, Iran-Contra, correct.
Yeah, but the real Rick Ross. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, you gotta think. Matter of fact, if you look at the black FBI informant, he stated they gave it to him and say, bring it to the black community. He said, and tell them, he said they studied black people so much. He said, tell them that is the new hip thing, because they know black people like being cool. They will break the gates of hell to get to it. So when people tell me, oh, you need to speak peace, I never touch nobody. You feel me? I mean, I got my mind view of the people I don't like, but they actually did violence several ways. I mean, gator baits. You feel me? They wrote a book. The best thing to hunt the big buck alligators is a black baby. So I mean, people. I mean, I kind of see it's kind of outrageous. You guys are going over beyond. Nobody touched nobody on our side. Like, we never touched nobody, but they did so much to us, and now we're the enemy now. It's really like confusing.
Have you ever heard of the Barbary slave trade?
Oh, thank you, Moore.
Come on.
Thank you, Moore.
Serious question.
The Barbary slave trade. No, break it down to me.
Father God in heaven.
You really haven't heard of the Barbary?
You've never heard of the Barbary slave trade. So let me
Here's
break
a
it down
little
to you.
To Israel, do not make absolute statements if you don't have full information.
No, just a quick breakdown. You talking about blacks? What you trying to say? Blacks who had slaves?
Yeah, my G. So Moors, Israelites, etc., enslaving Europeans, Western Europe going through North Africa, etc.
Correct. Yeah, I looked in history on that. Correct.
AKA Saharan slave trade.
And like the white slaves were the high dollar slaves in the slave trade. Right?
Yeah, but I don't see selling babies to alligators. I mean, feeding babies to alligators on that time point.
Where's the Alan? Where's the baby to alligators in scripture? Where's that in the curses?
No, I'm not saying in scripture.
He's just saying it's such a wicked thing to do.
Yeah, it's a wicked. I mean, I would say that's a high wicked thing. Only a devil would do it.
I mean, the same
And
thing.
people were sacrificing babies to the gods and all of this other stuff. People just.
I mean, when it came to the Ottomans taking the Greek or the Balkan peoples, they put a lot of those kids into like harems and stuff.
And those castrate people. How many eunuchs were made? And Alan, do you keep on saying feeding babies to gator as an allusion to Exodus with the Pharaoh and the Nile?
Yeah, but that's what I'm speaking about. I'm speaking about the concept that people is going against people who got a problem with people who put them in slavery. Of course, you're gonna have a problem. You're gonna still feel. You say build your own community. You still in their land. How you gonna build your own community inside their land when they make different laws? Let me give you an example. I got dealership. They just changed the law where I got to move. You understand? So you cannot build on another person's foundation. If they still make, hold up, brother. If they still make the laws, right? They do whatever they want to. You have a virtual freedom and a virtual reality. It's not a true freedom.
Why all the Israelites ain't leave and go back to Jerusalem when with Ezra and them? Why all of the Israelites ain't leave Babylon? Why most of the Israelites stay behind?
You say leave Babylon? Why they don't say leave Babylon?
Why when Ezra and them left, there were Jews that wanted to stay back, that didn't care to go and rebuild Jerusalem and all of that stuff. Why?
Yeah, they got complacent. They feel like these little things that they getting is freedom. Is not freedom. The same as Egypt. You know, they wanted to go back. You know, the little crumbs they were getting is not freedom.
Alan, what are you talking about? The Most High to force them to make edicts so that they folks would even go stay in Jerusalem. No one wanted to live there. It was nothing. They had no walls. They had nothing. Life was better where they were at. They were loaning out money. They had status and things of that nature. They were merchants from Babylon all the way down to Timbuktu. So I don't know.
If you believe, okay, you believe life is good in America, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You bring your kids to school, right? They make the laws, right? They got a new book called Gay BCs. Sarah have two mummies. You understand? It's not your land where you can make your own laws, brother.
Alan,
Bro,
So
that's
now-
that's
can
not
I jump in
every
real quick?
school.
Go ahead, Shari. Go ahead, Shari.
Huh?
See, if Israelites did not have so much opposition to the Jewish community, you could put your kids in a Jewish school and they could observe Torah and learn Torah there, and they wouldn't be
Work
exposed.
together. Come on.
See,
They don't
there
wanna
is
do that. God
loopholes
forbid.
to everything. Y'all want to find excuse after excuse after excuse. We can't do this. We can't. You limit yourself. Nobody else is limiting you but you.
Yeah, and we homeschool our
I was
kids.
just about
So
to say
the
that you
slaves
can
limit
homeschool.
themselves. That makes sense.
Why you going back
I
to
said
slavery?
you now, modern day. And first of all, you weren't a slave back then. You weren't even born then. Our ancestors were slaves.
You think he's still in captivity?
But Alan, going back to
Put
Alan,
himself there.
when they
No,
changed the
listen.
law, when they changed, go ahead, Alan. I had a
So
question.
after slavery, you gotta understand. So there was no laws made after slavery that held us back, and there's still not laws today. So when we look at Jim Crow, so you can't pretend like Jim Crow didn't exist. Even after slavery, it still sets the laws that was made to actually hold you back. Soon as you got off the plantation, you went to prison. You back a slave because they made it illegal to be homeless. Where you gonna go? It's a setup. So even to the day that you can still find lots of footprints of certain, like school to prison pipeline. Let's speak
I
about
got,
that. So if
I got a
hold up,
question when you get done,
hold
brother.
up. Who created a school to prison pipeline? If people act like we're just free.
Are
There's
you
a
saying it's the
difference.
Jews that did it, or are you saying it's white people? I don't follow.
Well, I believe they both the same. I believe
Oh,
they both the same, you know. That's why they're able to go ahead and
so the Jews created the school to prison pipeline.
no, I believe they both the same. Let's call them I say Caucasians, because I believe they both the same.
No, I
Okay,
would
so wait. So they both Caucasians, but the Jews had to change their last name to sound more Caucasian, so they can turn around and be a part of the Hollywood industry, which they turned around and took control over. Is that what you're saying?
don't leave out the banks.
Oh yeah, and the banks too, but they all the same people.
Alan, let me ask
Well,
you this.
when you look at what they put in the newspaper, they said
I'm a
if they say
victim. Who made that song? I gotta start playing I'm a Victim. This is the victim. Here we go again. Here we go again. We victims. They got a whole car dealership. We victims. We ain't gonna make it. We can't do it until he come and get us out of this wicked land. These people wicked, and I know the wicked people that's doing it.
Hold on, now, Alan, you Haitian, right?
correct.
Okay, so what part of the prophecy do the Haitians fulfill, since they were the ones who basically liberated themselves from slavery?
1700s.
No.
Right.
The problem is a lot of you guys don't understand the situation. It's not liberate you don't liberate yourself and you still have the enemy in your land. You understand? It's not how you see it. You feel me?
Who's the enemy in their land, Alan?
The same ones that was killing us, the same ones that built a building, a great castle called Citadel with the bones and blood of the slaves.
What year was that?
You could just look up Citadel, brother. You'll see it. But the same
But what
ones
part
that
of the
was killing us.
prophecy? Yeah, but I want to know what part of the prophecy of basically the Haitians driving out the English, the French, and the Spanish out of Haiti, right, to become their own independent nation.
You mean the
What
French?
scripture? Right.
Not
The,
the
the, the,
English and the no.
you said what now?
You mean the French?
Okay, all right. I thought I was reading somewhere it said they drove out all three, but anyway, um, what part of the prophecy was fulfilled by them doing that? What part of the prophecy was fulfilled according to Deuteronomy 28:68?
Okay, let me explain to you. Is not really freedom over there, brother. If America invaded Haiti several times for the money that we owed to France, right? And also, if they're stealing billions of dollars of resource, right? And they also did an embargo before. This was way before Cuba. Haiti had an embargo for years, right? So what? And then the whites in there play a big role too in controlling the certain aspects of the president who gets elected. You know, not every president is controlled by them, but majority. Like the last one that wanted the last president that they offed, we knew that he was connected with the Caucasians because he wanted same-sex marriage. He wanted to do a census. This is all coming from America, right? And he wanted to make a 12-year-old could get married to like a 40-year-old man, right? What they call that, pedophiles. So all the Haitians ask is the white people get their hands out. We don't want these wickedness. We don't want those same-sex marriage. We don't want that over there. Leave us alone. Why are you pushing that? But they're not, because that's their job.
Alan, is this the castle you're talking about? Citadel, La Ferriere? I don't know if you
Say
can
what?
see this. Is this the castle you're talking about? Citadel, La Ferriere?
Correct.
It was built by Haitians, though. It was commissioned in the castle Citadel is a large early 19th century fortress situated on Bonnet Isle, excuse my French, mountaintop in Nord Haiti. The proposed structure is talking about the structure where it's located. Commissioned by Haitian Revolutionary. Huh?
I'm sorry, I'm muting myself, y'all.
Commissioned by Haitian Revolutionary Henry Christophe and built by 10,000 of former slaves. It was built by the Haitians. This is part.
Okay.
The Citadel was the linchpin of the newly independent Haitian defense strategy against potential French incursion.
The Caucasians that was there. Do you know when they came?
Go ahead. When they come.
Okay. You don't. It goes deeper than that. There's
Break it
Caucasians.
down.
They have their own area and they run things from behind the scenes. You understand?
So go ahead. What you're trying to say? So you're saying the Caucasians were behind them building this castle?
The Caucasians been behind a lot of things since they got there, brother. You think Caucasians gonna sit and not try to run things?
Who are Caucasians?
You say what?
Who are the Caucasians?
I don't know, just white people.
Anybody who passed the
Wrong.
brown paper bag test.
What you mean?
Wrong.
Yeah, that's true.
White
That's
people
not
does
actually
not
what you
equal
mean.
Caucasian. Caucasian is those in the Caucasus Asian region. Caucasians. Your Azerbaijanis. Your help me out here, Ivory.
Chechens, English, Armenians, Georgians, those are actual Caucasian peoples. They don't speak Indo-Europeans, except for the Armenians, they do. But they mostly speak their own isolated language, which is called Caucasian. And they're even genetically sort of distinct from other Indo-European peoples. So in the West, I know we typically call white people Caucasians, but that's incorrect. Westerners would be, you just call them Europeans. They're not.
Hey, yo, hold on. I'm sorry. Why Remnant keep jumping on and jumping back off? Jump on and say something and say amen and get up out of here like he done said something.
I don't know.
Go ahead,
But
go ahead, brother.
Yeah,
You
it's
can't call
just
them
incorrect saying
Europeans
Caucasian.
neither.
That's all.
But it's kind of incorrect saying Europeans as well, because Europe, that's not their native land.
What,
Just because
can you clarify that? Can you go deeper into that?
okay, just because they rent that area for several years, that's not their native land. You understand?
Yeah, so Celts and Indo-Europeans have been in their land probably as far back as the late Chalcolithic to early Bronze Age, because that's when you had the Yamnaya expansions from the Pontic Steppe into Western Europe, and they conquered a lot of the more Paleolithic Europeans. So yeah, they've been there for at least 5,000 years. There's a really we understand where Europeans come from when it comes to history, genetics, and language. Like we know.
Okay, well, I just say white
What
people.
does the Bible say they
because
come
people
from?
change land.
Okay, so
So
you're
we'll just
saying
say
white
white
people,
people.
as in who?
Correct. We'll just say as in white people.
Yeah, just white. White will be probably better if you don't want to use your.
Where is their native
But
land, my
that's
G?
not white people isn't a thing. That's not a.
That's
It's
true.
a
It's a
political
misnomer as
thing.
well. That's also a misnomer.
that's-
But he
I'm
can't
not
say the
entertaining
word.
this pseudo. You have to give me literal, concrete stuff. I'm not going for this no more. You
Yeah.
white people, as in who?
Yeah, name the ethnicity. If it's French, just say French. If it's British, say British. Like
Yeah,
well, all
yeah,
these
but
terms are kind of
the
misnomer.
same thing with French. Before they was in that area, they wasn't called French.
Yeah, there were the Franks. Okay.
Brother.
You understand? So
Brother.
I mean, you guys are just playing semantics with the names.
No, man,
All
these
right.
folks
You
do
playing
this, man.
Let's put it like this: people with zero melanin, racist people with zero
White-
melanin.
There's no
they
such
gotta
thing.
be-
There's not a
Everybody
person
has
that exists.
everybody has melanin, bro.
Every single person has melanin.
This is why I'm
The
asking
only
you for
person
a
who doesn't
specific
are
group.
albinos. They're the only ones.
No, albinos have melanin. Like so, they have their pheomelanin dominant. It's
Yeah,
different. Like, so,
yeah.
But brother, that's where white people come from. They came from the albinos. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
no. Oh no.
Alton, I'm finna kick you out, Alton.
Ah.
Maybe
But no,
we
for
need
real,
to
Alan.
Okay,
Alan.
what do you sis? What do you call a group of people that the sun hates them?
Why
Yeah,
can't
I'm
you?
sorry.
Why
Can you
can't you say
repeat?
Western Europeans?
All right,
though? Like,
I'm
why
gonna
do you-
change it because you.
Hold on, I can't hear him.
I gotta use so many different names. Okay, what would you like me to call the people that the sun hates them?
Bro,
The sun hates them, as in like the sun, SUN, out, hot.
Correct.
I'm so confused because
I don't
What is-
know what you're referring to be honest.
What is your-
What do you mean by the sun hates them? Like, what do you mean?
Yo, these
Yeah,
code
cancer.
names.
I
Yo,
get cancer for the sun. Sun's against them.
I'm still.
Black people get cancer too.
You talking
Black,
about Jews, Alan?
black people can get skin cancer too.
They
So
can?
I'm trying to yes, they can.
Yeah, they
Are you
can.
this serious? Are you seriously,
Melanoma.
brother? But wait a minute. Are you seriously this poorly educated in your scholarship, and you're trying to sit up here and present a model to us, and you have no clue what a Caucasian is? You have no clue that white people is not an actual ethnic thing. You can't even give me an actual ethnic group for what you're talking about. So what? What's going on here?
I'll go.
you don't even understand melanin, fam.
Sis, number one, black people do not get skin cancer.
Yes,
at the
they
same
do.
rate-
Yeah, they can.
You
Let
gotta
him-
let me
let him
finish. Let me finish. Nowhere near the same rate as Caucasians. You understand? Now, number two, I'll say Edomites,
That's
and
still
then you'll
don't
still
work.
have a problem with it. No, that's in
Yeah.
the Bible.
Yeah, of
That's
course.
Bible.
Yeah, but
So I'll
that,
say Edomites.
the reason why that doesn't work is because light skin existed long before the birth of Esau. There was white people in existence before Esau was born, because Esau more than likely lived in the Middle Bronze Age. There was already white people.
You can prove that in the Bible.
Yeah, but he had
Yeah,
a
the
brother named
Hittites,
Jacob.
brother.
I can
Huh?
prove
His
that.
brother was named Jacob.
No.
Wait, say again.
I said before Esau. He said before Esau.
Yeah, there was
I'm
white.
talking
There
to a
was
brother.
white skin. I'm going to use the term white skin. There was white skin in existence before the birth of Esau, because Esau was likely born in the Middle Bronze Age.
Okay, can you prove it in the Bible?
I can prove. Wait. What were you about to say, Adunis?
No, the Ionians. Let me see. We talks about the Gentiles in Genesis 10.
Yeah, I would say that quote unquote white people. I don't like using that term, but here I'm going to say Indo-Europeans and Caucasians and stuff like that. They would be from Japheth. That's what I would say, and of course Asian peoples in East Asia as well too.
Okay, so you don't believe that. Okay. You don't believe Esau is the
I don't believe Esau was white. He would have been brown. He would have been brown just like Jacob.
Yes, yeah. Break down. So where in the Bible does it say Esau was a white man? Just so I understand.
Yeah, I don't understand.
So what color was Esau then? Brown?
Whoa. I just asked you a question. Just ask us the question. I'm asking you a very simple, plain, straightforward question, brother. Where in the Bible does it say Esau was a white man? Just so I understand.
All right, hold on for 1 second. All right, y'all. Everybody, you heard what Orthodox Moore just asked. If you believe Esau is the white man, type a 1. Go ahead, Alan. Type a 1.
Okay,
Because y'all just riding with this camp doctrine. That's what I'm saying. Y'all influenced with it. So you said Esau is where Europeans come from, right? Oh, J-Jack said no. All right, go ahead, Alan. Let me see where this goes. Let me see where this goes. Get your Sakari footnotes out.
No, I don't got no Sakari footnotes. Well, the term white was given by the Caucasians. Well, whatever the sister want to call it. I gotta play games. The term white was given by them, right?
Blumenbach created
But
the notion of 5 different races. It was Blumenbach.
What's the Hebrew term for white in the Bible for skin tone?
Okay, so now they're not actually white. When you look at them, they're not actually white. I paint cars too, right? I mix paint. So in order, no, I'm telling you the truth.
Wait, no, everybody be quiet. No, everybody be quiet. I gotta stop. I gotta try to take this thing serious. Let me hear this. Everybody be quiet. Alan got the floor.
Okay, I paint cars, right? I know how to mix colors. If I were to make a color to fit those people, it would not be white. It would be red. I would have to first start with red.
Oh boy.
And then lessen the red, and then you'll get their color. So they're not white. I mean, I have a white t-shirt on. If I stand next to them, they're not gonna fit it. So they gave themselves that term.
So they're really what do you call them?
Red.
Esau, what do you call them? Red? The red man?
Red. When I do a paint coat in the car, right?
Uh-huh.
Paint coats have name. The car might be pink, right? It might be Blossom Red. That's the name of the paint coat. You know.
So Alan, if I would come down to
it comes from the red family. There's a chart where it goes from with the paint colors, it goes from red all the way down to pink to damn near peach.
Can you show us an example?
But it's all in the red family.
Can you pull up an example? I like to visually see what you're talking about.
See
when I think of red, I think of like an apple.
Let me get the color chart. Hold on.
And then Alan, if I would come down to your paint shop, could I say, yo, Alan, give me that Esau right now on my car?
Well, I'm giving that candy apple red, boy. It's gonna be bling.
Oh man, y'all don't know this.
Give that Esau. I'm gonna give the Donald Trump special candy apple red.
And at some point, I do want to go back to your understanding of Europeans and when they got into Europe. But first, I want to stick with the red thing. Like, can you show me what you? I want to visually see this red person.
Look. Let me pull up.
If I said I want my joint looking ruddy, you know what I'm saying?
Paint charts. Hold on.
Yeah, what's ruddy? Yeah. Yes, we got to park right here. Let me hear what because he gotta. I think oh man, I can't do this. Y'all can't y'all see? I ain't even able. I'm just laughing. This is crazy, but I stay doing this. Give me that Esau. All right, let's just let him take his time and explain to us the origin of Europeans and Dunamis, you can pull that scripture up. Then we're gonna deal with that ruddy thing. We're gonna see if we can what the Bible say, or is people reading some stuff into the text.
All right.
So y'all know I'm slow, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to understand how Israel is the true Negro, and Esau is a twin of this true Negro, and he a white man.
He came out mulatto. I don't know. We're gonna get it all explained today. You're gonna learn, slow lady. You're gonna learn today. You're gonna learn today.
So white people are also Semitic. Interesting. Or Shemitic, as some people like saying.
Yolanda said this chat too much. Hold on, what doing him is that he pulling it up or he
Yeah, I'm pulling the verse. I'm pulling the verse.
he pulling up his phone, his paint chart. What Alan doing right now? Alan, you got the floor. We waiting on you. I want to hear this.
Hey, what verse you want? Because I got a couple I'm looking at for you.
Oh God, just got my stomach hurting. Alan, you there?
Oh man.
And this is also when understanding timelines and history comes into play too, because
yes,
I feel like a lot of BHI don't have a clear-cut timeline of Earth's history.
Red letter. He said, "We know you slow." Oh man. So why would you say that, Hebrew? Why do you say that? What happened? Wait, let me see. Somebody dropped off.
No, I'm still.
Hold on. Alan went to get where he at? All right, Alan, you went to get the thing, but why do you say it with the timelines and all of that stuff?
Well, the reason I say that is because, like, I feel like a lot of BHI don't have a clear-cut timeline and understanding of human history and Earth's history. Because if you understood and had an actual timeline of events, then you would know when Europeans entered into Europe. You would know when light skin originated, and if, let's say, light skin originated 7,000 years ago, then you would know that obviously it couldn't have come from Esau because he was from the Middle Bronze Age, which is like 4,000 years ago.
Come on.
And if you have a timeline to understand when these things happen genetically and migration patterns, you would know that it's kind of impossible for this ethnic group to be that or that ethnic group to be this. Because like I said, Europeans entered into the Western Europe during the Yamnaya expansions, and that was like 5,000 to 4,000 years ago. So they've been there for a long time.
And when the Esau story was supposed to be, let's see, 2200 BCE, clearly white people were already on the planet.
Exactly. You already had white folks in all of Western Europe. So that's why it's like, do these guys have a clear-cut timeline of in migration patterns of all the world ethnic groups? It doesn't seem like they do.
Yeah, and real quick, Ebri, just for the people who take the short Earth or the young Earth timeline, just so people don't think we're excluding them and whatnot. If you take the young Earth timeline and they don't deal with the times that you're talking about, there's still evidence for the light skin being amongst the Canaanite people, which you can find in the Bible, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Right around them, and that's closer. Not even in Europe. Right around them.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Alan, make that make sense. That's how come Bruce, or what you call it for them folk. That's how come that's how come folk run around here talking about DNA and all that. And I'm dealing with prophecy and Bruce begging the family to stay away from DNA and science and all of that stuff. If that story is a lie, come on, Alan. It's Esau ain't the white man. Why y'all got people, preachers, prophets preaching that to y'all? And why are y'all repeating it?
I think the best thing we need to do is to. Well, I got some. Never mind. Go ahead.
Hey, can I? I was gonna play something. I got something for the Bronze Age just to get the minds right.
Remnant said, "This is why the older generation will not lead." Come on, I want Alan to talk. Grace and peace, Elder Green. Hold on 1 second. We want Alan to get ready to get good.
Yeah, shout out to Elder Green.
Yeah, I think he's still pulling up, brother.
Alan, where you went to the garage to get his sprayer?
The paint chart. That's what he said.
Yeah, I thought he was going to pull something
like that.
I thought it would be on Google.
He's trying to really pull up a color chart to show you red. Name of the soul. Yeah, he want to ask him. Whatever, Alan, come back. All right, go ahead. Whilst you doing that, what you doing? You pulling up the what you got going on here?
I got the verse, but also just a quick video about the Bronze Age and that kind of stuff.
That's good. That's important. So people, because throwing out these terms, some people may not know Bronze Age and Iron Age. So that's good. Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah.
And then Elder Green will explain some of that ruddy to us and try to give some clarity on you. Hebrew, is there somebody gave you a video, or you just looking for video?
No, I'm not looking for anything. I don't have anything.
No. I have one on the Bronze Age collapse because it shows the end. But let me just get one in general. Here goes a good one.
Yeah, there's some good short ones on YouTube.
I want to post them.
Yeah.
All right, let me just put this one up. All right, fair use.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
The Bronze Age began in the ancient Near East, which is the historical region comprising much of Western Asia and the Eastern Mediterranean. Mesopotamia, meaning the land between the two rivers, referring to the Tigris and Euphrates, saw the rise of the first known major civilization, Sumer. The Sumerians' rapid development was greatly aided by the innovation of bronze melting technology. Early forms of bronze were smelted with arsenic, which had the nasty side effect of fatally poisoning those involved in its production and handling. The Great Bronze Leap Forward occurred when an alloy of copper and tin was discovered to produce the vital metal in a less toxic manner. Bronze was stronger, far more durable, and useful than the copper and stone tools previously used. Bronze provided superior weapons for hunting and war, as well as tools for construction and agriculture, which led to far greater crop yields and population growth. So much food was produced that many people were freed up to pursue more specialized occupations. Artisans, craftsmen, and construction workers built and beautified the Earth's first true cities, with tens of thousands of people inhabiting them. Writing, the wheel, mathematics, and many more innovations occurred in these cities. The Sumerian cities of southern Mesopotamia, their ruins, now located far from the modern coastline, which has continually silted out to sea, were in their heyday strategically located to control the trade flowing through the region's vast river systems and the Persian Gulf. In northeast Africa, even before the introduction of bronze technology, the fertile Nile River Valley was a cradle of early civilization, where the pre-dynastic kingdoms of Upper and Lower Egypt formed. These were named after the direction the Nile River flows. Following the unification of these kingdoms into a single state, bronze was introduced to Egypt. Goods were traded from Mesopotamia to Egypt through intermediary states that developed in the Levant, which is the eastern Mediterranean coast between Egypt and Anatolia, which is modern-day Turkey. Over time, these states in the Levant grew to become wealthy middlemen in the bronze trade. The river valleys of Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the Levant have together been called the Fertile Crescent, as well as the cradle of civilization, because of the technologies that rapidly developed in the region. The Kingdom of Egypt had access to vast quantities of gold from Upper Egypt, which is located in the south of Egypt, as well as large quantities of copper from mines in the Sinai Peninsula, and later through trade with the Kingdom of Wallachia on the island of Cyprus. Because Egypt only had plentiful access to one of the two necessary ingredients to create bronze, copper tools were widely used, especially during Egypt's earlier dynasties. Although much less tin is required to create bronze, it was far less plentiful. The river valleys of the Fertile Crescent, as the name implies, had the best farmland in the Near East, but they lacked the necessary components to produce bronze. This necessitated the development of the first long-distance trade routes, international diplomacy, and contracts, which were all facilitated by the written word. The nearest plentiful supplies of tin were found on the Iranian plateau, along with Egypt and Sumer, another Copper Age civilization that rapidly developed and flourished in the early Bronze Age was Elam. Elamite civilization was centered around the city of Susa, nestled in the foothills of the Zagros mountain range, which looms over Mesopotamia. The Elamites benefited from their greater access to tin. The first recorded war in history took place around 2700 BC, fought between the city-states of Sumer, led by the king of Kish, and Elam. The Sumerians won the war, and recorded that they carried away the spoils and weapons of Elam. But that was the first of many wars, and Elam would outlive Sumer. For more than 1,000 years, Elam remained an ever-present threat to the civilizations of Mesopotamia. The Sumerians were first subdued by the Akkadians to their north. Sargon of Akkad is often considered to have established history's first empire, as the Akkadians ruled over peoples who spoke different languages and practiced different cultures. It should be noted that there are other short-lived earlier Sumerian claimants to being the first empire. After approximately 180 years of rule, the Akkadians were conquered by the Gutians from the Zagros Mountains. The Gutians are the earliest example of the barbarian archetype, coming in to destroy civilization, only to adopt the culture of the conquered peoples. Just as the Germanic tribes, who adopted many aspects of Roman culture during the fall of the Roman Empire 2,500 years later, the Gutians were driven out by a resurgent Sumer, led by the third dynasty of Ur, which established the Neo-Sumerian Empire. They subdued Elam, and their influence spread to the coast of the Mediterranean Sea at the height of their power. The Neo-Sumerian Empire was overrun by a new group of people who they described as the typical barbarian, who ate raw meat, didn't build buildings, farm, or bury their dead. They were the Amorites. In time, they would be considered the most civilized and prestigious of peoples. The hardy Amorites originated somewhere around the deserts and highlands of what is now Syria. The Sumerians recorded that they built a wall to keep the Amorites out, somewhere in northern Mesopotamia, but the Amorites appear to have found a way around or through it. Nearly all of the cities of Mesopotamia and the northern Levant were conquered or usurped by the Amorites, who established royal dynasties and adopted the local urban culture. The Assyrians of northern Mesopotamia, who claimed descent from the Akkadians, established a short-lived empire under the leadership of Shamshi-Adad, likely an Amorite, and definitely a humble man, who declared himself king of the universe. His empire was superseded by another Amorite, Hammurabi, famous for his surviving law code. He established Babylon as a formidable power and cultural center. On the island of Crete, the Minoan civilization.
I'm gonna pause it real quick. Where's Israel at this time?
It doesn't exist yet. Oh, my bad.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say it doesn't exist yet.
The people Israel or the person Israel?
The person Israel. I don't think he exists yet. I'll put it, Jacob more in like the middle Bronze Age, but that's just me.
Okay. So what about Abraham? Does Abraham exist this time yet?
He might exist.
A little bit. He in 1995 BCE, 98 BCE.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the India Israelites. So wait a minute. So white man existed before Israel. Yo, I'm unstable, y'all. I'm unstable. I'm telling y'all I need my medication.
You running amok, Brian.
So wait a minute. Wait a minute. So the white man existed before Israel even existed?
Let me put it this
That
way.
part.
The
That
guy,
part, Brian. Father God, what is this I'm hearing?
you know, the guy mentioned the Sumerians in this video as being one of the earliest civilizations. I would say it's one of the earliest city states. But anyways, they were actually more than likely white, the Sumerians.
No, that's beef.
Because of the way they, you can look at the way they depicted themselves, and also the marsh Arabs that live in the same area that the Sumerians lived in. They're likely the descendants of the Sumerians, and the marsh Arabs carry a lot of J markers, but that's a whole nother thing. But yeah, so yeah, this.
But the scriptures also say Israel that the Most High didn't choose Israel because they were the most and mightiest, and they were, the greatest. I'm paraphrasing. They were the greatest nations, etc. He chose them because they were few and all younger and all these other things. He just chose them to choose them. Exactly.
Yeah. But hold on, but Brian, that means, brother, we might got to put down the original man doctrine. It's looking like, I don't want to say it, but the Sumerians had some of the first city states. Brother, what we gonna do?
Now we ain't putting down the original man doctrine right now. Y'all go to hell right now. Y'all ain't finna put down the original man doctrine. We gonna get on these Israelites. And how can the white man exist before the Israelites?
Before Esau, yeah, it doesn't really make sense.
Before Esau and before Jacob, before the nation of Israel was birthed, there was white people on this planet. And these folks running around here telling that Israel, that they were basically birthed from them later on. Y'all don't think this is backwards. Nobody don't see this Esau doctrine as backwards. I need to spend 2-3 years spending time doing videos on the lies of Israel, and folk eating it up. There's plenty of non-campers running around here saying Esau's the white man also. So don't start trying to switch the game up right now. Who taught y'all that but One West? Did the original Israelites teach y'all Esau was the white man? That's how I'm gonna say y'all doctrine ain't lining up. But hold on, I don't even want to play that video. I want Alan to come to this microphone. I want to hear this spray paint doctrine. Come on, Alan. Come to the microphone. Then Elder Green gonna explain. Matter of fact, we gonna all deal with this ruddy thing. Come on, you muted. You muted, brother.
Yeah, I showed it. It's not spray paint. It's paint on how you mix colors. You feel me? In
No,
order
but I
to
thought
get
you went. I thought you had got
in
off to
order
do something.
in order to get their color, I have to start with red, brother. There's no way I could let's say I'm painting something, I would have to start from the red family. I put in the I put the link to it. 'Cause I couldn't put the picture for some reason. I uploaded the link to it though.
What is that with the paint chart? You pull it up, Dunamis.
Yeah, the paint chart.
So, just a real paint chart.
Yeah, I got a
Really
paint
wasn't
one in my
playing.
shop, but I'm
Yeah.
not to the shop. I'm in no truck right now. But
What do you, Alan? You got to tell me because I'm not sure where you want me to go, brother. Just the top is this good?
okay, go to the other one. Yeah, no, zoom in on it. No, the
Alton's
first one, the
saying, how
top
do
one.
you get white from red?
Go to the top one, the one to the top, and zoom in.
I thought he was going to show like
And
actual
on
person.
no, it's how you get that color. It comes from red.
So how red was Esau though? Like, was he literally like a apple red?
Well, zoom in on the top one, the first one. I don't know why you switched it, but
No, because when I zoom in, Alan, I can't zoom in.
Oh,
Let me do something real quick. I think I got you. Let me get
if you could screenshot it and then you could make it bigger in your screenshot.
Actually, doing this, what you could do is double click. All right, never mind.
Let me all right. Let me let's just get a real color chart. All right, so Alan, I'm in red. All right. I'm going down. Alan, you gotta direct me, brother. You see me?
Yeah, you switched the whole thing, yo.
Yeah, because Alan, that what you have, brother.
No, what I'm saying, you tell me how to mix paint. I have that's the system that I use is just like the one you seen the first one, right? Where it goes from red all the way to peach.
Yeah,
You understand?
Alan, you see my screen? Yeah, I got it right here.
That's not the one. The one I had was round. That's a different one.
But it still doesn't. It's still like he was saying, like Hebrew of Israel was saying. So you're under the impression they started off red and they became the people that they are today.
All right.
They still
Alan?
red now. They still red now. Like if you look at that first chart, the whole right side. That's
I
not
got
the
another
one.
one up. This one
you keep
is
doing the
dynamic,
one
Alan.
you want to use.
No, because the one you have is an image, and I can't make it bigger. That's the thing, Alan.
Maybe you could make the image bigger. There's one way you might be able to do that. Go back to it, and what you have to push is you have to push. I don't know how your computer works, but basically you have to pull up kind of like the settings thing, and you can choose to like move the image to a separate tab, if you know what I'm saying.
Let me do Here we go, Alan. It's gonna be fuzzy. Watch, Alan. So I'm zooming in. Here we go. What do you want? Where do you want me to go?
Now you have to switch the screen because we can't.
Oh my bad. I can't. You can't see. Where do you want me to go, Alan?
Okay, perfect. Right there. All right. So what their color would be all the way to the corner of the circle, the right hand side. You see that?
What's
These
6?
Would be, we'll go 6 or 7.
Okay, so in between here.
6 or 7. All depends how much they're in the sun, or if they being pushed out a womb, they being squeezed out of a vagina, and then from
Quick stop, man. Yo.
I'm in Florida. When I go to the beach, they look like a tomato. They look like.
Let me mute myself. I can't deal with your word.
Hey, yo, somebody even said, I can't even believe we're dealing with the chart.
Okay, so if I was to mix their color up, so we could paint them, I would first have to start with red, and then lighten it up to get that color. So it's still in the red family. It's red.
I get what you're saying, but we're using colors. You're not really using actual human beings in this hypothetical scenario, because if you mix black and white, you're not going to get a gray human being. You're going to get
Well,
you're
well,
going
the
to get a
reason,
brown person. You can't
the
really use
reason,
colors.
but when we start with them, we start with the red because the red is the blood and that's showing through their skin. That's the redness you see. You feel me? Like if you squeeze their neck, you'll see red. You see a red
My
fingerprint, right?
intelligence is insulted. You
He
legit
said if you
playing with my mind right
all
now.
he thinking about is destruction of Europeans. He said if you squeeze
No,
they
I'm
oh,
just saying.
oh man.
I was in wrestling too, Brian. Listen.
Okay.
Hey man, Brian, you gotta love this show, man. You got to
Oh
love this show,
man,
man.
just as serious.
I
And
had
he
one.
dead
Listen,
serious.
I
Go
had
ahead.
one the headlock in school, right? When he got up, his face was like a tomato.
Oh man.
Does
You
this
know, when
apply
it's
to
cold outside, my nose get red and you can see the blood through my skin.
Rudolph the red nose. Yo, I don't know what to say
When I
here.
stay in the house long enough, because you know I don't like going outside. I don't like to get too dark now. I'm just messing. But you know, you can see the red in my skin because you know I'm light skinned.
Exactly. Which that's why I start with red, because what it is the red up under they skin that's showing, that's pushing through. That's what it is.
So what? So Adam was red.
No, Esau.
Adam was what? Black.
Correct.
How black are we talking?
Hey, Brian, I got a video. I got a video to break it down.
I don't want no video. I want Elder Green. I want some scripture on this thing.
Well,
We all the way in the hardware store. We supposed to be in church and we in the hardware store. Get some Bible open in here.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. I got it. This brother's gonna break down how to make how to paint a ruddy. Here we go. Let's see this.
Brit Slayer, and we're going to be painting him up, and we're going to give him some very nice ruddy flesh tones and show how we still build our full contrast in there, but really stay in those tones. I love painting flesh. I think it's so much fun because you really get to experiment with a lot of different colors and just really have scale 75 black leather. That's our deepest shadow. We're going to use a little scale 75 Indian shadow. That's a very red shadow. We're going to use some Kalahari, Mari, something orange. It's rubbed off and I can't remember the joke anymore, but it's this very desaturated deep orange color. We're going to use some Pro Acryl Shadow Flesh, some scale 75 Golden Skin. Yes, we're still going. Some scale 75 Tenaire Yellow, some scale 75 Fantasy and Games Moonray Flesh, and then just a little bit of ivory and bold titanium white from Pro Dry Now. You notice I worked pretty quick. I didn't. It came out kind of chunky. All scale 75 is a little bit chunky. Grab some retarder, grab some flow aid. You notice I'm not really cleaning my brush here. I'm just kind of working quick. All right, take some of that. And this time I'm going to actually run it.
Let me stop this because I'm trying to figure out. Elder Green, go ahead, brother. You got the floor.
Yeah, pull up the scripture, Elder Green. We gotta talk about what. But in fact, I didn't even ask Elder Green. Do he believe? I didn't even ask Elder Green. Do he believe that?
Hold on, Brian. Nameless Soul want to ask Alan the question. I don't know if you want to get it out.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Nameless Soul. Yeah, before Elder Green, go ahead, Nameless. You want to ask Alan the question? Oh man, the comment section ain't no better. This is just my life. Go ahead, Nameless. Hold on before Elder Green. Go ahead, Nameless. You want to ask Alan the question you said? I thought it was Hebrew Israel. Go ahead. Nameless, you muted. Unless he walked away. All right, come on.
Dunamis, when you get a chance,
Ali sent me a video.
Yeah, that video I sent you. I was gonna prove that the fulfillment of Joel 3.
All right, hold on, Elder Green here, so we can talk about Joel 3. We can pull it up and
perfect.
All right. If nameless brother, if you don't go, I guess.
Come on, Elder Green. We can't. I don't know if he done walked away or whatever.
Shalom, shalom. I'm here. Shalom, shalom, Elder Berean, Elder Dunamis, and everybody on the panel in the chat. Shalom.
Well, let me before we get going. Does the Bible give us the origins? And we find this in different groups, like you say, Black Power group, the Nation of Islam had a the white church had some people in church was dealing with that, where black people come from, and racist organizations and other people claim that they've always had groups that want to claim where white people come from because they don't believe we're all the same people. So this is something that's been going on for a long time. Does the Bible tell you the origin of white people or of all mankind, or what? Does the Bible speak to that?
Yeah, the Bible.
Pull up the story of Esau, please, Dunamis.
Yes, the Bible does tell the origin of all mankind, and I strongly believe that the origin of all mankind began with Adam. I don't believe in no gap theory. I don't believe between verse 1 and 2 of Genesis chapter 1 that there was a civilization before then, deformed and chaotic, because the Bible says by one man sin came to the earth. One man.
Come on.
So and I believe that all humans came from that one man, Adam, and I believe Adam to be a man of color from the ground, Adamah.
What does that mean? And then we're going to go with after, because everybody was destroyed. We're going to go with after the flood. What did them people look like? Does the Bible speak to any of that stuff? Are folk just doing too much with the Bible?
Yeah. Of course, I never heard of the word skin doctrine until I started coming on your show. So I don't think this is the skin doctrine. I'm just trying to answer a question. I believe that Adam, Adham, the way you would anciently spell it would have been something like a olive, a dalet, a het, and a final mem, Adham. And which we pronounce it today as Adam. But it would be Adham, and Ham means black, means dark. The odd would be Adonai, from the name of God, Adonai. So basically, what you're saying is the Lord's black man, the Lord's first black man, the black human. When I say black, I don't mean black like this color right here. I'm not talking about black like my headpiece or this. I'm talking about as up from the ground, because Adam was pulled out of the ground, Adamah. And why is it every human being has melanin? Every human being has melanin, whether it be white or black, is because we came from a melanated ground. We came from a melanated soil. So that's why every human being, whether you're white or black, they have melanin, but the melanin in the darker complected, it was more present because they didn't migrate to the colder climates of the north. That's my conviction. That's why I understand that the complexion began to change when the man began to migrate further north. So I would ask the question. Now, I personally believe that they started over there in Africa area, and I believe after the flood, God just scattered them all over the world. Now, that's my conviction. I think that's more on a young Earth type view than the old Earth. But I'm not going to try to debate it, or I won't fuss over argue with it, but that's my conviction. That's why I believe that the white complexion would have came from migrating further north, and then as they migrated north, just like the video I showed, a video last time, but I think it got taken down because of some copyright. Not because of my video, but some of it being shown. Yes. But anyhow, so that'll be my question. That'll be my answer, Berean. I believe that the first man, Adam, Adonai, black human, or Adamai, earth man, from the ground. The Hebrew word there would be ground, would be Adamah, and that's why I believe that all mankind, whether you are black or dark complected, whether you're white, everybody has melanin in them. Everybody even has a temperature. I believe that the reason why everybody got a temperature is because the deeper you go into the center core of the earth, the hotter it gets. I believe everybody has a greater portion of water inside it. Then why? Because the Most High allowed a mist to come up out of the ground and water the earth. Because the more and more you dig into the earth, you're gonna find water. So that's why I believe that every human being has heat, every human being has water, every being has melanin, because we came from the ground. That's why the best thing for you, is staying from the ground. You can, get those things in your system. So that'd be my answer for you.
I can ask you a question.
Who's that?
Why,
Yes.
Why Berean turned light skin? He been in New York all his life.
What?
No, I know you saying like he's saying like what you were saying with the cold weather. He trying to shoot down.
With the cold weather.
Well, truth be told, I said, look, I'm no scholar, I'm no theologian, I'm no DNA guy. The blood things, the blood subject is way above my pay grade. The Bronze Age, the Iron Age, all that's above my pay grade. I mean, honestly, that's why you're not gonna hear me fussing all over there, because I don't know the bronze and the iron and all that kind of stuff. But I sit at the feet of the learned ones that have there's one movie that sticks in my mind called The Real Eve. And in that movie they showed, I'm talking about scientists and biologists, all the people, all them learned folk. They showed in that movie that, now they didn't glean from the Bible, but they showed in that movie that people begin to migrate north. Now they did say it took more than the young Earth time frame. And they did say that they gave a more longer time for the color to change, than the young Earth time frame. But the point is they were bringing out was that the people that went to those colder climates, they begin to be more lighter in their complexion and in their stature and all that kind of stuff because of the cold climate and so forth, so forth. So I'm leaning to that view right there. Now, the reason why my brother Berean has not gotten lighter like myself is because there's no more mutation. There's no more mutating. We've already traveled to where we're going to travel to. There's no more color. What has happened, and you can't go back and reverse it. So,
and then Elder Green, to your point, also we diet too.
Yeah, diet, right?
Because
diet.
where you are, you can only eat certain kind of things, so it's not too much going around. But hold on, Elder Green, real quick, do you speak Lashwan Kadash?
Dunamis.
Hold on, wait. Just two quick questions with that. How do you say the Tetragrammaton, and what's Jesus' name in Hebrew? Just real quick, because I think Bruce need to hear this.
I believe Jesus.
We don't get a book. I don't really need for a book. I saw it.
Can't help yourself.
I believe Jesus' name would have been. I didn't get a book this time. I did grab this.
You said I don't know science, but I'm gonna teach y'all science.
Yeshua. I believe it would have been Yeshua. But now watch this. I can't prove that. I'm not going to debate that. You know why? Because these vowels did not exist back then. The vowel points came with the Masoretic about 900 AD, and that's when the vowel point system was added to try to preserve the sound of the word. So we don't know. Truth be told, we don't know exactly how it's pronounced. It's a faith walk. All of this, I'm gonna tell you right now. Somebody probably won't come up here and be humble enough to say it. I don't care if you light bottle or black bottle. It's a faith walk for all of us. We don't know how. Huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. Put it back up again. Sorry, my bad. The comment.
Yeah. Oh. Okay, so that's Jesus.
Yeah, Yeshua. Now I believe that it would have been pronounced like this, but I'm not going to debate. You know why? I can't prove that. I can't prove that. Why? Because these vowels right here, this is a saray. This is called a saray. This vowel right there, that vowel won't back then. That vowel right there makes the A sound. That vowel there makes the R sound. You open the Torah today, you're not going to see these vowels in there. You open the Torah scroll today, you're not going to see these vowels in there. This was added in the ADs. And yes, for a Black history note, they were Black Masoretes. They want the white man. They want the white bottle. So you can't get
in 800 AD.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right.
I believe that. I believe that.
So
that's real recent.
Yeah.
And the Talmudists were black men. The ancient Talmudists were black men. Now watch this. Now I know we may say.
I think he's coming to clean it up. He muddying it more. Put more mud in the water. Get the catfish out. What is going on here?
Now, in the Talmud, now I know now I don't agree with everything the Talmud said. Trust me, I don't agree. I chew to me thought the bone for the Mishnah and the Talmud. But a lot of times, the Talmud, I know somebody say, well, the Talmud talks about the black man, the black complexion. Really, if you look at it, it's talking about somebody. I perceive it as this. This is me. I perceive it as one colored man talking about an African man or darker man that maybe walk around barefoot. It's just like today. You got some color folk today that make poke fun or make comments about somebody. You know, like that's what I see going on in that passage. I don't see it as a white man talking about some black African. I don't see that. That's my conviction. But I just threw that nugget out there. But
the Tetragrammaton, the sacred name.
Yeah, the Yud-Heh-Vav, yes.
So how do you pronounce it, brothers?
I traditionally say Yahweh, but I can't prove that's how it sounds.
But hold on, but Elder Green, come on, and we want our prayers to be answered. How are we gonna get our prayers answered if we can't say the right name?
Right? If you lost it.
Well, God, look, God made the languages. God understands. God understands who's talking to him in the language that they're talking to him in. Matter of fact, on the day of Pentecost, Shavuot, the gospel was supernaturally given so it could be taken back in all languages. And they would have went back home calling on Jesus in their language. It wouldn't have sounded like Jesus. It wouldn't have sounded like Yeshua unless they were Greek, unless they were Hebrew. It would have sounded like whatever language they spoke, they went back home calling on the Lord in that language. Period. That's how it was.
So that sacred name, getting back to the Father's name, that's pseudo.
But
Esau come from the white man, that's pseudo.
Esau
Hitler loved and look up to black folk, and Hitler knew black folk were the pure Jews. That's pseudo. The chart is pseudo. Let's keep going. God, I want to know about what we were talking, Elder Green. We wanted Elder Green to. Oh man, it's a lot of pseudo going on here. A lot of pseudo going on.
I don't agree with no 12. I don't agree with no 12 chart. What they call that stuff? 12 chart. I can't even say it. I can't even say it. What I do agree and believe that anybody can be Israel. Anybody can be Israel. I don't care what complexion you are. You can be Israel. Now you don't have to be Israel. You can fully not be Israel as long as you got Yeshua, you go to glory. So I mean, as far as the 12 tribe, I don't know where that came from. That's some new stuff that I never heard of until I started, I don't know. A lot of stuff. The Laquan, what do you call it? Lawan, Kadash, whatever that is.
You never heard of that before.
I don't know what that is.
But hold on, but Jesus spoke Hebrew to Paul on the road to Damascus.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Jesus would have. We believe Jesus spoke a little bit of Aramaic too.
But the Berean TV asked Elder Green, by faith, does he believe that black people are the original Israelites?
Oh, yes.
It's by faith. He said anybody could be an Israelite. He got to explain that. He can't come on here. Oh, every time he come on, they take a video and cut it up.
Oh, yeah. Now, I believe that those first original Israelites, Jacob's sons, I believe they were men of color. I believe that. Now
men of color. What does that? Men of color doesn't necessarily mean.
But I'm gonna tell you what it means. It mean. I believe that they were not the what you call light bulb.
The Bible plainly says that, so I don't know what that comment is right there. What's ruddy, Elder? What's ruddy? David was black like me or light like you? According to the Hebrew. According to the Hebrew, Elder Green, what's ruddy? According to the Hebrew, was David, because the word ruddy that's used for Esau is used for David?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
So yes. David was ruddy means what? He was like me or he was like you?
More so like you. Why? Because
David?
Who are
you talking about? David? Esau? If the word is used for Esau.
I'm talking about David and Esau. Because remember, Esau is Edom. Esau is Edom. You all know that. Esau and Edom is the same person. You look at the word Edom, in the etymology of the word Edom, you're going to see the same spelling for the word ruddy. It occurs the same etymology, and it means earth. It means color of earth. It means dark soil like earth. You can't get around it. I can show you that. I got that in language, but you can't get around that. So the name of Esau, or not Esau, Esau means hairy like a full-grown man. So when it says Esau was hairy, that means that he was hairy. He came out hairy like a full-grown man has hair on him, but he was a complexion of the earth because his name is Edom. Edom as well. And Edom carries the etymology of dark soil, dark red, black, dark soil like the earth. I got language book that says that. So that same Hebrew word for David, ruddy, is that same word that's going to be for Esau, red, ruddy, or red, whatever say about Esau.
Make sure, pull it up on the screen so people can see that in that thing. Because if that's true,
pull it up, Dudeman.
Oh man,
I don't know how to do. I don't know how to share the screen. I don't know how to do that. But pull up David. Okay, pull up David, and pull up Esau. If you can put them side by side, I don't know if you can do that. You'll see what I'm saying.
You want in the Greek or sorry, in the Hebrew?
Yeah, the Hebrew. Yes. Mm-hmm.
I want to see what you Israelites got to say about that.
Yeah. So Esau was not no white man. Esau was a man of color, more so closer to Berean complexion than mine. You see what that's saying. Know about that. What is that?
What you don't know about that? Elder Green.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Okay, just go to the language. That's all. Let me show you. I can show you back and tell you.
All right.
I just can't. I don't know how to share I don't know how to share stuff like
and
that.
So here goes Ruddy, Adam and me. So we see. Genesis 25, and he came out the first ruddy all over like a cloak, hairy.
Mm-hmm.
So they called him Esau. So Adonai.
This guy, how are you blocked? And we talking to you right now.
And so now let me see. So we have 1 Samuel 6:12. The same ruddy is here.
See? The same
and
thing.
who's he talking about? Let me go to the chapter. Okay, so this is talking about David.
Mm-hmm.
So Jesse sent for his youngest son and brought him. He was ruddy with beautiful eyes. And
what's the Hebrew there?
I'm saying the same Hebrew.
See, it's gonna be the same thing. It's gonna be the same thing.
Ruddy, Strong's 132, and so red.
Okay, so and keep this in mind too. We're looking at the way the translators chose to go into. See, the translator can go inside that Hebrew word and looking at definition. As long as he can find a word in that definition that he wants to use in the translation is an okay translation. Meaning, the problem comes if someone make a translation and you can't find that word in no lexicon definition. Meaning, if you get I got different ones. If you go on several lexicons for the Hebrew word and you don't find this particular word that the translator used for his translation or her translation, that's a concern because now you done added to the word. Meaning you have nothing to stand on for us showing why you chose to use that word in your translation. So the translator chose to use the word ruddy, but he could have used the word, or any other Hebrew word, English word rather, in the translation, as long as he got it out of the definition somewhere. So I don't get caught up on the word ruddy. You go back to the language and see what the language is saying, and the language is going to tell you right here. It says this: the color red, the color of blood, man and the earth. So you tell you, I got it right out of here, out of this book right here. All this book right here, under on page 94, under red, and it had the Strong's number 119. Okay, because see, they all gonna carry the same root system. Okay, it has the color red, the color of blood. That see, blood is gonna be dark. Blood is almost blood is dark. I mean, blood is like a dark, you know, dark red. It's almost like brown, dark brown. Man, and it has man and the earth. Then it has red, to be red as a color or through the shedding of blood. Then it has dried red, rooty, man, Adam, person. So it goes further and tell you, you know, how the word could be used in translation. So at the end of the day, Edom was a man of color.
All right. So
and I believe that him and Jacob was twins. The only difference is in matter of fact, Josephus, page, let me see.
Real quick, 10% white, but I don't see what you're talking about in the Septuagint in 1 Samuel 19:13. Go ahead, Elder. No, you good, Elder.
Okay. Okay. Now Josephus in Antiquities, book 1, chapter 18, number 6, it says, Now when the supper was got ready, talking about the supper, you know, that were made for I think Isaac. Yeah, I think that was talking about. He took a goat skin and put it about his arm, that by reason of its hairy roughness, he might by his father be believed to be Esau. For they being twins, and in all things else alike. See that? In all things else alike, different only in this thing. Meaning the only thing that was different about them two twins was one was hairy. Everything else, they was identical. Edom was the color of the earth. So it ain't no stretch in my mind to believe that Jacob was the color of the earth. You know, but I mean, I don't. Okay, I guess I want to ask this. Why is it? I guess I ask the same thing over and over and over again. Matter of fact, yeah. See, yeah, there you go. Who pulled that? What is that? See, like that complexion right there. That'd be like Ruddy right there. That little young boy, that little young girl right there, or that ground right there to the right. That'd be like a Ruddy. Matter of fact, if you were to pull up the land mass called Edom, because there's a land.
That's what the real Black Hood saying right now. Why don't y'all just go to Google Map Dunamis and zoom in on modern day Edom?
Oh yeah,
and look at the dirt.
Yeah. If you do that, you'll see the complexion, give or take. You know what Edom would have looked like, and it more so looked like those children right there. You know, in that picture right there.
So how for so many years these people been out here on these corners preaching that, reading that story and saying that's the origin of the white man?
It's not. They because they see the word ready. They see the word red and they think about a white man with red cheeks, rosy red cheeks and stuff like that. Edom.
What color was King Herod?
Okay, yeah. See, so who that right there? Liberty Willis. Put that back. Who that? That Liberty Willis. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Edom and Adam have the same. See, there you go. See, yes, that's correct. See, Edom and Adam, they're gonna carry the same etymology. They have the same Hebrew spelling.
This is not good. This is not good right here, y'all. But I can't lie. At least I know a few. I could say I could say a few Israelites have said Esau, not the white man. I could say that. I could say that. That I can definitely say, but not too many of y'all. Not too many of y'all.
So if somebody going around calling Esau, Edom the enemy, and they think they got a white man in mind, where they need to go back to remember he was a black man. Hey, what are you gonna do with that?
Alan, what you say with this new information? We go into the Hebrew that the original Hebrew Israelites wrote. What did you say on this?
No, I was asking the elder, what color was King Herod?
You talking about in New Testament?
Yeah.
Yeah, me personally,
Mhm.
I believe her. I believe King Herod was a black man. Hand up.
Oh boy. Oh boy, they getting ready to. Oh man, they getting ready. He was
But
doing
wasn't
good.
he wasn't he a Roman?
Huh?
He wasn't a Roman?
No, Herod was an Edomite. He was what Herod you talking about?
He was
Oh,
a
No,
King Herod during the time of Christ.
yeah. I believe. No, he won't no. I don't think he was no Roman. No. Now y'all can fact check me. I'm trying to remember this off the top of my head. I don't think he was no Roman though.
No, you're right. He wasn't a Roman. He was half Jewish, half Edomite. He was
Right there. You go. Thank
But
you.
they put him. But he just had a job for Rome. Everybody that had a job for Rome wasn't Roman.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, where do you see he was half Jewish?
You got to go into history for that.
Yeah, you got to go into history.
Yeah, he was a mixture. He was a mixture.
Yeah, he was mixed. He had Jewish in him.
And that's established knowledge out here. That ain't even. That's beyond debate.
Yeah, that's beyond debate. He was Jewish.
So half Jewish and half white, Roman?
Half Jewish and half Edomite.
Half Edom.
Okay.
Dunamis,
I
you
think his
pulling up something?
I think his mother was Jewish or something like that.
Yeah, but where can you find it when I want to look at it?
That's in history. Got to read history books.
Let me see if I can find.
Do Josephus say that about Herod's origin?
I believe so, but you can
Edomite
also
Jew,
find some
correct. Edomite Jew, yes.
Yeah, I think Josephus might talk about it, but you can find some other
Yeah.
established history books as well as documentaries and stuff like that. There's one good documentary you can watch on that. It's called The Fight for Jerusalem or something like that. It was by CNN. Trying to remember the name. I think it was called The Fight for Jerusalem. Talks about Herod and his family background.
Yes.
I'll see if I can find the name of that documentary.
Dunamis doing something. You put this up?
No, no, hold on, no. Don't worry about that one. I'm pulling something up though.
The documentary is called Jerusalem, City of Faith. Jerusalem, City of Faith and Fury. If you want to check that out, it talks about Herod in episode, I think 4 or 5 or something like that. There's 6 episodes in the documentary.
Hello. My name is Sam, and I'm the host of the YouTube channel Sam Arano. But today, I'm guest narrating for Useful Charts in order to show you the family tree of the Hasmonean and Herodian dynasties, the 2 dynasties that ruled the Kingdom of Judea during the Hellenistic and early Roman periods. I'll be starting with the Maccabees, who are the main characters in the Hanukkah story and the starting point of the Hasmonean dynasty. I'll then be tracing their line to the point in which it connects to Herod the Great, who, according to the Christian Gospels, was the king of Judea when Jesus was born. Finally, I'll be looking at the various descendants of Herod, some of whom continue to impact history far into the Roman period. This video is part of Useful Chart series on biblical genealogy, so if you're interested in watching the other parts as well, you can find a link to those in the description. The previous video in this series ended with the fall of the Kingdom of Judah to the Babylonians in 586 BCE. At that point, the original Jewish temple in Jerusalem was destroyed, and the Jews were exiled to Babylon. But when Cyrus the Great of Persia conquered Babylon, he allowed the Jews to return home. The grandson of a former high priest named Joshua and the grandson of a former king named Zerubbabel teamed up to lead the return and to start the process of building a new temple. If we zoom ahead several hundred years to around 200 BCE, we find that the descendants of Joshua are still serving as high priests, and that, in particular, the title is now held by a family known as the Oneids. But by this point, the foreign power controlling Judea has changed, and it is now the Greek Seleucids who are in charge. However, not all Jews were happy with the increased Hellenization promoted by the Seleucids, and things finally came to a breaking point when the Seleucid king Antiochus Epiphanes shut down the Jewish temple in 167. At this point, the Oneids fled to Egypt and built another temple there, while a member of a different priestly family, named Mattathias, launched a resistance movement in Judea in the hopes of achieving Jewish independence. Eventually, Mattathias' son Judah Maccabee recaptured Jerusalem from the Seleucids and reconsecrated the Jewish temple, a story that today is remembered through the holiday of Hanukkah. Judah thus became the first high priest of the Hasmonean dynasty. Note that the name Maccabee, while often applied to all of Mattathias' son, was actually just a nickname held by Judah only. In English, it means the hammer, Hamakabi. So the name of the dynasty is not the Maccabean dynasty, it's the Hasmonean dynasty named after their ancestor Asmoneus. Judah Maccabee was actually killed in combat before the end of the revolt, and the high priesthood went to another family for a while before returning to the Hasmoneans in 153, when it was given to Judah's younger brother Jonathan Aphus, and then later to their brother Simon Tassi, who also proclaimed himself Prince of Judea. In 134, Simon was assassinated along with his two eldest sons, so both positions fell to his youngest son, John. John had been raised in the expectation that he would never have any power, so he began his rule woefully unprepared, but eventually rose to secure full independence for Judea and lead a number of conquests against the now collapsing Seleucid Empire, taking the regnal name Hyrcanus I. Hyrcanus' son, Aristobulus I, continued these conquests, but created some major political problems when he crowned himself king of Judea rather than prince. This is because, according to the biblical book of Numbers, there needed to be a strict separation between the crown and the high priesthood. Aristobulus died less than a year after taking power, but the issue of crown and temple would haunt the Hasmonean dynasty for a long time, as we'll see. Originally, Aristobulus had willed his titles to his brother Antigonus, but Antigonus was killed in a coup led by Aristobulus' wife, Salome Alexandra, who, after Aristobulus' death, married Aristobulus' younger brother, Alexander. However, Alexander was an unpopular tyrant who caused a civil war, and while he and his allied political party, the Sadducees, won that civil war, their victory was rapidly undone in a soft coup by Salome and her allies, the Pharisees, which ended up with Salome as the real power behind the throne. When Alexander died in 76, Salome was crowned as Queen Alexandra, and it was under her that Judea reached its peak of power and prestige. Under Alexandra's reign, the high priesthood was reformed from a purely hereditary position to an elected one, though one still had to be of priestly blood to be eligible, and the position was given to her eldest son Hyrcanus II, with her younger son Aristobulus II to become king, thus separating the crown and the priesthood. However, this ended up not happening, because Aristobulus was an ally of the now marginalized Sadducees. So another civil war erupted, in which Hyrcanus II ruled as king and high priest for a year before being overthrown by Aristobulus. This war quickly ground to a stalemate, which was finally broken by the Roman leader Pompey the Great. Under Pompey's supervision, the monarchy was suspended in order to finally deal with the succession and separation of powers. Hyrcanus II was reinstalled as high priest and given the title ethnarch, and his daughter married Aristobulus' son in order to reunite the two sides in the civil war. As luck would have it, their first child was a daughter, Mariamne the Hasmonean, who as a woman was ineligible to be high priest, thus finally separating the crown and the priesthood. However, Mariamne would never be queen in her own right. In order to fight in the civil war, Hyrcanus II had relied on the leadership of a general named Antipater the Idumean, who then arranged a marriage between Mariamne and his son Herod. When the Parthians briefly invaded the eastern Mediterranean and installed Mariamne's uncle Antigonus Mattathias as a puppet ruler, Herod and Mariamne fled to Rome, where, due to his friendship with Mark Antony, Herod was crowned as king of Judea. Herod and Mariamne had two sons, Aristobulus and Alexander. But as Herod fell deeper into paranoia, he eventually had Mariamne executed, later followed by Aristobulus and Alexander, as well as all known Hasmoneans. The only Hasmoneans he couldn't get to were Aristobulus and Alexander's children, about whom we'll discuss more in a moment. Herod had several more wives and produced a very large number of children, but today he is mostly remembered for two things. First, he undertook a major renovation and expansion of the Second Temple in Jerusalem, and in fact, the only part of the Jewish temple that still exists today is a section that was added by Herod. That section is known as the Western Wall, or Wailing Wall. The second thing he's often associated with is the Massacre of the Innocents, an event that is recorded in the Gospel of Matthew, but for which there is no evidence outside the New Testament. According to the story, Herod was visited by 3 wise men from the east, who had come to Jerusalem because the stars had told them that a new king of the Jews had just been born in the nearby town of Bethlehem. In order to avoid a potential usurper, Herod had all the male children under the age of 2 living nearby killed. Again, this event is not recorded anywhere other than the Gospel of Matthew, and most historians consider it a myth. After the death of Herod in 4 BCE, his kingdom was divided into 4 parts and ruled as a tetrarchy. The tetrarchs included Herod's sister Salome, who ruled the coastal region of Yavne until her death in 10 CE, and 3 of Herod's sons. Archelaus ruled Judea proper before abdicating in order to marry a non-Jewish wife. Philip ruled Batanea, the modern-day Golan Heights, until his death in 34, and eventually only Antipas was left ruling the Galilee and Perea. It is Antipas who is the second Herod mentioned in the Christian Gospels. In other words, in the New Testament, he is simply called Herod instead of Herod Antipas, which is a bit confusing because he's actually the son of the first Herod who is mentioned, Herod the Great. Anyway, there's a story in the Gospels involving a woman named Herodias, who in real life was the granddaughter of Herod's sister Salome. She was originally married to another one of Herod's sons, known as Herod II, or Herod Bethus. But they divorced, and she then married his brother Herod Antipas. In the Gospel account, Herodias convinces Antipas to have John the Baptist killed because John the Baptist did not approve of her new marriage, and famously, the head of John the Baptist gets delivered to her at the wedding feast. Let's now go back to Herod and Mariamne's grandchildren. They had been sent off as children to be raised in the imperial court in Rome, which is why they survived. And one of them, Marcus Julius Agrippa, eventually won over the favor of Emperor Caligula and deposed his uncle Antipas to become king of the Galilee, Batanea, and Perea. Not long after, when Caligula was assassinated, Agrippa supported the accession of Caligula's uncle Claudius, who rewarded Agrippa by restoring independence for all of Judea. This Agrippa, known to historians as Agrippa I, is the third of the 3 Herods mentioned in the Christian New Testament, where he shows up in the book of Acts as the Herod who imprisons the Apostle Peter. Agrippa was in poor health and eventually died of kidney failure, at which point Judea reverted to a Roman province while his son, Agrippa II, was allowed to stay on as a symbolic figurehead for the Jewish people. Agrippa II also shows up in the book of Acts, where he is simply called Agrippa. Unfortunately, Agrippa II was very unpopular within Judea for being an absentee ruler who always sided with the Romans in disputes, while anti-Semitism in the Roman Empire was becoming a big problem. So when the Jewish people revolted in 66 CE, Agrippa fled the country, and the rebels quickly established a republic. This is considered the end of the Herodian dynasty. However, the Herodian Hasmonean line had many survivors who continued after the war, and that is what we will explore next. After the First Jewish-Roman War, the dynasty split into 4 distinct branches. First, we'll talk about the Armenian branch. Agrippa I's cousin, Tigranes, eventually became...
So we got to Agrippa in the Bible. I think that's enough right there.
Yeah, thank God. That's enough right there. Folk don't like no history.
Elder,
yes, sir.
I don't want to change the subject, but can I just say something real quick?
Yes, sir.
I get a chance every so often to be able to listen to the recording later on. I'd love to jump on, but I couldn't. And I just want to bring something out because a question came out, and I think different answers came with some came with different answers to the question. But I just want to take this time just to share this answer on that particular question when it came to Romans 11:26. Remember, I think this past week y'all dealing with, and so all Israel shall be saved, as is written, there shall come out of Zion.
Yes. Was that fervent church?
and shall turn away. Remember that came up?
Yes, yes.
I think this past week, and a couple of answers came forward, but that's an idiomatic phrase. Here we go. I'm gonna show you the book right here. That's an idiom. Okay, out of this book, on page 279, it says all Israel, talking about all Israel be saved, was a common idiom for corporate Israel.
Do y'all know what he mean when he say an idiom? Because I know a lot of people, there's some people that's Israel, but they don't, they're not really into the schooling and the culture and dealing with the language and stuff. Do y'all know what he mean when he say an idiom? What an idiom is?
It's raining cats and dogs.
There you go.
That's an idiom.
That's an idiom.
I'm so hungry I could eat a horse.
That's an idiom. So
not real. It's not real. It's describing something. It's not real.
That's right.
A real person can't eat a 1,100-pound horse.
Tastes so good, maybe want to smack my mama.
Come on.
Yeah, see, those are idioms. So all Israel is not going to be saved. So there's no such thing as a dual covenant theology. That's garbage. That don't. The only saved is going to be that real one that accepted Jesus Christ. When I heard that the other day, I didn't hear nobody bring out the point that was that was an idiom. I want to make sure.
Where does it say that in the Bible, though?
What? Where does it say what in the Bible?
White saying, where does it say it's an idiom in the Bible?
Huh? Are you serious?
Elder, y'all don't know what we dealing with over here. Y'all don't know what we dealing with. That's how come we say people got to study culture and language and other stuff. When you read the Bible, you got to understand what genre you're looking at if you're reading Proverbs. The Bible, it's 66 books. It's a library. It's not to be read all the same. With these, when you have a dream, everything in your dream is literal. People just got phrases. The Israelites have phrases. People study customs and culture and language and the land. Yeah. It's okay that Israel have some phrases. Like we got some phrases, and you got to be among the people to really know some things. Like I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. They come outside. I ain't got no umbrella, and it's raining cats and dogs. It's okay.
It's okay.
Just like how.
This is why hermeneutics matter, but they don't believe that hermeneutics of the white man. No matter Israelites invented, but it's of the white man. You see the sickness that the camps have done to y'all? All this is ignorant camp stuff.
Wow. The Bible full of idioms. Idioms everywhere in the Bible. I mean,
all languages have idioms. The Bible don't have to say that. That's just regular knowledge. Every language got idioms.
Wow.
You know how we talk about how Adam and Eve, they came to know one another. A man should leave his wife and know his, you know what I'm saying? To know your wife. That's an idiot.
That's it. Exactly.
That means sex, everybody.
And or how the Pharaoh saw Abraham and Rebecca laughing. I'm sorry, Isaac and Rebecca laughing one another. That's an idiom.
The Bible, the only way to replace the Bible use allegory is Paul in I think if I remember right, JT Mac. Right. Look at this. None of you know what you're dealing with. You guys saying this, it doesn't say it's a figure of speech. This is in your mind.
Okay, here we go. Oh, but Brian, I'm sorry, I ain't mean to change the subject.
No. Go ahead. We ain't even. Listen, everybody not gonna get on the bus.
Yeah,
everybody not gonna get on this bus. And I'm not gonna stop every 2 minutes to be dealing with stuff. When folk claim that they Hebrew, they should be reading that Hebrew. They should know the culture already.
Yeah.
Folk running around here claiming they Israel and all of this stuff and don't know a daggone thing about the culture. All they do is read the book and spit scripture.
This goes back to proper education in
proper
English.
Education. They don't like proper education. Then they want to say that. Then they want to say the prophets weren't educated. Go ahead, Sherry.
Literary devices, biblical literary devices. You learn all of this in high school, and hopefully, you graduated high school, then you would know what a literary device is, even if you see it in the Bible.
And thank you, little sister. You got such a young voice. I don't know how old you are, but you sound But just take that to
all this for a bunch of dead people here because we don't believe we don't believe in ignorance.
So when he reads the Psalms, that are
Bunch of
poems,
dead- Are you serious? Who that?
Yeah.
Timorous White?
Yeah,
It's a bunch of Bible thumpers in here. That's what we got, a bunch of uneducated Bible thumpers running amok in this religion. That's what it is. Running a whole muck in this religion. Don't know near thing, but they got some stuff in the common. We the people, white folk ain't no good. I bet Timerson believed that Esau was white. Don't want no science, don't want no archaeology, don't want to go sit down and learn the language if you say that's your culture. Just want to be ignorant and thinking it's spiritual, thinking you deep.
Hey, Dunamis, wouldn't the red dragon in Revelations be a idiom, or would that be more of a figurative speech or something? Like, it's not a literal red dragon.
It could be. Thank you, Evie, for that. So it's an evergreen, and is there apocalyptic language in the Bible?
Yeah, all over. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna give you one. Let's go to Psalm. Let's go to Psalm 90. And I want Timerson, whoever that is, I want Timerson to explain this. Let's go to Psalms. Let's go to Psalms 98, verse 8. And I like whoever that was that said something about we dead folk. I like for him to explain this verse right here. Psalm 98, verse 8. Let the floods clap their hands.
What that mean? Oh, great one. What that mean, great woke one?
Let the hills be joyful together. Explain it. I'm waiting. Can you put some in the chat?
Explain that. Explain that to us.
Yeah, while he's pulling up, Elder Greens, can you define apocalyptic language while he's coming up?
Apocalyptic, we believe that Daniel is apocalyptic language for the Old Testament. We believe that Revelation is apocalyptic language for the New Testament. Basically, it's unfolding, revealing, and just regular layman talk. In the end, we win. It basically is just pointing to. I'm just putting straightforward talk. It basically is pointing to the listeners that in the end you win. Is a revealing and an unfolding that no matter what the eon of time is, no matter what the test of time is, in the end you hang on in there, you win. That's what basically Daniel does for the Old Covenant and Revelation does for the New Covenant. That'd be apocalyptic literature.
Now John Paul, I see the genre is apocalyptic. Apocalypse is basically high end on property. Should we read apocalyptic language literal, flatly literal? Is it any kind of literal
dangerous? Is it downright dangerous?
You got to read it for what you got to read it for the way it presents us. You know what I'm saying? For the way it presents us. I know you know what I mean by this. But for the way it presents itself, you got to read it for the way it presents itself. And if it's something, but see, it goes back like Berean said. See, you got to sit down and not you doing this, but they got to sit down and it take time to do this, man. You can't. It take time to be able to. You know what? You know how many thousands and thousands of dollars you got to do to be able to just even try to give a sound word. This stuff. This ain't no fly by night stuff. It's a sacrifice. You got to spend time and money if you want to present something sound and concrete, because you got to stand for God for everything you say. You got to. So to answer your question, Dunamis, it's just all in how the storyline goes. But you'll know when you're reading it if something is idiomatic, if something is metaphor, if something allegory. You'll know as you're reading it whether it's something literal. You'll know as you're reading it.
So it's dangerous to just read the Bible in its entirety as just being flat out literal.
Heck yeah, dangerous. Yeah, heck yeah. Man, you know that dangerous.
Wait a minute.
We couldn't survive. Man, look, nobody could survive. We wouldn't be on this show. Oh my God.
Wait a minute, you're telling me that the red dragon in Revelations and the woman standing on the moon, none of that's real?
You talking about literal woman on the moon?
Yeah, a literal woman on the moon. Yeah, and a red dragon. None of that's real. I'm just messing. The way some of these folks speak, you know, they'll have you thinking that it's all real.
But that's why NASA had to go to the moon. See, brother, why do you think they call it Apollo? Cause you see, man, let me break it down.
Dunamis gonna stop mocking these folks. But
Hey,
no,
did he respond yet? Did the guy respond? Did Timothy?
no, he ain't respond. He probably went off. We too pagan over here. We too carnal over here. But Elder, in all seriousness, we've been talking about Ruddy. We've been talking about it's a lot of stuff going on. A lot of people are influenced by certain interpretations with the Bible. They say we can call it camp doctrine or whatever, but a lot of people just don't know. A lot of people just don't know. I love everybody. I don't have no beef with on anybody. But when people, it just kind of hurts me when people want to act like the same thing that they left. They complaining about the church and the church this and the church that. And go ask your preacher. You can't ask your preacher nothing. Go ask your preacher. And we see people acting like that in the awakening that's supposed to be leaders, don't want to be questioned on anything, don't want to reason out of the scripture. But there are some people that and I've been beefing with them Israelites. I'm done with the moderates, I'm done with the camps, I'm done with all them folk, non-campers, whatever. But in all actuality, there's some people that really love God that want to learn, and they consider themselves Israel. I don't think nothing wrong if you don't want to be called black. You've been calling black all your generations, and all of that stuff, and you've done some searching, and you think that you're Israel, especially in light. Y'all hear me? Especially in light of some stuff that's being said with the slave trade and Israelites, and could some people come over here and be Israel? Or if people want to take on that culture and makes them feel closer to God and the people in the Bible, I don't think nothing is wrong with that, as long as they ain't coming with no crazy doctrine, and as long as they're not twisting up historical facts that's established. If it's established that European people were already here, nobody can come preach and talk about they are prophet. Church, not the prophets can do anything and nobody questioning them. Could teach and say anything and nobody questioning them. Y'all prophesying times and years and dates and setting stuff up in years, and stuff ain't happening. Now you can't be questioned. It's ad hominems and all of that. So not who I would call the handlers. And shout out to everybody. I ain't thinking about doing no 10-hour live on Kelly. I'm going to work tomorrow. I'm going to the house of the Lord tomorrow, where I'm at daily. I just been in the crib because some other stuff is going on. But what would you say to those people in the midst of all of this stuff that want to learn? They don't want to destroy, like you say, you're an Israelite, you don't want to destroy the church. That waking a lot of these folk, most of these folk, they want to destroy the church. They want to destroy, they don't feel that European Jews have any part in anything of God's creation.
They're wrong. That's wrong.
Come on, I believe it's
wrong.
So what would you say to those people that's kind of like stuck in the middle?
That I would tell those people, that view is wrong. I would tell those people they need to go back to the church. Should have never left the church. Go back to the church. That view is wrong. The light bottle who's confessing Israel is Israel, just like the dark bottle is confessing Israel, both for Israel, whether it be blood, whether it be convert, both for Israel. But most important of all, y'all, ain't neither one of them hitting on nothing without Christ, period. If you are connected to any kind of group, I'm not even gonna call them that, I'm calling them group that don't believe in the virgin birth at the birth of Jesus, get out of there. They don't believe that salvation for all, get out of there. Don't believe that the Most High, has salvation for everybody, get out of there. Period. Don't gravitate to no group, I'm gonna say group, because like I said, camp means grace. I don't see no grace in some of these people. So I would say, just stay in camp. That's one reason why I felt the need to share about that word, some of all, or all of Israel being an idiom, because you don't want nobody to think that Israel gonna be saved automatically. That's a lie straight from hell. Period. So that's why I ain't want to change the topic, but I want to make sure it be told that verse don't mean that you are gonna be saved. Period. It ain't no
matter what. Come on.
No matter what.
Come on.
That's garbage. That's why I want to make sure I ain't want to change the subject. I want to make sure it be understood. That verse does not mean that. That verse is an idiomatic phrase, meaning that some of all of Israel, some of all, meaning some of all the 12 tribes, because all the 12 tribes are going to be represented or present in salvation, but not all of Israel going to be saved. Only the ones that had accepted Jesus the Christ as Lord and Savior. White bottle or black bottle, period. That's the only way.
So there are some Israelites, despite that passage, there are some Israelites that going to have their part in the lake of fire.
Heck yeah. Oh, heck yeah. Oh yeah. It's gonna be a whole lot. It's gonna be a whole lot of slow singing and flower bringing. I'm gonna tell you right now. It's gonna be a whole lot of slow singing and flower bringing.
Y'all heard it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
That's this. So, Ed, somebody brought us in the chat. What do you with this? The same. So this is Isaiah chapter 45, right? I don't know whether to read the whole chapter. If you want to, we can, but they were specifically 17 to 25, 17 saying, but Israel shall be saved in the Lord with the everlasting salvation. You shall not be ashamed nor confounded with the confounded world without end. I think I can read the whole passage they want, but with this, right? How should this be interpreted? Can you give a breakdown?
That verse is not saying Israel has an eternal, guaranteed, secured salvation. Period.
And everybody that's Israel, because of God's promises, everybody that's Israel going to make it into the kingdom. Where Fervent Charity at? I don't think he believed that.
Because even the fact that doesn't the scripture talking about 2/3 shall be destroyed, that's Israel. So doesn't that contradict the doctrine all shall be saved?
Back to interpretation, how you interpret scripture.
Because we even heard that on the channel before from some folks that 2/3 will be destroyed. So how can 2/3 be destroyed, but all of Israel be saved?
It's an idiomatic phrase. That back then, the Israel back then, it won't think about no Israel today. Back then, the synagogue of Satan. We're talking about those Israelites back then, that had rejected Christ, that had denied Christ, then put their faith in Christ. Those would have fallen under the synagogue of Satan. And if they had died like that, guess what? Gehenna awaits them. Period.
Look at read red letter. Dunamis, read red letter.
I see that passage differently because I believe that those who are in Christ are true Israel. So scripture is saying that those that are true Israel shall be saved with everlasting salvation.
Yeah, I ain't got no problem with that. Hey, you don't hear me arguing about that. I ain't got a problem with that. Ain't no problem with that.
Go ahead.
But definitely, I would encourage, and going back to your point, Elder Berean, I would encourage if you are a Hebrew, Jewish, believing Israelite, if you are a Jewish believing Israelite, Hebrew, you might not want to call yourself Jewish, if that's up to you. I would definitely say, do not gravitate to no group. It's sad that if you don't have a local assembly that you can, be shepherded and be guided in, because that's where you need to be, on a sound teaching, whether it be Sunday worship or Shabbat worship, Sabbath worship.
But
you need to be shepherded. Huh?
But Elder Green, the Bible is the word of God, and God loves me. So why can't I just read my Bible and let God just speak to me?
All sheep need a shepherd, Dunamis.
So I gotta go. You put me in the building.
All sheep.
Is there a command to assemble? Do we got to assemble? Is that the way is that the way it's supposed to be?
Well, now, Elder Berean, now you might not want me to answer that one. I'm gonna answer it for you.
Go ahead, please. I asked it.
You know, wherever a Torah means an instruction. Okay, a Torah means an instruction or direction. So don't think that something is being told of us in old and new, and somebody speaking on their own authority, like in the New Testament where it says, "Forsake not the assembly of thyself." That's an instruction. That's a direction. The person who said that, they didn't speak that on their own authority. Now, go back to the Old Testament. If you look up the Hebrew word for convocation, the Hebrew word is mikra. Is mikra. For my Hebrew Israelite brothers and sisters that want to, you know, want to be observant. We have mikvahs. We have rehearsed that. If you go into the Hebrew for the word mikvah, if you look at the word convocation, if you go to Leviticus 23 and look at the word convocation, you can see the word mikvah there. In the definition, you're gonna see rehearsal. It means, see, a statue. See, that's why the Bible has statutes. Remember, I think a couple years ago, I said we need to look at these words. The Bible has statutes. A statue, the Hebrew etymology means coke. Coke is, I don't know about it. Meaning, a statue is something dealing with you leaving this place to assemble at that place. You know from? You leave this place to assemble at that place. So that instruction requires you to move from. See, okay, when it said that Abraham kept God's statute, that ain't saying that Abraham had the 613 or had the 10 commandments. That's basically saying that when God told Abraham, I want you to move from this spot and go over to that area, that's a function of a statute. Meaning it requires you to, he telling you to move from here and be there. Go from there to be here. Go there to there. So the Torah or the Shabbat for the Hebrew Israelite is a statute. It's telling you to leave one place and assemble at another place. That's why Yeshua went into the synagogue. Come on now. On the Sabbath. And you don't even see the word synagogue in the Old Testament. My voice about to go. But anyhow, so yeah, so to answer your question, Elder Berean, and no, it's not a salvation thing, but it's all the thing of do you want to be, do you want to even try to do what the Most High say? Do we even do that anymore? Do we even try to attempt to obey God in any kind of way? Do we even do that? Or we just see, that's why the saints say, that's why the Bible says we need to try to find the old paths. And I ain't trying to say, y'all know me by now, I ain't throwing about up on the law, but nothing like that. But what I'm trying to say is, the Bible did say it's going to be a falling away. I'm just going to say, you guys better make people listening to me, make sure you don't be in that number. Because the Bible did say it's going to be a falling away.
Hold on, but Elder Green, in the Old Testament, the Most High said the shepherds have run amok, and he'll be our shepherd. So, and now Jesus is my shepherd, and no man shall teach you. So, Elder Green, I hear what you're saying, but I think you're just part of the conspiracy to control us, and you don't want us to be free and to worship the Most High in autonomy. That's what it feels like you're trying to say. I can't worship God without some kind of leadership. Come on now. Why can't God just leave me himself? Moses was on the mountain for 40 days. You know.
Okay. Explain this to me. Hebrews 10:25. Not forsaking the assembly of yourselves together, as the manner of some is, but exhorting one another. How you going to exhort one another? You're not in connection. Come on, how you going to do? Come on, man. Okay, exhort one another, and so much the more as ye see the day approaching. So mind you, back then they won't think about 2023. They were looking for Messiah to come during their time. They won't look. They won't think about. They won't think about our time. They will look for Messiah to come back during their time. And look what these Hebrews are being told to do. These Hebrews are being told. It said, look, not forsaking the assembly. Now you can't explain away that verse.
I'm not. But when
I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you.
Elder Green, when 2 or 3 are gathered, he's in our midst. So right now, this is me not forsaking the fellowship. So this is me. This is church right now, right?
Okay, here we go. Let's. Okay, let's.
This ain't church. Stop your nonsense, or stop your nonsense right now.
Dunamis is asking a question that they would definitely ask. Let's go to 13, verse 7. Hebrews 13, verse 7 says, remember them which have the rule over you, who have spoken unto you the word of God, whose faith follow. Consider the end of the conversation. Remember them. So I would ask the people, who is leading them? Who is their leader? Who is the person leader? It said, remember them. Come on. Remember them that have the rule over you. So my question would be, who can everybody in this chat say that they have somebody that is shepherding their life in their life?
Careful, Elder Green. Careful. That's a tough question. But Elder,
who want to be shepherd? Who need a shepherd? You can't touch them shepherds.
Okay, but Dunamis, how would you explain this verse?
See, that verse was written for that church then, but now we don't need it. We got YouTube, you know what I'm saying? So we don't need those passages you keep pulling up. That's Paul. We good now.
Dunamis?
So is it Elder Green? I'm trying to tell you that Christ is a shepherd, you know. So Christ is a shepherd. So if I got an issue, I can just go talk to Jesus. Oh, it sounds. Yeah, I can't even do it, man, because it's the whole standpoint, even with human fellowship. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that Jesus is human and he isn't with us, but there's a level of accountability, learning. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's not just about knowing about how to apply certain things and all that kind of stuff.
Hey, Dunamis.
Go ahead.
So the spirit gonna tell you that's an idiom?
Yo!
That's what these folk think. Spirit tell them
Jesus
everything.
gonna come down here and teach you Hebrew?
Come
So
on.
you can understand the context?
See, sorry. You
trying to stop the awakening.
I told y'all I get a check. I'm waiting on my check.
You don't fast.
You ain't got I hope your check cash, because mine didn't.
It's bouncing, bro.
Alton checked good. I don't know, but go ahead, y'all.
See, Sean, you gotta fast like I fast. Cause I fast all the time. So the spirit be talking to me all the time. So
okay. Explain this verse to me. Let's go to Hebrews 13, verse 17. Let's jump down to verse 17 of Hebrews 13. Obey them that have the rule over you, and submit yourselves, for they watch for your souls, as they that must give an account, that they may do it with joy and not with grief, for that is unprofitable for you. So I would ask people in the chat, who is giving an account for you?
Wait a minute. Somebody said who taught Moses? Father God, wait a minute. I hope y'all ain't Moses. Y'all ain't Moses.
But he had Jethro. First he was in the Pharaoh's house, and the Pharaoh, he was getting schooled under that tutelage. Then he was with Jethro. So it's like, Jesus.
Now I will say this though. If you don't have a church home, I would ask you to seek the Most High to lead you to a church home, a place that you can have somebody to shepherd you. And in the meantime, I would definitely say continue to glean from Berean, because Berean is good ground. I'm gonna tell you right now.
No, I ain't good. I ain't good for them folk. Not for them folk that wanna. I'm telling them. Wait a minute. What is Gia saying?
What Gia saying? What?
No offense.
Oh wait, no, not that one. What this said right here?
The Bible says, "Lord is my shepherd; I shall not want. He laid me down in green pastures." Is that Psalm 23?
Yeah. So Gia is saying that she don't agree with Hebrews chapter 13 we just read.
That you need a shepherd. I
That's
walked
a
away
concern.
for a second.
That's a concern. That's a concern right there.
She built a
That's
doctrine
type
on
of
Psalm.
one. Is that what you're saying?
She building church doctrine on Psalm 23.
I hope she not.
Oh, she
I
might
hope
have a
she
little
not.
Israelite in her.
I hope she not. I mean, this plain reading right here, it say obey them that had the rule over.
Who
I
taught
mean-
John the Baptist? I'm good, y'all. I can't do it. Now y'all don't need a church. The Spirit will just lead you and talk to you.
Man, that's not good, Brent. That's not good, man. See, these people, man, they think that stuff cute. That stuff ain't cute, man. They think that stuff is cute. Ain't nothing cute about that.
Why did the early Israelites gather together in homes?
They gather together.
Why did they do that?
See, because at that time they didn't have the scrolls, but now we have the Bible, so we don't have to meet anymore because we got our own individual book. See, back then they didn't have it. But thanks to them white folks and reformers, you know what I'm saying, Gutenberg, we good now.
Man, some of the people they just don't want the Bible, man. Oh, she playing. Okay, hope she playing.
Okay, yeah. Okay, let me read this, Elder Green. So this is Ezekiel 34. We're gonna start at 9. You know, because you keep reading Paul. Let's see what the prophets have to say, brother.
What is Slim talking about? It's not cute. It's really the leader of the oh boy. Don't tell me all pastors are no good. Folk can't find a good church doctrine. Because folk preaching that right there. Folk look hard for apartment, hard for used car, but they don't look hard for no church.
Look hard
They'll
for
go
a
move
job.
to another neighborhood. They don't know where they're because that's not in the forefront of their mind.
We say look hard for used car.
They're gonna look hard for a used car, comparing and stuff like that, but they ain't gonna do that with a church. They don't find one. I moved to town, ain't no church there. That's it. I got a new job. My job was there. I ain't look for fellowship. I ain't look for fellowship and all that. It's just what it is.
And they go to a job, they look hard for it, the boss treats them bad. Folks ask them, why don't you leave? Why don't you go back to school? Well, you know, this and that. And they said it for years. Being harassed and complaining. But let's get down to the scripture. We got to see what the prophet Ezekiel. Therefore, O ye shepherds, hear the word of the Lord. Thus says the Lord God, behold, I am against the shepherds, and I will require my flock at their hand, and cause them to cease from feeding the flock. Neither shall the shepherds feed themselves anymore. For I will deliver my flock from their mouth, that they might be meat for them. For thus says the Lord God, behold, I, even I, will search my sheep and seek them out, as a shepherd seeketh out his flock in the day when he is among his sheep that are scattered. So I'll seek out my sheep, and will deliver them out of all places where they have been scattered in the cloudy and dark day.
Okay. So
no, I don't think you would be doing too much.
No. So what you say? But and at the same time, Jeremiah 3 I think said God said He's gonna give a shepherd after His own heart.
He did. Careful.
Wait a minute. Somebody said, look at this right here. If any error in the church, should you stay in it? It depends what heresy. It depends what error.
Yeah,
because some people get this. Some people live in this thing like everybody is perfect. Nobody gonna do anything wrong.
There is no perfect church.
And if it is perfect, by the time you get there, you done spoiled it. Plain and simple. So I think a lot of it. Oh, all these churches got error. All these churches got. I don't think they really know people and what the scriptures say about people. Nobody perfect. You know, after Peter was in ministry, Peter was even thrown off, and Paul got to check him and this and that. This is just human beings. We all trying to grow.
But you know what, Beran? The bigger question I would ask them: Do they even attempt to do what the Most High said? We just read scripture after scripture. Now, in context of what Elder Dunamis is reading right there, that's in context of showing a good shepherd that's not a good shepherd, that's not a right stand with the Most High. So that's why he would say something like that in that context. But the Most High still wants you to have a pastor because he gave you pastor in Ephesians chapter 4. He gave gifts to the body of Christ. So he still want every one of you in the chat. And those watching this recording later on, God still wants you to be pastored.
And then and then to
And
that
this
end,
one talking about should I stay in Creflo Church or Jamal Bryan Church?
See,
Who told you to stay in there?
ain't about look. See,
And then that's the first thing y'all run to. You unchurched people, I can't find a good church, or all the churches are crooked, all the pastors is crooked. But these YouTube folk are pure and holy. Your handlers are pure and holy. Them folk you clicking on to pure and holy. Your prophets that you listen to them campus pure and holy. Boy, listen, if y'all don't stop that right now.
I'm gonna say something, Berean. No. I'm gonna say something controversial. My homeboy, he's an Israelite. He was like, he used to watch Creflo Dollar all the time, and then once he grew more on the faith, he wanted to bang on him, and he was like, God was like, how you gonna bang on the place where you got saved?
Come on.
So you got saved at this place, and there's some folk, it ain't strong, but they hearing the word. So how you gonna bang on them?
That's the spirit that's the spirit that's on a lot of people in the awakening. And these dudes, like the other dude, I'm like, yo, it don't make no sense. You came up out of jail, you start rocking with the camp. You ain't been to church since your grandmother died at 7 years old. Yeah, I used to be a Christian, I used to be in a church. You only went a few times because your mama was running the streets, but your grandmama took you. Stop telling people you grew up, you've been in the church and this and that, and you know all what the church is about, and you ain't been there since you were 7. Now that's that testimony you use, and you a liar. And these the people that we dealing with. These are the people that we got testifying on the corner. Then you hem them up and ask stuff. Oh, this is the regular conspiracy about Constantine. Then you ask them a primary source. They don't know what that is. It's the Vatican, the Catholic Church, the Jew, the same conspiracy garbage. Folk out here lying. I'm gonna tell you the truth. Folk out here lying. Plain and simple. Now what do we do? Like I said, I'm only concerned with those folk that really want to grow and learn and could think for themselves. Don't let nobody handle you some type of way. I don't care if it's a YouTuber, don't let them handle you a type of way. And I just feel it's a lot of people with channels out here, and they just doing something different. You want to build physical Israel, bloodline Israel, and doctrine don't make a difference. You go ahead and do it. But I don't trust them. I don't trust a lot of people in the movement. I'm gonna tell you the truth. And I understand why that pastors and other people years ago were saying, yo, I don't know them dudes. I don't know what them dudes' doctrine is. I ain't dealing with them. And I'm like, I get the dude's chance. And I felt some type of way when the dude was like, yo, he gonna meet with me. But these other dudes, these other leaders, they already told me they ain't think about these cats. Talking about you gonna meet with them. They ain't think about years later. I look back now, I gotta say they were right. Because what these people out here teaching and some moves these people out here making, I got caught into too much stuff. I can't trust. I ain't perfect, but I'm telling y'all right now, I can't trust y'all. I can't trust some people out here talking this Israel thing. Just like y'all don't like that church and y'all steady talking about Creflo, Brian Carr. We need to bottom. Y'all constantly doing that. We do that, but y'all don't look on y'all own and do some stuff. And when you fugaziing information, you holding back other information, you definitely can't trust you. You'll make up stuff. You'll say anything. Like, I can't trust you with history. I'm supposed to trust you with the truth of the gospel. No, sirree. No, sirree. That's just me. All right. Anything in closing? I love everybody. I'm concerned with God's people. No matter what other beef I got, what other personal feelings I got with other people. I'm concerned with those that just want to get close to him.
Hey, Elder Berean.
Dunamis.
Elder Berean, can I make an announcement about the Passover before I leave?
Yes, I would like you to do that, and that meet and greet. We may have to try to do something because there's a lot of people. Ain't nothing wrong with coming together. Ain't nothing wrong with coming together and chilling.
Yeah, if y'all can schedule yourself, well, those that don't mind, schedule yourself be here in Virginia on Wednesday, April the 5th. That's a Wednesday evening. We're gonna be celebrating the Passover. I'm gonna get a flyer put together, and I'm gonna ask my brother Berean if so often he can shoot up on his channel for those that might want to try to attend it. But to put on your calendar, April the 5th this year, it can be a Wednesday evening, celebrating the looking back to what Christ did on the cross, showing and appreciating that, we are thankful for what he did on the cross, commemorating it, and celebrating his life, death, and his burial, and his resurrection. So that's exactly what we do when we come together for Passover. And also, I still want to try to put together this leadership conference with those leaders, like I mentioned before, but I get back with Berean on that. But all right, Berean, man, love you, brother. We're in Dunamis. Love you guys, man. It's been great. I'm gonna go ahead and do what I do.
All right, appreciate y'all.
Dunamis, forgot about me?
Oh no, you wanted to ask, he wanted to ask. Oh, he jumped off. You wanted to ask him a question, he said?
No, he wanted to play a video.
It's 5 minutes only.
It's about
what is this video about now?
It's a lady, she's confessing that her family, you know, had slaves, and she actually, her family bought the slaves out of Africa with wine, with liquor, with alcohol. So I wanted to see, does this match Joel 3?
All right, hold on.
Yeah, let's play it and look at it.
She was a direct descendant of the largest slave trading dynasty in the United States. She decided to retrace her ancestors' footsteps. The journey became the documentary Traces of the Trade, a story from the deep north.
No one in my family realized was that the DeWolfs were the largest slave trading family in U.S. history. They brought over 10,000 Africans to the Americas in chains.
I had not realized that 3 generations of the family were involved in it. So it went on for a long time, which is embarrassing. You would have thought they would have gotten it, that this really isn't something that this should have been done.
Many Rhode Island ships came to Havana. I never knew that Havana was one of the largest slave markets in the world.
I'm real interested in Ghana and I'm real interested in Cuba. But here's a group of 10 people who seem to be together, ready to talk about race in the United States. And we're not talking about it. And I want to talk about, what do we do when we go home? What do we do when this is over?
Katrina joins us along with the documentary's co-producer, Juanita Brown. Also with us is her cousin, Tom DeWolf, author of Inheriting the Trade. The film debuted, at least for a nationwide television audience, on POV. And we want to say very, very quickly, it comes out on...
Comes out on DVD today through our website.
Was it grandmother?
My grandmother.
Who wrote in a sort of a note about her life. She understood she was a descendant of these slave traders, the DeWolfs.
Yeah. And it was, she sent this booklet to us, and when I read it, I was just totally shocked and upset, and it sent me on this journey of discovery. I thought since they were from Rhode Island, they must have been the only northern slave traders. Come to find out, all of the North was complicit in slavery, the slave trade having...
Al, I'm gonna let it play, but hold on, is this white woman still profiting all her ancestors' slavery? Hang on.
She just said that. So go ahead and let it play.
I'm gonna let it play. But
I know you ain't like that part.
It's always on the DVD you got about on our website. It's on the proceeds are going to not anyway.
Slaves, etc. So
Yeah.
we've had this amnesia.
Right, and there was this triangulation, right? Tell how that worked from between Ghana and Havana.
They brought rum to the west coast of Africa to trade for Africans. The family actually owned plantations in Cuba, and then brought the sugar back to the north to make the rum. But it really, the whole northern economy was tied up in this.
Exactly right. So they may not have been directly responsible for bringing slaves to the United States, but they were so tied
The
up in
Northerners
this.
were responsible. It was northern ships that
Right,
were going.
yeah.
Yeah.
So you sent out a letter to all these DeWolf cousins, spread all over the country, more than 100 letters. Let's go on this journey. Let's retrace these steps and see who we are as a result of our family's past. And how many people write back?
I think maybe 40 out of 200 wrote
Right.
back.
And how many showed up to go on the trip?
9 of us went with Katrina.
Okay. You go on this trip. What was your expectation of what this was going to be like?
I wasn't sure what to expect, but I knew it was going to be profoundly impacting. That what we were going on was something that mattered, dealing with issues of race, that big elephant in the living room that we've been trying to avoid in this country for so long, and getting to this place of recognition of what that means for us today in this country, how that impacts me as a white guy living in these states.
Which was really the revelation of this film, is this family sort of unmasking the emotions of itself to say, oh my God, we have a legacy that we're responsible for. As a person of color who is on this trip, you end up being turned to saying, who are we? What are we about? How foolish or how ridiculous are we? What was this like for you?
It was a powerful yet difficult trip for me. And what I found most just astounding was that these were people who were brave enough to talk about issues that in this country we don't talk about. And so for me, it was the authentic acknowledgement. And what we found when we screened this, a lot of other African Americans, the authentic acknowledgement that something happened long ago and that there might be vestiges of that today.
And we all want to distance ourselves as white people. We have every excuse in the world. Even I can say I didn't do it, right? But and we mostly identify as not racist. Most white people say I'm good, I'm well-intentioned, I'm not racist. But when you look at what the benefits are that have come, because it built the economy of the country, including for immigrants who come after, it was the land of opportunity because it was built on this.
It's a great scene in the film where how could we have possibly benefited in this room full of Ivy League graduates?
Almost
except for
all
one,
Ivy
right?
League. Some of us are a little different here.
There you go. There you go. I cannot recommend it highly enough. The book is terrific. The film now available on DVD. Go to
tracesofthetrade.org.
There you go. Thank you so much for taking the time to be with us this
Thank
morning.
you.
Really
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. Katrina Brown, Juanita Brown, and Tom DeWolf. To read an excerpt from Inheriting the Trade and learn more about
So she admits that her family that was in the North had slaves, and a lot of families in the North had slaves. They had ships in the North. She also admits that she bought slaves with rum. So when we go to Joel 3, it speaks directly about that.
One thing I ain't gonna talk. I ain't gonna tell
So
him.
I mean, you gonna
Go ahead, Alan. Yeah,
you gonna
Joel 3.
reject her what she said? All right, go to Joel 3.
No,
She's not gonna lie.
No, that's not it, Alan. I don't think you understand my little frustration. It feels like the black woman's their black friend, and like I don't know how to say it, man.
Go ahead, just say it. I want to hear what you got to say.
Man,
Do you feel like this is white guilt? Or
white
something?
guilt, but she making money from it, and they got the Negro. I don't. It's just I got all types of feelings. I feel like the black woman thought this was gonna be groundbreaking, and she gonna make some money from it too. You know, might get some awards and all that kind of stuff. It just this ain't hitting me right. They got the Negro on the end of the couch, like she a prop piece. So I don't know. I'm good.
Well, you don't think it's good, or you don't think this is good for healing? Apparently this is. Some people are looking for some stuff. You don't think it's good for healing? Because these conversations are hard to have. A lot of people not having them. A lot of people saying it don't make no difference. But like Alan said, he's arguing that there's companies, there's organizations on Wall Street that's got plenty, hundreds of millions of dollars today based off of that money from that labor, from that free labor.
I understand that. I'm with that. And that's something that happened. It's just certain white folks, they got a feeling about them. I don't want to. Let me not think about
So you discrediting what she's saying about her family. So
no,
I'm not. Look up her family name. Hold on. If we look up her family name, it's gonna prove that she's lying.
He's not discrediting her. He's not discrediting her. I think he can feel like she's ongoing with getting money now. Now she'll get money off this book talking about what they did. So the hustle goes on.
Like it's like she don't really care. You know what I'm saying? It's like oh my God, it's a good thing.
Well, I like her because she's honest. She admit that she still profits from what happened. You know what I'm saying? So she's honest. You know, a lot of people say, "Oh no, we're not profit. We don't profit from what happened back then." She acknowledged that she still benefits from what happened during the slave trade. You understand? So she was an honest lady. I liked her. That's an Edomite, in the kingdom. I might not let her work too much, I'll give her a break. She get an hour break. I give her an hour break.
Allen, who on your list? Who's your top 10? Who's your top 5?
My top 5?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, he want vocab. Everybody want vocab.
No. I think vocab belongs to like one of the brothers that's like, really high up.
Okay,
You know what I mean?
okay. So one of the captains gonna have vocab.
Correct.
Okay, okay.
I mean, I might rent vocab for the weekend one time on a Sunday.
Oh God, I can't make this up now.
Let him work on my plantation. You feel me? But yeah, he deserved one of them high brothers.
Okay.
All right, so
That
no
makes
vocab.
sense.
Who you got, Allie? I know you got. Who you been looking at?
I don't know. I kind of basically really I don't want them older. I need some gator boots. So I'm thinking about as it was done. You feel me? In the kingdom, so I'm gonna need some gator boots. Some nice.
Wait a minute. You ain't gonna be throwing their babies in the. You ain't gonna be not the babies.
Some nice wallets. Happy shall I be, Berean.
Oh
When
man.
we get to happy shall I be. I can't wait.
They
to
looking
kingdom.
forward to better days. Go ahead.
That's like Let me pull a Joel 3. Oh man, from the white woman to Allen. Oh, God, my stomach. Yo.
Better days.
Let me not. That's the type of white woman down there. I ain't gonna say.
Come on, man. The woman told her mind.
That's the kind of white woman that marry African dude to fight off her guilt, and and then try to cook soul food with no seasoning. That's the type of one. I don't know. Ugh. That's how white.
How do you know all of this from just that little 5-minute video?
That's the type of white woman that dated Tyrone in college, but then she gonna have to marry Chad when she get older.
Listen, all white people don't feel the way you feel doing this.
Yo,
all white people.
You think you think the Most High is making some of them kind of want to come out and tell the truth to help an awakening, to confess, to confirm what y'all been saying? Because don't nobody want to hear it too good unless it's coming from the white bottle.
Well, I feel she just admitting, what's the truth,
Mm-hmm.
But she's not gonna get out of it, She still got to pay. She's not gonna get out the judgment.
Oh, even if she do this, she got to go in anyway.
Yeah, now she might get an hour break, like I said.
Okay.
But she's gonna our sisters ain't.
So there's nothing that they could do to really turn around the judgment and the slavery. They got to be led into captivity because people did it.
Correct. We couldn't get out of it. We had to go.
Okay.
I do have a question though. Let's say hypothetically, we're just straight up wrong about African Americans descending from Israel, and the Jewish people actually are, in fact, the descendants of the Israelites. Then wouldn't all the things that you're saying now sort of be applied to them? Basically, we would be their servants in the kingdom, and would you accept that?
100%. Correct. It would be applied to them, and they actually believe that. I think Berean covered a video. What was it? A couple months ago, Berean, on that same thing. Yeah, they actually believe that. So when people say we're crazy, you got to say they crazy too as well, because that's their main belief.
Yeah, but I'm still going with the hypothetical idea. Like, we're not Israel, and they are Israel. Would you be cool with that? Like them talking like this, like you're talking now. Would you accept that?
And what about the black slave owners that had white slaves? Are they going into, what's going to happen to them? They just going to get another set of slaves, or they got to go into slavery?
And then, Brandon, don't forget about the Indian slave owners.
Yeah.
I believe Allen subscribes to the 12 tribes chart. So what about all the Indians that own slaves?
Well, let me answer Berean's question first. The black slave owners, they go into slavery as well.
Oh,
but those are Hamites. They're Hamites. Everybody,
So no black Israel. So nobody that's black that descended from Israelites had slaves in this country.
no,
What do you, but
they're
Alan,
Hamites.
there are black slave owners who came on the transatlantic slave ships.
Huh? Yeah.
So those
I'm
are the
telling
Hamites
you,
that came over.
There's documents there was Hamites on the ships.
So how were they the ones to be able to buy get white slaves, work their way out? Father God, I'm good. I'm just slow. The awakening is not for me. I'm just too slow. Because if it makes sense to y'all, I don't know. And I don't know.
How do you know a Hamite from an Israelite if they're both black?
Okay, the same way. Let me give you an example, right? What's his name? The people's champ, the boxer, Muhammad Ali, right? He said after he won the trophy, right, he thought he could eat at his white restaurant. He got to the door, they say, no, you can't come, you're a nigger, right? So he see another black man walking there. He say, hold up, what's going on? He said, no, he's not, he's African, he's not a nigger. So you got to understand, it's always been a difference, you know. They didn't teach that.
So during Jim Crow, the whites knew who were the Hamites, and they knew who was Israel.
Correct.
So the Hamites were good during Jim Crow and all of that.
Correct.
Father God.
So I guess Oprah Winfrey and people like Oprah Winfrey and Michael Jordan and guys and women like that, they're Hamites because they're prospering in America right now. Actors, Will Smith.
Who's prospering?
Yeah, so those are Hamites, right? Since they're making money and doing good.
Well, when we look at Wendy Williams, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't have freedom. If they don't go by what they say, like right now, Wendy Williams crying broke, right? If they willing to be a puppet for them, you know, they'll accept them. You understand? If not, they take everything back. That's just the way it is. So they're not prospering. They still got a gun behind their head. Like when Wendy Williams made the comment, she said, don't take the jab. Well, she said she's not gonna take the jab. You understand? And the jab was financed by the main companies that promotes her show. You feel me? Not only did they fire her, they took money out of her bank account. How can they do that? You feel me? If they didn't own it. So it all goes back to, like, you know, who's actually owns it and controlling things.
But don't white actors also kind of get hit by the left when they talk against the jab, though? I thought it ain't just black.
Yeah, but when you say that black people is prospering, no, the black people that you see over there, that's for example, let me give you Floyd Mayweather, right? His last fight, I think, was 600-something million, right? The fight made, right? He only got paid 3%.
But you're saying the African would be paid like his full amount?
Hello? Is 3% prospering?
Wait, I'm sorry. Repeat that.
Well, Floyd Mayweather, his last fight was over 600 mil, right?
Mm-hmm.
He only got paid 3%.
Mm-hmm.
Is 3% prospering? Or
I mean,
is it crumbs?
I mean, the dude's still a millionaire, but you're saying an African, though, wouldn't be paid 3%. He'll get his full cut.
Yeah, I understand he's a millionaire, but is that prospering? Is 3% prospering? No, he's getting crumbs from a system that's established by certain people. You understand?
So what about Don King? And Don King got rich. Don King ripped up all them folks, them boxers. What was Don King then?
He was a Hamite. They let him do that because he was a Hamite. He wasn't Israel.
I'm saying I ain't say Don King wasn't, but while you in there, they use you. Let me give you an example. Suge Knights, right? Before he even went in, all his money was being attacked. You feel
Why?
me?
Why was his money being attacked?
Because he's up under the little hat.
Wow.
So when you say, hold on, when you say his money's being attacked, you talking about like money being stolen from him or what?
Correct.
Wait, isn't Suge Knight the guy who scared Ice Baby Dude into stop rapping? Is that the guy you're talking about?
Yeah. The dude that ripped up all them rappers, Death Row, the dude who had police in his pocket, the dude that was running things for years, folks couldn't say his name out of fear, the dude that was running drug money through Death Row. Okay.
Dude was like a gangster, like a mafia type.
And running with gangbangers.
Yeah.
Dude was implicated in the Biggie murder. Was never questioned.
Come on.
So because
Alan, I don't follow. I ain't gonna lie. I don't follow Alan. You got me. I just the more and the more you let him talk. The more you let them talk, we just see. I never think. And he dropped that in my spirit. Let them talk. Like y'all say, God done told y'all everything. He dropped that in my spirit. Let them talk. All this talking has done. Oh man, it's talking. It's just. I'm a little sad.
What about Diddy, Alan?
You want to talk about Diddy for real?
Hey,
you remember his secretary? Hold on. Let me get on Diddy. You know what he had to do for the money? His secretary said she caught him doing something to one of the quote unquote little hats. I know you heard the story. Come on now. As the more you go down the line, you're gonna see they have to submit to the little hats. It's just point blank.
He got where he got. So he got where he got sucking off the little hat.
Correct, Lamando.
Do you think that the Jews prosper because they follow the Torah?
No.
The blessings, after all, are they going through the blessings?
Over there in Jerusalem, got one of the biggest LGBT communities. So
no, I'm talking about like Jews in America, not Israelis. I'm talking about like Orthodox Jews and whatnot. Are they going through the blessings because they're apparently running everything? Not saying that they are, but apparently to you, they're running everything. So aren't they technically going through the blessings? And they actually do practice the culture. So.
Nah, not my landlord. He's a millionaire. He got buildings all around Fort Lauderdale.
Is he Jewish?
Correct, but he's not keeping none of that.
So
he ain't
Alan,
keeping none of that.
Alan, did you ever
think all Jews got money, Alan?
No, I didn't say that. I'm just saying not my landlord. He was talking about prospering, so I said my landlord. He ain't doing none of that. He ain't doing none of the commandments, or he's actually doing a lot of wicked stuff.
Alan, did you tell him that you're Israel? What did he say? Will that conversation ever come up?
Yeah, he know I'm Israel.
Wait,
he
so
see
why
the
you
name?
laughing?
He see the name Judah. He see the name Judah Auto Sales. Well, you know what time it is.
So why you laughing, Alan? What happened?
No, because he see the name. He know what time it is.
Oh, so it ain't like you had theological discussion with him, telling him he ain't the people.
Nah, we never had the. Now, I have a lawyer that's a little hat. Now, he charges me different because he never saw me, right? So he treated me different because he did the cases and they settled the cases, right? But he don't charge me the same. And when we do it to each other, you guys say that's wrong. You say we shouldn't have certain benefits within each other, but he don't charge me the same.
Wait, he charges more or charges less? What do you mean?
He charges less. He said, "Oh, Judah Auto Sales." He said, "You Hebrew?" I said, "Yeah." "Oh, brother, I can't charge you this." So they do that within their people, but when we try to establish something like that within our community, hold on. When we try
So
to
he
establish,
acknowledged you as a black Judah. I'm good. Good night, y'all. Keep y'all. You doing them. Go ahead. Which one, my Jack? I don't know what to say.
He never saw me.
So did you talk to him on the phone though?
Correct.
And he
It
didn't
was
know
doing,
that
it was doing Corona, and everything was like e-files.
Yeah, but
So,
he didn't hear your voice, Alan, and say that you a black man or nothing like that, or that didn't matter to him that you're black as long as you're Israelite.
I mean, as soon as he heard my company name, he was like,
Yeah, he probably thought he was Jewish, like an actual black Jewish person.
Yeah. So Alan, sound like you part of the community already. Who you around by, Alan? Let me find out. You sound like you part of the community already.
What community?
The Jewish community. What deli you go to? Who you around by?
Nah, brother. Nah.
Alan, why don't you tell?
I love my people.
So then, why don't you tell your lawyer? Look, no, brother, I don't want that fake Israelite price. I want the Negro price. Charge me double. Why don't you hit him with that? I'm a cursed man. Don't do that to me.
Yeah, that would have probably been an issue. Probably wouldn't have got back. I probably would have got 3%.
Yeah.
Like probably would have got 3%.
Hey, Alan, well, hold on. What you were saying? You had to move your dealership. What happened?
No, well, what they did, they changed the zoning. Because I'm the only black one in that area, right? And they finding me for certain things that everybody else is doing. But it's basically because I'm the only black one in that area.
Did you go down to the zoning board or city hall when they're having meetings, all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, no, we got to take it to court because I had my paperwork in when I moved there. That was like right when Corona hit, right? So I had my paperwork in, and as soon as I put my paperwork in, they rezoned it. So now I got to fight them in court, and because my paperwork was already in.
So you had no letter of notice that they changed the zoning; it just happened.
Yeah, they just do what they do. They got the power.
So even though you had a Jewish landlord, they say because you're a black man, you still got to suffer.
Yeah, he's wondering. He's like, "Yo, why they messing with you?" I say, "Man, let me give you an example. I had a job as a trucker, right, with this company, right? I was an employee. The dude was like, "Yo, why they keep pulling you over?" It just is what it is being black. But we could act like this racist thing don't exist no more. But
So black Hamites don't really get it, right? Black Hamites don't have beef. It's only Judah that got beef in America that's black. You think it's like a spirit that's on Judah so they'll know it, so they're jealous?
I mean, it's definitely a spirit. I could definitely see that.
Are Somalis Hamites?
Correct. Somalians Hamites.
All right, so Somalis are Hamites. You do know that most Somalis carry E1B1B, which is the cousin haplogroup of us. So we're actually distantly related to Somalis. You go back far enough.
I would agree. Majority of people are distantly related.
No, I mean like we share the same forefather, EM96.
Yeah,
like we're cousins.
I would agree. A lot of people is distantly related.
No, I don't think you understand.
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is, I believe a lot of them are distantly related. But I don't go through science. I'm gonna tell you the problem is, even with carbon dating, they say carbon dating tells a certain amount of a time period, right? But there was a volcano in Washington. Was it Oregon or Washington, right? Mount Helen, right? When they did carbon dating on that mountain, it erupted, I think, the late 80s or early 90s, right? When they did the carbon dating, you know how many years there was off? Hundreds of thousands of years. You feel me? They did the carbon dating to see when it erupted, right? How can they get a number so far off? So that's why I can't go on the what science is.
Yeah, I get what you're
What is
saying,
science?
but carbon
What is
dating.
science, Alan? What is science?
Go ahead, brother. I'll listen to you.
No, I'll make this quick. Shari has a question for you, but carbon dating has nothing to do with haplogroups. What I just asked you, but I'll let Shari.
I understand, but it goes basically on what they call science. You feel me?
Wait, what?
So
That's
it
why I'm
goes
asking you what
it goes
science.
basically under the umbrella of what they call science, and I don't deal with that.
No. I'm dealing. Okay.
For example, can we get DNA from the man Judah? If we can't, then I mean,
Basically, what I'm trying to explain is this: the groups that you're calling Hamites are literally related to you. So if you're calling them Hamites, then you're calling yourself a Hamite. Is basically what I'm saying in a roundabout way.
okay. I mean, if you don't believe in the scripture, don't Israel have Hamites in them?
I'm not saying
Did
admixture.
not
I'm saying
Moses have a Hamite woman?
no. I agree. Israel mixed with Hamites, but I'm saying
Yeah,
that
so it's gonna be under.
no, it's not that. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying whether or not we have Hamite in us. You said that I asked you if Somalis are Hamites. You said yes. Somalis and Nigerian peoples or African Americans, we all have the same forefather, specific forefather that we all go back to. And if you're calling Somalis Hamites, like actual bloodline descendants of Ham, then you're calling yourself and African Americans also Hamites as well.
All
That's
African
why I was
Americans
asking
don't
how you
share the
differentiate a
same
Hamite from an Israelite.
Well, you go through the prophecies. Like right now, I just showed you. Let me give you a great example. I just showed you a
You go
video,
through the
right?
prophecies, and that's how you can
Let-
tell. For God, I'm good.
I just showed you a video that the girl, her family bought blacks from Africa with wine, right? Joel 3 and 3, right? Said that the Israelites would be sold to the Grecians. The Hamites would sell the Israelites to the Grecians.
Wait, where does it
And,
say
and
the
she
Hamites will sell the Israelites to the
get
Grecians?
Joel. I mean, I've been talking for a
What's
long
what?
time to get Joel 3, but nobody
It's
got
up.
it.
It's up on the screen. I had it for a while. I've been having it. We just had side talk. Side talk. What verse
Okay.
is what verse specifically? I don't know what verse you're going to.
Yeah, because I never
Joel
remember
3 and 1. You can start. Start 3 and 1.
For behold, in those days and in that time, when I shall bring again in captivity Judah and Jerusalem, I will also gather all nations and will bring them down into the valley of Jehoshaphat and plead with them there for my people and for my heritage Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations and parted my land. And they have casted lots and have given for a boy for an heart, given a boy for a harlot, and sold a girl for wine, that they might drink.
Okay.
Yeah, where's the Hamites?
Keep reading.
Yea, what have you done to me, O Tyre and Zidon, and all
Tyre
the
and Zidon is Hamite nations. You go through the Bible, you can read it up and down. Find another nation that Tyre and Zidon come from. They come from Hamites.
All right, so wouldn't Tyre and Zidon be in the Levant, or would it be on the west coast of Africa?
Where Tyre and Zidon would be, there'll be where's the land of Canaan?
It's in the Levant.
Okay.
So I don't see how you can apply this verse to that video, because that video was dealing with the transatlantic slave trade.
So
And
Tyre
this
and
verse is dealing with Tyre and Zidon, which is in the Levant. So
okay, Tyre and Zidon, right? Do they keep their land or they never move, right? So nobody ever switch lands, locations? No?
well, we know that according to history, modern day Lebanese people would be the closest to the Sidonians, which would be the Phoenicians. So yeah, they never left.
So you said that's the Phoenicians, correct?
Correct. Yeah, Sidon,
Okay.
Lebanon, that's the same.
with that being said, no problem. Show me that prophecy being fulfilled with
You mean in ancient times?
no, this is well, you can put ancient time, whatever time period you want. That they were sold to the Grecians.
I believe this.
That little hats was sold to the Grecians.
Yes, I believe this would have probably happened, and you can help me out as well, Dunamis or Shari and Berean, but I believe this would have happened around the time of possibly the Greek occupation of Israel or the Roman occupation of Israel. But I have to do some more research on that. But I'm pretty sure this would have happened in ancient times rather than modern times, because there aren't any West Africans or places in West Africa named Tyre and Zidon, and plus this is dealing with the coast.
No. Tyre and Zidon are Hamites. If you go through the scriptures,
it's
not a location. It's not a location.
Well, it says the coast of Palestine. So,
but hold on. So, but Alan, first and foremost, brother. So they're Hamites. So any Hamites that's involved in slave trade, they just go back to Tyre and Zidon.
No, what I'm saying is Tyre and Zidon are Hamites.
Yeah.
Okay.
But those are locations, right? Not people.
No.
Tyre is a place. Zidon is a place. And it also says all the coast of Palestine. These are places. That's why I asked you. That's why I asked you: is Zidon and Tyre in the coast of Palestine in West Africa?
Tyre is not a people.
Tyre,
is Jerusalem a people or a location?
It's both. But what I'm saying is, it mentions all the coast of Palestine. That is a location. That's what I'm saying. Is this verse talking about the Levant, or is this verse talking about West Africa?
It's speaking about wherever they sold those people. So you believe the people that's in let's say Palestine right now are the original people?
Yep. A lot of those Palestinians, some of them are even Jews.
No problem.
That's a whole nother controversy. But
can you show me where they sold little hat people to the Grecians?
I can keep calling them little hat. It always makes me laugh. But
hold on, real quick, before we get to that, Alan. Oh, so we gotta take verse 3 literal, correct?
Listen, if the Most High is preparing a judgment for that, correct. You got to take that literal.
So only girls are sold for wine, or both girls and boys? Because the verse said, and sold a girl for wine. So was it only women that were sold, girls were sold for wine, or both boys and girls?
Well, when you read it with common sense.
No, don't hear that. No. I asked, should we take it literal?
No, you said it earlier, but when you read it with common sense, yes, both.
Both.
Correct.
Both. So
correct.
We can. So now, Tyre and brother.
So you tell me the Most High will put he's declaring a judgment that he's going to have to these people, and the people basically won't know why because he puts it in a certain way.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we want to read literally, right? Literal to the text. What it's explicitly saying. What's it explicitly saying? Giving a boy for a harlot and sold a girl for wine that they may drink. So explicit, Alan, brother. So are we taking it like that? Because you're talking about common sense, but then Ibri just talked about verse 4, Tyre and Zidon, all the coasts of Palestine. What makes more common sense? What you're saying, what's Ibri saying? I mean, I raised my voice. My bad. Go ahead, Alan. They might have stepped away.
I'm about to pull up a historical connection to this here in a second. Just give me a moment.
Nah, see, and then now folks saying that's the whole. Nah, this is it's literal. And why was it in the transatlantic slave trade? Yo,
You said what?
so I'm asking you now. You're talking about common sense and literal, but when we talk about Tyre and Zidon on all the coast of Palestine, right? What makes more sense taking it from a literal standpoint? What you're saying that these are people, these are Hamites, or what Ibri's saying?
Well, mine would make more sense because I could pinpoint a particular race of people that was sold to the Grecians. Now that's why I'm asking you to pinpoint a particular people that was sold to the Grecians. If you got somebody else other than the Negroes.
But where were they sold to the Grecians from?
I just listen. I just said they were sold to the Grecians, right?
I'm not
Can you
saying where though.
pinpoint?
Where was it happening?
Yeah, but I asked my question first. Can you pinpoint another race of people that was sold to the Grecians?
The Israelites from the coast
Okay.
of Palestine.
Okay, when?
More than likely in the BC era.
See, you keep saying more than likely. You don't know. Just say you don't know, man. I'm just making
Actually,
this up.
give me a second because I can actually find a historical connection to this. But give me a moment. But you still haven't told me
more than
is this
likely,
verse
don't-
happening. But I can tell you this as a fact. This verse is happening in the Levant and not the west coast of Africa. That I can tell you as factual. You have yet to tell me if Tyre, Zidon, the coast of
Where do
Palestine.
you see it's happening in the Levant?
Where I see it happening in the Levant is that it says Tyre and Zidon and all the coast of Palestine. Palestine is in the Levant.
Okay, but
That's why I was asking
we
you.
also determined that sometimes they use land for people, correct? We determined that already. Like Israel is
So are the
in-
Grecians actual Greeks then? Can we just say that the Grecians are really Hamites too?
no, Grecians are not Hamites.
So why? So, but you just said that when it comes to people and places, that sometimes it may mean this and that. So Grecians aren't Grecians then. I can say that if I wanted to.
Grecians was never referred to nobody else but one race of people.
All right. So in that verse, Grecians is talking about people. All right. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
All right. So when it comes to Tyre and Zidon and all the coast of Palestine, that's dealing with a people or a place. The coast of Palestine.
A people.
The coast is a people.
Okay, well let's say you believe Grecians is a land, they sold the Israelites to a land? That don't make
No,
sense.
I would agree with the verse that the Grecians is a ethnic group of people. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll also agree with the verse that these events are happening on the coast of Palestine, which is in the Levant, and not on the west coast of Africa. But give me a second, because this definitely happened in history. It's just I just have to.
Well, we could at least meet halfway. The stories of the Negroes sound so many different ways keep sounding like the